The classroom was filled with laughter and joy. Hyuga Satoru was extremely nervous. He saw a man with a receding hairline asking students to introduce themselves. As each student introduced themselves, laughter and applause kept ringing out. My browser history hasn't been deleted yet. How did I transmigrate into the Naruto world? And it's the first day of school. Hyuga Satoru glanced around the classroom, and upon seeing many familiar faces he became even more panicked. That student in the front row who proudly said my father was the Hokage during his introduction seemed to be the future unit of measurement for bounties in the underground black market, his head traded for a reward by a top greedy money grubber. The cocky silver-haired boy in the middle of the second row wearing a black mask, if I remember correctly, was the future unit of measurement for Chakra, a causal 5050 threat who would lose one eye in the third great ninja war a few years later. The boy behind him, wearing goggles and acting like a fool, would end up killing his master's wife and slaughtering his entire clan over a teenage romance, throwing the ninja world into bloody chaos, and ultimately be reduced to nothing but ash. The more Hyuga Satoru observed, the more panicked he became. All these formidable characters from the original story met terrible ends. Having just transmigrated here, wouldn't he be even worse off? He turned his gaze to the person who was currently introducing himself. That man's teeth gleamed like a flashlight. His dream was to carry out his youth to the very end. He seemed to be the only civilian who defied fate, nearly kicking the story to its conclusion. His taijutsu was highly praised by Madara, earning him the title of the strongest taijutsu master. But it didn't matter. He would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. As for the other classmates, Hyuga Satoru recognized only a few. They were cannon fodder among cannon fodder, chives among chives. In the third great ninja war a few years later, most of them would be cut down, with few surviving until the end. If he were a member of the main family, it would be bearable, since he would have a bunch of branch family cannon fodder to protect him. As long as he didn't court death, he might be able to survive to the end. But according to his original Bodis memories, he was not only a member of the branch family, but both his parents were dead. He was the most despised type in the Hyuga clan. It's over. This is a nightmare start. Hyuga Satoru's eyes were dead. You transmigrate into the Naruto world where human life is as cheap as grass, and the timeline is just before the third great ninja war, the most dangerous era with the highest mortality rate. The Canopy Bridge battle, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Hyuga Satoru couldn't even imagine how he would survive. Just as he was feeling utterly hopeless, a gentle voice brought him back to reality. Hyuga Satoru, it's your turn to introduce yourself. Hyuga Satoru looked up and saw the homeroom teacher Fujino Daikichi smiling at him, and the other students in the class also focused their attention on him. Seeing this, Hyuga Satoru had no choice but to steel himself and stand up. My name is Hyuga Satoru from the Hyuga clan. I like ramen and grilled meat. My dream is. He hesitated. To survive until the final chapter. The classroom instantly fell silent. The students stared at Hyuga Satoru with surprise and confusion. Survive until the final chapter. What is that? Fujino Daikichi gave an awkward laugh and rubbed his sparse hair. It seems Hyuga Satoru really likes reading manga. Final chapters only exist in manga, you know. I hope that in your future studies you won't be too immersed in comics. Yes. Hyuga Satoru replied perfunctorily and sat down. That was close. He had just blurted out his true thoughts out of nervousness, but it seemed no one had noticed anything. After the remaining few background characters finished their introductions, Fujino Daikichi cleared his throat and said, "Classmates, the introductory self-introduction session is over. Now for the first lesson, please open your textbooks, Inheriting the Will of Fire." Hyuga Satoru flipped through the red textbook on his desk. Every page was filled with praise for the beauty of the will of fire, completely devoid of substance. On the podium, Fujino Daikichi passionately expounded on the will of fire, and most of the students below listened with great interest. But Hyuga Satoru was restless. He flipped through a few more pages, carefully examined them, and finally saw two words written between the lines: cult. Have I fallen into a brainwashing cult center? Is this what Konoha's political propaganda amounts to? The entire book preaches that we are all one family, to protect the children, protect the village, and sacrifice everything for the village. And the key point: I'm only 6 years old, and they want me to sacrifice myself on the battlefield. Is that reasonable? When he watched the anime in his past life, Hyuga Satoru didn't notice it, but now that he truly transmigrated and became an insider, he realized how absurd it was. After the initial panic, Hyuga Satoru gradually calmed down. In the classroom, Fujino Daikichi's voice reciting the will of fire was still loud, but Hyuga Satoru had already turned his gaze to the window. His mind was frantically formulating plans for the future. Today was his first day at the Ninja Academy, the beginning of his ninja path. He had to make a rigorous training plan for his dream of surviving until the final chapter, or rather his goal. Creak. Hyuga Satoru pushed open the creaking wooden door, revealing an old courtyard. This was the house his parents left him. The space wasn't very large, but it had everything necessary. A full day of ninja academy classes, all of which were lectures on the will of fire and other useless content. There was not a single practical combat class or ninjutsu class that Hyuga Satoru had been hoping for. He had no memory of his mother. She seemed to have died, giving birth to him. His father was a branch family jonin guard who died during a mission protecting the main family. Thanks to this, he was able to inherit his father's house as a child and gain the right to attend the ninja academy. As a branch family member, he also had a caged bird mark on his forehead. His future trajectory would likely be the same as his father's, becoming a guard for the main family and dying gloriously in protection. Headache. Hyuga Satoru rubbed his temples. Not every branch family father was the head of the branch family, with a main family head as an uncle. His monthly living allowance was only 1,500 ryo, and after deducting food and daily necessities, there was little left for training. That one who kept talking about breaking fate had no worries about food and clothing, enjoying the top treatment within the Hyuga clan, while more branch family members like him struggled on the edge of subsistence. Heaving a sigh, Hyuga Satoru dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. Now was not the time to think about those things. After a day of classes, his stomach was already growling with hunger. He checked the remaining ingredients in the kitchen and decided to prepare dinner first before considering the training plan. Life was already miserable enough, he couldn't let his stomach suffer too. Just as he was about to wash the iron pot, something unexpected happened. The moment his palm approached the pot began to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, all metal objects in the kitchen started vibrating incessantly, as if playing a crazed symphony of metal. Hyuga Satoru stood frozen in the middle, and a voice echoed in his ears. Electromagnetic force LV1 experience needed for next level 2,000 points. Electromagnetic force. Hyuga Satoru stood dumbfounded for a long moment, then slowly came to his senses. I awakened the electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic force, one of the 4 fundamental forces. At the same time, Hyuga Satoru sensed certain changes in his body. An indescribable feeling of refreshment surged from every cell, making him feel utterly invigorated. He suddenly recalled that every moment of the Bodis redox life activities constantly produces weak bioelectric currents. Each cell is a miniature biological battery. Simply put, everyone has their own unique magnetic field, a biomagnetic field. Could this feeling of vitality be due to the awakened electromagnetic force, which greatly amplified his biomagnetic field and then nourished his physical body? Hyuga Satoru recalled that in his previous life, many unscrupulous merchants would falsely claim that the insoles and underwear they sold contained Timu magnetic stones capable of enhancing the human biomagnetic field and having miraculous effects of prolonging life and curing cancer. That was a clear tax on stupidity. But in his current situation, it seemed his biomagnetic field really was enhanced. Could he truly manipulate electromagnetic force? Hyuga Satoru swallowed and tentatively extended his hand toward the kitchen. The kitchen knife that was stuck diagonally in the cutting board trembled a few times, wobbled, and flew over. Although its trajectory was like a drunk driver, Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. Electromagnetic force. It really was electromagnetic force. He had been a science student in his previous life. The electromagnetic force was no stranger to him. As powerful as Magneto is, he only scratched the surface of electromagnetic force. At best, he could be called the King of Iron. The electromagnetic force, as one of the 4 fundamental forces, is absolutely incomparable to mere ninjutsu. You know Misaka, the formidable woman who can pierce a cruiser with a single coin, using the ampere force generated by an electromagnetic field to accelerate metal and grant it extreme kinetic energy. This is the Railgun, using electromagnetic force to bombard heavy atomic nuclei, splitting them into 2 or more nuclei, releasing neutrons that trigger a chain fission reaction, commonly known as handmade nuclear bomb. Light has wave-particle duality. Using electromagnetic force to distort photons can create large-scale holographic projections. Illusions are nothing in comparison. Interfering with the brain's electrical signals via electromagnetic force, directly manipulating another person's vision, hearing, and touch. This is the true puppet technique. Stars all have magnetic fields. If the electromagnetic force is strong enough, you could even drag planets with your bare hands. Mars hitting Earth, heaven-shaking meteor, is nothing Madara would approve. Think bigger. Are you really you? No. You are merely an aggregation of tiny atoms. Everything you do is just the result of these atoms constantly moving. Your past, your present, your future are all the same. Using electromagnetic force to control the movement of atoms, every change is within grasp. Gazing across the universe, omniscient and omnipotent, you are God. God is you. In short, with sufficient mastery of electromagnetic force, there is almost nothing you cannot do. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and ecstasy inside. It was fortunate that he was a science student before the transmigration. Otherwise, even with a treasure mountain, he wouldn't know how to use it. Life is truly unpredictable, full of twists and turns. In the morning he was still worried about surviving until the final episode. Now he had obtained a terrifyingly overpowered ability. After calming down, Hyuga Satoru began to test his control over the electromagnetic force. There were many metal objects in the kitchen providing ample material for Hyuga Satoru's experiments. After a series of tests, he roughly understood the extent of his ability. At level 1 of electromagnetic force, his control was limited to manipulating easily magnetized metals. He could initially use magnetic field abilities including, but not limited to, magnetization and electrical discharge. Furthermore, continuously using or developing the electromagnetic force would increase experience points. He had just gained 2 experience points from his experiments, still far from the 2,000 needed to upgrade to level 2. Hyuga Satoru smacked his lips, not feeling disappointed. Most ninja tools are made of easily magnetized metal. With his current ability, he might be able to take the life of a genin by surprise. Can you believe it? Suddenly losing your head while eating hot pot and singing. After the tests, Hyuga Satoru felt drained. The faint chakra in his body had dried up significantly. The Hyuga clan was a prestigious family, and Konoha chakra refinement techniques were widely spread. His father had left behind notes on chakra refinement, so he had practiced chakra refinement before entering the academy and possessed a small amount of chakra. The consumption of using electromagnetic force was mainly mental and physical stamina, but the more direct manifestation was chakra, since chakra is the combination of mental energy and physical energy. Hyuga Satoru let out a light exclamation. The chakra he had just consumed was rapidly recovering with a momentum even stronger than before. He quickly realized that his biomagnetic field, amplified by the electromagnetic force, had become much stronger. Since both the mental and physical energies needed for chakra refinement are related to the biomagnetic field, his chakra quantity naturally increased accordingly. Next, Hyuga Satoru pondered how to maximize the development of his ability. He still had a long way to go to accumulate experience points for level 2 electromagnetic force. There was no hope of upgrading in the short term. Combining his existing hardware conditions to maximize the potential of the electromagnetic force was his current goal. The Byakugan, the Kekei Genkai of the Hyuga clan. Could it be combined with the electromagnetic force? With high-level electromagnetic force, the Byakugan would naturally become too useless, but at the current level the Byakugan seemed to have many wonderful uses. His X-ray vision range was about 1 kilometer, and it would increase with training. This meant that within a 1 kilometer radius all enemies could not escape his electromagnetic cannon strike, a true map-wide attack. Furthermore, the gentle fist could also be combined with the electromagnetic force. The regular gentle fist strikes at the chakra network to seal the opponent's chakra flow. But with acceleration and charging from the electromagnetic force, one palm strike could potentially annihilate the opponent. And the 8 trigrams empty palm. Others fire air cannons, but I fire electromagnetic cannons. Well, that has promise. Hyuga Satoru rubbed his chin, the smile in his eyes growing deeper. Gurgle. At that moment his stomach protested uncooperatively. Hyuga Satoru looked out the window, realizing belatedly that it was already completely dark outside. Awakening the electromagnetic force and testing had taken an unknown amount of time. His stomach had completely gone on strike. Perfect. I'll treat this cooking session as part of my training. Hyuga Satoru smiled, rolled up his sleeves, turned on the tap to wash vegetables, and the kitchen knife on the cutting board trembled a few times before wobbling into the air to automatically chop the washed vegetables. The night outside was already deep. In the silence, the kitchen window reflected his small figure and the freely dancing kitchen knife. In the early morning, Wu, who had tossed and turned all night, struggled to get up and made his way to the... Last night, the excitement from awakening his electromagnetic powers had kept him barely asleep. His Byakugan had turned into panda eyes, the white pupils looking like a sandwich cookie under the assault of dark circles. Hey, well, why do you look so lifeless today? Hongdo asked curiously beside him, munching on a glutinous rice ball. It's nothing. Hongdo thought for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to Wu and whispered, well, what did you mean yesterday by living until the finale? Wu pondered and said, it means something very impressive. Oh. Seeing that Wu had no intention of answering, Hongdo pouted and dropped the subject. Looking at the colorful rice balls in Hongdo's hand, Wu's mind conjured the image of her turning into a sweet potato decades later, causing a wave of physical revulsion. Although Hongdo wasn't very pretty now, she was still decent. How could she become an old aunt in the future? By the way, let me remind you, eat fewer rice balls. Why, oi? Hongdo bit into a rice ball and glanced at Wu. Will it keep me from living until the finale? Wu thought for a moment and said, it's worse than not living until the finale. Hongdo. Just as she was about to say something, a shout of, the homeroom teacher is coming, erupted from the class. The chaotic classroom instantly fell silent as everyone sat upright. Tinyadaji walked to the podium with textbooks and announced with a smile, students, this morning's lessons will focus on theory, while this afternoon, we have a practical session on shuriken throwing. I hope everyone will study diligently. Shuriken throwing class. Rixiang Wu's brow twitched. This was the perfect chance to test his electromagnetic control over Shuriken. Last night, he had practiced extensively with kitchen utensils. Students, please open your textbooks, Inheriting the Will of Fire, to Chapter 1, Section 3, and we will continue from where we left off yesterday. Yes. Seeing the analysis of the Will of Fire in the textbook, Rixiang Wu felt drowsy and simply covered his head with the book and fell asleep on the desk. Tingya Daji's eyelids twitched in anger at the sight, but then, as if recalling something, he shook his head slightly. As a branch family member of the Hinata clan, the consequences of not working hard can be dire. He then looked at another seat in the classroom where a boy with a bandage on his forehead and snow-white pupils was reading the textbook with intense focus. Tingya Daji smiled and said, compared to him, Irohaken is much more studious. Sometime later, Rixiang Wu stretched languidly, feeling completely refreshed. Now he not only lacked the weakness of just waking up, but also felt full of energy. Rixiang Wu reasoned that while resting, his electromagnetic power had adjusted his bioelectric field, allowing his condition to recover more quickly. Currently, he couldn't actively control his bioelectric field, but once he trained his electromagnetic power to a higher level, he might be able to manipulate it deliberately, making his vitality incredibly robust and granting him a healing ability akin to the first Hokage's rapid recovery. In the afternoon, Tingya Daji led the students to the playground for shuriken throwing training, including wrist techniques and throwing skills. Rixiang Wu noticed that most of the clan children were distracted while those from civilian families listened with great interest. The reason was that clan offspring had generally received training from elders before entering school, whereas civilian children rarely had access to such knowledge, putting them at a disadvantage from the start. No matter the era, civilians were always the leaks to be harvested, Rixiang Wu lamented. Even though it was only the beginning of the term, some students already possessed a considerable amount of chakra, their bioelectric fields much stronger. In comparison, civilian students were like mere fireflies. Among them, the most vigorous one, Rixiang Wu turned his gaze to the white-haired boy at the front, his brow slapped. Chimu Kakaxi, his bioelectric field is so strong that he almost has the chakra of a genin already. No wonder he's a genius who becomes a jonin at 12. Alright, the explanation is over. Tingya Daji clapped his hands. Next up is throwing practice. I will record your scores. Xiaochun Maisie, you go first. Yes. The black-haired girl responded timidly, walked out from the crowd to stand beside Tingya Daji, and faced a wooden target about 10 meters away next to a bamboo basket full of shuriken. Xiaochun Maisie picked up a shuriken, recalled Tingya Daji's earlier instructions, and threw it fiercely toward the wooden target. Thwack! The shuriken stuck into the outer ring. 6 points. Not bad. Xiaochun Maisie threw a few more. 5 points, 6.7. Tingya Daji nodded. Good. Next. Rixiang Wu observed the shuriken throwing. His fingers twitched slightly, and a few shuriken on the edge of the bamboo basket trembled. Shuriken are very light. According to Newton's second law, acceleration is inversely proportional to mass. I should be able to control them much more easily than kitchen knives. Just then, exclamations erupted from the crowd. Oh my god, how did he do that? Rixiang Wu looked over and saw Kakaxi holding several shuriken in each hand, throwing with both arms without any pause, his movements fluid and seamless, all embedding into the bullseye. Amazing. Is he a genius? Tingya Daji smiled and nodded. Excellent fundamental skills. His shuriken technique alone was already on par with an ordinary genin. No wonder he was the son of the White Fang. Chimu Kakaxi, full marks. Next, my turn. The moment Tingya Daji finished speaking, a long black-haired girl suddenly darted out from the crowd and landed exactly where Kakaxi had stood. She threw both hands simultaneously, her movements equally fluid, all shuriken hitting the bullseye. As expected of the Uchiha clan. Yuzebo Lin, full marks. Tingya Daji said with satisfaction. Do we have to be so competitive? Rixiang Wu's eyelids twitched. In his eyes, Yuzebo Lin had already become the ultimate overachiever. He had suffered enough from such overachievers in his previous life, never expecting to encounter another one after reincarnating into Naruto. Yuzebo Lin shot a cold glance at Kakaxi and walked to her spot. Beside her, Daitu started cheering excitedly. Hey Kakaxi, did you see that? That's the strength of us Uchiha. Just wait, I will defeat you. Kakaxi completely ignored him. Rixiang Wu looked at Daitu speechlessly while the others stared at him as if he were a fool, gesticulating wildly. Who could have imagined that this guy would become the final boss? Next, Yuzebo Daitu. My turn. Daitu walked up excitedly. Let me show you my true strength. I've been training with shuriken for a long time in secret. Clearly, Yuzebo Lin's performance had given him great confidence. He picked up a shuriken and hurled it fiercely. What happened next astonished everyone. The shuriken scraped past the target and flew out. Missed 0 points. Tingya Daji said wearily. I don't believe it. It must be an accident. Yuzebo Daitu threw another shuriken in a rage, but missed again. 0 points. Daiji was speechless. Kakashi glanced at Daitu, then shifted his gaze away. Yuzebo Lin turned her face away in embarrassment, wishing she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Her expression seemed to say, "Don't look at me, don't look at me. I'm not from the same clan as him. Mistake. Mistake. This is definitely a mistake. That's not my level." Daitu threw another shuriken. 0 points. Another throw. 0 points. Ha ha. Thunderous laughter surrounded him. Daitu's face flushed red like a chili pepper filled with air, his teeth grinding audibly. "I refuse to accept this." He hurled his last shuriken. Thwack. It stuck firmly into the bullseye. The air fell silent. Daitu froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "I told you earlier it was just a mistake. This is my real skill. Did you all see?" He turned around only to find everyone staring at him, as if he were an idiot. Yuzebo Lin, utterly defeated, covered her face with her hand, thinking whether she should kill this guy beforehand for the sake of the Uchiha clan's reputation. "What are you doing? I clearly hit the bullseye." Daitu stammered. Daiji spoke weakly. Daitu turned around, his eyelids twitching violently, his mouth opening wide enough to swallow an orange. Thighs. How is this possible? What he had hit was not his own target, but another group's target several meters away. The student from that group was holding a shuriken, staring at him in bewilderment. In the corner, Rishiong was lips curled upward in an almost imperceptible smile. Hyuga Satoru cast a glance at Obito, who looked utterly despondent, and silently thought to himself, "Obito, you cannot blame me. Only when you do something foolish will it not surprise anyone. You are the perfect test subject. Moreover, I am igniting your motivation to study, steering you away from the distraction of early romance. This is for your own good." By employing the method of controlled variables, he conducted interference comparison experiments on the shuriken thrown by Obito, and discovered that he could exert a certain degree of control even over shuriken in high-speed flight. From now on, ninja tools would pose no threat to him whatsoever. Watching Obito gesticulating wildly, Daiji scratched his bald spot, a headache creeping in. How did the Uchiha produce such an oddball? Never mind, next one, Hyuga Yalubo. From the crowd, a boy with a bandage wrapped around his forehead and pure white eyes stepped forward, throwing shuriken with both hands. 10 points, 9 points, 10 points. Impressive, only slightly behind Kakashi and the others. After all, he is from the Hyuga clan. Why does he have his forehead wrapped in bandages? Someone whispered. Shill, don't you know? That's the Hyuga clans. Hyuga Yalubo's face turned cold. He unconsciously clenched his fist and returned to his place. Daiji nodded in satisfaction. Through his observations over these days, he had come to see that Hyuga Yalubo, though not the most gifted, was undoubtedly the most diligent. For the branch family of the Hyuga, hard work was their only path. Next, Hyuga Satoru. Hyuga Satoru stepped forward, picked up several shuriken, and weighed them in his hand. 7 points, 7 points, 7 points. 10 points. After a succession of sevens, the last throw barely managed to hit the 10-point zone. The crowd murmured. Though both are from the Hyuga clan, he seems far inferior to Yalubo. The gap with Kakashi and the others is even larger. Not everyone can be a genius. And did you notice? His earlier throws all narrowly missed the 8-point zone. Bad luck, I guess. Hyuga Satoru remained expressionless, as if deaf to the surrounding chatter. Hyuga Yalubo glanced at him briefly before withdrawing his gaze. Though they were both from the Hyuga clan, they had little daily contact. This level of skill did not warrant his attention. After school, no sooner had Hyuga Satoru returned home than someone knocked on his door. When he opened it, it was a branch family guard. The guard, wearing a ninja headband, handed him a slightly bulging envelope. Hyuga Satoru, this is your living allowance for this month. Hyuga Satoru took the envelope, which bore his name and the amount. All right, thank you. The guard nodded. This branch family guard was specifically responsible for delivering the living allowance. Hyuga Satoru would see him only once a month, and their encounters had little extra conversation. Hyuga Satoru opened the envelope. 15 thin bills, 1500 Rio. He felt a headache coming on in a world where a bowl of ramen cost 60 Rio. Surviving a month on 1500 Rio was rather tight. As one of the most renowned families in Konoha, the Hyuga, compared to the Uchiha, took their reverence for clan and hierarchy to the extreme. Orderly, even excessively so. Every clan member was like a cog in a vast machine, silently treading their own path. Yet that was fine. Were he from any other branch family, his actions would be strictly controlled by the main house. Now he had gained a measure of freedom. As for the caged bird seal on his forehead, Hyuga Satoru had little concern. Once his electromagnetic power grew strong enough to disintegrate matter at its source, a mere curse mark would be no obstacle. The top priority was to find a way to increase his strength. The next day was Sunday, no class. Hyuga Satoru arrived by a river. The shimmering river reflected his face and the surrounding forest. The Naka River, perhaps the most famous great river in Konoha. The love and hate between the Uchiha and the Senju, and even the entire history of Konoha village, could be traced back to this river. Today the river welcomed an unfamiliar boy fishing. Slap. Hyuga Satoru with his pants rolled up stood in the river, aimed carefully, and grabbed, catching nothing, only a splash of water across his face. The Naka River, extremely wide, ran through all of Konoha. Its upstream lay in the Uchiha clan's territory, and Hyuga Satoru was fishing quite a distance away, so he had no worries of Uchiha causing trouble. The reason he chose to fish was naturally to improve his meals. Why not learn from Naruto and fish to supplement his diet? He was in a critical period of growth and nutrition, had to keep up. But it was not merely about fishing. Around Hyuga Satoru's body, two metal skewers the size of chopsticks slowly orbited, fashioned by him from thin iron rods. As soon as he spotted a target, the skewers would dart up and stab fiercely at the fish. Moreover, as he moved through the river, fine metal ores gradually adhered to his exposed calves. Riverbeds are gathering places for metal ores. Natural metallic minerals are washed by currents and settle in the riverbed. Konoha was located in the south with a mild rainy climate and many mountains. The Hokage rock was carved out of a huge mountain rock. Given this unique geography and the Naka River as Konoha's largest river, its riverbed should contain a considerable amount of metal ore. Some valuable ores, if sold to a ninja tool shop, could also fetch some money. Using magnetic attraction, Hyuga Satoru continuously sifted for metals, eating and earning money at the same time, and leveling up as well. Over these days he had tested enough. The experience points needed to upgrade his electromagnetic power were akin to proficiency. The more difficult the application, the faster the experience gain. Conversely, if he kept exploiting the same technique, the returns would diminish. Initially, he controlled a kitchen knife to chop vegetables and level up, but as proficiency increased, the experience from that method dwindled. Now he was multitasking, simultaneously controlling two metal skewers for fishing, while his calves continuously attracted metals from the riverbed. Conversely, if he kept exploiting the same technique, the returns would diminish. Initially, he controlled a kitchen knife to chop vegetables and level up, but as proficiency increased, the experience from that method. If he approached further, the fish might sense the water's movement and flee. However, he had another method. Hyuga Satoru held his breath. Zzzt. A current as thick as a thumb burst from between his toes, spreading through the river. The fish were stunned. Swoosh, swoosh. The two metal skewers beside him shot forward. One struck with incredible precision, not only piercing a fish's belly, but also nicking the tails of two nearby fish. A triple hit. Hyuga Satoru contentedly controlled the hefty skewer, making it wobble back. At the same time, due to this intricate use of electromagnetism, a voice echoed in his mind: electromagnetic force, EXP2. At LV1, the electromagnetic force was still too weak. Beyond basic magnetization and discharge, it had little other application. The discharge was also feeble, unable to instantly stun fish, so he had to use the skewers. However, Hyuga Satoru was already satisfied. This was one of the four fundamental forces. Its ceiling was undeniable. Thank you, Faraday. Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you, Tesla. Thank you, my middle school physics teacher. Without you all, I wouldn't have this fish to eat today. Amen. After a day of labor at Nanha River, Hyuga Satoru had accumulated some metal ores. The ideal was lavish, but reality was stark. He had harbored a faint hope of sifting for gold dust. Yet when he trudged ashore from the river, his thighs and feet, which he had rolled up, were densely covered with bizarre objects. There were rust-stained kunai and shuriken, tangled steel wires, misshapen pots and pans, and, to his utter astonishment, even a woman's undergarment. Due to the metal underwire, it clung stubbornly to his backside like a slug. Which Uchiha had wrought this map? His gold panning spot was downstream of the Nanha River. The middle and upper reaches lay within the Uchiha clan territory. These strange items undoubtedly originated from the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, apart from these trinkets, Hyuga Satoru also obtained some rather pure metal ores, their quality seemingly passable. After accumulating a certain quantity, he planned to visit a ninja tool shop in the village to inquire about the buyback price. As far as he knew, ninja tool shops consumed a considerable amount of metal daily. If any shop was willing to recycle them, even at a low price, it would provide him with a source of income. His subsequent training concept would be quite costly. After strolling around Konoha village, Hyuga Satoru locked onto a ninja tool shop. Unlike other shops, this one had a metal smelting furnace beside it, suggesting a high likelihood of recycling. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with burly shoulders exposed, looked imposing. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath and braced himself as he approached. Hello, I have some metal ores. I was wondering if you buy them here. Hyuga Satoru handed the man the bag of ores. The man furrowed his brows, instinctively about to dismiss Hyuga Satoru, but upon glimpsing the ores in the bag, he paused, took them, and studied them closely. The ores in the bag ranged from thumbnail-sized to fist-sized, reflecting a faint luster. Hyuga Satoru waited anxiously for the man's response. He was unsure of their value, but since they were easily attracted by his electromagnetic force and appeared highly pure, the shop might be willing to accept them. Indeed, after careful inspection, the man nodded. These ores are of decent purity and relatively easy to refine. If you have a larger quantity, I could take some. Hyuga Satoru breathed a sigh of relief. How did you come by these? The man asked suspiciously. I picked them up by the river. I usually collect stones there, and over time I've saved a few. Hyuga Satoru replied calmly, having prepared his story. I see. The man nodded. He was no ninja, but he recognized Hyuga Satoru's Byakugan. A Hyuga, huh? Though he looked young, he was from a prestigious clan. His parents were probably strong ninjas as well. The quantity was small, but the purity was good. Accepting them as a favor would be no issue. Of course, he never imagined Hyuga Satoru was an orphan. They'll give you 300 ryo for these. If you find more in the future, come back. Thank you, sir. Hyuga Satoru smiled warmly. 300 ryo was not low. His monthly allowance was only 1500 ryo. Roughly speaking, he was earning over 10,000 a month. Can you imagine that? He was not even 7 yet. Once again by the broad river, Hyuga Satoru rolled his trousers up to his thighs and diligently scooped for ore. 2 piles lay on the bank, one of, or the other also of ore. The only difference was that the smaller pile comprised meticulously selected recyclable ores. The larger pile teemed with bizarre odds and ends, rusty pots, pans, iron wires, and ores that no ninja tool shop would accept as scrap. Nearby, over a fire, a skewer of grilled fish rotated on its own, releasing an enticing aroma. Time to chow down. After scouring this stretch of the river, Hyuga Satoru stretched, ambled to the fish, and ate with relish. Laboring for himself, he rejected the 9 to 5 grind. It's time to develop a new ability. After a hearty meal, Hyuga Satoru murmured. He fished a coin from his pocket and tossed it high. As the coin descended, the world around him seemed to slow. Sparks flickered at his fingertip, and with a gentle swoosh, the coin, wrapped in arcs of electricity, shot forth instantly, striking a fish in the river. Water splashed, and the fish floated belly up. Misaka Mikoto's signature move, Railgun. Having awakened electromagnetic powers, not cosplaying her signature technique would be a disservice to the anime had watched in his past life. But for now, a level 1 Railgun could only be used to hunt fish. Hyuga Satoru sighed. He didn't know if his electromagnetic level matched Misaka's in Academy City. Yet developing a Railgun at level 1 was possible, albeit with underwhelming power. These days, Hyuga Satoru had been pondering how to refine it. His Byakugan's range was a full kilometer. Any living being within that radius could not escape his perception, if paired with long-range Railgun strikes. Times have changed. Bare-handed execution was impossible, tools were necessary. His initial concept was a gun-like weapon, a high-precision iron barrel paired with bullets resembling an electromagnetic sniper rifle from his past life. But he quickly abandoned the idea. First, typical ninja tool shops could not craft such high-precision weapons, and even if they could, the cost was far beyond his means. Second, considering power output with level 1 electromagnetic strength, achieving his desired firepower seemed unrealistic. Once his electromagnetic level increased, this approach might become optimal. His second concept was a ballast. A narrow metal track in the middle would apply electromagnetic propulsion, and the specially crafted metal bolts, elongated and flat, would maximize acceleration through the magnetic field. Moreover, the bow's elastic potential energy could stack with electromagnetic energy for maximum lethality. Hyuga Satoru's eyes lit up. For his current electromagnetic level, the second method was undoubtedly the best. The first could be used later when his level increased. The second could be used now. With a ranged attack sorted, he also needed a close combat technique. The gentle fist was the Hyuga clan's most famous style. Hyuga Satoru scoffed. No one in their right mind would learn that. He approached a tree as thick as an arm span, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed a gentle fist stance. He took a deep breath, eyes sharp, as a faint blue membrane began to glow on his right palm. Once the energy had accumulated sufficiently, he suddenly struck. A dull thud. The blue membrane erupted from his palm, sending bark flying from the massive trunk. Leaves behind the tree rustled violently as the blue membrane expanded, scattering a carpet of foliage. If the Hyuga clan head were present, he would have been astounded, exclaiming, "This is the gentle fist." Hyuga Satoru gazed at his palm, which was reddened and trembling slightly. As I expected, compressing magnetic flux to a critical point and releasing it creates a high-intensity electromagnetic pulse. Electromagnetic pulse weapon. EMP featured in many sci-fi films, its principle not overly complex. A rapidly expanding, strong, alternating magnetic field collides with nitrogen and oxygen atoms in the air, splitting them into ions. Through electromagnetic induction, it instantaneously generates high voltage and circuits, crippling them. The palm strike Hyuga Satoru delivered carried a powerful high-voltage current with formidable repulsive force. That explained the scattered leaves. Let's call this technique Magneto Strike Palm. The power is decent. With enough chakra, I could imbue each of the 64 gentle fist strikes with this electromagnetic force. However, Hyuga Satoru frowned, looking at his trembling hand. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. This technique demands high physical resilience. With my current physique, I doubt I could even complete 18 strikes, let alone 64. Looks like I need to improve my physical condition. Besides fishing and mining, I can also employ the prisoner workout methods from my past life. In his former life, he had been a corporate grunt with no time to exercise, so he bought a full set of prisoner workout books amassing considerable theoretical knowledge. Having settled on his direction, Hyuga Satoru stretched, feeling invigorated. Thus it's decided mine, or save money, develop the Railgun, do prisoner workouts, cultivate Magneto Strike Palm. This Hyuga Satoru is getting more and more outrageous. In the classroom, Fujino Daiji stared at Hyuga Satoru, who was sleeping on his desk, his head throbbing with frustration. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such a lazy student. Lately, his impression of Hyuga Satoru could be summed up in one sentence. Sleep in class P during break. Are you kidding me? You're a ninja from the prestigious Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rin, also from a noble family, excelled in every subject, competing with Kakashi for the top spot. And Hyuga Iroha, though slightly less talented, was exceptionally diligent, making him a genius in his own right. Only you. Fujino Daiji felt his hair loss worsening. At this rate, the bald patch on his crown would spread even further. I'd better brew some goji berries in my thermos for the next class. If Hyuga Satoru knew what Fujino Daiji was thinking, he would definitely protest profusely. I may sleep through every class, but I work hard after school. Upgrading electromagnetic force requires experience points. Did he think I'd rather cosplay as a blade storm in class during the day instead of grinding levels all night? Lately I've been slacking off. The fish I've caught are enough to last for days. I've also stockpiled a pile of ores, just waiting to exchange them for money. My electromagnetic force experience has increased a notch. Isn't this better than listening to your droning? Oh, that feels good. Hyuga Satoru stretched lazily, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Turning his head, he saw Anko eating dangos staring at him with admiration. Huh, class is over. Satoru, you're so brave. Anko said respectfully. Just before class ended, Fujino Sensei was glaring at you for a long time. No wonder I felt a chill creeping down my back while I was sleeping. Hyuga Satoru suddenly understood. Just then Hyuga Satoru sensed a hostile gaze. He turned around and saw Hyuga Iroha staring coldly at him from the seat in front. Though both were from the Hyuga clan, his relationship with Iroha was far from friendly. Lately, Hyuga Iroha had repeatedly confronted him, accusing him of disgracing the Hyuga name, and even solemnly challenged him to a duel, determined to prove that the Hyuga branch family wasn't the slacker everyone thought. Hyuga Satoru naturally refused because he was afraid he might kill him with a single palm strike. He had observed that Iroha's chakra reserves had been growing rapidly, nearly reaching Genin level, but the key was that it was still far from impressive to him. He hadn't been idle either. The experience points for his level 1 electromagnetic force had increased significantly, his physical fitness had greatly improved, and he could now unleash the magnetic storm palm instantly. If Gentle Fist faced magnetic storm palm, it would be a thorough beating. He was really afraid that a slip of the hand would leave Iroha unable to get up. During this period, Hyuga Satoru trained his body with near-obsessive rigor because he discovered that enhancing his physical constitution strengthened his own biomagnetic field, which in turn amplified his control over electromagnetic force. However, he gradually realized that this feedback had an upper limit, as if an invisible door was blocking his deeper exploration of electromagnetic force. Hyuga Satoru guessed that this was due to his level. The authority granted by level 1 electromagnetic force was limited, it could not be amplified indefinitely. The level should correspond to the unlocked authority of electromagnetic force. The higher the level, the greater the authority. Abilities like forging a nuclear bomb with bare hands or dragging planets manually were all in the high tiers, and the road ahead was still long. After school, Hyuga Satoru returned to the Great River. He had already exhausted the river area where he previously mined ores, so this time he moved to a higher upstream position. Still the same 3 tasks: fishing, mining, and grinding levels. Hyuga Satoru stood in the swift river current, the water reaching up to his knees. Around his body, 2 slender metal skewers slowly rotated. Unlike before, Hyuga Satoru had 2 long iron plates tied to a rope behind him, submerged in the water, dragging his body as he struggled to move. This was version 2.0 of Hyuga Satoru's efficient leveling system. The metal plates were magnetized, attracting metal ores from the riverbed, greatly improving mining efficiency. During this time, Hyuga Satoru's body had grown accustomed to the 3 old tasks. The increase in electromagnetic force was as slow as a turtle's crawl. If he didn't come up with new methods, who knew how long it would take to level up? Hyuga Satoru walked through the rapid river, stopping to rest when tired or sleepy. Once his stamina was mostly restored, he began the second round. To prevent being swept away by the current, he had developed a new ability, electromagnetic adhesion. His feet firmly stuck to the mud beneath the riverbed, stabilizing his body against the constant battering of the water. Because of this additional application, the rate of electromagnetic force experience gained increased slightly. And so after countless rounds, the distant sun gradually sank below the horizon, painting the sky a deep orange at dusk. Estimating that today's quota was about right, Hyuga Satoru trudged out of the river and onto the bank. Just as he was about to organize the oars, he faintly heard a slapping sound coming from the forest. Hyuga Satoru was startled. Was it an illusion? No. Though the sound was faint, it was definitely real. He quietly activated his Byakugan. Through the Byakugan's vision, he clearly saw a small, slender girl about dozens of meters away, earnestly practicing taijutsu on a wooden post. Her hands, wrapped in bandages, struck the tree stump with clear rhythmic force. Hyuga Satoru frowned slightly. He recognized her. She was the overachiever in his class who competed with Kakashi. He still vividly remembered the scene from the last shuriken throwing test, where she and Kakashi were locked in fierce competition. What was her name? Uchiha Rin. Sure enough, a true overachiever, still training at this late hour. Hyuga Satoru clicked his tongue and moved more quietly, trying not to be discovered. It seemed he had come too far upstream this time. The lower reaches of the Naka River had been mostly scoured by him, and now he had drifted into the middle section, dangerously close to the Uchiha clan grounds. Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but grumble inwardly. You're an Uchiha. Why aren't you training in the dojo like a normal person instead of coming to the forest? Do you think you're like me, gaining experience just by slacking off? Just as he was carefully retreating, a sharp shout suddenly rang out from the forest. Who's there? The moment the voice fell, a shuriken flew fiercely toward Hyuga Satoru. Thud. A shuriken struck the tree trunk a few meters away from Wu. What a nuisance. Wu frowned. He had tried to minimize his movements, but it seemed he had been noticed after all. Unfortunately, it was almost evening and the banks of the Nanha River were quite tranquil, making his movements particularly conspicuous in such an environment. Seconds after that startled shout faded, a slender figure emerged from the forest, gripping a kunai and fixing a cold stare on Wu. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on the Yuzhibo clan's territory? Strictly speaking, this place is at least a few hundred meters from the Yuzhibo clan's territory, isn't it? Wu said helplessly. You are. A trace of surprise flickered across Yuzhibo Lin's face, and her hand gripping the kunai unconsciously loosened. She had initially thought it was some unfamiliar ninja trying to sneak into the clan territory under the cover of dusk, but to her surprise it was just a boy around her age. And those eyes. Have I seen you before? Yuzhibo Lin frowned slightly. She found Wu familiar, but couldn't recall where. Wu sighed and said with exasperation, Miss, if my Byakugan hasn't turned into presbyopia, we should be classmates. Is that so? Yuzhibo Lin tilted her head. In her eyes, only the strong mattered. Oh, she only remembered a few classmates with notable abilities. As for the Rishian clan, there seemed to be two classmates. One named Yalubo, whose talent was decent, and the other seemed to be the class slacker who slept through lessons all day, nicknamed by classmates as the Obito of the Rishian clan. So it must be this guy? What are you doing here? Wu looked embarrassed, pointing to his clothes placed on the riverbank. Would you believe me if I said I came here to bathe, eh? Because he had been panning for minerals in the river, his pant legs were rolled up to his thighs, and his body was mostly wet. If he were also holding a harpoon, he would be afraid that Yuzhibo Lin would shout that classic line. Holy shit. Yuanhua. Did you also clean up the riverbed while bathing? Yuzhibo Lin stared at him coldly. Beside Wu's clothes was a pile of rusty garbage, rusty pots, pans, bowls, wire, shuriken, and even some underwear. Could this guy be a pervert? The more Yuzhibo Lin thought about it, the more disgusted she felt. Wu was about to explain something when he saw Yuzhibo Lin. Whoosh, rushed to his side, her slender leg driving her toes into a vicious sweep aimed at his chest. Wu suddenly leaned back, narrowly dodging Yuzhibo Lin's attack. Classmate, I think there might be some misunderstanding here. Wu's scalp tingled as he immediately tried to explain. But Yuzhibo Lin clearly had no intention of listening, her voice icy. First, I don't like being disturbed while I'm training. Second, I don't like anyone bathing in the same river as me. The moment Yuzhibo Lin's cold words fell, she lunged to Wu's side. Wu defended with difficulty. He could understand the first sentence. What the hell was that second sentence? The Uchiha. Truly a wondrous race. The two clashed on the riverbank, the sound of flesh colliding echoing through the small forest. Yuzhibo Lin's attacks were quite vicious, each strike aimed at Wu's weak points, yet he managed to parry them all with a mixture of danger and relief. Once might be coincidence, twice might be luck, 3 or 4 times. Yuzhibo Lin frowned. Could it be that she had recently slacked off in training, only practicing 9 hours a day, causing her strength to regress? It seems you're not as simple as you appear. The look in her eyes toward Wu grew more serious. Wu had unspeakable troubles. This place was too close to the Yuzhibo clan territory. If the commotion grew too loud, it would inevitably attract other ninjas. The sky had gradually darkened, dusk fading away, and the two stood facing each other in the hazy night, locked in a standoff. Miss, how about I come back another time to apologize? My mom's calling me home for dinner. I've already said first. Stop. Xiang Wu decisively gave up negotiation. Yuzhibo Lin suddenly felt the pressure increase sharply. Amid the collision of fists and legs, her figure kept retreating along the riverbank. This guy. Yuzhibo Lin's expression gradually grew more serious. After dodging Xiang Wu's attack, she leaped back sharply and flung 2 shuriken. Xiang Wu calmly and steadily deflected them with his kunai. Yuzhibo Lin began forming hand seals, her speed very fast. Xiang Wu's eyelids twitched. A ninjutsu. This girl. She had even learned ninjutsu. In the gap between Yuzhibo Lin's hand seals, he suddenly charged forward, his palm wreathed in pale blue lightning, and struck firmly against her chest. Buzz. With a muffled boom, Yuzhibo Lin's body abruptly flew backward, crashing into the Nanha River beside them, sending water splashing everywhere. Sorry, my mom really is calling me home for dinner. Xiang Wu shouted, awkwardly wrapped the pile of oars in his jacket, hoisted it over his shoulder, and turned to sprint away. Splash. Yuzhibo Lin emerged from the river, disbelief and astonishment in her eyes, as she watched Xiang Wu's retreating figure. At that moment, her chest twitched slightly, as if electrocuted, tingling and numb. Her clothes, soaked by the river, clung tightly to her body, along with her waist-length hair outlining a flat chest. She lost that easily. What was that palm strike? Gentle fist. Is this goddamn gentle? Xiang Wu's silhouette gradually disappeared into the night. Yuzhibo Lin, soaking in the bone-chilling river water, suddenly curled the corner of her mouth. I thought Kakashi was already unmatched in the world, but I never expected someone bolder than him. Interesting. Uncle, how much for recycling this pile of ore? In front of the ninja tool shop, Hyuga Satoru pointed at the ore in his sack. This batch has good quality and a large quantity. I can give you 5,000 ryo. The man inspected it and quoted a number that made Hyuga Satoru's heart race. 5,000 ryo. This price was definitely not low. He was one step closer to customizing an electromagnetic cannon. Because of last night's experience, Hyuga Satoru decided to sell off his hoarded ore first and lie low for a few days. He didn't know how Uchiha Rin would view last night's events. In low emotional intelligence terms, he had gone near the Uchiha clan grounds last night and beaten someone up. In high emotional intelligence terms, at sunset by the scenic Nanga River, he engaged in an elegant yet polite contest with Uchiha Rin. Although the final result was that the other person ended up drenched like a drowned rat. As for the worst outcome, Hyuga Satoru had already considered it. It was nothing more than that the next day at school the class would be filled with stories of him and Uchiha Rin fighting 300 rounds beside the small forest. Hyuga Satoru's eyes flickered. It was obviously unrealistic to keep his electromagnetic ability hidden forever. He had to prepare in advance, especially against the main family. Kid, what are you thinking about? The man at the ninja tool shop handed Hyuga Satoru a stack of bills, and seeing him in deep thought, asked with a smile. I'm thinking that uncle is really a good person. I asked elsewhere, and they offered me at most 4,000 ryo. Hyuga Satoru looked up, his pure white eyes showing an innocent smile. Is that so? The man scratched his head. How about you come work with me forging iron? I think you have talent. They'll pay you a salary. Hyuga Satoru's forehead showed a line of black lines. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Just kidding. The man laughed awkwardly. Geez. How could I say something so stupid? Those eyes clearly belonged to a member of that prestigious clan. With such a noble status, how would they work for him because of lack of money? Even mining was probably just for training himself. Hyuga Satoru arrived at the classroom, but the scene of discussion he had anticipated did not appear. The classroom was unusually quiet, everyone was doing their own thing, and nobody noticed him. He cast his gaze toward Uchiha Rin's seat. She seemed to have no intention of seeking him out, burying her head, as if preparing something. Hyuga Satoru sighed in relief and sat down in his seat. Satoru, why do you look so listless again? Hondo blinked at him. Because I train diligently every night. Really? Hondo looked at him with a lewd expression. Hyuga Satoru couldn't be bothered to respond. What he needed to consider now was crafting a perfect explanation for his ability. By the way, Satoru, are you prepared for the upcoming practical exam? Hondo suddenly asked. Practical exam? Hyuga Satoru looked at her in astonishment. No way, no way. The first semester is almost over, and you still don't know. Hondo stared at him in shock, her mouth wide enough to fit an orange. Oh my god, oh my god. My dead-last desk mate has slept through the entire semester and doesn't even know about the final exam. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't know. Is it already time for the final exam? It seems I can't slack off like this anymore. Hyuga Satoru looked enlightened. No wonder the classroom was unusually quiet when he came in today. So it was because the final exam was coming and everyone was cramming. So you do know you've been slacking off. Hondo rolled her eyes at him. This slacking off was different from that slacking off. But Hyuga Satoru couldn't be bothered to explain. Hondo sighed and started chattering incessantly. You're probably going to lose face big time. Many people are hoping that a member of the Hyuga clan like you will have bad luck. Do you know many people in the class are mocking you for being lazy, sleeping in class every day, and being a dead last, just like Obito? Hongdo kept complaining nonstop. Hyuga Satoru remained silent, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Soon the homeroom teacher Fujino Daikichi entered the classroom, gave instructions, and organized the students to go to the playground for the practical exam. He proudly scanned the students on the playground, as if looking at a lush crop of green chives. Under his guidance, many students had made great progress. They all had bright futures. But when his gaze fell on two people, his expression turned strange and helpless. One was Uchiha Obito. This guy was definitely the oddball of the Uchiha. Luckily, the class had Uchiha Rin to salvage the clan's reputation, otherwise the students' impression of the Uchiha might have changed. The other was Hyuga Satoru. Obito might be a bit slow, but at least he didn't slack off. He was energetic but this Hyuga Satoru, too lazy. In class he sleeps, after class he pees. All day long he has never seen him listen attentively. Look at Hyuga Iroha, also a Hyuga. How can the gap be so huge? Daikichi had a headache. Were there so many oddballs among the clan children this year? One Uchiha, one Hyuga. Tingya Daji took a deep breath, emptying the distracting thoughts from his mind, and called out the names of two students. Xiaochun Meizi versus Shangchuan Yurin begin. After forming the seal of confrontation, the two began a fierce taijutsu battle, the slapping sounds of their bodies colliding echoing across the training ground. Tingya Daji nodded slightly. At this stage, when most students had not yet learned ninjutsu, battles mainly relied on taijutsu and shuriken throwing. These two students had a fairly solid foundation among civilians. Soon after, Shangchuan Yurin held a kunai to Xiaochun Meizi's throat. Shangchuan Yurin wins. Tingya Daji nodded and announced the result of the test. Rixiang Wu watched quietly from the side. He didn't know his exact strength, but recalling his fight with Yuzhibo Lin last night, Tingya Daji announced the next match. Rixiang Yulubo versus Shanxing Qingmu. Hearing this, a clamor arose around them. It's Yulubo? Shanxing Qingmu is probably going to suffer. Yeah, after all, he's a genuine Rixiang ninja, not someone a fake can compare to. Hearing his name, Shanxing Qingmu was stunned and could only brace himself and step forward. He had no hope of defeating Rixiang Yulubo, since in the class Yulubo was a genius of the second tier after Kakashi and Yuzhibo Lin. As expected, the moment the fight began, Shanxing Qingmu was completely at a disadvantage. Rixiang Yulubo, having activated his Byakugan, struck with treacherous and vicious precision, landing a palm on his chest that sent him flying backward heavily. Is that the gentle fist? So powerful. Yeah. Couldn't even see clearly, defeated the opponent. Struggling to get up from the ground, Shanxing Qingmu felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the flow of his chakra became stiff and sluggish. Is this the power of the gentle fist? He clutched his chest, panting and staring at Yulubo in shock. Though he knew he would lose, it was far too fast. Of course. Yulubo looked quite pleased, tilting his head slightly. The power of the gentle fist is unquestionable. In the Rixiang clan, not everyone can master it. Sensing the implication in Yulubo's words, Rixiang Wu raised an eyebrow disdainfully. At this current stage, Yulubo, with his Byakugan and gentle fist, indeed had a great advantage against ordinary ninjas. But in the later stages, the shortcomings of the gentle fist and Byakugan were fully exposed. Their upper limit was too low. The Sharingan had its advanced forms, and other Kekkei Genkai had abilities that could rival the Kage. Only the gentle fist was neither here nor there. Strong. Yes, it was strong. But that was all. The key point was that the Rixiang clan was complacent, rigidly following tradition, never innovating or developing new abilities. In the entire vast Rixiang clan, not a single cage-level powerhouse could be found. This was also the reason Rixiang Wu disliked too much contact with clan ninjas. The path he would take was destined to be different from that of the Rixiang. Tingya Daji called out several names one after another. Rixiang Wu saw Kakashi's battle, smooth and fluid, defeating his opponent cleanly with taijutsu alone, surpassing even Yulubo. As expected of the top genius of this cohort, Rixiang Wu quietly praised. Under the guidance of Chimu Shimao, Kakashi had already left his peers far behind by more than one level. Using Kakashi's current chakra reserves as a unit, my chakra reserves are about 1. 2 Kakashi. The vitality of my biological magnetic field gives me a considerable advantage in chakra quantity. Just as Rixiang Wu was pondering, a voice broke his train of thought. Rixiang Wu versus Rixiang Yulubo. Rixiang Wu looked up and saw Yulubo staring at him coldly. Wow. A battle between two Rixiang. This will be interesting. Who do you think will win? Of course, that Rixiang Wu guy just slacks off all day. We've never seen him serious. How could he beat Yulubo? Beside him, Hongdo tugged anxiously at Rixiang Wu's sleeve. Hey Wu, don't be stubborn to save face. If you can't win, just give up. It's not shameful. Getting hurt would be the real shame. Rixiang Wu rolled his eyes at her. Are you that lacking in confidence in me? In the crowd, Yuzhibo Lin's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, locking tightly onto Rixiang Wu. Unlike the jeers of others, she knew that this guy Rixiang Wu had been hiding his true abilities. The two came to the center of the training ground and formed the seal of confrontation. Rixiang Yalubo said with a grim expression. Rixiang Wu, I recall you've never trained in the gentle fist at the clan's practice grounds. He'll show you what the Rixiang. You'll know once we fight. Rixiang Wu interrupted him directly. Yalubo's face darkened as he formed hand seals and shouted, Byakugan activate. Vein-like bulges protruded fiercely around his eyelids, and his pure white eyes stared intently at Rixiang Wu. Aren't you going to activate your Byakugan? No need. Rixiang Wu shrugged. Arrogant. Yalubo struck out with a palm carrying a gust of wind, his expression dark. Rixiang Wu simply sidestepped, lightly dodging the attack. Just luck. Yalubo frowned. He struck again with even greater ferocity, yet to Yalubo's surprise, he hit nothing again. How is your speed so fast? Yalubo exclaimed in shock. Even as slow-witted as he was, he realized that Rixiang Wu had dodged his attacks purely with his physical reaction speed. Not bad, Rixiang Wu said. His daily slack-off or digging training had already made his physical fitness far surpass his peers. Moreover, while dodging, he used electric current to stimulate his muscles for rapid contraction. Yalubo's attacks seemed like slow motion in his eyes. The contempt in his eyes vanished, replaced by gravity. Rixiang Yalubo said in a low voice, Rixiang Wu, I admit you've surprised me quite a bit, but can you dodge this next move? Oh. Rixiang Wu raised an eyebrow. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams. 32 palms. Assuming a strange stance, Yalubo's aura surged like a rainbow, and his hands attacked wildly like flowing water. Dodging Yalubo's onslaught with quick sidesteps, Rixiang Wu showed a hint of surprise. The 8 trigrams 32 palms was generally only mastered by genini. From this perspective, the background character Yalubo in the original story could also be considered a genius. After all, in the original story, when he met the protagonist, he was already a jonin, though no one in Konoha who became a jonin was mediocre. Realizing this, Rixiang Wu let out a compliment. Not bad. This faint praise exploded in Yalubo's ears like a bomb, causing him to flush red and clench his teeth as he continued attacking. Bastard. How dare you humiliate me? Angry as he was powerless. Barely maintaining the 8 trigrams 32 palms was already his limit. Once this set of gentle fist was completed, his stamina would likely be completely depleted. But if he stopped the attack now, he would inevitably expose a flaw for Rixiang Wu to exploit. He had thought he could use this move to decisively crush Rixiang Wu, but instead he found himself in a dilemma where it was difficult to advance or retreat. After dodging another strike of gentle fist, Rixiang Wu sidestepped slightly, a faint lightning arc flickering on his right palm, and pressed it against Yalubo's chest with lightning speed. Blue electric arcs burst out at the point of contact, accompanied by a dull explosion. Yalubo's body flew backward heavily like a kite, with its string cut. Complete silence. Hongdo was stunned. A sharp glint flashed in Yuzebo Lin's eyes. Was that the move? She seemed to return to that night, when she was struck in the chest by Rixiang Wu's palm and fell into the icy waters of the Nanga River. Tingye Daji's mouth was wide enough to swallow an orange. Yalubo struggled to support himself, his chest stinging as if struck by lightning, his muscles trembling uncontrollably with numbness. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at Rixiang Wu, and said through gritted teeth, Damn it. So you've been faking it all along. He had never imagined that the clansman he had always looked down upon actually far surpassed him in strength. In the previous match he had boasted, and now it was like a resounding slap across his face. So the clown was actually me. Iroha flushed crimson, his cheeks stinging with a fiery pain, as if Hyuga Satoru's palm had struck not his chest but his face. Was that the gentle fist? This is the gentle fist. Hyuga Satoru shot him a disdainful glance. Iroha was stunned. He had said it wasn't the gentle fist. Yet Hyuga Satoru insisted it was the gentle fist. How could this be the gentle fist? Iroha clenched his fists, wanting to refute, but words failed him. How could this possibly be the gentle fist? My chest tingles and numbs like an electric shock, and with one palm strike I flew that far. And you call this the gentle fist? But at the thought of being so easily vanquished with a single blow, Iroha's eyes instantly dimmed. I lost. One. Azuki stood dumbfounded, her mouth agape. If someone had shoved something bizarre into her mouth at that moment, she probably wouldn't have noticed. Hyuga Satoru wins. After a long silence, Fujino Daiji finally announced the result. Uchiha Rin's pupils contracted slightly. Though she already knew Hyuga Satoru was formidable, his effortless defeat of Iroha still caught her off guard. So that night wasn't even his limit. A faint smirk curled at the corner of her lips. Not bad. With strength like that, you're worthy of being my Uchiha Rin's rival. Obito stared blankly as Hyuga Satoru walked back amidst countless astonished and admiring gazes. They had agreed to be the shame of their clans together. He would tarnish the Hyuga name, while Obito would tarnish the Uchihas. Yet in the blink of an eye, Satoru had become a prodigy, leaving Obito to wallow in disgrace alone. This wasn't fair. When Hyuga Satoru returned, Azuki asked in amazement, Satoru, how did you do it? Hyuga Satoru raised an eyebrow. and sighed, genius. I merely spent the time others sleep on study. Azuki pouted, I don't believe a word you say. I've never seen you awake during class. Fujino Daiji quickly recovered and announced the next match. After all, as a seasoned ninja instructor, his experience far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. I misjudged him. That kid isn't a dead last, he's a genius. But how did he defeat Iroha? That strike was too fast, and it didn't seem like the gentle fist either. Fujino Daiji was utterly bewildered, his eyes shifting uncertainly. No, he had to probe the kid's limits further. After a few matches, he announced the next pair. Next match, Uchiha Rin versus Hyuga Satoru. The crowd burst into commotion. Oh my, it's Uchiha versus Hyuga. Uchiha Rin has always been Kakashi's rival among prodigies. Can Hyuga Satoru handle it? Hard to say. He beat Iroha, but Uchiha Rin is far stronger. Hyuga Satoru's scalp tingled. Among everyone present, she was the last person he wanted to face. None other than that night's encounter. Sure enough, when they stood opposite each other on the training ground, Uchiha Rin's first words were, Hyuga Satoru, do you remember that night by the Nanha River? Silence fell over the training ground. Even Iroha, who had been sent flying by Hyuga Satoru's palm earlier, was stunned. Everyone gaped, staring incredulously at Hyuga Satoru and Uchiha Rin. No way. No way. Could it be that they? A Hyuga and an Uchiha. How thrilling. Some female classmates had already begun wildly speculating. Azuki looked from Hyuga Satoru to Uchiha Rin, letting out a knowing cackle. The tale of my dead last desk mate and the Uchiha female genius. The atmosphere grew tense. Hyuga Satoru was so embarrassed he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He never expected Uchiha Rin to be so blatant about it. What did she mean by that night by the Nanha River? But Uchiha Rin paid no heed to his thoughts. Her eyes narrowed as she hurled several shuriken with both hands. In the air, the trajectories of the shuriken intersected and collided, forming an impenetrable black web that sealed off all of Hyuga Satoru's escape routes. Such advanced throwing technique. Fujino Daiji couldn't help but admire. This method of altering shuriken trajectories through collisions was rarely mastered so skillfully even among Uchiha Genin. Facing the relentless assault, Hyuga Satoru gripped a kunai to parry. A startling scene unfolded. No matter from which angle the shuriken attacked, Hyuga Satoru effortlessly blocked or dodged them. It was as if the shuriken are afraid of him. Someone in the crowd muttered in daze. What nonsense are you talking about? Shuriken are lifeless. How could they? Haven't you noticed? The person turned around. It's not that he's dodging the shuriken are. The doubter looked closely and gaped. He saw that whenever a shuriken was about to hit Hyuga Satoru, it would miraculously alter its trajectory, grazing past him. This change allowed Hyuga Satoru to evade freely even under a hail of shuriken. Could it be? Uchiha Rin squinted, a terrifying guess forming in her mind, which then turned into confusion. Impossible. He's from the Hyuga clan, he shouldn't be able to. Knowing her shuriken were useless, Uchiha Rin stopped throwing. Gripping a kunai, she shot toward Hyuga Satoru like an arrow. Hyuga Satoru also held a kunai to parry, and they engaged in taijutsu combat. The longer they fought, the deeper Uchiha Rin's shock grew. So that night wasn't your limit. On that night by the Nanha River, she could trade blows with Hyuga Satoru in taijutsu, but now she was completely suppressed. Hyuga Satoru sighed. Isn't that obvious? In terms of combat experience, he still lagged behind Uchiha Rin, but the advantages of his Byakugan and physical speed firmly overwhelmed her. If I had awakened my Sharingan, you wouldn't have been so comfortable. With a stubborn retort, Uchiha Rin gritted her teeth, leaped back, and abandoned the idea of taijutsu combat. As she leaped back to create distance, Uchiha Rin rapidly formed hand seals, and a scorching aura erupted from her mouth. Fire style. As she leaped back to create distance, Uchiha Rin rapidly formed hand seals, and a scorching aura erupted from her mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ninjutsu. Fujino Daiji's pupils contracted. At this stage, students capable of using ninjutsu were unequivocally prodigies, let alone a crank technique like the Great Fireball. This is bad. The Great Fireball's power was immense. Fujino Daiji instinctively wanted to intervene to save Hyuga Satoru, but before he could react, the attack had already arrived. The fiery orange orb engulfed Hyuga Satoru's position. Exploding flames scattered, raising the temperature of the entire training ground and turning the air dry and scorching. Did it hit? A glimmer of hope flickered in Uchiha Rin's eyes. Soon the flames dissipated, but the rising smoke contained no figure. A faint voice came from behind her. Didn't anyone tell you that the Great Fireball can't kill people, eh? Behind her. Her pupils constricted sharply. She tried to adjust her body to dodge, but it was too late. A blow like lightning struck her back. Blue arcs exploded at her spine, sending her flying forward under the intense impact. Hyuga Satoru shook his hand, looking at Uchiha Rin lying on the ground. This battle had been perilous. Uchiha Rin's strength pressed him hard. Fortunately, the Great Fireball had a long startup time, allowing him to use the flames as cover to circle behind and land the decisive blow. Are you okay? Seeing Uchiha Rin motionless on the training ground, Hyuga Satoru approached. Suddenly a change occurred. Whoosh! Uchiha Rin raised her hand and hurled a kunai straight at him. But a second before impact, the kunai's trajectory abruptly curved, grazing past his cheek in an arc. Magnet release. So you've awakened dual bloodline limits. On the ground, a sharp glint flashed in Uchiha Rin's eyes. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Dual bloodline limits. Magnet release. What's that? D-dual Kekkei Genkai. Fujino Daikichi gaped in shock. In over 2 decades of teaching, he had only heard of dual Kekkei Genkai, but never witnessed one. Possessing a single Kekkei Genkai could already elevate one above the masses. Having two simultaneously was utterly terrifying. Yet the trajectory of the kunai shifting before striking Hyuga Satoru was far too vivid. If so, only one explanation remained. Magnet release. As a Hyuga, he already possessed the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai, and now awakening magnet release undoubtedly made him a dual Kekkei Genkai user. Fujino Daikichi's eyes flickered. A dual Kekkei Genkai is a matter of grave importance. I must report this to the Hokage immediately. The crowd stirred with unrest. Heavens, what is a dual Kekkei Genkai? It must mean possessing 2 Kekkei Genkai. I never imagined such a shinobi could exist. Even the usually composed Kakashi's eyes betrayed a hint of awe at the term, his gaze fixed on Hyuga Satoru in the training ground. Thanks to White Fang's tutelage, he understood better than most what a dual Kekkei Genkai entailed. Iroha, who had been wounded by Hyuga Satoru earlier, clutched his chest and stared at the figure standing before Uchiha Rin, his shock beyond words. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In nearly 1,000 years of Hyuga history, no shinobi has ever possessed dual Kekkei Genkai. The Byakugan is already one of the most formidable dojutsu. How could anyone awaken another Kekkei Genkai? He suddenly recalled the palm strike that had defeated him earlier. Could it have been a technique developed using magnet release? But he had never heard of magnet release having such an ability. Satoru, is that powerful? Anko glanced around at the stunned expressions of everyone nearby, curiosity stirring within her. In the Hokage's office, piles of documents cluttered the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression stern, puffed on his pipe while burying himself in paperwork. Suddenly a figure materialized beside the Hokage's desk, wearing an animal mask and clad in black. Speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered the word without looking up. Hokage-sama, the Umbu member bowed slightly. Instructor Fujino Daikichi of Ninja Academy Class A reports that one of his students, a Hyuga branch family member, has awakened magnet release possessing dual Kekkei Genkai. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand froze mid-motion, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he raised his head toward the Umbu. Is the information accurate? It is accurate. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He knew Fujino Daikichi. Nearly 20 years of teaching at the academy, one of the most seasoned instructors. With his judgment, such a mistaken intelligence was unlikely. Then only one possibility remained. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. That Hyuga student truly had awakened a dual Kekkei Genkai. But, he frowned. It still seemed improbable. Although shinobi with dual Kekkei Genkai were exceedingly rare, they did exist. The Mist Village had seen such individuals in history. But a Hyuga with dual Kekkei Genkai. He had never heard of such a thing. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was already a formidable Kekkei Genkai, and historically no clan member had ever awakened another Kekkei ability. Magnet release. Wasn't that a Kekkei Genkai from the Sand Village? Could it be that the child's parents? Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized his lapse. The Hyuga never intermarried with outsiders. Thus, only one explanation remained. Genetic mutation. Bring me all intelligence on that Hyuga student. Also inform the Hyuga clan head. Since he is their clansman, they shall investigate. Yes. The figure beside the desk vanished. Exhaling a long plume of white smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen bit down on his pipe, leaning back in his chair with a look of weariness. Dual Kekkei Genkai. If no mishap occurs, his future potential will be boundless. A pity he is from the branch family. At the Hyuga compound. No sooner had the day's examination ended and Hyuga Satoru returned home than a branch family guard sought him out, instructing him to go to the clan's ancestral hall. Hyuga Satoru remained expressionless. They came swiftly. By revealing part of his abilities, he was bound to face the clan's scrutiny. He could not avoid using his electromagnetic force ability. If he employed it in the future, explanations would become far more troublesome. So it was better to use this examination to rationalize his power. As for the consequences, Hyuga Satoru had already considered them. Being a branch family member, Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly interfere, leaving the matter to the main family to handle. As for Danzo, what would that old man want with a branch member? The caged bird seal took precedence over the tongue cutter seal. Wasn't that like standing naked before the main family? Thus the delightful Sarutobi, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage, scenario would likely not occur. Following the branch family guard Hyuga Satoru arrived at the main family's ancestral hall, the venue for Hyuga clan meetings accessible only to main family members and high-ranking branch family shinobi. Having transmigrated so long ago, this was Hyuga Satoru's first time here, and he couldn't help but glance around. Compared to other parts of the Hyuga compound, the decoration here was more austere, exuding an air of solemn authority. Below the hall lay several meditation cushions where a few middle-aged men sat cross-legged with a young man standing nearby. The branch family guard stepped forward and knelt, addressing the man in the center respectfully. Clan head, he has arrived. Clan head. Hyuga Satoru curiously observed the man, clad in a white robe with gray at his temples, but sharp-spirited Byakugan fixed on him. This must be the current head of the Hyuga clan. I recall his name is Hyuga Suigetsu. The young man beside him should be Hyuga Hayashi, though at this point in the timeline, he hasn't become clan head yet. Hyuga Satoru analyzed silently. Seeing that Hyuga Satoru showed no fear, but instead looked him over, Hyuga Suigetsu frowned and spoke first. You are Hyuga Satoru, correct? I heard you awakened a second Kekkai Jinkai. Yes. Hyuga Satoru. Magnet release. Yes. A brief silence fell over the ancestral hall. After a moment, Hyuga Suigetsu asked in a deep voice, in nearly 1,000 years of our clan's history, there has never been a dual Kekkai Jinkai shinobi. How did you awaken it? The others also turned their gazes to Hyuga Satoru, awaiting his answer. Hyuga Satoru shook his head. I don't know. When did you awaken it? Hyuga Suigetsu pressed on. When news of my father's death arrived, I felt as if the sky was collapsing. Something seemed about to explode in my head. I lay in bed for several days, and when I woke up, I realized I was different. At the time, I didn't know I had awakened magnet release. It was only later that I gradually discovered I had gained other abilities. Hyuga Satoru narrated calmly. Hyuga Suigetsu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Before Hyuga Satoru's arrival, all intelligence about him had already been placed before them. Naturally, they knew of his family situation. His mother died in childbirth, his father perished on a mission as a branch family guard. The records mentioned that Hyuga Satoru fell ill after his father's death, but the details were vague. So it was under the shock of losing both parents with intense emotional turmoil that he awakened. But why only him? Genetic mutation. Hyuga Satoru's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he sneered. He had inherited his predecessor's memories and knew that after his father's death, he had indeed fallen ill. A perfect excuse. The Hyuga did not intermarry with outsiders, so his identity and bloodline were beyond doubt. Both parents were dead with no witnesses to refute him. Only genetic mutation could explain it. Moreover, with the caged bird seal on his forehead, he posed no threat to the main family. Thus the outcome was predetermined. As expected, Hyuga Suigetsu remained silent for a long time before nodding, apparently accepting Hyuga Satoru's explanation. Just as Hyuga Satoru breathed a sigh of relief, Hyuga Suigetsu suddenly raised his head and stared directly at him. Since you awakened this new Kekkai Jinkai long ago, why have you never trained at the clan's training ground or in... The atmosphere in the clan hall was unusually oppressive, as if the air had solidified into a tangible form. Hinata, Shueiue, and the others fixed their gazes firmly on Hinata was. After a moment of silence, Hinata was spoke. I also want to go to the family's training grounds, but most of those who train there are Chunin and Jinin. I am not even a ninja, how could I compete with them? I can only train at home, every day. The bloodline ability of magnet release is something I recently developed. Before this, my understanding of bloodline limits was very limited. My parents passed away early, and I have been living alone without the energy to think too much. After speaking, Hinata fell silent. In such a situation, the best approach was to feign ignorance and play the victim. After all, he was just a minor figure in the clan. Even if the main family had information about him, it would not be much. Hinata Shueiue exchanged glances with several elders nearby. Indeed, they had already investigated Hinata's situation. If it weren't for the matter of the double bloodline, he would be the most inconspicuous person in the family. Hardly anyone would pay attention to him. Nodding slightly, Hinata Shueiue's voice softened a bit. Since you have awakened the second bloodline, you will not live as before. Starting today, your allowance will be tripled. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. Hinata was bowed in gratitude, considering it an unexpected joy. Then Hinata Shueiue's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he changed the subject. I have heard that you have grown dismissive of the gentle fist, and even altered the fundamental techniques of gentle fist. Is this true? Once again, the clan hall fell into silence. Hinata remained silent. It was needless to say that this was naturally a report from Ira. Yes. A trace of displeasure appeared in Hinata Shueiue's eyes as he frowned. The reason our clan has stood firm in the ninja world for 1,000 years is due to the foundations of gentle fist and Byakugan. The fundamentals of gentle fist are not to be altered, do you understand? Hinata pondered briefly and asked tentatively, Esteemed clan leader, may I ask, Gentle Fist has allowed our Hinata clan to stand tall in the ninja world for 1,000 years, but has Gentle Fist undergone any changes over the years? Hinata Shueisha thought for a moment. Though Gentle Fist has undergone evolution since its inception, it became fixed later, becoming the technique best suited for our clan, able to respond to all changes, and has remained so for a century. Esteemed clan leader, I learned about the tailed beasts from my father's notes. I wonder if Gentle Fist can handle the tailed beasts. What do you mean? Hinata Shueisha frowned slightly. Hinata was paused for a moment, and spoke softly, Gentle Fist has its limits. Enough. Hinata Shueisha interrupted him with dissatisfaction. Our Hinata clan has been able to stand firm until now, relying on the foundations of Gentle Fist and Byakugan. Do not think that just because you awaken magnet release you can take another path. I tell you, compared to Gentle Fist, magnet release is worthless. The branch family guard beside Hinata was trembled, bowing his body, his face showing helplessness and bitterness, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. He did not understand why Hinata was brought up this topic. It was well known that the elders of the main family were overly sensitive about Gentle Fist. Hinata was sighed inwardly. Not to mention that Gentle Fist has almost no long-range capabilities. Even the only empty palm technique has a very limited range, which severely restricts the upper limit of Gentle Fist. Most importantly, the rigid practice of Gentle Fist has nearly cut off the possibility for Hinata ninjas to develop other abilities of Byakugan. A Byakugan bloodline with several kilometers of perspective capability has been turned into a mere scout by Hinata. Gentle Fist may once have been the foundation for the Hinata clan standing in the ninja world, but now it is a shackle for the Hinata clan, like a caged bird. Only by breaking this shackle can Hinata rise anew. Hinata Shueisha waved his hand impatiently. All right, this matter ends here. You may go. Yes. After Hinata was, and the branch family guard left, Hinata Shueisha looked at the young man behind him and asked in a deep voice. Hinata Hisashi, what do you think of Hinata was? Hinata Hisashi is a descendant that Hinata Shueisha has great hopes for, having always kept him by his side as a potential heir. Hinata Hisashi thought for a moment and said, since he is the first double bloodline ninja in our Hinata history, his future development will surely be promising. However, his lack of emphasis on Gentle Fist may become an obstacle on his path. Hinata Shueisha snorted coldly. To give up studying Gentle Fist and instead pursue some unorthodox paths, his achievements will certainly be limited. After all, he is just a branch family member. Hearing the last sentence, Hinata Hisashi opened his mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Outside the clan hall, the branch family guard wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking anxiously at Hinata. You are too bold. You actually dared to speak ill of Gentle Fist in front of the clan leader. Hinata's gaze flickered. This was his first contact with the senior management of the main family. The stubborn corruption of the main family was laid bare. They knew that Gentle Fist could be improved, but remained obstinately rigid, insisting that ancestral laws must not be changed. However, this was not without benefits for him. After today, the clan leader would likely continue to hold him in contempt, which would actually be beneficial for him to develop his electromagnetic abilities. Shaking off his thoughts, Hinata scratched his head and smiled at the branch family guard. Thank you for your concern, uncle. By the way, I still don't know your name. Hinata Hiragi, you can just call me Uncle Hiragi. All right, Uncle Hiragi. Hinata Hiragi seemed to remember something, gazing into the distance, a hint of nostalgia appearing on his face. Before your father passed away, he also carried out missions with me. Although we didn't talk much, it was clear that he was a very I have too many tasks every day, and aside from distributing your compensation, it's hard to have much communication with you. But if you have any cultivation issues in the future, you can come and find me. Then thank you, Uncle Hiragi. Hinata said with a smile. Hinata Hiragi was a jonin, so even if he didn't follow the Gentle Fist system, there should still be things he could consult about. The next day, when Wu arrived at school, he noticed that his classmates' gazes had changed. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of shock, admiration, envy, and jealousy, all directed at him. Wu saw Yalubo staring at him with complex emotions. The moment she noticed him looking back, she immediately turned away, unwilling to meet his eyes. As soon as he sat down, he saw Hongdo curiously lean her face close. Hey, were you really the one they say possesses dual Kekkei Genkai? Of course, Wu said, rolling his eyes at her. I never thought someone could have two Kekkei Genkai at once. It's unbelievable. I thought one was the limit. Have you gone dumb from eating too many sweets? The Mist Village has had dual Kekkei Genkai shinobi before, rare but not extinct. Read more books, will you? In the past, Hongdo would have immediately refuted Wu's taunts, but now that she knew he was a dual Kekkei Genkai genius, she simply nodded quietly and said, oh. Just then Wu sensed someone approaching. Looking up, he saw Yuzhibo Lin. Can I help you? Wu kept his voice low, worried that Yuzhibo Lin still harbored resentment over their encounter by the Nanha River that night and had come to pick a fight. Yuzhibo Lin said flatly, fight me after school. Wu. No way. No way. Is it really that serious? An elementary schooler asking for an after-school fight. As if realizing her wording was off, Yuzhibo Lin reconsidered. I wasn't satisfied with losing last time. I've learned some new jutsu. Let's have a rematch after school. Wu sighed in relief, but couldn't help muttering internally, brother, if you want a match, just say so. Why call it a fight? Compared to Kakashi, you're a better rival. Yuzhibo Lin stared straight at him. She wants to use me as a sparring partner. Wu laughed bitterly. What a relentless overachiever. Before she was aiming to surpass Kakashi. Now that she found I'm stronger than Kakashi, she's turning her sights on me. After a moment of thought, Wu looked at her and said thoughtfully, you want me as your sparring partner? An interesting idea. Not impossible. Yuzhibo Lin's face lit up. So you agree. Don't get too excited. Wu rolled his eyes. He'll fight you again, but if you lose you have to agree to one condition. One condition? Yuzhibo Lin frowned. Can I know what it is? No. Wu shook his head. That's what makes it a real bet. Yuzhibo Lin frowned. So even if you ask me to do something weird I have to agree. Hearing that, Wu's expression froze. If he had been drinking water, he would have sprayed it all over Yuzhibo Lin's face. Then he fell into a thoughtful expression. Yuzhibo Lin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as a vein bulged on her forehead. Bastard. Don't actually consider it. Just joking, just joking. Wu laughed awkwardly. He could feel the icy aura emanating from Yuzhibo Lin, as if she would pounce on him and tear him apart any second. Hondo glanced between Wu and the silent Yuzhibo Lin. A slight grin spread across her face, revealing a hint of anticipation and amusement. Don't worry, I promise the condition won't involve anything weird. And if you find it too much you can just refuse. Wu said seriously. Yuzhibo Lin thought for a moment, then lifted her head. Alright. It's after school. Yuzhibo Lin followed Wu to the small forest behind the hill. The Nanha River's stream murmured gently through the trees, and the fading sunlight filtered through the branches onto the fallen leaves, creating a tranquil scene. Since she had been defeated by Wu on the banks of the Nanha River last time, Yuzhibo Lin insisted on another battle by the same river. Of course, this spot was still far from the Yuzhibo clan grounds. No one would disturb them. Do you always train here? Why not use the clan's training ground? Yuzhibo Lin scanned the surroundings, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she stared at Wu. Wu sighed. You know, in an ancient clan like the Rixiang, there are countless rules and restrictions. Here I feel freer. Yuzhibo Lin thought of some stubborn elders in her own clan and nodded in agreement. True. That's also why I chose to train by the Nanha River. She looked at the Wu before her and suddenly felt they had something in common. The sunset's glow spread across the Nanha River, beside them golden fragments flowing with the murmuring current. In the silence, Yuzhibo Lin spoke first. Let's begin. No sooner had Uchiha Lin spoken than she sharply flicked her wrist. With several whistling sounds piercing the air, a handful of kunai flew swiftly toward Hyuga, aiming precisely at his vital points. Would As Hyuga discerned the kunai's material, his pupils contracted. Did she know my ability to control metal, and thus replace all her ninja tools with wooden ones beforehand? Having pieced this together, Hyuga's face assumed a somber expression. He sidestepped backward, narrowly dodging every kunai with perilous precision. Uchiha Lin reached for the ninja tool pouch at her waist and hurled another volley of wooden kunai. These kunai collided midair, altering their trajectories to form an impenetrable net that swept toward him. Hyuga was heart-startled. She's actually using the Uchiha throwing technique on wooden kunai. The rebound coefficients of metal and wood are entirely different. With the same throwing method, wooden ones are far more difficult. Last time she didn't gain an edge with this move, and now she's repeating it with wood. Hyuga gave a wry smile. What an overachiever. It was easy to imagine how much arduous training Uchiha Lin had secretly put in to re-execute this technique with wooden kunai. Gripping a metal kunai, Hyuga retreated while parrying the incoming projectiles. Fortunately, his reaction speed, heightened by electric stimulation, was more than sufficient to handle such attacks. His peripheral vision swept to the spot where Uchiha Lin had stood, now vacant. A sound of air splitting came from beside him as a slender leg swept horizontally, its toe aimed directly at his chest. Hyuga sidestepped, letting her toe graze past his chest with a howling gust of wind. Is she getting serious? Sensing the pressure, he dared not underestimate her. Activating his Byakugan, he entered combat mode. The slapping sounds of physical collision echoed continuously through the forest, shaking leaves from the great trees one after another until they fell to the ground. Why aren't you using the gentle fist? Uchiha Lin asked curiously. I'm not particularly fond of it. The gentle fist is too rigid and has too many limitations. Hyuga raised a palm to block Uchiha Lin's sweeping leg, then drove his right fist toward the base of her thigh, forcing her to retreat. But if I break down the techniques and attack weak points, it actually suits my rhythm better. Uchiha Lin nodded. With conventional gentle fist, its singular attack patterns might not have exerted such pressure on her, but Hyuga's strikes were chaotic. Each one aimed at her vulnerabilities, leaving her flustered. Seeing no advantage in close combat, Uchiha Lin leaped backward, widening the distance, and formed hand seal. After observing the sequence of seals, Hyuga raised an eyebrow and said dismissively, "You dare use the great fireball again? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" Yet Uchiha Lin, as if deaf to his words, took a deep breath and instantly exhaled a blazing orb of fiery orange. Hyuga was heart-jolted. The great fireball wasn't aimed at him. It targeted the empty space between them. Due to the drastically shortened attack range, the fireball smashed into the ground instantly. The orange flames swept up fallen leaves, scattering them in all directions, while a cloud of gray-black smoke mixed with embers burst forth, suddenly engulfing Hyuga. Hyuga had no choice but to leap back to evade. Just as he retreated from the flames' blast radius, a cold gust surged from behind. Before he could react, slender arms locked around his upper body, restraining his arms together with his torso. A wooden kunai pressed against his throat. Uchiha Lin held the wooden kunai aimed at Hyuga's throat, a hint of arrogance coloring her delicate face as she softly whispered, "I win." Heh. Exploiting my contempt for the great fireball, she detonated it on the ground to create a fiery explosion, forcing me into a hasty dodge, then predicted my landing point and circled behind for a sneak attack. Though the main reason was my own carelessness in not evading, Hyuga couldn't help but admire Uchiha Lin's combat acumen. It was likely no weaker than that of an average genin. However, thinking such a trick would be enough to defeat me is a bit too simplistic. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "Have you forgotten my other Kekkei Jinkai?" Uchiha Lin's pupils contracted as if recalling something. She glanced downward and a chill crept up her spine. There a metal shuriken hovered before her throat, slowly spinning. When her voice trembled, all trace of earlier arrogance gone. "At the moment your great fireball erupted, I used magnet release to control 4 shuriken and float them around. The moment you appeared, these shuriken would have claimed your life. In simple terms, I predicted your prediction of my prediction." Hearing this, Uchiha Lin searched and indeed found 3 other slowly spinning shuriken hovering around. Magnet release. Such a terrifying ability. I lost. The kunai listlessly withdrew from Hyuga's throat. Uchiha Lin's eyes no longer held their former luster, only disappointment and defeat. "Hey, don't give up on yourself. After all, your Sharingan hasn't awakened yet. If you had it, the outcome might have been Worried she might fall into despair, Hyuga couldn't help but console her. "You don't need to comfort me. I'm not." Giving Hyuga a cold glare, Uchiha Lin's eyes regained their previous vitality. "So what are your terms?" Uchiha Lin returned the wooden kunai to her waist pouch and stared coldly at Hyuga. Before the match, she had agreed to his conditions. Since she lost, she had to honor the contract. She prided herself on maintaining such integrity. "But I'm warning you, if you dare make any excessive demands." She bit her lip. "Even if it costs me my life, it'll kill you." "No need for that. No need." Sensing the chill in her voice, Hyuga smiled while rubbing his head. Then he took a blueprint from his bosom and handed it to Uchiha Lin. "Your Uchiha clan has a good relationship with the Nakomata clan, right? The cat grandma of the Nakomata clan is one of the largest ninja tool merchants in the ninja world. I'd like you to help me custom order this item. They'll pay for it." Uchiha Lin froze. She took the blueprint. It was a weapon resembling a crossbow, but unlike any she. "That's it." Uchiha Lin looked up stunned. "What did you think?" Hyuga rolled his eyes. He had asked nearly every ninja tool shop in Konoha. Customizing such a precise electromagnetic cannon was extremely difficult. The Uchiha clan being on good terms with the cat grandma, the largest ninja tool merchant in the ninja world, was the clan most well-equipped in the village. He had asked nearly every ninja tool shop in Konoha. Customizing such a precise electromagnetic cannon was extremely difficult. The Uchiha clan being on. "Is that so? Then thank you, Lin." Hyuga paused, surprised by her generosity, which left him a bit embarrassed. He had inquired about the price beforehand. Customizing this entire set of weapons would cost at least tens of thousands of ryo. He had planned to ask Uchiha Lin to use their classmate bond to get a discount, but she outright refused payment. This girl, could she be a rich heiress? Hyuga's eyes lit up. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Uchiha Lin stared at him, puzzled. "Nothing." Hyuga swallowed. Uchiha Lin was a cool, dark-haired, long-haired little loli. This eye contact made his heartbeat suddenly quicken. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Don't become a sealed book fighter." "But I have one question." Uchiha Lin hesitated. "Why is your magnet release so powerful? I remember ordinary magnet release can't control shuriken and kunai that freely, right? Otherwise Sunagakure wouldn't be the weakest of the 5 great villages." Hyuga Satoru thought for a moment. "I'm not sure. It seems every magnet release ability differs. Perhaps my magnet release is more sensitive to metal like shuriken." "Is that so?" Uchiha Rin frowned. She had read the clan's archives and had some understanding of magnet release. The strongest magnet release user currently was the third Kazekage of Sunagakure, whose secret technique of iron sand could even suppress Shikaku, earning him the title of the strongest Kazekage in history. But this title was clearly inflated. His magnet release controlled iron sand, only slightly interfering with metal tools. He couldn't control them as freely as Hyuga Satoru. Controlling metal tools. How terrifying would such an ability become if it grew? Uchiha Rin dared not imagine. After all, which shinobi didn't carry metal shuriken or kunai? If she hadn't replaced all her tools with wooden ones today, she might have lost in a single encounter. Seeing Uchiha Rin's dazed expression, Hyuga Satoru naturally guessed what she was thinking. But if she knew that the ability he had shown was just the tip of the iceberg, how shocked would she be? If magnet release were a leaf, then electromagnetic force was an ancient tree that blotted out the sky. Whether it was the native magnet release of the shinobi world or the abilities he had developed, they were merely a few insignificant leaves on that ancient tree. As one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, fully mastering it would be unimaginably terrifying. After the battle with Uchiha Rin, his experience had reached over 1,900, leaving only a few dozen points until the 2,000 needed for level up. When he reached LV2, he should gain a new electromagnetic ability. What would it be? Hyuga Satoru wondered curiously. There was a holiday coming up, no need to attend the Ninja Academy, so he could try to break through. Returning home, Hyuga Satoru stockpiled a large amount of supplies, locked himself in his room, and began his training plan to advance the electromagnetic force level. Almost simultaneously within the 1,000-year-old Hyuga clan, a small earthquake suddenly occurred. A clansman unprecedentedly awakened a second bloodline limit, magnet release. This was a first in the ancient and orderly Hyuga clan. At first, few clansmen believed the rumors, but as more and more people spread them, they had to take it seriously. Hey, have you heard? A clansman awakened a second bloodline limit and defeated the Uchiha genius. You just heard. Didn't he beat the Uchiha in one move? Didn't the Uchiha, upon hearing of the dual bloodline, get so scared they knelt and begged for mercy? Then someone found Iroha, but no matter how they questioned him, he remained silent. However, from his demeanor it seemed he tacitly admitted it. From then on, the Hyuga were in an uproar. Could they also awaken a second bloodline? Besides the Byakugan, were there other bloodline abilities in the Hyuga bloodline? Such remarks kept appearing among the Hyuga clan. In the end, the main family elder stepped in, proclaiming that Hyuga Satoru's case was special and not universal, thus calming the situation. Many clansmen were curious to learn about that dual bloodline clansman, but were surprised to find that he seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They had never heard of him before. In the training ground and corners of houses, branch family members could be seen gathering from time to time, whispering about the branch family genius they had never met, who had awakened a second bloodline, until a passing main family member coughed in displeasure, causing them to hurriedly quiet down. But those branch family members could never have imagined that the very person they were talking about was at that moment locked in his room, undergoing an extremely rigorous training. In the cramped space, the smell of fermented sweat filled the air. Various metal tools were scattered about, and drenched in sweat, Hyuga Satoru panted heavily, a joyful expression in his eyes. Success! Just then he suddenly heard a faint cracking sound from within his body, followed by a voice in electromagnetic force, LV2. Experience to next level 06000. At the same time as the level up, Hyuga Satoru was surprised to find his body seemed to be undergoing a transformation, a sensation he had experienced before when he first awakened electromagnetic force. Yet now it was much stronger than that time. The impurities in his body were decomposed by electromagnetic force, releasing an extremely pure energy that nourished his body itself. Although he had undergone several days of arduous training and his body was filthy and dirty, Hyuga Satoru was now in high spirits, as if injected with stimulants, in an incredibly good state. Closing his eyes to carefully perceive the changes in his body, Hyuga Satoru soon made a discovery. The biological magnetic field is much stronger than before. Hyuga Satoru opened his eyes in surprise. This discovery was significant. He had already realized the importance of the biological magnetic field. The complex life activities of the human body create unique biological magnetic fields. If amplified, they would nourish the body's life activities. Hyuga Satoru had previously speculated that if the biological magnetic field became strong enough, it would reversely drive the evolution of the body, stepping into a higher level of life. He seemed to have taken a small step toward that path. Is this the ultimate direction of electromagnetic force, a higher level of life? After pondering for a moment, Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and began to carefully sense his own biological magnetic field. Although I can freely control the magnetic field of metal, I cannot affect the biological magnetic field of living things at all. Obviously, this corresponds to a higher authority of electromagnetic force beyond my current reach. However, Hyuga Satoru frowned slightly. The biological magnetic field within his body was like a small, constantly burning flame, its warmth nourishing his flesh. Moreover, this flame adjusted according to his condition, keeping his body in an optimal state, as if. Hyuga Satoru thought for a moment and murmured to himself. It's like having a permanent heal buff from a healer. This could no longer be simply described as a biological magnetic field. Well, let's call it life magnetic field. Hyuga Satoru thought for a moment and gave this ability a name. Life magnetic field was clearly the new ability he awakened at Electromagnetic Force LV2. Besides that, he conducted some tests and found that the intensity and precision of his electromagnetic manipulation had improved considerably, and the abilities he had previously developed would also be significantly enhanced. LV1 electromagnetic force should correspond to basic electromagnetic control. LV2 corresponds to life magnetic field. Then what abilities correspond to LV3, LV4, and even higher levels of electromagnetic force? Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but become curious, full of anticipation for the future. The path of electromagnetic force was like a pyramid of steps, constantly tempting him to explore and climb to the ultimate peak. In less than a week, Uchiha Rin delivered the custom-made metal crossbow to him. Hyuga Satoru was immensely excited, marveling at how Uchiha Rin was indeed a person who kept her promises. In such a short time, the ninja tool he needed had already been crafted. After school, Hyuga Satoru rushed excitedly to the forest behind the mountain. He was going to test the power of the electromagnetic cannon. When he conceived it, his electromagnetic ability was only at LV1, but now it had upgraded to LV2. He wondered if the power would exceed his expectations. Hyuga Satoru opened the wooden case. Inside lay the ninja tool he had been longing for, resting quietly. It looked like a metal crossbow, yet it differed greatly. In the middle of the bow was a specially made metal acceleration track. The arrows were also custom-made, slender in shape and easy to accelerate with the magnetic field. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath to calm his excitement, picked up a metal arrow, and began testing. The principle of the electromagnetic cannon was quite simple. A metal projectile gains extremely high initial velocity through electromagnetic acceleration in a magnetic field. The most critical part was the acceleration process, the so-called electromagnetic propulsion. Hyuga Satoru recalled that in his past life the eagle and the rabbit had an arms race involving electromagnetic cannons, and the main technical difficulty lay in the electromagnetic propulsion process. To accelerate a projectile to the desired power required an enormous amount of electric current. The eagle was limited by this, unable to deploy electromagnetic cannons on aircraft carriers. In contrast, the rabbit broke through the technical bottleneck and surpassed the eagle in electromagnetic cannon applications. He drew the bow and knocked the arrow, blue electric current flowing along his arm, constructing a propulsion magnetic field, altering the metal arrow's magnetic field, gaining greater acceleration. If this were back when his electromagnetic power was at LV1, Hyuga Satoru would not have been able to perform these steps so easily, but with the boost of LV2, it was as smooth as flowing water. His Byakugan was already activated, bringing a radius of 1,000 meters into his field of vision. When the electromagnetic propulsion reached its maximum, Hyuga Satoru released his fingers. A sharp explosive sound rang out instantly, and the arrow transformed into a blue arc of lightning, vanishing. Swoosh! A bolt of lightning streaked across. Hyuga Satoru's jaw dropped. The metal arrow almost exceeded the limit of his Byakugan's vision, like a bolt of thunder, deeply embedding itself into a tree as thick as 3 men could encircle. Within 1,000 meters, this shot poses a great threat to any ninja. He roughly calculated that the initial velocity of his self-developed electromagnetic cannon was almost close to 3 times the speed of sound. A conventional anti-material sniper rifle bullet has an initial velocity of about 850 meters per second, far from 3 times the speed of sound, and its initial kinetic energy is far inferior to this arrow. As for range, it was about 1,600 meters, similar to the effective range of a conventional anti-material sniper rifle. Beyond that, accuracy and power would decline. With his current limits, he could already achieve this. When his electromagnetic ability grew stronger in the future, he would surely take off. Perhaps he could control the arrow to change direction mid-flight. Have you ever seen a homing sniper rifle? Ninja are fragile, high attack, low defense. Under a sudden ultra-long-range sniper, except for a tank like the third Raikage, even cage-level powerhouses would have to yield. Hyuga Satoru exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and carefully retrieved the arrow. This ability would be one of his future trump cards. On the way back, Hyuga Satoru felt much lighter. The shadow of the third great ninja war had been oppressing him, forbidding him from relaxing even a little. Now that he had developed a low-cost electromagnetic cannon with considerable power, his survival ability had greatly increased, and his tense mind eased somewhat. Just as he was about to reach home, he suddenly stopped, frowning slightly. From a distance, he saw a figure standing in front of his originally empty doorway, as if waiting there all along. Seeing a face that was 8 or 9 parts similar to that of the clan leader, Hyuga Satoru had a vague guess. The person smiled kindly at Hyuga Satoru. Let me introduce myself. I am Hyuga Hisashi. Can I have a word with you? Hyuga Hisashi indeed. Hyuga Satoru's heart tightened. Hyuga Satoru walked past him, opened the door, and turned to look at Hisashi. Hisashi-sama, please come in and talk. Hyuga Hisashi followed Hyuga Satoru into the room, looking around curiously. In a corner were piles of old metal items, and besides simple daily necessities, there was no other furniture. I usually have no time to tidy up due to training. Please forgive me, Hisashi-sama. Hyuga Satoru pulled out a chair and gestured for Hisashi to sit. Looking at the maturity that was disproportionate to Hyuga Satoru's age, Hisashi felt a pang of sorrow. He sighed and said, "It's been so many years since Yunlong left. You must have endured a lot." Hyuga Satoru raised an eyebrow slightly. Hyuga Yunlong was the original Boda's father, so Hisashi knew him. But as a transmigrator, Hyuga Satoru's memories of him were quite vague. Seeing that Hyuga Satoru remained silent, Hisashi thought he was immersed in the pain of his father's death, so he said, "I heard from the clan members that it was the overwhelming grief from your father's death that awakened your second bloodline limit." Hyuga Satoru's mouth twitched slightly. That was a lie he made up in the clan hall to cover things up. He hadn't expected it to spread so far that even Hisashi knew. "Why haven't I ever seen you train with the clan members?" Hisashi asked. "I awakened a second bloodline limit. I'm considered an anomaly in the clan. It's better for me to train alone." Hyuga Satoru said. That was indeed his true feeling. His path was completely different from that of all other clan members, so it was better to keep his distance. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Hisashi let out a sigh with a trace of reluctance in his voice. "Do you think that awakening a second bloodline limit makes you an anomaly?" "No, I originally thought the clan was a stagnant pool that would never change, until I heard about you. You who awakened a second bloodline limit are by no means an anomaly, but a variable. Proof that this decaying ancient tree of the Hyuga clan still has new vitality." Hearing Hisashi's words, which clearly carried deeper meaning, Hyuga Satoru's expression turned grave. He said, "Hisashi-sama, is there something you've come to discuss today?" Hyuga Hisashi's emotions gradually subsided. He shook his head, his voice much softer. "No, I just wanted to come and see you. To see this new green leaf growing from the decaying ancient tree." Perhaps it was a bit abrupt. He sighed, rose from the chair, and said, "I'll take my leave now. If you ever need help with training in the future, you can come to me." Watching Hisashi's retreating figure, Hyuga Satoru's gaze shifted with complex emotions. In the original story, Hyuga Hisashi should have deeply hated his branch family status. He had even shown murderous intent toward Hinata and was punished by his elder brother with the caged bird seal. In the end, he died by taking his brother's place. On all counts, it was clear how much he loathed the decayed system of the Hyuga. Hyuga Satoru had a feeling that he would come to see him again, if only for the variable he had spoken of, the new green leaf from the decaying ancient tree. Time flowed like a river, days and months fleeting like shuttles, and in the blink of an eye 2 years had passed. Ri Xiangwu had become a senior student at the Ninja Academy. Through his daily training, or rather mutual competition, with Uchiha Lin, his strength had advanced considerably. But half a year ago, he suddenly found that he could no longer gain experience points. To be precise, the growth of his electromagnetic force had become as sluggish as a crawling turtle, barely showing any signs of increase. Ri Xiangwu sighed. The monotonous repetition day after day made it difficult for his electromagnetic force to receive sufficient stimulation. To level up, he needed to change his environment. The pressure of the third great ninja war constantly drove him forward. Even with a powerful cheat, it was useless if he didn't grow quickly enough. Ichiraku ramen. Uchiha Lin stared at the Ri Xiangwu before her through the white steam rising from her bowl of ramen, a trace of surprise in her eyes. "You want to graduate early?" Ri Xiangwu nodded and said thoughtfully, "Yes. Although the Ninja Academy provides a comfortable environment for us to train, without the baptism of real battle, it's hard to truly grow." Hard to believe those words actually came from your mouth. Uchiha Lin looked at him with suspicion, sizing him up from head to toe. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Ri Xiangwu nervously leaned back. He had planned to invite Uchiha Lin to graduate early with him. Otherwise, even if he graduated alone without teammates to form a squad, he wouldn't be able to take on missions and might as well waste time at the academy. "No. Ha. Uchiha Lin laughed heartily. "I've been eager for this for a long time. Staying in this lousy school has been rusting me away. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have." "That's good." Ri Xiangwu sighed in relief. Uchiha Lin thought for a moment and said, "But we're still missing one person. With just the two of us, we can't form a 3-man cell." "Don't worry about that. I also found Hongdo. Although her combat skills aren't very strong, passing the exam shouldn't be a problem." "Hongdo, since you approved of her, I have no objections. Team up with someone familiar was naturally better than with strangers." Uchiha Lin nodded. She suddenly thought of Kakashi and showed a rare hint of melancholy. About a year ago, a shocking rumor spread wildly through the village. Kakashi's father, Ki Mu Shimao, the the respected White Fong had abandoned a mission causing great losses to the village. Shortly after, another startling message came: White Fang had committed suicide. All the previous gossip abruptly ceased. After that incident, Kakashi chose to graduate early, becoming the youngest genin prodigy in Konoha's history. But accompanying the name of prodigy were frequent rumors of discord between Kakashi and his teammates. Having graduated early, he had no peers from his own year to form a team with. He was constantly placed into unfamiliar squads short of members, and his poor coordination with teammates bred considerable resentment among many genin. Her reverie faded, and Uchiha Lin laughed. He said to be almost a chunin already. He's been ahead for so long. Now it's my turn, Uchiha Lin, to finally make my move. Her reverie faded, and Uchiha Lin laughed. He said to be almost a chunin already. He's been ahead for so. As for Uchiha Lin, before Kakashi graduated, she had always competed with him. Ri Xiangwu always appeared languid, but with his dual bloodline reputation, he was formidable. Hongdo, on the other hand, was mocked by many classmates for choosing early graduation, deemed overambitious. The examination ground. Ri Xiangwu had just walked out the door when he saw Uchiha Lin standing outside, arms crossed, saying flatly, in terms of passing the exam speed, I was 3 minutes faster than you. Must they compare even this? Ri Xiangwu's lips twitched. He looked back at the examination hall. Only Hongdo remained inside. If she could pass, their 3-man squad would be secured. The 3 basic jutsu and theoretical knowledge tests were no concern. However, the early graduation exam added a sparring round with a genin, requiring the examinee to hold out for a set time. For him and Uchiha Lin, it was trivial. For Hongdo, the pressure was immense. As time trickled away in this tense atmosphere, Ri Xiangwu couldn't help but grow anxious. He had his own reasons for insisting on teaming with Hongdo. To break the caged bird seal, aside from his own power, the most helpful resource was Orochimaru's research. In the original story, Hongdo was Orochimaru's disciple. Becoming her teammate might grant him access to Orochimaru. Fortunately, before long, Hongdo emerged from the exam hall, sweat glistening on her face. She gave Ri Xiangwu a faint smile. I've lived up to your expectations. Great. Ri Xiangwu praised her with a thumbs up. Since only the 3 of them had graduated early from the same class, being assigned to the same team was inevitable. The only question left was which jonin the acting Hokage would assign as their squad leader. Who would it be? Ri Xiangwu wondered curiously. At the designated time, they arrived at a training ground. The 3 began waiting for the mysterious supervising jonin. Who do you think the Hokage will assign us? Hongdo asked nervously. I don't know. Ri Xiangwu shook his head. But his strength definitely won't be weak. Their squad's quality was undeniably high. He himself needed no mention. Uchiha Lin was also a prodigy. And Hongdo, whom Orochimaru would later choose as his disciple in the original story, certainly had talent. It would be unconvincing if they weren't assigned an exceptional jonin. Just then, a man wrapped in a loose robe approached from the opposite direction, wearing dark glasses and exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. Hello, I'm your supervising jonin, Unvjue. His voice was brief and firm, utterly devoid of emotion. It's him. Uchiha Lin looked astonished. Do you know him? Hongdo turned to her. Of course. I've looked into all the strong ninjas in the village in advance. Uchiha Lin's eyes lit up. He's a quite famous ninja of the UNV clan, having honed the insect's secret arts to perfection. Whether in reconnaissance, combat, or support, he's inflexible, earning him the reputation of an all-around ninja. Insects. Hongdo shuddered. So you know something about me. Unvjue pondered briefly. Now let's begin with self-introductions. My name is Unvjue. What I like are insects, what I dislike are creatures that eat insects. Covered in insects from head to toe, and with a personality that seems solitary, this supervising jonin didn't seem easy to get along with, Ri Xiangwu thought to himself. After a moment's thought, he began his introduction. My name is Ri Xiangwu. I don't have any particular specialties. If I had to say, I use a bit of taijutsu and a bit of ninjutsu. I like ramen and grilled meat. As for my dream, well, world peace. World peace. So like you, Wu. Hongdas twitched slightly. I remember at the entrance ceremony, you said it was about the final chapter or something. An interesting way of thinking. Unvjue nodded. Though it was praise, his tone still carried a gloomy aura. So this is Ri Xiangwu, the one the Hokage asked me to keep an eye on. Dual bloodline, the first generation of the magnet release. Neither title is simple. A member of the Hyuga branch family with such an ambitious dream. An interesting kid. My name is Uchiha Lin. I have nothing particular I dislike, nor anything I particularly like. If I had to say, it's training and combat. Only the increase in my strength brings me true pleasure. Uchiha Lin's indifferent voice rang out, leaving Ri Xiangwu and Hongdo beside her looking awkward. Uchiha. Truly a bunch of arrogant ones. The corner of Unvjue's mouth twitched beneath his wide robe. Forget it, just a kid. My name is Uchiha. Hongdo raised her hand weakly, her voice timid. Standing next to 2 geniuses from prestigious clans put immense pressure on her. I like sweets, especially glutinous rice balls. What I hate most are people who hurt their comrades. I know healing techniques and blood-stopping techniques, and am good at bandaging. When everyone gets hurt, he'll treat you. I won't hold the team back. A ninja with a kind heart, completely different from the two oddballs before. UNVGWay nodded. Then the self-introduction is over. Next up is the combat test. UNVGWay waved his hand, and countless pitch-black insects swarmed forth. A dense swarm of insects like a black cloud rushed toward Hinata Wu and the other two in an overwhelming manner. Was the battle beginning without any warning? Hinata Wu felt a shiver down his spine, attempting to leap out of the insect's encirclement, when suddenly a cacophony of chirping sounds erupted behind him. In just a fleeting moment, a large swarm of parasitic insects began gnawing at his back. If you get bitten by parasitic insects, your chakra will be drained. From behind the swarm, Aburame Shibi pushed his black sunglasses up. Let me see what capabilities this dual bloodline wielder possesses. However, as his words fell, arcs of electricity suddenly emerged from Hinata Wu's back, causing the biting insects to stiffen and fall to the ground with a crackling sound emitting a burnt odor. Lightning release. Has this guy also learned lightning release? Aburame Shibi revealed a startled. Compared to Hinata Wu's composure, the other two were not as relaxed. Uchiha Rin gripped a kunai, with both hands attacking the encircling swarm. Sharp cold flashes sliced through, splitting the parasitic insects in half, gradually carpeting the ground with their broken limbs. Yet this trend did not last long. Soon small bite marks from the parasitic insects appeared on her arm. Insects truly disgusting. Uchiha Rin's eyes filled with disgust. She ceased her attack on the insects, suddenly leaping backward, escaping the swarm's encirclement into the air and rapidly forming hand seals. Meanwhile, the dense swarm surged toward her, akin to a rolling black mist. Boiling chakra rose from her throat as Uchiha Rin took a deep breath and expelled a fiery torrent midair toward the black haze. Fire release, great fireball technique. The massive orange-eared fireball instantly engulfed the pursuing insects, raining down charred ashes that gave off a scent reminiscent of roasted meat. Landing on her tiptoes, Uchiha Rin gazed indifferently at the scattered insect carcasses. Though that guy Wu always mocks the great fireball for being useless against humans, I must admit flames are highly effective against such minuscule pests. Behind the swarm, Aburame Shibi nodded slightly. Physical ability, a rank. Ninjutsu, a rank. Combat reactions and quality are quite impressive. However, he turned his gaze toward Anko. Within the black mist of insects, Anko could only rely on her kunai to continuously slash at the surrounding swarm. Red bite marks densely covered her exposed arms, and after having much of her chakra drained by the insects, her movements became sluggish. A ninja squad operates as a team. No matter how outstanding individual abilities or neglecting teammates will still lead to a dead end. Aburame Shibi shook his head inwardly. His parasitic insect assault, even a jounin would struggle to escape once surrounded. For them to hold out this long was already commendable. However, there seemed to be considerable room for improvement and teamwork. As Aburame Shibi silently analyzed the trio's condition and formulated future training plans, the surrounding insects suddenly sent out a warning signal. He lifted his head, but before he could discern anything, darkness flashed before his eyes. A shuriken cleanly slit his throat. His pupils dilated abruptly. How is this possible? I already had defenses in place. When? The doubts had barely arisen before they dissipated, and his entire body suddenly swelled, bursting apart into countless black insects scattering in all directions. We're saved. The surrounding insects ceased their attack, and Anko collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. Are you alright? Hinata Wu pulled her up. I'm fine, just a few marks on my arm. I can heal them with a jutsu, so no big deal. But where did the teacher go? Anko looked around curiously. The dense black insects stood frozen like machines, while Aburame Shibi was nowhere to be seen. That guy was never here from the start. Hinata Wu shrugged. Several hundred meters away atop a large tree, Aburame Shibi awkwardly scratched his head. This is mortifying. I wanted to intimidate them, but my insect clone got taken out. All three were prodigies, especially Uchiha Rin. Without showing off a bit, it would be hard to keep them in line. He had planned to suppress them with an insect clone, dull their edge, and then make a stylish appearance at the right moment, reclaiming the clone amidst their shock and admiration. A perfect opening act. At least that was what he thought. Yet the insect clone was destroyed. He recalled the instructions from Hiruzen Sarutobi not long ago, and his expression darkened. Lord Hokage, I have disappointed you. Shibi, I have a task for you. Lord Hokage, please go ahead. 3 students from the Ninja Academy have graduated early. They are excellent saplings, and I would like you to be Lord Hokage, you can order me to kill, but teaching students. That's something I'd rather pass on. Sighed. Shibi, I know the Aburame clan prefers to keep to themselves, and you especially detest interaction, always operating solo on missions. But being a ninja relies on teamwork, and guiding students is also a training for you. Shibi, don't let me down. Alright. Aburame Shibi rubbed his head in distress. Mentoring was never his forte, and his carefully crafted grand entrance had completely backfired. But how could the insect clone have perished so abruptly? Aburame Shibi was deeply puzzled. Though just a clone, its combat prowess rivaled an average jounin. The final image relayed by the insects was a shuriken, magnet release. Even with impressive strength, a clone is fragile. A shadow clone pops with a single hit, and an insect clone is no better. Aburame Shibi pondered. Yet at this distance, to manipulate a shuriken through the dense insect defenses and deliver a killing blow to the clone suggested that Hinata's magnet release was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Such a sneaky ability was impossible to guard against. Now the issue was how to face the three of them. Aburame Shibi felt a headache coming on. Why hasn't Shibi Sensei shown up yet? On the training ground, Anko peered among the paralyzed insect swarm, but could not find Aburame Shibi. Haven't you figured it out yet? Uchiha Rin pursed her lips. He's playing us, using an insect clone to ambush us while the real him is probably hiding somewhere. Then are we still fighting or not? Is the test over? Did we pass? Anko fired off 3 fatal questions. Just then a man wrapped in a long coat jumped down from a nearby tree, walked toward them, waved his hand to recall the insects, and spoke. All of you performed well. Being able to defeat one of my insect clones shows considerable skill. You've all passed the assessment. His voice still had that gloomy tone, but the earlier calm was gone. How just an insect clone? I thought the teacher was that weak. Anko said with wide eyes. Aburame Shibi took critical damage X1. Air. It was actually a test, and you all passed it perfectly. Unwilling to give up, he attempted to salvage the situation. Damn it, if he lost face so badly on their first meeting, how could he act as their teacher? Next time, could the teacher raise the difficulty? I was barely getting warmed up. How boring. Uchiha Rin rolled her shoulders and said flatly. Aburame Shibi took critical damage X2. Little brats. Don't get so cocky. He gritted his teeth. This was why he hated dealing with kids. Mentoring was such a hassle, though insects were enough. Uchiha Rin and Anko both looked at Hinata Wu. He thought for a moment and said, it was indeed. Aburame Shibi took critical damage X3. His fists clenched involuntarily, his hair seemed to bristle with anger, and a surge of fury boiled within him. Just as it was about to erupt, he wilted like a plant doused with cold water. All right. His voice grew feeble. Aburame Shibi looked like a withered cucumber. This test was my mistake. As compensation, I'll treat everyone to barbecue to celebrate the formation of Team 3. Yay? Barbecue. The foodie Anko cheered, first tears of joy streaming from the corners of her mouth. In the Leaf Village inside the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant, Shibi Aburame gazed at the mountain of stacked plates before him, already beginning to question his existence. 3 hours earlier, to celebrate the formation of Team 3, he had invited his members for barbecue, as per Konoha tradition. Initially expecting nothing more than a simple gathering, he soon noticed something amiss. Fast. Too fast. Was this human capacity for food? The moment the grilled meat was served, Hyuga Satoru, as if unleashing a dormant demon within his bloodline, devoured ravenously, with frenzied abandon. The majority of those towering piles of barbecue plates had been consumed by him. On the other side, Anko too was eating heartily, the quantity of meat visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. Now the two were reclining lazily on the sofa, clutching their distended bellies. That comes to 20,000 Rio. Who will be settling the bill? The plump barbecue shop owner, holding the calculated ledger, stood by the table at a loss. 20,000 Rio. Upon hearing the price quoted by the owner, Shibi Aburame felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him squarely on the head, frozen solid in his seat. You too. Shibi gritted his teeth as he stared at Hyuga Satoru and Anko, both lying back on the sofa, their faces etched with contentment and bliss. How about I take care of it? Uchiha Rin took a sip of tea and tested the waters. She felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the money was no issue for her. No. Shibi refused, adamantly, trembling as he pulled a stack of crisp bills from his wallet. Under no circumstances would he let a student pay. This was his last shred of dignity. His heart was bleeding. Please come again. The owner waved cheerfully from the doorway. No sooner had they stepped out of the barbecue restaurant than Shibi Aburame immediately excused himself from the team on the pretext of a mission, fearing that staying any longer would lead to an even greater disaster. That teacher Shibi is quite interesting, isn't he? Not quite what the rumors suggested. Uchiha Rin shrugged. Indeed he is. Seeing his appearance, I thought he would be particularly hard to get along with, but unexpectedly. Anko burst into laughter, showing no recollection of her earlier struggle amidst the swarm of insects. Hyuga Satoru contentedly rubbed his distended stomach. It wasn't that he was taking advantage of the free meal. Rather, sustaining both the Byakugan bloodline and his life force field required an extraordinary appetite, and consuming large quantities of food also helped enhance his physical abilities. Clicking his tongue softly, Hyuga Satoru murmured, I feel like our instructor has a mild case of social anxiety. Social anxiety. Anko, hearing the term for the first time, looked at Hyuga Satoru curiously. It just means he's not good at socializing. But for the Aburame clan, this seems to be the norm for most members. Anko recalled Shibi Aburame's tightly wrapped appearance, only a small part of his face exposed, as if desperately avoiding attention, and suddenly felt the term social anxiety was remarkably apt. Truly Satoru, always teaching me new words. Hyuga Satoru pondered that their future mission career would likely be quite amusing. My Jonin instructor is incredibly strong, yet excessively socially anxious. A knock came at the Hokage's office door. Come in. Hiruzen Sarutobi, buried in paperwork, looked up to see a man completely enveloped in a loose robe entering, somewhat dejected. Shibi, how is it? Are you satisfied with the members of your new team? They are all exceptionally talented geniuses, but I'm not sure I can teach them well. Shibi, don't sell yourself short. You are Konoha's renowned all-round Jonin. Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Shibi Aburame shook his head with a wry smile. Lord Hokage, you know that the reason I'm called an all-round Jonin is because I prefer solitary missions over teamwork. Guiding students is truly challenging for me. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his work, sat up straight, and looked at him seriously. Shibi, a shinobi's profession requires cooperation. Individual strength is ultimately limited. The three of them have yet to determine their growth paths. You as an all-round Jonin are the most suited for this task. It will be a significant growth opportunity for you and the entire team. Is that so? Lord Hokage truly thinks ahead. Shibi nodded. I'm glad you understand. Now report to me on their situation. Shibi Aburame thought of the white-eyed boy who had swiftly slit his clone's throat and smiled faintly. That Hyuga boy with dual bloodlines is quite interesting, with an astonishing appetite. Hey Satoru, is this really the post-graduation training life you talked about? Amid a trash-strewn area, Anko, covering her nose and mouth with a cloth in disgust, vigorously poked a clogged drain with a wooden stick. Look on the bright side. This also counts as training our willpower, doesn't it? Said Hyuga Satoru, who was sweeping trash nearby. So cleaning out a clogged drain for an old lady is also training. Anko sighed. Over the past few days, every mission they received was nothing but garbage tasks like finding lost cats or dogs and cleaning sewers. She suddenly missed her days at the Ninja Academy, where the workload wasn't heavy and she didn't have to do such dirty, exhausting work. Why did I ever listen to Satoru's persuasion and graduate? Wouldn't it have been better to just coast along? Anko gritted her teeth in resentment. She had learned the term coasting from Hyuga Satoru, and it perfectly matched her philosophy. However, glancing at Hyuga Satoru and Uchiha Rin beside her, two monsters from prestigious clans, coasting was hard. She roared inwardly. Hyuga Satoru didn't mind much. Completing rank missions was a prerequisite for accepting higher-level ones, but he seriously suspected that Shibi Aburame had deliberately taken on tasks like cleaning sewers out of revenge. What a petty ninja. As for his daily training, it hadn't been significantly affected. On the hill where he usually trained a shadow clone was making up for his lost efforts. The shadow clone technique was obtained from Uchiha Rin. For her, a brank jutsu was not particularly precious. After spending some time mastering the shadow clone, he could now balance missions and training. Hyuga Satoru always felt a sense of urgency. The impending Third Great Ninja War and the shackles on his forehead constantly drove him forward. Without strength, one is merely fish waiting to be cut. Life at the Ninja Academy was comfortable, but didn't align with his philosophy. Only continuous progress could give him a sense of security. The main branch's attitude toward him was ambiguous. After all, the title of the first dual bloodline ninja in Hyuga history would attract significant attention. As far as he knew, it was the Hokage's pressure that allowed him to live so peacefully within the Hyuga clan. The caged bird seal. If external forces couldn't remove it in the short term, then only research remained. One major reason for pulling Anko into the team was to connect with Orochimaru, since in the original story Anko was taken as his disciple. I really hope we can take on battle missions soon. Uchiha Rin's voice brought Hyuga Satoru back to reality. He looked up to see her stretching her limbs, her face full of eager anticipation. Why are you in such a hurry? Uchiha Rin looked at him, her dark eyes brimming with excitement. The clan elders say that the Sharingan only awakens through life-or-death struggles. I can't wait to gain that power. Too competitive, thought Hyuga Satoru, his mouth twitching slightly. After consecutively completing several drank missions, one day Rishang Wu and his team were summoned by Yunu Jiwei to a training ground. After briefly outlining the mission requirements, Yunu Jiwei spoke in a deep voice. Do you all understand the requirements of this mission? We understand, Hongdo said hesitantly, raising her hand. But Zai Weisensai, wouldn't it be too difficult for us to undertake a brank mission on our first time out? Konoha's scouts had discovered traces of IWA, shinobi activity, near the borders of the grass country, seemingly searching for supplies, and their mission was to prevent the supplies from being brought back. Missions involving skirmishes between ninjas of two countries were at least brank from the outset. The strongest enemy is only a chunin. If I were alone, I could finish this in an instant. This is for your training. How straightforward, Hondo murmured, her lips twitching slightly. A glint flickered in Rixiang Wu's eyes. Traces of IWA shinobi activity at the border signaled the approach of war. From this, he realized that the devastating Third Shinobi World War from his memories was not far off. Given their team's composition, the strategic value of his buy-in, and Yu Jiwei's versatility, the missions they undertook would inevitably be far from simple. Uchiha Lin, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She was simply eager to act. Then it settled. You have half an hour to prepare supplies. Gather here afterwards. After several days of travel, Rixiang Wu and his companions finally reached the location indicated in the intelligence reports. Standing on a branch and gazing into the distance, they could see a vast verdant plain. According to the latest intelligence, the IWA shinobi will be transporting a shipment of supplies through here. Our mission is to prevent them from bringing those supplies back. Concealed within the thicket, Rixiang Wu silently observed the surroundings. At this time, the act of searching for supplies was undoubtedly preparation for war. Intercepting the IWA shinobi's supplies might delay the outbreak of the Third War. What he needed most now was time. He had activated his buy-in to its maximum extent. After more than a year of rigorous training, his buy-in's range had expanded to 3 kilometers. Before long, a disguised merchant caravan appeared in his field of vision. Through the buy-in's perspective, he could clearly discern the substantial chakra flow within their bodies. They're here, Rixiang Wu exclaimed in a low voice. 3 o'clock distance, 3 kilometers. 5 enemies for Chunin and 1 Jinin. 5 ninjas. Hondo involuntarily swallowed. With Zaiwaizensai here, we probably don't need to worry. She turned her head and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Huh, where did Zaiwaizensai go? He was here just a moment ago. How did he vanish? The thicket where they had been hiding was now empty, devoid of anyone except the 3 of them. Forget it, let's not worry about Zaiwaizensai. He must have hidden somewhere else to observe the battle. For now, we're on. Rixiang Wu took a deep breath to calm his nerves and looked at the other 2. They should pass by here in about 10 minutes. Let's formulate a battle plan in advance. First, Hondo and the other listened in silence. Awatsuchi walked at the front of the procession. The 5-man convoy appeared to be an ordinary merchant caravan, but upon closer inspection beneath their travel-worn cloth garments, one could faintly discern the kunai shuriken and other ninja equipment. This supply handover had been quite successful. Once they delivered the supplies back, they would surely receive a reward from the Tsuchikagesima. Awatsuchi thought happily in his heart. Their team had departed from the craftsman country, passed through the grass country, and was now drawing ever closer to the earth country. As they passed by a cluster of bushes, a sudden change occurred. A kunai shot out from the undergrowth, flying straight toward him. An ambush. An attack of this caliber. Did they think it could harm him? A cold glint flashed in Awatsuchi's eyes. He raised his kunai to intercept the trajectory, but just as the weapon was about to be deflected, its path abruptly shifted, curving in a bizarre arc, and embedding itself deep into his throat. His pupils contracted sharply, his mouth gaping in sheer disbelief. He tried to speak, but only crimson foam bubbled from his lips. Captain Awatsuchi. Damn it. Ambush. After witnessing their leader's gruesome fall, the IWA shinobi team, after a brief moment of panic, quickly regained composure. They tore off their disguises, revealing full standard-issue ninja gear. Since they had already fallen into a trap, their identities were clearly exposed. Continuing to maintain the disguise would only hinder the fight. The instant they shed their disguises, 3 figures burst out from the bushes, charging at the IWA shinobi with kunai drawn. Buy-in. Just 3 brats, and they managed to kill Captain Awatsuchi. The burly IWA shinobi gritted his teeth. He looked toward the cart and shouted, "Suchi, guard the supplies. These 3 brats are ours." "Yes," the lean Shunin replied. Rixiang Wu was pleased to see that one of the remaining IWA shinobi didn't charge, but stayed to guard the provisions. This meant they now faced a 3-on-3 battle, reducing the pressure significantly. "Lin and I will take on the 2 Chunin. Hondo, you handle the Jinin." "Understood." Rixiang Wu's opponent was the burly IWA shinobi, whose muscles bulged. His stature was such that Rixiang Wu barely reached his waist. Rixiang Wu threw several shuriken in quick succession. Mid-flight, their trajectories abruptly changed, but the opponent deflected them with his kunai, sustaining only superficial cuts. Brat, was it this ability that killed Captain Awatsuchi? The burly IWA shinobi stared at the bloody wounds carved across his body by the shuriken, his teeth clenched tight. Controlling shuriken's flight, a devious ability. No wonder Captain Awatsuchi fell for it. But it's useless now. Rixiang Wu's expression remained unchanged. Using electromagnetic force to alter the shuriken's trajectory was a tricky skill, but its greatest effectiveness lay in the element of surprise. Once the opponent was wary, its efficacy dropped sharply, revealing this ability in exchange for the life of the enemy's strongest combatant. No matter how you looked at it, it was a worthwhile trade. On the other side, Uchiha Lin wore a grim expression, wielding a kunai in each hand, to parry the swiftly swinging ninja blade. A Kenjutsu user? What a nuisance. She executed a backflip to evade a blade aimed at her abdomen, clicking her tongue in disdain. Admittedly, a Kenjutsu user was a troublesome opponent for her style. Kunai were too short for close combat, and using ninjutsu left her vulnerable to a quick approach. For now the battle had reached a stalemate. Honda's situation was equally perilous. The genin she faced was far more experienced than she was thoroughly. Wu averted his gaze and thought to himself, I can't drag this out any longer. I need to finish this fight quickly and support them. The burly IWA shinobi facing him seemed to read his thoughts and laughed. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to help them at all. I've stalled long enough. It's time to end this. Secret Art Rock Armor Technique. The IWA shinobi suddenly formed hand seals. Dense layers of rock encased his body like armor, and his already towering frame swelled even larger, making him resemble a stone giant. The giant opened its mouth, emitting a rumbling sound like wind through a valley. Buy-in, brat. You're from the Rishion clan, aren't you? I avoided close combat earlier because of your gentle fist. But in this state, there's no way your gentle fist can break through my defense. He charged at Rishion Wu's boulder-like fist aimed straight for his head. Who told you I'm using the gentle fist? Rishion Wu raised an eyebrow, crouched slightly, and struck his palm against the opponent's side with lightning. A muffled explosion accompanied a searing pain that made the IWA shinobi's pupils contract. He looked down to see the spot where Rishion Wu's palm had struck, a gaping blood-red void in his flank terrifying to behold. Where did my kidney go? And my kidney? This thought had barely arisen before it was consumed by intense pain and terror. The rock armor that formed his body was constantly crumbling and falling away, revealing the original flesh beneath. You? Is this the gentle fist? The tall Iwanin asked, his face pale. I suppose not. Hyuga Satoru thought for a moment and replied. Strictly speaking, this move was version 2.0 of the magnetic storm palm. The first generation utilized the principle of electromagnetic pulses causing electric burns and impact damage to the human body. But version 2.0. Hyuga Satoru attempted to merge the techniques of the gentle fist with his developed magnetic storm palm, using the gentle fist skills to unleash the damage of the magnetic storm palm from within. This was precisely why the opponent's rock armor was so fragile. The damage originated from the inside. Hyuga Satoru never confined himself to rigid forms. Combining various techniques to unleash greater power was his pursuit and objective. With internal organ strikes and a kidney flying through the air, the tall Iwanin let out a reluctant wail before finally collapsing limply to the ground. Hyuga Satoru looked toward Uchiha Rin's position. The battle there had also reached a fever pitch, with the Iwanin suppressing Uchiha Rin step by step using his ninja blade. Upon seeing his comrade killed by Hyuga Satoru, the Iwanin let out a mournful roar, bloodshot eyes brimming with rage. The momentum of his ninja blade suddenly intensified, pressing Uchiha Rin into a dangerous and precarious state. This is bad. Hyuga Satoru's heart tightened. However, under the relentless assault, Uchiha Rin revealed a tiny opening. That opening was seized by the Iwanin, who swung his blade viciously toward Uchiha Rin's head, his expression savage. Die. The scene seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of flesh being pierced and the incessant flow of fresh crimson blood. The Iwanin's body seemed to solidify, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. The ninja blade swept past Uchiha Rin's side, severing a lock of black hair. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only red foam gushed out. At his throat, a kunai was embedded deeply, and blood flowed continuously down the slender fingers gripping the kunai. In Uchiha Rin's cold eyes, the scarlet gleamed like blood, and a single jet-black tomo slowly rotated. Hyuga Satoru arrived and swallowed hard. Are you alright? Satoru, you were right. Only at the brink of life and death can one truly awaken the Sharingan. Pulling out the kunai and flicking off the bloodstains, Uchiha Rin spoke calmly. Congratulations. Hyuga Satoru breathed a sigh of relief, then his expression turned peculiar. Awakening the Sharingan at under 9 years old. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Rin was a true prodigy. Could it be that by staying so close to her, he might end up being sacrificed to fate? Probably not. Where is Hondo? Uchiha Rin asked. Hyuga Satoru looked over. At the spot where Hondo was fighting the lower-ranked ninja, a swarm of black insects suddenly erupted from beneath the earth, swarming to devour the ninja's flesh and blood, drawing out shrill screams. It's over. Hondo wiped the sweat from her brow and slumped wearily to the ground. Aburame Shibi appeared on the battlefield, looking at the group with an approving gaze. All of you are quite impressive. Facing shinobi who outnumbered you in both quantity and skill, you completed the mission flawlessly. No, it was all Satoru and Rin's credit. I couldn't even defeat a single lower-ranked ninja. Hondo was dejected. This battle made her realize the gap between herself and her teammates. No, Hondo, you were already excellent. The lower-ranked ninja you fought was already at a disadvantage. Even if I hadn't intervened, you would have emerged victorious. Hondo was silent, her head slightly lowered. Shibi-sensei, let's check the supplies the Iwanin seized, said Hinata Satoru. Approaching the position of the carriage, Hinata Satoru noticed that the Iwanin who had been guarding the supplies had vanished. A sudden premonition of dread filled his heart. He yanked open the cargo cloth covering the carriage and was stunned. Inside the carriage were only empty wooden chests configured with anti-surveillance seals. There was not a trace of supplies. We've been tricked. This carriage was just a decoy. The real supplies were probably already transferred away using a sealing scroll. Aburame Shibi's heart sank. During the battle, he had diverted his attention to watch over his students' safety, never expecting such a mishap here. Hinata Satoru immediately activated his Byakugan. Through the Byakugan's vision, he spotted a Chunin nearly a kilometer away carrying a massive scroll on his back, fleeing madly into the distance. It was the very Iwanin who had been guarding the supplies. Over there, about 800 meters away. Hinata Satoru immediately pointed out the fleeing Iwanin's position through his Byakugan's perspective. Aburame Shibi looked over. On the vast grassland, a tiny black was barely visible on the distant green horizon, growing smaller and smaller. Aburame Shibi quickly analyzed the situation in his mind and let out a helpless sigh. This mission counts as a failure. He'll explain to the Hokage that it was my mistake. All of you performed exceptionally well. Wait, Shibi-sensei, can you use your insect swarm to lift me up? Not very high. 5 meters. Aburame Shibi hesitated for a moment, then said, given your weight, using insects to build a platform and lift you to that height is feasible, but no time to hesitate. Now, Hinata Satoru looked at him earnestly. All right. Although he didn't know what his student intended to do at this moment, he could only trust him. Aburame Shibi raised his hand. Countless pitch-black insects emerged from his body, flew to Hinata Satoru's feet, and coalesced into a dark platform, lifting him unsteadily. Higher. Aburame Shibi intensified the insect swarm output, raising Hinata Satoru to a height of 5 meters. What exactly are you trying to do? He looked up solemnly at Hinata Satoru on the black platform. Standing on the soft insect cushion, Hinata Satoru took a deep breath, retrieved a scroll from his bosom, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. First live combat test of the electromagnetic sniper. Don't let me down. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, a peculiar metal crossbow appeared in Hinata Satoru's hand, reflecting a faint cold gleam. That's Satoru. Are you finally going to use it? Below, Uchiha Rin's eyes lit up. What is that? Aburame Shibi stared in astonishment at the ninja tool in Hinata Satoru's hand. Is it a bow? A crossbow? No, it's an electromagnetic cannon. Hinata Satoru took a deep breath, picked up a metal arrow, and knocked it on the bowstring. He began constructing an electromagnetic propulsion system, aiming the arrowhead at the tiny black dot far away that was almost invisible. Electromagnetic propulsion construction. Complete. Wind speed measurement. Air humidity calculation. Gravity acceleration computation. Byakugan perspective correction, target locked. Hinata Satoru held his breath. His fingers gripping the bowstring loosened slightly. In an instant, accompanied by a sharp explosive sound, the metal arrow vanished into a blue arc of lightning. Go only, my railgun, he roared in his heart. Close call, close call. The fleeing Huitu glanced back, panting heavily. Looks like they didn't chase me. I never expected that Yin 2 and the others would be taken out. What terrifying leaf brats. Once I return to Awagakure, I must make sure that Tsuchikage heightens vigilance, especially about that Byakugan brat. Huitu thought of his 2 comrades who had died horribly, and a chill surged in his heart. That terrifying Byakugan brat absolutely cannot be allowed to live. The moment the thought arose, a fierce life-and-death crisis erupted from his back. He turned his head simply, and his pupils contracted sharply. A metal arrow wrapped in blue arcs of lightning shot toward him like a thunderbolt. Huitus' eyes bulged in fury. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Before the roar could escape, the arrow had already arrived. Its terrifying, penetrating power instantly tore through his body, along with the scroll on his back, smashing heavily into the ground. On the insect platform, Hinata Satoru lowered his raised bow, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He murmured in a voice only he could hear. Target eliminated. What's happening? As the piercing shriek resounded, Hondo instinctively covered her ears. Now she only felt her mind buzzing with confusion and bewilderment. She turned her head and saw Uchiha Rin and Aburame Shibi staring in awe at the direction where the arrow had flown, their pupils trembling slightly. Satoru, is this the ninjutsu you wanted to cultivate? Aburame Shibi took a deep breath. Beyond the initial shock, a hint of profundity gleamed in his eyes. Through the perspective of his insects, he had perceived far more. There was no chakra fluctuation on the arrow. Its speed surpassed the reaction limit of an average shinobi, boasting an ultra-long-range striking distance coupled with the Byakugan's field of vision. This was an ultimate assassination technique capable of altering the course of a war. Was it a technique developed from the combination of two Kekii Genkai? The combination of two types of chakra was a Kekii Gunkai, and three types were a Kekii Tota, but what was the combination of two Kekii Genkai? Teacher Shibi, you can put me down now. Oh. The voice of Hyuga Satoru from above brought him back to reality. After responding, he manipulated his insects to lower Hyuga Satoru to the ground. Satoru, are you alright? Seeing Hyuga Satoru's pale complexion and feeble demeanor, Aburame Shibi spoke with concern. I'm fine. Hyuga Satoru shook his head. It's just chakra overuse, a temporary exhaustion. He'll recover after resting for a while. That's good. Aburame Shibi sighed in relief. Let's go check on that IWA shinobi. Hyuga Satoru's gaze flickered for a moment. In truth, considering the power of the arrow he had just released, he could at most shoot 3 arrows in his current state. However, this technique was too extraordinary, it was better not to reveal his limits. Killing that IWA shinobi was necessary. If he had lived to return to Awagakure, Satoru would have faced endless assassination attempts from the IWA shinobi. What he lacked most right now was time to develop. He was from the branch family and could never betray Konoha. Naturally, the greater his value to the Hokage, the better. Even if he could not enter the Hokage's inner circle, he could at least use the Hokage's power to counterbalance the main family. Thinking this, they soon arrived at the spot where the IWA shinobi had fallen. His body, along with the scroll on his back, had been viciously torn apart at the waist, blooming a scarlet flower on the grass. Perhaps because death had come so swiftly, his face still held the terror of his last moment, vivid and lifelike. What a pity. If I could have aimed a little more precisely, I might have killed him without damaging the scroll. Hyuga Satoru felt a pang of pain at the loss of the supplies within the scroll. The scroll was the key to the storage space. Once it was destroyed, unless the location of the storage space was found, the supplies could not be retrieved. Don't say that. Aburame Shibi's mouth twitched as he immediately advised Hyuga Satoru to stop his humble bragging behavior. This archery technique you've developed combined with the Byakugan's power is terrifying beyond anything I've heard of. Even if I encountered it from a distance, I would be severely constrained. You flatter me, Teacher Shibi. It's merely a crude technique, not worth mentioning. Hyuga Satoru shook his head. Aburame Shibi received critical hit X2. Alright. He responded weakly, then commanded, clean up the battlefield. That concludes this mission. After a moment's pause, Aburame Shibi added another sentence. Regarding the archery technique Satoru has developed, do not speak of it after returning to the village. Do not reveal it to anyone. Whether out of concern for keeping Hyuga Satoru's personal information confidential, or out of caution, due to his branch family status, the fewer people who knew about this unprecedented archery technique, the better. Understood. Uchiha Rin and Hondo nodded solemnly. Back in Konoha, after granting the entire team 3 a rest break, Aburame Shibi hurried straight to the Hokage's office. Shibi, how did it go? Did you complete the task I assigned? Upon seeing who entered, Hiruzen Sarutobi put down his work and asked with a smile. It has been completed successfully. Is that so? Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and praised. It seems that under your leadership this team has grown rapidly. Aburame Shibi took a deep breath and said, Lord Hokage, besides this matter there are some things I need to report to you. Then Aburame Shibi recounted the events that had occurred during the mission. Uchiha Rin awakened the Sharingan. Hyuga Satoru developed a peculiar archery technique and killed an IWA shinobi from nearly a kilometer away. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, a hint of gravity appearing in his eyes. The former was acceptable. A 9-year-old with the Sharingan, though a rare genius, was not unprecedented. But the latter's archery technique was utterly unheard of. A combination of dual Kekii Genkai. Could such a peculiar technique truly be developed? Does the main family know about this? Aburame Shibi shook his head. I briefly spoke with Satoru on the way back. He said he only recently mastered this technique, so the main family should be unaware. I see. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Then there's no need to inform them. Let things take their natural course. The Hyuga are too stubborn and rigid, clinging to conventions. If they learned that Hyuga Satoru was practicing an archery technique, they would surely raise a fuss. Hyuga Satoru is a shinobi of Konoha. There is no doubt about that. In the coming war, the technique he developed might prove remarkably effective. Hearing this, Aburame Shibi took a deep breath and ventured, Lord Hokage, are we going to war? Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed helplessly. The second great ninja war ended long ago. Each village's strength has recovered to its peak. Recently, scouts have reported that those villages seem to be making moves. It's just a matter of who loses their patience first. Is that so? Aburame Shibi nodded solemnly. Shibi, just focus on guiding these students well. They are all leaves of the village. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uchiha clan grounds. In a forest clearing, Uchiha Rin was unleashing a barrage of barehanded strikes against a wooden post. A single tomo rotated slowly in his scarlet pupils, the sounds of flesh hitting would echoing through the empty grove. Still training alone, I see. Who's there? Uchiha Rin spun around abruptly, finding an old man in Uchiha clan attire, standing behind him, eyes sharp as an eagle's. Elder Setsuna, is there something you need? Uchiha Rin's hostility subsided slightly. Seeing Uchiha Rin's Sharingan, Uchiha Setsuna's eyes glimmered with fervor. These eyes. Awakened at 9 years old. Lin, you are a true genius. Aburame Shibi is not weak, but he cannot unlock the true potential of these eyes. Abandon that team, withdraw on medical grounds. I will teach you the true power of the Uchiha. A flicker of disgust crossed Uchiha Rin's eyes as he frowned slightly. I appreciate your kindness, Elder Setsuna, but it is there that I can grow the fastest. Uchiha Setsuna's gaze sharpened. Is it because of that Hyuga boy named Satoru? Elder, stay out of my affair. The disgust in Uchiha Rin's eyes deepened, and he glared at the elder with a hint of hostility. Even though he awakened a second Kekkei Genkai, 1 in a million, he is still only a branch family member. I never expected him to occupy your mind so much. Uchiha Setsuna shook his head slightly. Very well, since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. With that he turned and left, leaving a puzzled Uchiha Rin behind. In those eagle-like eyes a cold smirk flickered. He hadn't expected their bond to be so deep. Very well. The deeper the affection, the more painful its destruction. Only then could the true power of the Uchiha be forged. In the early morning, after tossing and turning all night, Ri Xiongwu rose from his bed. It's my first time killing someone after all, he sighed. Ever since his transmigration last night was his first sleepless night, the gruesome deaths of the Iwanin he had fought yesterday still seemed vivid before his eyes. After all, having received a modern education, he still needed time to accept the harsh realities of the shinobi world. Shaking his head, he dispelled the distracting thoughts. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. The third great ninja war and the caged bird seal were like beasts with bloody maws chasing him from behind. He must strengthen himself as quickly as possible. After finishing breakfast, just as Ri Xiongwu was about to begin training, he heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he saw Ri Xiongzhong. Uncle Zhong, what brings you here? The clan head summons you. Oh, let me tidy up, and he'll go right away. On the way, Ri Xiongzhong looked at Ri Xiongwu's slender figure, a complex expression in his eyes. Recently, Ri Xiongwu's reputation as a prodigy had gradually spread through the Hyuga clan, but Ri Xiongzhong knew, well, that for a branch family member, genius was a curse. If an ordinary branch member lived out their life in mediocrity, they would not suffer much, but for a genius, being forced into helpless numbness was true torment. Ri Xiongwu did not know what Ri Xiongzhong was thinking. He was only pondering why the clan head wanted to see him. The main hall's door slid open, and Ri Xiongwu once again saw the old man seated cross-legged on a cushion along with the young man standing beside him. Hyuga Hayashi. Zhong, you may withdraw. Yes. After bowing to the elder, Ri Xiongzhong silently exited the hall. Clan head. Ri Xiongwu gave a slight bow. The old man's half-closed eyes opened to slit, his gaze bearing down on Ri Xiongwu with oppressive pressure. I hear you have been associating closely with that Uchiha girl, and that she has even funded your training tools. It is merely a comrade relationship. We are on the same team, so it is natural to be close. Ri Xiongwu replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Enough. The old man shook his head. I do not care whether you grew close and then chose the same team, or whether the team made you close. I simply want you to understand that a Hyuga shinobi's training does not require sponsorship from other clan members. This concerns the dignity of the Hyuga clan, do you understand? The old man's gaze was like an invisible blade pressing down on Ri Xiongwu. Ri Xiongwu remained silent. The old man shifted his tone, his voice suddenly softening a few degrees. I understand your savings can barely support your training expenses. From now on, you may draw an additional 10,000 ryo from the Hyuga Relief Hall each month as the clan's support for your cultivation. A classic charatanistic approach, Ri Xiongwu thought disdainfully. First a show of force to instill fear, then a sweetener to win loyalty. The clan head had mastered the art of managing people. In truth, he was no longer short on funds. Even the reward from the recently completed Brank mission would last him a long time. Thank you, clan head. Ri Xiongwu expressed his gratitude in a respectful tone. After all, appearances must be maintained. Hyuga Mizuki nodded. I know you have never been serious about gentle fist training, but I still hope you will value it. This is the secret manual for rotation. Study it for 3 days, then return it. Do not share it with anyone. Ri Xiongwu caught the scroll tossed by the elder, astonishment stirring within him. Rotation was one of the main family secret techniques. Normally, branch members could only learn it through self-enlightenment and were not qualified for formal instruction. Hyuga Mizuki's action, in a sense, broke the rules. Thank you, clan head. Ri Xiongwu feigned delight as he thanked the elder. You may go. After Ri Xiongwu's figure disappeared from the hall, Hyuga Hayashi, beside him, asked in confusion, Father, why bestow the rotation technique upon him? The old man raised his head slightly, a profound glint suddenly surfacing in his murky eyes. Hayashi, did you know that the Hokage summoned me yesterday? The Hokage summoned you. Hyuga Hayashi was startled. The elder nodded. You know our Hyuga clan's special circumstances. Even if the Hokage wants to deploy branch family shinobi, he must obtain the main family's consent. I originally thought he wanted a branch family jonin, but unexpectedly he requested this genin. What does the Hokage want with him? Even if he has dual bloodline limits as a genin, he couldn't do much, could he? Hyuga Hayashi was puzzled. The old man shook his head. Not sure. Probably related to an Umbu mission. It seems the Hokage values him greatly. After all, he is the first dual bloodline shinobi in Konoha's history. Whether the Hokage intends to groom him or put him to use, the branch family's first loyalty is to the main family. We will simply go along with the current. Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly. After returning, Ri Xiongwu began to study the rotation training manual. In the Hyuga clan, only the main family were typically entitled to learn rotation directly. Branch members had to rely on their own insight. In the original story, Hyuga Niji had grasped rotation during his genin days, earning him the title of prodigy. Since Ri Xiongwu had never taken Gentle Fist seriously, he had never delved into rotation's training method. Now he was finally filling that gap. Aburame Shibi's given rest period was 7 days. Today was the second. Ri Xiongwu calculated that he had enough time to develop new abilities through rotation. The principle behind rotation was not complicated. Instantly release chakra from all Tenketsu points and spin like a top to form a hemispherical chakra shield. The difficulty lay in the technique of releasing chakra and controlling the high-speed spin. A perfected rotation could repel attacks, earning it the title of absolute defense within the Hyuga clan. But this ability clearly fell short of Ri Xiongwu's expectations. He attempted to combine rotation with electromagnetic forces. After several days of research, he gradually developed several novel uses for rotation. While executing rotation, he used electromagnetic force to construct repulsion, vastly enhancing defensive power. Metal objects would be repelled before even making contact, somewhat akin to an all-directional almighty push. Similarly, by constructing attraction, he could become a humanoid meat grinder. Or combined with metal weapons, such as a ninja sword, he could manipulate the sword while using rotation, a meat grinder version 2.0. Enemies trying to flee would only be devoured by the high-speed spinning blade due to the gravitational pull. Ri Xiongwu named these 3 special rotations Rotation-in, Rotation-yang, and Rotation Sword Dance. Regarding the construction of electromagnetic repulsion and attraction, Ri Xiongwu's influence over non-metallic objects was still limited, but if the enemy carried metal items, the effect was greatly amplified. At level 2, the electromagnetic ability had very clear limitations. However, Ri Xiongwu's experience points had now reached 32896,000, and level 3 was not far off. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time to return to the grueling task life. Ri Xiongwu got up from bed early and arrived at the pre-arranged training ground. The team's mission was accepted by Unvgwei. Until he saw him, he had no idea what the task was. As he walked over, he saw Yujibwa Lin standing in the middle of the training ground, arms crossed, staring at him indifferently. You're late. Ri Xiongwu shrugged, wearing a helpless expression. We agreed on 7 o'clock, and it's just past 6 now. As a ninja, arriving 2 hours early is the best training to temper one's will. You lack ambition. Do you know? Ri Xiongwu immediately covered his ears, unwilling to listen to the lecture from this overachiever. With only 2 minutes left until 7 o'clock, Hong Do came running over, gasping for breath as she wiped the sweat from her brow. Everyone, I'm sorry I almost arrived late. It's okay, I came quite late too. Ri Xiongwu consoled her. Hong Do, you have no drive. Arriving early is. Yujibwa Lin frowned with displeasure, but as soon as she started, Ri Xiongwu swiftly covered her mouth. Unvgwei was unusually late by a few minutes. He scanned the 3 before them and said with a deep voice, "This mission is somewhat special. Only I and Ri Xiongwu will participate. The rest of you should train on your own for now. Well, resume team missions after this task is completed." What? Only Wu and the teacher are participating? Then I woke up so early for nothing. Hong Do rolled her eyes, starting to miss her warm blanket. Yujibwa Lin frowned. Why only select Wu? How long will the mission take? This was decided by the Hokage. As for the duration, it depends on the situation. The Hokage. A sharp gleam flashed in Yujibwa Lin's eyes. If it's a direct assignment from the Hokage, could it be related to an ENBU mission? Unvgwei took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Will you have 1 hour to prepare? The rest of you." In the forest of the Hua country, 2 figures wrapped in black robes leaped continuously among the treetops like specters, leaving the surrounding woods rapidly behind. Unvgwei stepped on a sturdy branch and sprang upward swiftly. Wu, this mission is of great importance and will proceed based on the situation. The preliminary rank is a level, but it could escalate to S-level at any moment if an emergency arises. S-level? Ri Xiongwu drew a sharp breath, gazing at him in surprise. Yes, Unvgwei nodded gravely. You know about the underground black market, right? Black market? Ri Xiongwu frowned. I've heard a bit. It's a place where bounty missions are posted and rewards are given for ninja heads. He was no stranger to the black market. His classmate Yuan Fei-Isama's head was valued at 35 million Ryo there in the future. Yes, UNVGWay mused. The black market is the shadowy side of the ninja world. It exists in the 5 great nations and many smaller countries, an underworld separate from the surface, handling transactions that can't be done openly. Due to its importance, ANBU scouts have been embedded in the underground black markets of the Hu country and several nearby nations by Mu Yi. About a week ago, a scout embedded in the Thai country black market suddenly reported an abnormally large transaction in the biggest black market there. The amount involved exceeded 100 million Ryo. Moreover, that ANBU member detected traces of IWA Ninja near the black market. IWA Ninja. A flicker crossed Ri Xiongwa's eyes. So the Hokage means we're to investigate this. Yes. The Wagakure has been very active lately, and Thai country sits between the Hu country and the Tu country. The rare appearance of such a large abnormal transaction makes the Hokage suspect it's related to war. Ri Xiongwa's expression grew somber. This was bad news for him. If war broke out, his development time would be drastically shortened. With his current strength, he might not be able to face the threat of war. But from what he remembered, wasn't the third great ninja war initiated by Sunagakure? Why was a Wagakure so restless? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and gave a helpless smile. No wonder the clan head had given him the instructions for the rotation technique a few days ago. It must have been because the Hokage had requested him. The fact that the Hokage would ask for a branch clan genin was already a hint. But on reflection, this mission was indeed suitable for him. First, for reconnaissance missions, the importance of the Baiyin was self-evident, and the ANBU had no Hyuga members. Compared to other Hyuga, he also had the bloodline limit of magnet release, allowing long-range sniping techniques, making him more versatile. As for UNVGWay, he was known as an all-around ninja with almost no limitations. The two of them made the optimal pairing. Understanding this, Ri Xiongwu let out a long breath. It seemed Yuan Fei Risen valued him highly. Because of the mark on his forehead, he had to endure the oppression of the main family. Leveraging the Hokage's power to counterbalance the main family was a good choice. After several days of travel, they finally reached Thai country. Before entering the densely populated city, UNVGWay handed Ri Xiongwu a pair of circular thin discs. Your Baiyin is too conspicuous and detrimental to mission stealth. Were these? Ri Xiongwu took them and examined them curiously, then opened his mouth wide. Are these colored contacts? No way did the ninja world already have colored contacts. UNVGWay scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. This is an ANBU tool for masking pupil color. Don't worry though, they're a bit ugly, they feel comfortable to wear. After putting them on, Ri Xiongwu blinked. His vision was unchanged, and after getting used to them, his eyes felt no significant foreign body sensation. He picked up a mirror and looked at himself. His pupils had turned into the most common brown in the ninja world, making him look no different from others. He couldn't help but marvel at how twisted the ninja world's tech tree was. After preparing properly, the duo entered the capital of Thai country. Thai country was a typical samurai nation. Its architecture retained a strong Warring States period style, and on the streets many samurai in armor could be seen with long katana blades at their waists. Although samurai can't use ninjutsu, their biological magnetic fields are far stronger than those of regular ninja. Watching the samurai on the road, Ri Xiongwu clicked his tongue in admiration. The strength of a biological magnetic field was closely related to physical prowess. The magnetic fields of the passing samurai were at least on par with a chunin, and some were even comparable to a jonin or a chunin specialized in taijutsu. No wonder samurai could establish a nation amidst the ninjas' encroachment. Their physical strength alone surpassed many ninja. Were they taijutsu specialists focused solely on swordsmanship? However, it seemed they were perfectly countered by him. Ri Xiongwu shrugged. With full metal armor and weapons made of metal ninja swords, no matter how many samurai came, they wouldn't be a match for him. In the capital of the land of iron, aside from samurai, there were also many civilians and travelers from other nations. Disguised as ordinary wanderers, Hyuga Satoru and his companion blended in without drawing attention. After some reconnaissance, they arrived at an inn. The innkeeper was a young woman. When Aburame Jiwei gave the coded signal, she quietly led them to a hidden chamber. Once inside the chamber, the innkeeper's demeanor shifted entirely. She bowed solemnly to Aburame Jiwei. Umbu code, name Red Dove. Greetings, sir. Umbu code, name Insect, Aburame Jiwei said flatly. The innkeeper turned her gaze to Hyuga Satoru, a look of confusion on her face. Hyuga Satoru felt awkward. Umbu code name. Hell no, he wasn't in the Umbu. He is not an Umbu member, Aburame Jiwei explained. Not Umbu. The innkeeper was astonished. The Hokage had assigned such a critical mission to someone outside the Umbu, and so young at that. Glancing at Aburame Jiwei, Hyuga Satoru thought to himself, it seems the teacher holds a high position in the Umbu, and can even lead a team as a jonin. He must be a special operative within the organization. Give me the latest intelligence, Aburame Jiwei said succinctly. The innkeeper took a breath, her eyes flickering. While investigating that transaction in the black market a few days ago, we made a new discovery. The buyer has been confirmed as the Rock Hidden Village, and the goods appear to be reserve supplies. The transaction is set for 2 days from now. Rock Hidden Village. Reserve supplies. What kind of supplies could be worth over 100 million Ryo? Hyuga Satoru's heart grew heavy. He recalled his previous mission where he had discovered rock ninja searching for supplies in the land of grass. Now they had extended their reach into the land of iron. Such massive stockpiling could only mean preparations for war. Aburame Jiwei furrowed his brow, having reached the same conclusion. He sighed. It seems the Hokage's concerns were justified. The Rock Hidden Village's large-scale movements are indeed war preparations. Hyuga Satoru pondered for a moment. Since the transaction is confirmed for 2 days later, can we sabotage it within this window? No. Red Dove shook her head the moment he finished speaking. Black market transactions are protected by the underworld's forces. Anyone who tries to interfere before the deal is completed will be attacked by all the shinobi in the black market. I see. Hyuga Satoru clicked his tongue. He hadn't spoken idly. With his Byakugan and the magnetic storm sniper rifle, he was quite adept at causing trouble. The atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. Give me the location of the black market and all related intelligence. Well, conduct a field investigation, Aburame Jiwei said in a low voice. Understood. On the street, Hyuga Satoru and Aburame Jiwei walked side by side. Teacher Jiwei, who do you think is selling such a large batch of supplies through the black market? Hyuga Satoru asked after thinking for a while. Hyuga Satoru inquired. Aburame Jiwei replied. In the ninja world, some large merchant guilds use the black market for money laundering. Besides that, many daimyo have their own channels there. But a transaction of this scale is still quite rare. Hyuga Satoru nodded. He felt something was off. The land of iron wasn't a nation of shinobi. Why would anyone sell such a huge amount of supplies through its black market? The two chatted quietly as they walked, soon arriving at the black market mentioned in the intelligence. They found a spot in a nearby izakaya and began their surveillance. Posing as travelers from another land, they couldn't directly enter the black market. Observing from outside was Satoru, can your Byakugan see what's inside? Aburame Jiwei asked. Hyuga Satoru estimated the distance. At this range it should be no problem. With that he activated his Byakugan discreetly. Through its vision, the seemingly ordinary izakaya across the street revealed a vast underground space teeming with people. Judging by the chakra feedback, many of them were samurai. No wonder the black market here is so large. So many samurai are mixed in, Hyuga Satoru muttered to himself. The Byakugan's abilities thrived in the unique environment of the land of iron. With so many samurai around, the chakra of shinobi stood out like searchlights. After filtering out scattered ninja, he spotted a group of powerful shinobi in an inn about 500 meters from the black market. Teacher Jiwei, at the inn 500 meters in the 3 o'clock direction, there are 7 shinobi gathered. Based on chakra levels, about 5 chunin and 2 jonin. One of the jonin has a very large chakra reserve, likely an elite jonin. Aburame Jiwei nodded. That must be the rock ninja from the intelligence. Let's watch and wait. Hyuga Satoru let out a breath. The rock team's strength wasn't overwhelming. This mission might not be too dangerous after all. Just as he was about to deactivate his Byakugan, he made an unexpected discovery. Wait. Teacher Jiwei, something's wrong. What is it? Aburame Jiwei tensed and asked quickly. About 600 meters from that, and there's a concealed jonin. From rock as well. Hyuga Satoru shook his head gravely. No, he's definitely not on their side. Judging by his behavior, he seems to be watching them. Watching? Aburame Jiwei drew in a sharp breath, narrowing his eyes. This was bad news. It meant a third party of shinobi was present in the capital. The mission's direction instantly became murky. Hyuga Satoru's heart also grew heavy. The brief joy of discovering the rock team vanished. If he hadn't been thorough and searched more carefully, he might have missed this ninja. His stealth techniques were remarkably skilled. Can you tell which village he's from? Aburame Jiwei probed. No, Hyuga Satoru shook his head. His counter-surveillance is excellent. The Byakugan can only see his chakra flow, though I can't identify his identity. I see, Aburame Jiwei said. Let's stay here and observe. We'll adapt as the situation unfolds. Yes. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath. An old saying came to mind: the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And now they seem to be vying for the role of the oriole against the mysterious Jonin's faction. As evening fell, the mysterious Jonin made his move. Teacher Jiwei, he's heading outside the city. The two trailed the mysterious Jonin silently, keeping a considerable distance due to his keen counter-surveillance. They followed him deep into the forest outside the city. Hyuga Satoru's eyes sharpened. Through his Byakugan, he saw where the ninja had stopped. That Jonin seems to be heading to a stronghold. I detect many powerful chakra flows there. Aburame Jiwei narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this mission is far from straightforward. As they advanced toward the stronghold, Aburame Jouet suddenly raised his hand to block Hyuga Satoru. Wait, Satoru. Something's happening. Hyuga Satoru looked ahead. Several black Kikaichu insects flew from the forest and landed on Aburame Jouet's shoulder. During the chase, Jouet had also released his insects for reconnaissance. The title of all-round shinobi was well earned. After absorbing the intelligence relayed by the Kikaichu, Aburame Jouet's expression darkened. The insects detected a sensory barrier ahead. If we barge and well be discovered. Hyuga Satoru immediately checked with his Byakugan. Indeed, near the stronghold, several ninja sat in meditation, apparently maintaining the barrier. Was there no choice but to turn back? Hyuga Satoru's heart sank. What to do? Having already spotted the enemy, yet unable to gather intelligence, Hyuga Satoru's heart grew anxious. His Byakugan could indeed perceive the general layout of the stronghold, but it was too far away. He could only see the rough arrangement of personnel and the flow of chakra. What the mysterious Jonin discussed after returning, what faction they belonged to, what their objective was, none of it was known. Lost in thought for a moment, Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but speak. Shibi Sensei, my Byakugan, can roughly see the situation at the stronghold. There are many enemy shinobi there, far more formidable than the Iwanin in the capital. If we don't uncover their purpose, this mission will likely end in failure. I understand. Aburame Shibi gave a bitter smile. But given the current situation, if we approach recklessly, we'll likely be surrounded and attacked by their shinobi. Hyuga Satoru's eyes flickered. According to his Byakugan's vision, the sensing barrier covered a radius of 3 kilometers. Anyone stepping within that range would be detected. Shibi Sensei, can you use your Kikaichu to infiltrate and gather intelligence? No. Aburame Shibi shook his head. I already tried. The distance is too great. My Kikaichu's maximum control range is 2 kilometers. Beyond that, they lose direction due to failing commands. Is that so? Hyuga Satoru frowned deeply. The Kikaichu had a control range of only 2 kilometers, and in the last kilometer, they would lose their way without commands. Wait. In other words, if there were a way to relay commands for that final kilometer, could he control the Kikaichu to search for intelligence? After pondering for a while, Hyuga Satoru's eyes gradually lit up. Shibi Sensei, disregarding the return journey, can you implant a command into the Kikaichu's consciousness to fly 3 kilometers away and gather intelligence? Aburame Shibi thought it over. Simply implanting a command is doable. However, once the distance exceeds 2 kilometers, I lose control of the Kikaichu. After that, it's up to fate. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath. Then please quickly pick out a few sturdy Kikaichu. I have an idea. Aburame Shibi looked at him in surprise. It's too complicated to explain now. Please select the Kikaichu first. Aburame Shibi nodded, extended his left hand, and a few black insects crawled from his sleeve onto his fingertip. Hyuga Satoru took 2 kunai, rubbed them together to produce some metal filings, then pinched a small amount with his fingers and placed them on the Kikaichu's back. He chose the position cleverly, stable enough to stay fixed on the insect's body without interfering with. After completing this, Hyuga Satoru looked at Aburame Shibi. Sensei, now implant the command to gather intelligence into the Kikaichu's consciousness. All right. Aburame Shibi responded helplessly. Though he had no idea what his student was planning, he could only. The implanted Kikaichu took off, unsteadily disappearing into the depths of the forest. After a while, Aburame Shibi sighed. I've lost control of the Kikaichu. Hyuga Satoru remained silent, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Time passed drop by drop. The atmosphere grew oppressive, the air seeming to thicken like stagnant water, slowing both their breaths. Aburame Shibi's eyes shifted from initial hope to later worry and then to disappointment. So much time had passed, the commandless Kikaichu had likely lost its way and would never bring back information. The reason he hadn't suggested returning was to avoid discouraging his student. His pupil was so confident that he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, no one understood Kikaichu better than the Aburame clan. The 2-kilometer limit was an insurmountable weakness. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Aburame Shibi's heart grew heavy. Just then, as if sensing something, he abruptly looked up. Not long after, a few tiny black insects wobbled and it actually succeeded. Aburame Shibi's jaw dropped in shock. Beside him, the corner of Hyuga Satoru's mouth curled slightly. The iron filings he had placed on the Kikaichu were for magnetic orientation. In his previous life, he had often heard that before earthquakes, large numbers of birds and insects would migrate because they were highly sensitive to changes in the geomagnetic field. Some flying insects even used magnetic substances in their bodies for geomagnetic orientation. Although Hyuga Satoru could not alter the geomagnetic field, he could simulate some changes in the magnetic field at his own position using the magnetic substances placed on the Kikaichu for orientation. This was a biological instinct etched into insect DNA through tens of millions of years of natural evolution. Meanwhile, beside him, Aburame Shibi absorbed the intelligence transmitted back by the Kikaichu, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. So that's how it is. 2 days later outside the black market. A disguised Iwanin wrapped a scroll in his clothes, observed his surroundings, and walked toward the front of an inn. Lord Yamatsuchi, the supplies have been secured. Good, praised the jonin named Yamatsuchi. With such a large quantity of supplies that Suchikage will surely reward us handsomely. Prepare to return. I've been stuck in this godforsaken land of iron so long my body is starting to rust. The 7-man team began moving toward the capital. In the forest, everyone's spirits were high. Which seller do you think dumped such a large batch of supplies for us to snatch up? You would have thought that just coming to the land of iron to buy some iron tools would net us such a huge haul. Ha ha ha, laughed an Iwanin. Too bad identities of both parties in black market deals are confidential, otherwise would have to thank them properly. But the moment his words faded, a sharp whoosh rang out. The Iwanin's expression froze instantly, his mouth agape, as his throat was slashed, as if by a sharp blade, blood splattering everywhere. The Iwanin's throat gurgled, bright red foam overflowing from his mouth, and he collapsed limply. Seeing his comrade die so miserably before him, Yamatsuki's eyes bulged, and he roared with all his might. Enemy attack. Even as his words fell, several figures swooshed in surrounding the Iwanin squad. The leader said coldly, "No need for thanks. If you truly want to express gratitude, just leave your lives behind." "Who are you?" Yamatsuki's eyes were bloodshot as he ground out these words. "Dead men don't need to know that much." The red-haired leader waved his hand, and cascades of gold dust surged like golden waves. Yamatsuki's pupils contracted. Magnet release. "You're from Sunagakure." After blocking the golden wave with an earth-style jutsu, he cursed. "Is Sunagakure trying to start a war with a Wagakure? Ambushing us in the middle of the road? If the Tsuchikage finds out, have you considered the consequences?" "Consequences? Once you're all dead, hear what consequences are there." "Scorch release. Steaming murder." The speaker was not Rashi, but a lightly dressed female, shinobi from the rear. With a wave of her hand, an orange-eared fireball shot toward an Iwanin defending against the Sunanin. A shrill scream rang out as the Iwanin's body moisture instantly evaporated, leaving a mummy-like horror. Yamatsuki's heart sank. Magnet release Rashi, scorch release Pakura. Sunagakure had sent 2 Kekkei Genkai shinobi. This was likely a death sentence. At the same time, 1 kilometer from the battle, 2 figures hidden among the treetops watched silently. As expected, the sand shinobi have indeed come to intercept the rock shinobi, Aburam Shibi murmured. Yes, who would have thought that the so-called large-scale transaction of goods was actually orchestrated by Sunagakure itself? Hyuga Satoru raised an eyebrow and said helplessly. After investigating the intelligence through his methods, the outcome astonished everyone. The mysterious seller who was offloading massive supplies in the black market turned out to be Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. This deal was like bait in fishing, luring innocent fish to bite. When the time was right, those hiding in the shadows would emerge, taking both the money and the goods. Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but complain such things could only be done at noon, because sooner or later trouble would come. Sunagakure, being the weakest among the 5 great villages, actually had such audacity. It was truly surprising to him. But on second thought, in the original story, the 3rd Great Ninja War started because the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure went missing, and they recklessly declared war on their big brother Konoha, only to be thoroughly defeated, begging for peace with territorial concessions. So doing something like this now isn't surprising. Satoru Sunagakure has dispatched Scorch Release Pakura and Magnet Release Raza. If we interfere rashly, our chances of victory won't be great. Aburam Shibi's expression was grim. If there were only 1 Kekkei Genkai ninja, he was confident he could hold them off, but 2 made the outcome uncertain. "Don't worry, Master Shibi." Hyuga Satoru smiled at him. "We don't necessarily have to fight them. We just need to disrupt their plan." Aburam Shibi seemed to think of something, then suddenly laughed and scratched his head. "I almost forgot you have that." In the forest, the battle continued. But the defeat of the rock shinobi was inevitable. Under the joint massacre by the 2 Kekkei Genkai ninjas, the remaining rock shinobi could not resist falling one after another in gruesome deaths. Seeing his comrades die before him, Sando's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze fierce. "Bastards. Even if I die, I'll make you pay." He rapidly formed hand seals, then slammed his palms onto the ground, pouring his chakra into the earth through his hands. Earth release. Mountain soil technique. The ground beneath him split apart with a roar, forming 2 massive hemispherical walls that closed in the oppressive force, seemingly intent on crushing all the sand shinobi to dust. "It's useless," Raza said coldly, slowly raising his hands. Countless gold dust surged from beneath his feet, instantly filling the cracked earth. Several golden tentacles emerged from the tidal wave of gold dust, pressing firmly against the closing walls. Amidst the rumbling tremor, the 2 began a fierce tug-of-war. Pebbles continuously fell from the massive walls, and cracks spread like spider webs where the gold dust tentacles held them back. Sando still had a fair amount of chakra left, enough to continue his stalemate with Raza. But this was not a one-man battle. He turned to look behind him. In just a few breaths, his rock shinobi comrades, under the combined assault of Pakura and the sand shinobi, had been reduced to almost nothing. Until the last rock shinobi fell beside him, a blood-soaked hand clutching his trouser leg, his trembling pupils staring at him, his atoms apple bobbing. Lord Sando, flee. Damn it. As if something shattered inside him, a surge of immense power erupted from his body. Sando roared to the heavens, a trail of blood, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. The massive walls that Raza had been holding back trembled violently, beginning to close together. Damn it. Still struggling in vain. Realizing he could no longer withstand Sando's desperate counterattack, Raza cursed and leaped backward, trying to escape Sando's attack range. Fall back. This technique is extremely powerful. Don't take it, Hedon. With Raza's withdrawal, the gold dust tentacles trembled for a moment before shattering. The massive circular walls slammed shut like a colossal tomb, swallowing the sand shinobi, who could not escape in time. The ground shook, dust flying. Raza squinted, staring intently at Sando's position. After using that technique, he's completely lost his ability to resist. Cautiously, he deliberated and chose not to act personally. Instead, as the dust began to settle, he turned to a sand shinobi in the group. Song, kill him. Yes. The sand shinobi named Song took a kunai from his pocket and cautiously approached Sando. As he drew near, he indeed saw Sando on one knee before the massive hemispherical tomb, panting weakly, clearly having lost all ability to resist. Die. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he thrust the kunai toward the back of Sando's head. Suddenly a change occurred. Before the kunai in his hand could fall, goosebumps erupted over Song's entire body as a chill shot from his tailbone straight up his spine to the back of his head. Before he could react, a flash of blue light passed, and his head exploded, brain splattering. This gruesome scene stunned everyone. The sand shinobi stood frozen. In that instant, none of them had seen. After a brief moment of blankness, Sando's eyes narrowed. He immediately formed hand seals, channeling the trace of chakra he had just recovered into the ground beneath him. Damn! Don't let him escape. Raza's heart tightened. The sand shinobi quickly reacted, rushing toward Sando's position. However, a second arrow arrived. This arrow was even more terrifying, shooting straight into the unsuspecting cluster of sand shinobi. Amid the sound of flesh tearing and agonized screams, the first arrow pierced through one sand shinobi's chest, then sliced open the abdomen of a second. Finally, it pierced the thigh of a third sand shinobi, pinning him firmly to the ground. 3 kills with 1 arrow. Who is it? Raza's pupils shrank sharply as he roared in frenzy. The moment his roar erupted, every hair on his body stood on end. That terrifying chill appeared right behind. Driven by a fierce will to survive, he forcibly halted his step and concentrated all his gold dust into a defensive barrier. A blue light flashed past his face, shattering the lower body of a sand shinobi, beside him, spilling intestines and organs all over the ground. The air was dead silent, broken only by the screams of the sand shinobi who had not yet died on the ground. No one dared to move. The sound of gulping and swallowing echoed repeatedly. That intense chill hung over them constantly, as if at any moment the blue light of death would descend upon them. They could only watch helplessly as Sando escaped from under their noses. Only after a long time, when no blue light appeared, did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. It should be gone by now. A sand shinobi swallowed, stammering. I don't know. Another sand shinobi wiped the sweat from his brow with a terrified expression. Raza dispersed the gold dust shield around him and ordered coldly, go investigate. The enemy, yes. Seeing even Raza had dropped his defense, the remaining sand shinobi reluctantly steeled themselves and went to investigate. It's an arrow. A sand shinobi held up what he had found. A long, slender metal arrow, flat-bodied, slightly different from an arrow. Raza squinted his eyes. What kind of technique could give an arrow such immense power? Moreover, during the battle, they had been monitoring their surroundings. There was no shinobi within at least a kilometer. Could the attack have come from over a kilometer away? How is that possible? Raza, I think you need to consider how you'll explain this to the Kazekage. This mission is a complete failure. Pakura looked at him coldly. The two had never gotten along. If not for the Kazekage's order putting Raza in charge, she would never have followed his commands. Raza's expression was extremely grim. Sando had escaped, meaning that Tsuchikage would definitely learn of today's actions. Sunagakure would likely suffer greatly. Who is it? He gritted his teeth. On a large tree a kilometer away, Hyuga Satoru lowered his metal crossbow, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth. In the forest, Yunuji Wei swallowed his saliva, staring in awe at Ri Xiong Wu beside him, who was holding a bow and arrow. Wu, this move of yours is too ruthless. From a kilometer away, he shot 3 arrows in succession, brutally killing several sand ninjas. Such an achievement was enough to shock even him. Especially the second arrow, which shot into the group of sand ninjas and directly pierced through 3 of them. Master Jiwei, now is not the time to discuss this. My chakra is nearly depleted. We should leave at once. Aburame Jiwei nodded, briefly concealed the traces around them, and hurried away with Rixiang Wu. The inn. The innkeeper Hong Gu paced restlessly. When she saw the two approaching, her eyes brightened, and she immediately went over. How did it go? It is over, said Rixiang Wu. Over. Hong Gu's eyes widened. What does over mean? Was the mission completed? Did the Iwanin bring back the supplies? What exactly happened? She was full of questions. The mission has been resolved, Hong Gu. When I return, I will report your merits to the Hokage. After completing the mission, Aburame Jiwei's mood improved considerably. He nodded at the innkeeper. It is resolved. Hong Gu's mouth hung open. Her mind was still full of questions. Hadn't they said that the Sha'in village was also involved behind this? Was it really over just like that? The two didn't even have a speck of dust on them, as if they hadn't engaged in any combat. Could it be that they just took a stroll at the site and the mission was completed? Aburame Jiwei saw Hong Gu's confusion and said with a smile, this mission truly depended on Wu Yi, otherwise it would have been troublesome. However, due to the confidentiality of the mission, I cannot disclose the details. Wu. Hong Gu looked at Rixiang Wu beside her in bewilderment. Such a young ninja, hardly even a chunin, could he have played such a major role? After bidding farewell to Hong Gu, the two set out on their journey back to Konoha. On the way, Aburame Jiwei said gravely, Wu, since this mission involves two great nations, after reporting to the Hokage, it will surely be upgraded to rank. Rank. Rixiang Wu's eyes sparkled. The reward for its rank mission was at least 1 million ryo. That was a fortune. By the way, Aburame Jiwei paused, then continued. After we return, I will discuss with the Hokage about granting you a chance to select a forbidden technique from the sealed scroll. You should think carefully about which technique to choose. The sealed scroll. Rixiang Wu smacked his lips. It contained all the powerful forbidden techniques, and there was one particularly famous technique he had coveted for a long time. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at Konoha. As soon as they entered the village, Aburame Jiwei wasted no time and immediately took Rixiang Wu to the Hokage's office to report the mission. After listening to Aburame Jiwei's report, Yuan Fei Risen's eyes gradually brightened, and he exclaimed, good, 3 times in a row. If Aburame Jiwei's report was true, then after this mission, Yin village and Sha'in village would become sworn enemies. 7 elite ninjas and supplies worth over 100 million ryo. Knowing that stubborn old man Dayemu, he would definitely seek revenge. In that case, Konoha would temporarily become the safe side. Even if the ninja world situation becomes chaotic again and war erupts, the first to fight would be Sha'in and Yin, while Konoha could sit back and watch. Yuan Fei Risen stroked his beard, his gaze toward Rixiang Wu growing more appreciative. The originally complex situation under his manipulation had turned into the most favorable scenario for Konoha. Rixiang Wu gave an awkward smile. Actually, his starting point was not for Konoha. The reason he let Shan Tu return alive was that he knew the third great ninja war would begin with Sha'in village stubbornly attacking Konoha. By provoking conflict between Sha'in and Yin, it should significantly delay the outbreak of the third war. At least at this moment, the troubled Sha'in should have no mind to bother their big brother. Then he could gain more time. Time was what he lacked most. Yuan Fei Risen nodded and said gravely, I have roughly understood the course of the mission. The mission rank will be upgraded to rank. In addition, he looked at Rixiang Wu and paused, then said, because of your outstanding performance in this mission, you are rewarded with 1 chance to choose a technique from the sealed scroll. I hope you will not waste it. Rixiang Wu's eyes lit up. Here it comes finally. Yuan Fei Risen took a scroll from his drawer and handed it to Rixiang Wu. This is the catalog of techniques from the sealed scroll. Pick one that you like. Later I will take you to the place where the actual sealed scroll is stored. Rixiang Wu quickly scanned the catalog and soon selected the technique he desired. This one. He pointed it out to Yuan Fei Risen. This one. Yuan Fei Risen couldn't help frowning. Why did you choose this technique? This opportunity is extremely important. If you waste it, it will be hard to get another. Seeing the technique Rixiang Wu had chosen, Aburame Jiwei also became anxious and quickly advised, Wu, this technique has very high requirements for the practitioner. Are you sure you want to choose it? It would be a pity to waste this opportunity. Rixiang Wu looked firmly at Yuan Fei Risen and said, I have made up my mind, Hokage-sama. I choose this technique. Well, since you have decided. Yuan Fei Risen sighed. But I must warn you, to practice this technique you need a large chakra reserve. Before you fully master it, do not force its use, or it will be life-threatening. I understand, Hokage-sama. Rixiang Wu nodded solemnly. On the catalog of the sealed scroll, the technique he pointed to was none other than the protagonist's signature cheat in the future. Multiple shadow clone technique. Shortly after leaving the Hokage's office, they encountered Uchiha Lin and Hong Do, who had been waiting for them to return. You finally finished the mission. I've been waiting so long that my body is about to rust. Uchiha Lin rotated his shoulders and said impatiently. Rixiang Wu chuckled and scratched his head. There were some unexpected changes in this mission. It was upgraded to Shrank, which caused quite a delay. When I cash in the reward, it'll treat everyone to a meal. Shrank. Uchiha Lin opened his mouth in shock, wondering if he had misheard. You and Teacher Jiwei completed an Shrank mission between the two of you. Aburam Jiwei nodded and said gravely, not only that Wu also played a leading role in this mission. Uchiha Lin looked at Rixiang Wu in shock. Even though she was arrogant, she knew very well that with her own strength, she could not play any role in an Shrank mission. Hongo was also shocked, her mouth hanging open. Then, as if remembering something, she asked with concern, the mission was so dangerous. Did everyone get hurt? Aburam Jiwei shook his head and looked at Rixiang Wu helplessly. He simply couldn't understand why Wu would waste such an important opportunity on the multiple shadow clone technique. After all, the multiple shadow clone technique was not particularly powerful among the forbidden techniques in the sealed scroll, and its usage conditions were quite demanding. However, Rixiang Wu could no longer wait. After bidding farewell to the group, he immediately ran to the forest where he usually trained. He had a very flashy technique to test. The training of the multiple shadow clone technique was not difficult, it was hardly more challenging than the ordinary shadow clone technique. In the original story, the young prince, not even a genin, spent a night wandering the forest with the forbidden scroll and mastered the multiple shadow clone technique, thoroughly thrashing Mizuki. One can imagine how low the difficulty was. The reason it was classified as a forbidden technique was that instantaneously splitting into a massive number of shadow clones would rapidly deplete a ninja's chakra, ultimately draining them dry like a husk. Each shadow clone takes half of the original's chakra, with 2 clones only a quarter remains. The terrifying chakra consumption of the multiple shadow clone technique was evident. Chakra is extracted from physical and spiritual energy. Only someone like Naruto, carrying the Uzumaki physique and the 9 tails as cheat devices, could constantly summon countless underlings. If faced with Kakashi, he'd be drained to nothing in no time. Unfortunately, I am also a cheater, Rixiang Wu said with a smile. Though he lacked the Uzumaki physique, he had a life magnetic field. Because of the life magnetic field, his body automatically adjusted to an optimal state. If the amount drained at once was too great, the magnetic field would work frantically to compensate for the loss. Moreover, thanks to the abundant nourishment from the life magnetic field, his chakra reserves far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas of the same level, approaching the standards of a jonin. Under this buff, the multiple shadow clone technique still had a long way to go before it could drain him dry. With this in mind, Rixiang Wu took a deep breath and began to train the technique. The chakra flow was similar to the ordinary shadow clone technique, but during release it went through several complex steps that multiplied the release pathways, dramatically increasing the number of clones. The second Hokage was a true genius. How did he conceive such an ingenious chakra flow? Rixiang Wu couldn't help but admire. When the chakra reached its peak, he formed hand seals and shouted the classic line. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof, poof, poof. Amidst rising clouds of white smoke, a bunch of identical selves appeared around Rixiang Wu, staring at each other wide-eyed. His body felt hollow, an empty void in his abdomen. Before he could react, the surroundings suddenly erupted into chaos. Hey, why do I see so many ugly guys the moment I open my eyes? Bastard, who are you calling ugly? Look at yourself. Your eyes are like pellets. X10, do you want a beating? X10, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? X20. Surrounded by dozens of his own clones, shouting in unison, Rixiang Wu felt his head throbbing. He hadn't expected such a drawback of the multiple shadow clone technique, but on second thought the young prince had often argued with his clones. Especially during the training of the Raisin Shuriken, a group of shadow clones indulged in internal competition, loudly mocking those who progressed slowly, almost coming to blows. Back then, Rixiang Wu almost laughed himself silly in front of the TV, never expecting this scene to happen to him now. Stop arguing. I summoned you all. I am the original, you must obey me. Unable to bear it any longer, Rixiang Wu bellowed, finally calming the surrounding clamor. Original? Fine, since you're the original, judge for yourself. Isn't he uglier? Nonsense, he's the ugly one. His nose is practically pointing to the sky. As the clones' argument escalated, Rixiang Wu pulled out a scroll and tossed it into the air. White smoke dispersed and countless metallic ninja tools, shuriken, kunai, ninja swords, rained down like a metal storm, embedding themselves in front of the clones. The sight stunned all the clones into silence. Amazing. Rixiang Wu let out a long breath. Try to communicate with the metal tools in front of you using your consciousness, and see if you can control them. Like this. Some clever clones made a few attempts and gradually found the method. Amid envious gazes, the shuriken before them wobbled and lifted into the air. Rixiang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. As he had anticipated, the multiple shadow clone technique could also harness electromagnetic force. He had previously trained it with shadow clones, so he inferred that multiple clones could do the same. Seeing that someone had already succeeded, the other clones refused to lag behind and began competing fiercely. Kyuso, I won't be left behind either. Time to show you what real skill is. Move, move, move for me. Seeing the clone's self-motivated, Ri Xiongwu wore a pleased expression. He fashioned a chair from metal tools, leaned back, and crossed his legs. Experience 56, experience 59, experience 61. Noticing the rapid increase in experience points, Ri Xiongwu felt an exhilarating thrill. As he had envisioned, the multiple shadow clone technique shared the training experience with the original. And because of the upgrade method of his golden finger, the experience could be gained even without the clones dispersing. Upgrading LV2 electromagnetic force required 6,000 experience points. He now had 5,021 points, needing about 1,000 more to level up. Barring accidents, the time before the next mission should suffice for him to reach LV3. He recalled that in the original story, when the young prince was training the Raisin Shuriken, he summoned thousands of clones. Under the experience sharing buff, his training progress skyrocketed. Ri Xiongwu had chosen the multiple shadow clone technique precisely because of this. Suddenly a thought struck him, and a strange expression crossed his face. Am I exploiting a bug in the golden finger? Whatever. Ri Xiongwu shrugged with relief, lounging comfortably on the chair. Who wouldn't exploit a bug? That would be insane. Around him, dozens of clones were like a lush field of green leeks, continuously radiating and being drained of blood and flesh by him, the capitalist. One clone's hand slipped, sending a shuriken flying astray, hitting the clone it had been arguing with earlier. Playing dirty, huh? The clone pointed and cursed, but before the words finished, it vanished in a poof of white smoke. After all, shadow clones pop with a single poke. That trait can't be changed. Ri Xiongwu frowned slightly, suppressing the returning memory impact. He formed hand seals, mobilizing the chakra that had just recovered. White smoke dissipated, and another patch of lush green leeks sprouted up. Having exploited the shadow clone technique for a considerable time, Hinata Wusher finally sensed a crisp sound emanating from his body, as if something had shattered. Level 3 Electromagnetism. Experience points until the next upgrade, 20000. Finally leveled up. Hinata Wusher took a deep breath, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Along with the upgrade, the first sensation was the refinement of his body, as impurities were constantly broken down and reorganized into exceedingly pure life energy that nourished his flesh. Unlike previous times, this refinement was more thorough. Even his internal organs received the same treatment. Hinata Wusher activated his Byakugan, his vision extending from 3 kilometers to 4 kilometers, and the images transmitted back became significantly clearer. As the speed of experience acquisition slowed down, he mused. It seems that with level 3 electromagnetism, exploiting such bugs for leveling up has become a bit difficult. Noticing the slowing pace of the experience points in his mind, Hinata Wusher shrugged helplessly. Based on his past experience, as the level of electromagnetism increased, the experience gained from using previous abilities would diminish. To level up quickly, he would need to utilize newly developed abilities. Sensing the increase in the authority of electromagnetism, Hinata Wusher inhaled deeply and slowly raised both hands. The surrounding shadow clones were momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing they had lost control over the metallic ninja tools in front of them. Their will to manipulate the tools felt as powerless as a mayfly shaking a tree against that strong force. Shuriken and kunai flew up in unison, gathering above Hinata Wusher. Under the astonished gazes of the shadow clones, the surface of the metallic ninja tools suddenly began to turn red, and the surrounding air began to heat up. What is happening? Why does it suddenly feel so hot? The clones exchanged wide-eyed glances, erupting into a flurry of astonished chatter. The surfaces of the metallic ninja tools had turned bright red, and the intense heat even caused the plants on the ground to begin wilting. The solid material transformed into liquid, emitting a hissing sound as pools of scorching molten iron coalesced into a massive sphere, writhing continuously. Hinata Wusher took a deep breath and summoned the remaining chakra to control the shape of the molten iron. The glowing red liquid elongated, forming a slender blade with a certain curvature, followed by the details of the hilt and the edge. Ultimately, nearly 100 ninja tools melted down into a single long ninja blade, its slender body radiating a chilling glow. Looking at his masterpiece, a smile appeared on Hinata Wushi's pale face. Let's call this ninja blade Long Fong. Next to him, the clones were already dumbfounded. Hinata Wusher glanced over and snapped his fingers. Thanks for your hard work this time. I look forward to our next collaboration. With a series of loud pops, all the clones simultaneously transformed into white mist, and as the clones disappeared, Hinata Wusher immediately gritted his teeth, feeling all the memories and fatigue of the clones returning at once, overwhelming him with a sense of being crushed as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Damn it, I didn't expect the impact of reclaiming them to be so great. It seems that exploiting bugs isn't as easy as it seems. However, I can recover them in batches to mitigate the impact. Gasping for breath, Hinata Wusher sighed helplessly. With level 3 electromagnetism, the speed of experience acquisition has slowed down, and to exploit bugs like before he would need his clones to use higher level abilities. The accompanying fatigue would definitely leave him exhausted, unable to move for several days. However, if he had enough resting time, he could occasionally send out a wave of clones to farm experience. This way the time it would take for him to cultivate to level 4 would be significantly shortened compared to normal. Holding the now cooled Longfang ninja blade, Hinata Wusher tried swinging it a few times, and the feel was incredible. This ninja blade was forged by melting hundreds of ninja tools and continuously compressing the molecular gaps. Its quality was exceptionally high, and being his own creation, the blade's form was perfectly suited to him. Electromagnetic furnace. This was the name Hinata Wusher gave to the new ability developed from his level 3 electromagnetism. The so-called electromagnetic furnace utilizes magnetic fields to make the molecules of objects move at high speeds, thereby causing a rapid increase in their temperature. The principle is not complex. Hinata Wusher remembered that the induction stove and microwave from his past life operated on this principle. Middle school physics taught us that temperature accelerates molecular movement, and similarly enhanced molecular movement leads to a rapid rise in temperature. Not only does it apply to metals, if any ninja were to step into the electromagnetic furnace constructed by Hinata Wusher, their body's molecules would uncontrollably collide violently, potentially melting them into a pool of liquid. Hinata Wusher exhaled, a glimmer of anticipation appearing in his eyes. If I can develop the electromagnetic furnace, then I must be close to achieving the ability for molecular reorganization. Molecular reorganization was the ability Hinata Wusher most desired within the electromagnetic system, allowing him to control atoms at the microscopic level to rearrange and create entirely new substances. In his vision, if he could master this ability, he could directly invade the bird in the cage on his forehead and wipe it out from its very source. That bird in the cage had posed a threat to him for a long time, and no one wanted such a thing on their forehead. The electromagnetic furnace could accelerate molecular movement, essentially touching upon the microscopic level. At least from this moment on, the microscopic capabilities of the electromagnetic system had opened a door for him. After reaching level 3 electromagnetism, Hinata Wusher roughly estimated his current strength. In close combat, due to the peculiarity of his abilities, even ordinary jonin would likely not be his match. As for ranged combat, under the sniping of the magnetic storm sniper, regular ninjas would be easily dispatched, though it could be a bit costly. The next day, following his agreement with Yun Yushimi, Hinata Wusher arrived at the mission management office, intending to accept a team mission with his squad. Wusher, you're late. In front of the mission management office, Yun Yushimi looked at Hinata Wusher walking from afar, a rare flicker of emotion appearing on her usually expressionless face behind her sunglasses. Sorry, something held me up, Hinata Wusher said apologetically as he ruffled his hair. He had stayed up late last night testing his new abilities. Huh. As Hinata Wusher stepped inside, Yun Yushimi suddenly exclaimed softly, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Beside her, Akadama and Uchiha Rin seemed to have noticed something as they leaned closer to Hinata Wusher, their expressions filled with suspicion as they scrutinized him. What's wrong? Hinata Wusher instinctively took a few steps back, stammering as he felt like a pitiful little white rabbit, while the two girls beside him were like fierce wolves eyeing their prey. Wusher, you seem to have gotten even whiter. Akadama gritted her teeth, her face filled with envy and jealousy. Yes, still that kind of white with a rosy glow. Uchiha Rin's eyes narrowed, an icy aura emanating from her. Could it be that you have some hidden beauty, gotten whiter? White with a rosy glow. Hinata Wusher wanted to cry, but had no tears. Who knew that the physical refinement from electromagnetism had this effect? Given the current situation, if he didn't hand over the so-called beauty secret, it seemed unlikely that the two girls would easily let him off the hook. What if I told you it's a talent? Would you believe me? Hinata Wusher swallowed hard. I believe you're full of it. Hand over the beauty secret. Uchiha Rin grabbed Hinata Wusher by the collar. Beside her, Akadama also rolled up her sleeves, aggressively advancing. You Wusher, I suspected that your suddenly fair skin must have some issue behind it, and now you can't talk your way out of it. Hurry up and hand over the beauty secret. Unexpectedly, even the usually aloof Uchiha Rin had no defense against the allure of beauty, leaving Hinata Wusher no choice but to cast a pleading glance at Yun Yushimi. To his surprise, Yun Yushimi clearly had no intention of getting involved, shrugging her shoulders as she scanned the mission list on the nearby bulletin board. After some deliberation, Aburam Shibi's gaze settled on a particular mission. Escorting a merchant caravan to the Grass Country Trade Association. A Brank mission with a reward of 400 Rio. Normally Brank missions would not offer such a high bounty, but this one seemed somewhat exceptional. The caravan was massive and the mission had been posted with the stipulation that multiple teams could accept it, hence the generous compensation. Aburame Shibi pondered for a moment and decided to take on this mission. It offered the highest reward among the tasks their team could accept, and even after deducting the portion shared by other teams it remained quite substantial. He himself was not short of money, but it would be a good idea to let Hyuga Wu and the others receive a larger share. Hello, I'd like to accept this mission. Aburame Shibi pointed emotionlessly at the mission on the list, addressing the ninja at the management office. It's Lord Shibi. He'll process it immediately. The ninja responded and began recording. After a moment of thought, Aburame Shibi asked, besides our team, have any other teams accepted this mission? The person in charge thought for a while. There should be one more team, but I don't recall which one. I see. Aburame Shibi nodded and turned to look at Anko and the others. There stood Hyuga Wu, his clothes disheveled, while beside him Uchiha Rin and Anko, having failed to find the secret to whitening, seemed to be murmuring about something. Sensing Hyuga Wu's resentful gaze, Aburame Shibi suddenly felt a chill. The mission is already accepted. We should head over quickly. He shuddered as he spoke. At the entrance of Konoha, Hyuga Wu saw a sizable caravan parked in the distance. As they drew closer, the sound of an argument reached their ears. Frowning, they quickened their pace, and a surprising scene unfolded before their eyes. A tall ninja clad in a green bodysuit was bowing incessantly to one of the men, uttering apologies and pleas, while another ninja in the same attire kept pulling at him. Father, why apologize to someone like him? We can just give up this mission. Guy, you don't understand. Without the reward from this mission, we can barely make ends meet. After reprimanding the ninja pulling at him, the tall ninja bowed once more to the leading jonin, burying his head deep into his chest. Please forgive us. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Recognizing the man's face, Hyuga Wu was stunned. Senior Dai, Wu, do you know that ninja? Uchiha Rin asked in surprise. Anko's expression turned worried as she explained to Uchiha Rin. Rin, he's Might Dai, the father of our classmate Might Guy. Oh, Uchiha Rin responded indifferently. She had little impression of Might Guy, only finding him vaguely familiar. In truth, she seldom paid attention to weaker classmates. Just then the jonin standing before Might Dai showed an impatient expression and waved his hand dismissively. Go. It's my bad luck to have taken the two of you into my squad. We only knocked over one crate, and we've already cleaned it up. Why are you being so aggressive? Might Guy finally couldn't hold back, clenching his fists and glaring at the jonin. Guide. Might Dai grabbed him urgently. It's already a blessing they let us join the squad. I'm the clumsy one. Apologize to Captain Ryosuke. Guy, on the verge of tears, protested, but we've already cleaned up. After hearing the gist of the matter, Anko's eyes flashed with anger. How awful. Hyuga Wu frowned, then, after a moment's thought, strode over quickly. Hey, have you made up your minds yet? Our caravan is about to depart. Any more delay will affect the schedule. Hearing the caravan leader's impatient voice, the jonin Tanoi Ryosuke forced an apologetic smile. I'm terribly sorry. We'll handle this right away. His gaze shifted to Might Dai and Guy, instantly turning into disgust and contempt. Did you hear that? The caravan is about to leave. You'd better go now. Don't hold up the schedule. Just then a voice came from behind. Wait. Tanoi Ryosuke turned to look, frowning. Byakugan, a Hyuga ninja. What's he doing here? Hyuga Wu smiled at the bewildered Might Dai and Guy. Guy, have you already graduated? You're Hyuga Wu. Recognizing him, Guy scratched his head sheepishly. I just graduated and haven't been assigned a jonin instructor yet, so I came out with my father to do missions to help support the family. What brings you here? I'm here to complete a mission too, Hyuga Wu said with a smile. Guy, who? He's Hyuga Wu, my classmate. Father, you must have heard of him. The Hyuga clan prodigy who awakened a second bloodline limit. Guy introduced excitedly. Although they had little interaction during their academy days, the dual bloodline genius from a prestigious clan was bound to leave an impression on everyone. Might Dai struck his right fist into his left palm, a look of realization dawning on his face. So, hearing their conversation, Tanoi Ryosuke narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Hyuga Wu. He hadn't heard of a dual bloodline, but since the bowl-cut kid said they were classmates, this brat was just a freshly graduated genin. Hey, you said you're here to do a mission too. Ryosuke squinted at Hyuga Wu. This is a multi-team mission. We've accepted it as well. Any problem? Hyuga Wu stared back. Besides, he turned to Might Dai and Guy, smiling. Senior Dai, Guy, since this squad doesn't want to keep you, why not join mine? Wu, how can we? Dai and Guy were at a loss. Tanoi Ryosuke's eyes turned cold. Brat, you say you've accepted this mission. Any proof? This is a brank mission. If I were your jonin instructor, I'd never let you cause trouble here. You. Before he could finish, a cold voice suddenly cut in. Are you telling me how to do my job? Tanoi Ryosuke froze, turning toward the voice. A ninja wearing black sunglasses wrapped in a loose robe held up a mission scroll toward him. This is the commission for our accepted mission. Is that proof enough? Also, I agree to let them join my squad. Do you have an objection, Noi? Recognizing the newcomer's appearance, Tenoi Ryosuke's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear. Hell, Lord Shibi, why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't dare to object. To object to Aburame Shibi. No way. Shibi's reputation among Konoha's jonin was fearsome, a true ruthless man. Ordinary jonin were mere fodder before him. Those who fought him met gruesome ends devoured by his insects until nothing remained. Tenoi Ryosuke looked at Hyuga Wu with a face full of despair. Why didn't you say your teacher was Aburame Shibi earlier? Did I have to offend this ruthless man? Oh no, should I consider moving to another village? After seeing Yunu Jue arrive, Rishiang Wu sighed in relief and said to Maitai Dai with a smile, Senior Dai, since my teacher has agreed, you too may join my squad. Maitai Dai hesitated and looked at Tianyi Liangjie, who was on the verge of tears, wishing he could bury his head in his stomach. Why are you looking at me? If he wants you to go, then go. If Yunu Jue gets his eyes on me, won't he find a chance to kill me on the road? Seeing that Tianyi Liangjie did not object, Maitai Dai suddenly felt a sting in his nose, tears welling up in an instant. He couldn't help but step forward and hug Rishiang Wu abruptly. Thank you so much. My youthful blood is burning with passion again. Rishiang Wu instinctively leaned back to prevent Maitai Dai from spraying tears onto his clothes. This scene was also witnessed by Hongdo and Yuzibo Lin, who were approaching from behind. Wu, since when did he become so caring? Yuzibo Lin revealed a complicated expression. It seems I've underestimated this guy. Apart from his enormous appetite and laziness, he's actually quite sunny. His body tightly locked by Maitai Dai's strong arms, Rishiang Wu felt like he couldn't breathe. Senior Dai, please loosen up a bit. Oh, I'm so sorry, Wu. Maitai Dai hastily released Rishiang Wu and stepped back with a look of apology. Rishiang Wu sighed in relief. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Maitai Dai and Kai suddenly embrace each other, kneeling on the ground and wailing loudly. Kai, did you hear that? Someone actually invited us to join their squad. Yes, father, it's too moving. This is youth. Kai, let the eternal flame of youth burn once more. Yes, father. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Yuzibo Lin helplessly covered her face with her hand and sighed. I take back what I said. Is it really okay for Wu to let these two weirdos join the squad? I don't think so. Hongdo smiled awkwardly. Although Kai's personality is a bit strange, he's still reliable at critical moments. Just then the caravan leader Jingshan Tailong stammered, can we set off now? In fact, he had already been very impatient earlier, but when he saw Jonin Liangji's reaction to the newly arrived Yunu Jue, he was suddenly astonished. This ninja named Yunu Jue was so respected by Jonin Liangjie, even with a hint of fear. His strength and status must be extremely high, right? He must not offend him. Therefore, he forced the entire caravan to watch the melodramatic performance of Dai and Kai. Seeing everyone around looking at him, Yunu Jue nodded. In the forest of the Land of Fire, a large caravan traveled along a path cut through the woods. Within this caravan, two completely different states suddenly emerged. Come, Lord Jue, this is a watermelon produced in the land of grass, particularly sweet. Please try it. Lord Jue, this is a specialty of the Land of Iron. Sauced beef, very delicious. Lord Jue, this is. A group of caravan members busily surrounded Yunu Jue, fawningly presenting various rare delicacies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the caravan, Liangji's squad experienced the exact opposite. Biting into the dry ration in his hand, Jianren stared at the delicacies around Yunu Jue, his eyes turning green with envy. These bastards from the caravan. Before that squad arrived, they were fawning over us. Now they've all flocked over there. Jianren, keep your voice down. Liangjie shivered and immediately scolded in a low voice. If Yunu Jue hears that, we're done for. Hearing this, Jianren retracted his neck. Lord Liangjie, is that Yunu Jue really that terrifying? You're also a jonin, yet you're so afraid of him. It's not fear. Liangjie glanced around and whispered, it's respect for the strong. As a chunin, you wouldn't understand. Yunu Jue has a great reputation among the jonin circle. It's said that when he was in the Umbu, he carried out missions with a slim chance of survival, earning the title of all-round ninja. He always acted alone, and no ninja could leave his hands in one piece. I really didn't expect him to come out as a squad leader. Otherwise, I would never have offended him. Being on his bad side is definitely the most terrifying memory of a lifetime. Hearing Liangji's introduction of Yunu Jue, Jianren shivered and swallowed. On the other side, Yunu Jue frowned impatiently, ignoring the fawning caravan members around him. Incredible. No wonder even Jonin Liangjie respects him so much. It seems such things are beneath Lord Jiwe's notice. Exactly, Lord Jiwe is so aloof. Is that a common trait of the strong? Lord Jiwe's lofty aura fills us with admiration. The caravan members instantly turned into flatterers, showering Yunu Jue with sycophantic praise, nearly making Rishiang Wu sick. Have you ever considered that maybe teacher Jue ignores you because he has social anxiety? Wu knew very well that Jiwei, who appeared aloof and invincible, actually suffered from severe social anxiety and got overwhelmed by crowds. He was well aware that Jiwei's inner monologue must be, "Why are you all crowding around me? Do I have pockmarks on my face? Don't look at me, don't look at me. Annoying, go away." Wu took a deep breath, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. "Let me, the respectful and dutiful student, rescue my teacher from this sea of suffering. If I don't enter hell, who will?" In an instant, Wu transformed into a social butterfly, rushing forward and snatching the watermelon handed over by a caravan member. "Wow, is this the legendary big watermelon from the land of grass? It's indeed very juicy. Oh, this specialty sauced beef from the land of iron has such a rich aroma. It's not too much to ask for a taste, right? And this one, give it here." Caravan members. By the time they reacted, seeing Wu devouring the watermelon, a trace of anger appeared on their faces. But since Jiwei said nothing, they didn't dare speak up. "Hey, Lin Hongdo and Senior Dai, come and have a taste too. Eating melon is such a wonderful thing." Wu, with watermelon pulp all around his mouth, waved to the people behind. Yuzhibo, Lin, and Hongdo were stunned, their mouths agape. Wu really is full of surprises. I hope the caravan people don't get angry. The mission has just started, at causing trouble would be a problem. Yuzhibo Lin helplessly pressed her forehead. Unlike Hongdo and Yuzhibo Lin's restraint, Mai Tai Dai and Kai were completely uninhibited, immediately dashing to Wu's side and grabbing a piece of watermelon to devour. "So delicious. So touching. Wu actually shares such precious delicacies with us. The fire of youth in my body is burning again." Throwing away the empty watermelon rinds, Dai and Kai embraced and wept. Liangji's squad members, witnessing this, twitched their eyelids, feeling that the dry rations in their hands suddenly lost all appeal. "Are you serious? This is our offering to Lord Jiwei. How could they do this? It's too much." Exactly. Seeing Hinata Satoru so casually discard the food they had brought, the caravan members clenched their teeth. Their leader Inosuke Taro shot them a glance and spoke in a low voice. "Since they are Lord Jiwei's students, letting them eat it is the same. As long as we leave a good impression on Lord Jiwei, our safety during the journey will be guaranteed with his assistance." Upon hearing this, the caravan members nodded, a smile spreading across their faces. Regardless, they had achieved their goal. After presenting so many delicacies and lavishing praise, surely they had maxed out Lord Jiwei's goodwill, right? When danger befell the caravan, Lord Jiwei would certainly not stand idly by. With that thought, these people finally returned to their post-content. Nearby, Jiwei's trembling fist hidden within his wide sleeve finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh. He had been moments away from losing his temper, tempted to feed the entire group to his insects. He truly couldn't understand why these people insisted on pestering him even after he had clearly refused. Dealing with people was such a hassle, compared to that killing was far simpler. Jiwei shook his head helplessly. After calming his emotions, he looked toward Hinata Satoru, who was walking side by side with Mai Tai, gleefully devouring the food in his hands. A glimmer of curiosity appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself, Satoru must have his own reasons for letting those two join the team, right? What could it be? After finishing the watermelon, Hinata Satoru tossed the rind behind him and wiped his mouth contentedly. "Senior Dai, Kai, are you full?" "Yes, we're full." The two patted their bellies comfortably. Dai looked at Hinata Satoru with a grateful expression. "Satoru, we really can't thank you enough, not only for letting us join the team, but also for sharing such delicious food. We don't know how to repay you." Senior Dai, saying that is too distant. "Kai is my classmate. Helping you is only natural." Hinata Satoru flashed a relatively warm smile, then paused and added, "But speaking of which, there is actually a cultivation question I'd like to ask your advice on." "Cultivation? I'm only a genin, I'm afraid I can't guide you." Mai Tai hesitated. "That's fine, Senior Dai. I only need your guidance." "All right. As long as I can help, ask away." Dai laughed heartily. Hinata Satoru's lips curled slightly. It was just as easy as he had imagined. To others, Mai Tai was merely an unremarkable genin, but only he knew how terrifying this eternal genin's strength truly was. The strongest in the caravan was not Jiwei, but Mai Tai with the 8 gates opened. In the original story, a single kick from him turned the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into a trinity of survivors who, terrified, never dared step foot in the land of fire again for the rest of their lives. One can only imagine how terrifying Mai Tai was with the 8 gates opened. Earlier, when Hinata Satoru saw Mai Tai repeatedly bowing and apologizing to the lead ninja, he sensed an incongruous strangeness. From his electromagnetic perception, the constantly groveling Mai Tai had a biological magnetic field as terrifying as the sun. His was definitely the most vigorous biological field among all the ninjas he had ever encountered, even surpassing the Hokage. In comparison, that arrogant jonin was no more than a firefly. The intensity of the biological magnetic field is closely tied to physical strength. It was clear how terrifying Dai's body had become after training in the Eight Gates. After a moment's deliberation, Hinata Satoru asked, "Senior Dai, I've been training in taijutsu lately. When I'm about to run out of stamina, I faintly perceive certain boundaries, like..." He paused looking at Might Dai. "Some kind of shackles binding the bow to strength." "Shackles?" Kai standing nearby looked puzzled. "Are there such things? How come I've never noticed them during..." "Then you haven't trained hard enough, Kai." Might Dai rolled his eyes at him, then turned to Hinata Satoru with a look of "Satoru, I didn't expect your talent in taijutsu to be this high, already touching the boundary of the 8 gates. 8 gates. Hinata Satoru looked at Might Dai with feigned confusion. Straightforward as ever, Might Dai laughed, and said, "When you train your body to a certain degree, you can indeed feel the shackles inside. These are called the 8 gates. Once you break them, you can unleash extraordinary power." Kai, hearing this, also looked at Might Dai with surprise. He had never heard of this before. The Ninja Academy instructors hadn't taught it. "Dad, you can use this kind of taijutsu?" "Of course." Might Dai gave a thumbs up. "This is the only secret technique I've mastered after 20 years of hard training. I plan to teach it to you once you've grown a bit more." A surge of joy flooded Hinata Satoru, but his face betrayed nothing. He looked at Might Dai with slight hesitation. "Even though I can sense the shackles forcing them open might cause some damage, right?" "Yes." Might Dai nodded, looking at Hinata Satoru with a more serious expression. "Honestly, I don't recommend you try opening the 8 gates at your age. But since you can already sense them, it means you're probably at the threshold for training the 8 gates." Might Dai never considered keeping secrets. In his eyes, the 8 gates wasn't some precious forbidden art. Given his character, since Hinata Satoru had helped him, he owed him a debt of gratitude. Upon hearing Hinata Satoru's inquiry, Might Dai poured out all the key points of training the 8 gates in one breath, instantly clearing Satoru's doubts. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Dai." Hinata Satoru bowed slightly in gratitude. No, I'm just a genin. I'm already very happy to be of help. Besides, you let us join the team. I should be the one thing." Might Dai became flustered. "Kai." Then Hinata Satoru looked seriously at Might Kai. "I feel the 8 gates Senior Dai taught me isn't as simple as it seems. You must learn it well from him." "Really? But my dad is just a genin." Kai scratched his head hesitantly. At this stage, he hadn't trained the 8 gates, and still had doubts about the technique. But since Satoru valued it so highly, he secretly made a mental note. Hinata Satoru took a deep breath. After learning the training method for the 8 gates, he suddenly felt a premonition that once he mastered it, his strength would undergo a earth-shattering transformation. He didn't know the source of this feeling, it was just an intuition. It seemed that after this mission, he would have to find an opportunity to train the 8 gates, he thought to himself. Having obtained the 8 gates training method, Hinata Satoru returned to the center of the formation. Uchiha Rin curiously approached him. "Satoru, were you asking Might Dai for advice just now?" "But he's just a genin." She had only seen the tail end of the group from a distance, so she noticed Satoru seemed to be consulting Might Dai about something, but didn't catch the specifics. "Don't underestimate the genin of Konoha." He gave her a meaningful look. "Uchiha Rin, what's so special about Konoha's genin?" She looked puzzled, about to ask further when Aburame Jue suddenly stopped, frowning at a forest in the... "Sensei, what's wrong?" Hinata Satoru asked. "My insects have detected an ambush," Jue said in a low voice. Hearing this, Hinata Satoru frowned and activated his Byakugan. The next second, his expression turned grim. In the forest of Fire Country, the Shibi team halted their steps, and a merchant asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Hyuga Satoru shrugged, saying, 100 meters ahead, there's an ambush. If you don't mind the trouble, you can just charge straight through." Ambush. Hearing those words, panic slowly spread through the merchant caravan. The entire procession stopped, blocking the middle of the road. The caravan leader swallowed, nervously glancing at Aburame Shibi. "Lord Shibi, should we take it?" "It doesn't matter," Aburame Shibi said expressionlessly. "It doesn't matter." The caravan leader was stunned. What did "it doesn't matter" mean? Forward or not? We've given you so many precious delicacies to curry favor. You can't just stand by and do nothing. Just then, a group of ninjas abruptly sprang out from the woods ahead of the caravan. Kunai in hand, their faces savage and scarred, they encircled the group with malicious grins. "Seems we've been spotted, but no matter. You're still not getting away." Such a big caravan. A fat sheep indeed. Most of the caravan members were ordinary people, never having faced such a scene. Trembling with fear, they nearly collapsed on the spot. Rogue ninjas. How can there be so many rogue ninjas? We're doomed. Hyuga Satoru narrowed his eyes. So-called rogue ninjas were usually defectors from villages or masterless ninjas. Compared to ordinary ninjas, they were far more brutal, from years of wandering, surviving by plundering. The very bane of merchant caravans. In the original story, the young master encountered Zabuza and Haku on his first mission, a pair of rogue ninjas. Judging by the size of this ambushing group, they were likely the largest bunch in the vicinity. The Shibi team hadn't acted yet, but the Ryosuke team had already lost patience. The caravan's constant fawning over the Chibi team throughout the journey had nearly maxed out their anger gauge. Damn it, they're just a bunch of rogue ninjas. Let's fuck them up. A bunch of rogues dare to strut in front of me. Captain Tanai Ryosuke charged ahead, kunai in hand, rushing at the blocking rogue ninjas, as if to vent all the resentment he had endured along the way. Seeing their captain charge, the other members naturally didn't lag behind. With a yell, they surged forward. I didn't expect Ryosuke the Jonin to be so fierce. Yeah, with Ryosuke's team here we can rest easy. Those rogues are probably nothing to worry about. The caravan members breathed a sigh of relief, their praises punctuated by sidelong glances toward the Chibi team, since none of its ninjas had made a move yet. Watching the valiant Ryosuke team, Hyuga Satoru clicked his tongue. Well, it looked like that Tanai Ryosuke was about to be in for a rough time. Through his Byakugan, he could clearly see among the rogues a hidden Jonin, whose chakra reserve suggested he was no weakling even among Jonin. Ryosuke thought lightly of rogue ninjas because the ninja world generally agreed their overall quality was lower than village ninjas. He took them as punching bags, never expecting a hidden ace among them. After all, his team had neither his Byakugan nor Aburame Shibi's bug sensing. Satoru, should we step in? Uchiha Rin asked him. If they want the glory, let them have it. Hyuga Satoru shrugged. At that moment, the battle suddenly took a turn. Tanai Ryosuke, who had been overwhelming the rogues, felt a chill down his back. He dodged sideways in panic, but a sharp blade still sliced a bloody gash across his abdomen. Damn! Clenching his teeth, Ryosuke stumbled back. In that brief exchange, he realized the attacker was at least his equal. Bastard! You think killing my men was fun? The attacking ninja flicked the blood from his blade. A scar like a centipede ran hideously from his forehead to his chin across his pockmarked face, sending a chill down Ryosuke's spine. Shit, thought they were soft. Turns out there's a hard bone here. Before he could react, the rogue ninja struck again. The massive blade came down with tremendous force, battering against his parrying kunai, numbing his arm and forcing him back step by step. Dodging the blade's sweep, Ryosuke struggled to glance at his team's position. Without his support, his Chunin and Jinin members were being overwhelmed by the rogues. Why did I have to show off? At that moment, he felt like crying, wishing he could just die. Satoru, maybe we should help them. On the Chibi team, Might Dai hesitated. Though he had been humiliated by Ryosuke before, his kind nature couldn't bear to watch fellow villagers be killed. The caravan members were stunned by the sudden turn, their earlier bravado gone. Some were secretly packing their belongings, considering an early escape. Hyuga Satoru looked at Aburame Shibi, who only said expressionlessly, "Don't take too long." Since Shibi had spoken, Satoru let out a yell and charged into the fray. Might Dai and the others rushed in at the same time. With their overwhelming pressure, the rogue ninjas who had been in control began to retreat. Hyuga Satoru took out a scroll, and with a puff of white smoke, a ninja blade appeared in his hand, long and slender. It was the long Fong Choga he had forged when his electromagnetic powers upgraded. He swung the blade down. Amid the crisp clash of metal, the rogue ninja's defending kunai snapped in two, and a savage bloodline spread from his forehead to his chest. Hyuga Satoru took a breath. Apart from the Jonin that Ryosuke was still tying up, the rogue's overall strength was mediocre, perfect for him to practice his swordsmanship. Might Dai's body was wreathed in a powerful aura of veins bulging on his forehead. A single kick sent a charging Chunin flying. Amazing. So this is Dad's power. Behind him, Kai watched Dai with admiration, enveloped in the air current. Kai, this is only the fourth gate. Might Dai gave him a thumbs-up, teeth gleaming. Seeing this, Tanai Ryosuke was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that without even Aburame Shibi's intervention, just a group of Jinin could completely suppress the rogues. In that moment of distraction, his opponent seized the opportunity. Seeing his allies falling, the rogue's eyes turned bloodshot, and he swung his blade wildly at Ryosuke. Ryosuke parried clumsily, but the sheer force sent him flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The pendulum of battle had swung again, and the caravan members felt like they were on a roller coaster. Truly amazing. I didn't expect Lord Shibi's team members to be this strong. That bowl-cut guy, I underestimated him. He's actually this powerful. With them fighting, we should be safe now. Among the caravan, Aburame Shibi watched Hyuga Satoru slacking off with the blade and frowned slightly. That's Satoru, I told him to finish quickly, but he's using this to practice his sword. Too slow. Taking a breath, he slowly raised his hand. A pitch-black swarm of bugs poured out from his sleeves like a... What's that sound? The caravan members looked back in confusion, then felt their scalps crawl. An overwhelming tide of black insects buzzed loudly, swept past them, and dove at the battling rogues. Instantly, screams filled the air. Nearly all the rogue ninjas were engulfed by the black swarm, writhing on the ground in agony, letting out pitiful wails. The master has stepped in. No more slack-sword practice now. Seeing his enemy consumed by the bugs, Hyuga Satoru clicked his tongue and sheathed his blade. Tanai Ryosuke was barely blocking the descending blade, the impact forcing him back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the nick of time, a buzzing sound arose. The black host of bugs instantly enveloped the rogue Jonin, forming a massive black sphere. Cries of agony came from within. Secret technique, insect, jade. Aburame Shibi made a hand seal. The black sphere contracted sharply, and the screams ceased. The battlefield fell silent, broken only by the buzzing of the hovering insect swarm. The caravan members' atoms, apples bobbed as they stared at the rogue's bones. All that remained after the bugs had feasted. It was over. Cheers. The ceramic cups filled with sake collided midair, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Hinata Satoru drained his cup in one gulp, his cheeks slightly flushed. Pointing at the table laden with grilled meat, he said, "Come on, this is my treat. Eat as much as you like. Then I won't hold back, Satoru." Hondo picked up a large piece of grilled meat with her chopsticks and happily stuffed it into her mouth. Beside her, Aburame Shibi gave a helpless smile. Unable to withstand Hinata Satoru and the others' persistent coaxing, he had no choice but to join the gathering. After delivering the merchant convoy to its destination, the Ryoji team, for some unknown reason, took only a small portion of the bounty, leaving the bulk to his team. Hinata Satoru intended to fulfill his promise after completing the Shrank mission, to treat his team members to a meal. Dai and Kai declined, so the four of them ended up at this barbecue restaurant again. Gazing at the familiar layout of the restaurant, Aburame Shibi suddenly felt a headache. When Team 3 was first formed, he had made a blunder at this very barbecue place. Whether it was an illusion or not, Aburame Shibi felt that the plump shopkeeper kept stealing glances at him with a smirk, as if he had spotted an easy mark. Satoru said, "He's treating. It should be fine, right?" Aburame Shibi shuddered. That day, Aburame Shibi recalled the terror of being dominated by Hinata Satoru's appetite, and the humiliation of being unable to pay the bill at the barbecue restaurant. Hinata Satoru stuffed his mouth full of grilled meat, naturally unaware of what Aburame Shibi was thinking. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. From the last Shrank mission, Aburame Shibi had taken only a small portion of the bounty. The remainder was more than enough to last him a long time, so there was no need to freeload. Besides, this gathering had another purpose beyond strengthening team bonds. The 8 gates. After obtaining the method from Might Dai, Hinata Satoru could hardly wait to begin training. A large intake of food would allow his body to store sufficient energy to meet the demands of intense cultivation. After the gathering, bidding farewell to Hondo and the others, Hinata Satoru went to a ninja tool shop and spent half a day ordering the items he needed. The method of practicing the 8 gates was not complicated. Rather than a taijutsu technique, it was more like a skill to break through the body's limits, and the key to its mastery lay in possessing an exceptionally robust physique. Thus, Hinata Satoru decided to begin a special training regimen for his body. He went to the usual training ground in the mountains and started a simple setup. First, he laid metal sheets on the ground, more like thick floor panels than mere sheets, which cost him a considerable amount and pained him slightly. After securing them, the open space looked like it was covered with a smooth metal floor. Then Hinata Satoru put on a metal suit custom-made for his body, making him resemble an armored warrior. This armor, however, was far from elegant, with visible seams where the metal pieces joined. Once ready, he began constructing a magnetic field using electromagnetic forces. Suddenly, a tremendous pull emanated from the metal floor. Hinata Satoru staggered, nearly falling as the metal armor pressed against his skeleton with a creaking sound, forcing him to grit his teeth. The magnetic field is too strong. Hinata Satoru immediately reduced the magnetic force, and the pressure on his body eased instantly. After several adjustments, Hinata Satoru finally found the optimal intensity, strong enough to effectively train his body without subjecting him to excessive strain. He roughly estimated that it was equivalent to a 4-fold increase in gravity. However, since the pressure came from the contact surface between the metal armor and his body, this method was cruder than directly increasing gravity and hardly trained the internal organs. At the same time, because the pressure originated from the attraction between metals, the training variety increased. For instance, by altering the direction of magnetic attraction or suddenly switching to repulsion, he could simulate certain extreme conditions for body tempering. Due to the strong magnetic pull of the metal floor, lightweight objects like fallen leaves were attracted to it. After a period of training, a layer of leaves had accumulated on the metal plate, which was rather unsightly. Hinata Satoru paused, bent down, and placed his palm on the metal plate. He reversed the magnetic poles, applying a like charge to the fallen leaves. With a muffled sound, starting from where his palm touched, the leaves on the metal plate suddenly flew upward, the effect spreading rapidly across the entire floor, creating a rain of falling leaves around him. Under the influence of repulsion, the metal floor became as smooth as a mirror, with no tiny foreign objects to be seen. Restoring the magnetic poles, Hinata Satoru resumed his body training. Over the following period, relying on this self-created body tempering method, Hinata Satoru's physical strength steadily increased until it reached a certain threshold. Indeed, when electromagnetic forces are used wisely, they provide enormous assistance in enhancing physical capabilities. Removing the cheap armor and recovering his full stamina, Hinata Satoru's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, "It's about time. I can try opening the 8 gates." Taking a deep breath following the chakra flow method taught by Might Dai, he began gradually breaking through the Bodhis limits. First was the gate of opening located in the brain. The first gate of opening. Open. With a low shout, a faint aura of air swirled around Hinata Satoru. Is it an illusion? Hinata Satoru frowned. The moment the gate of opening opened, he vaguely sensed a tremor in the purple star vortex within his mind. Normally the star vortex only changed when his electromagnetic power level increased. Hinata Satoru wasn't sure if it was an illusion. Forget it. This state is far from the limit. Taking a breath, Hinata Satoru refocused on the chakra flow in his body. The second gate of rest. Open. So this is the state of the gate of rest. Physical fatigue is greatly reduced, as if there's an endless surge of power. But this isn't the limit yet. The third gate of life. Open. A faint green aura enveloped him, and vein-like bulges appeared on his forehead. Hinata Satoru tentatively clenched his fist and let out an admiring sigh. Even at just the third gate, I can already feel a massive increase in physical strength. No wonder the 8 gates allows mortals to contend with the 6 paths. Then a strange thought crossed his mind. Opening the 8 gates causes veins to bulge on the face, and activating the Byakugan also makes veins swell around the eye sockets. If he used the Byakugan while in this state, how grotesque would that look? Wouldn't it scare children? Shaking his head, Hinata Satoru dispelled the stray thoughts. He sensed that this state was still not his limit. According to Senior Dai, the real danger zone of the 8 gates begins after opening the 4th gate. That's the true 8 gates. I wonder what changes will occur. After this period of physical training, Hinata Satoru felt that the 3rd gate was not his limit. Taking a deep breath, he mobilized the remaining chakra and struck at the gate of injury, located in the lungs. The 4th gate of the 8 gates, gate of injury. Open. The moment the 4th gate opened, Hinata Satoru's pupils abruptly contracted. His life magnetic field blazed up like dry wood drenched in oil. Simultaneously, his body underwent a transformation. His hair stood on end, arcs of lightning danced among the strands, and his body involuntarily floated into the air. His robes flapped loudly in the immense air pressure. What is this? This is definitely not the 8 gates. Hinata Satoru was horrified. Midair. Hyuga Satoru gasped for air, using it to alleviate the shock in his mind and the consumption from the constant strain on his body. At this moment, he was entirely different from the state he remembered when opening the 8 gates. The 8 gates had never granted the ability to fly. Even opening the gate of death only allowed one to hover in the air through extraordinary speed, not true flight. But now he was genuinely soaring through the sky, and the explosive power surging within his flesh was also fundamentally different from the 8 gates. The power of the 8 gates was the pinnacle of speed and attack, whereas his current state felt more like an overbearing dominance that looked down upon the world, filled with a brutal desire to seize life and death from all things. Regardless, I can sense this state won't last long. Let's test my abilities now. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath, extended his right palm toward the thick metal plate beneath his feet, and with a flicker of intent, the metal floor that had consumed so much of his effort was ripped open into a large gap. Massive metal plates scraped and squeezed against each other, producing a grating, teeth-chilling screech. Hyuga Satoru abruptly clenched his hand, and the writhing metal instantly contracted, forcibly twisted into a spiral shape. What terrifying power! A trace of shock still lingered in Hyuga Satoru's eyes. Such absolute control over metal was something he had never been able to achieve before. Could it be that in my current state the enhancement isn't in my physique, but in the authority over electromagnetic? Hyuga Satoru felt he was glimpsing something crucial. Now his life force field blazed like the sun, burning fiercely, like a raging inferno. Having found his direction, Hyuga Satoru took a breath and slowly raised both hands in the air. The ground began to tremble subtly. Fallen leaves and twigs shivered rapidly, and animals in the surrounding forest, sensing danger, fled in panic. Rumbling. Amid the earth's quaking, vast amounts of metal sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, twisting and intertwining, piercing through thick tree trunks, sending dust flying. When it stopped, a grotesque metal forest had emerged. In the air, Hyuga Satoru panted heavily, sweat trickling down his forehead. Gazing at his masterpiece, a faint smile appeared on his pale face. Indeed, my control over electromagnetic force has greatly increased now. Using electromagnetic force to gather metal particles beneath the surface and then command them to rise and intertwine into a metal forest was something he could never have done before. The third Kazakage's magnet release could achieve a similar technique using massive amounts of iron sand, but Hyuga Satoru had forcibly extracted all metal from nearly a kilometer's radius underground. The difficulty was on an entirely different level. He formed a fist, his body turning into a bolt of lightning as he crashed toward the ground. Several trees thick as embraces were shattered by the violent force with splinters flying. Not only that, even the surrounding metal forest was snapped apart. Twisting his waist and hips, he delivered a spinning kick that pulverized a tree, requiring 3 people to encircle. The point of contact exploded into dust, and the enormous trunk fell into the forest with a thunderous crash. Every seemingly plain taijutsu strike carried immense power, exuding a brutal aesthetic. This was entirely different from the 8 Gates' first and second lotus. It was a terrifying ability empowered by electromagnetic force. Hyuga Satoru's body was shrouded in dancing arcs of lightning. At this moment, every inch of his skin and every cell brimmed with explosive strength. As he strode forward, the surrounding metal forest seemed to come alive, parting from where he walked to reveal a path that accommodated his passage. Now I finally know what Magneto truly feels. Hyuga Satoru chuckled, deeply satisfied with his current state. The surge in his authority over electromagnetic force allowed him to faintly taste a hint of Magneto's power. Walking to where he had laid the metal floor earlier, he raised his palm. The twisted spiral-shaped metal was forcibly flattened back into a plate and laid over its original spot. The metal forest behind him also seemed to heed a call, slowly sinking into the ground, leaving behind a ravage. As the last of the metal forest vanished into the earth, the arcs of lightning around Hyuga Satoru disappeared, and his spiky hair returned to normal. After doing all this, his face paled, and he gasped for air. Almost time. They should be coming. He gazed into the distance. About 10 seconds later, several ANBU members wearing animal masks appeared nearby. Looking at the devastated forest around them, shock flickered in their eyes behind the masks. What happened? The area is destroyed like this. Was there an enemy attack? Hyuga Satoru forced a pale smile and said, "Sorry, I was just training a jutsu, and it caused a bit of a commotion." It's Hyuga Satoru. One of the ENBU recognized him. Hyuga Satoru was currently a rising figure by the Hokage's side. He had completed an important ANBU mission in the Land of Iron, and his mentor UNV had also been in the ANBU. So these members were not unfamiliar with him. Training a jutsu, causing such a huge disturbance. The ANBU were still incredulous. The traces around them would be hard, even for a jonin to produce. Had they seen the metal forest earlier, they would have been even more astonished. Hyuga Satoru deliberately coughed a few times, feigning extreme weakness, and said with a wry smile, "I was developing a powerful jutsu, but it got out of control, and this is the result." "I see." The ANBU nodded slightly. Hyuga Satoru's weak appearance didn't seem faked. His chakra appeared nearly exhausted, and no traces of other ninja were found nearby. So it seemed the matter was as he said. "In that case, we'll take our leave." With a few swift sounds, the ANBU vanished. Sensing their departure, Hyuga Satoru let out a sigh, and his gaze flickered. It was true that the training had gone out of control, but the reason wasn't developing a jutsu. Rather, it was developing a mode. The Tyrant Mode. That was the name Hyuga Satoru gave to his previous state. "I never expected that opening the 8 gates to the 4th gate would cause my life force field to surge abruptly, thereby significantly feeding back my electromagnetic authority." Hyuga Satoru took a breath, the shock still lingering in his heart. The abilities he had just used were at least on par with electromagnetic force level LV4. In that state, he dared to fight even an enemy of UNV's caliber, forcibly crossing electromagnetic force levels to wield abilities far beyond his current strength. That was the Tyrant Mode. It was also this dramatic enhancement of electromagnetic authority that greatly expanded his electromagnetic perception range, allowing him to detect ANBU approaching without even activating his Byakugan. But upon careful thought, this change was quite logical. Before cultivating the 8 gates, he had already noticed that a vigorous life force field could feed back his electromagnetic authority. And each opening of the 8 gates caused a surge in his life force field. The 4th gate was a watershed, so it wasn't surprising that the purple vortex in his mind resonated. The power far exceeds the conventional 8 gates, but the aftereffects seemed tremendous too. Hyuga Satoru gave a helpless smile. In just a few minutes, his chakra was completely depleted, and even the slightest movement brought a tearing, stabbing pain in his muscles. Still, it has become my most formidable trump card. When facing an enemy far stronger than myself, I have a chance to turn the tables. After a night of drowsy slumber, Hyuga Satoru still felt an ache across his entire body as he rose from bed in the late morning. I didn't expect the aftereffects of the Tyrant Mode to be so persistent. My chakra has mostly recovered, but the muscle damage still requires a period of rest. With a slight grimace, Hyuga Satoru supported himself against the headboard with one hand while massaging his flank with the other. If anyone saw him in this state, they would surely suspect he had endured a fierce battle the night before, leaving his body severely depleted. After a simple breakfast, Hyuga Satoru finally felt some recovery and sighed. "They'll put my training on hold for a few days. Once my body recovers, I can continue without delay." There were still a few days until the next mission agreed upon with Aburame Shibi. With nothing to do, Hyuga Satoru strolled out onto the street. The village was still thriving with children chasing and playing mischievously on the streets. Hyuga Satoru gazed toward the sky beyond the village, his eyes filled with melancholy. How long could this peaceful life last? The third great ninja war. It was probably imminent, wasn't it? Previously, Hyuga Satoru would never have allowed himself the slightest slack. War was like a sword of Damocles hanging over him, relentlessly pressuring him. But the tyrant mode he had accidentally developed yesterday gave him some confidence in facing the uncertain future. I haven't had yao ramen in a long time. Stealing a moment of leisure was a pleasant diversion. Hyuga Satoru smiled. Just then he saw Hondo running toward him from afar, panting heavily. It's terrible, Satoru. Rin and Kakashi are fighting. The smile on Hyuga Satoru's face instantly froze. Is that white-haired kid the son of White Fang? It must be. I heard he's the most outstanding genius of the new generation in the village. That Uchiha kid has held out for quite a while. He's no pushover either. The Uchiha kid and White Fang's son. What a spectacle. Before the mission assignment office, ninjas had unknowingly formed a circle, murmuring and discussing. The short blade traced a white arc, clashing with kunai at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, sparks and the sound of metal colliding scattering everywhere. The crimson Sharingan spun rapidly. After blocking a slash, the gravity in Uchiha Rin's eyes deepened further. Kakashi's swordsmanship was remarkably swift, each strike aimed directly at her weak points. Without the aid of the Sharingan, she might have already been defeated. This guy. His strength has grown so fast. Uchiha Rin gritted her teeth slightly. During the Ninja Academy days, she had always competed with Kakashi, as she never expected the gap to widen after graduation. What's wrong with Kakashi? Even if Rin mentioned his father, there's no need to go this hard. Guy in the crowd looked worried. Both were his classmates, and the sudden fight left him at a loss. I think I remember your name, Uchiha Rin, right? You shouldn't mention that man's name. He's nothing but a failure who couldn't even complete a mission. TCH. Kakashi's words irritated Uchiha Rin greatly. When it comes to skill, I deeply respect White Fang. But I didn't expect his son to only be good at talking. Damn it. I told you not to mention that man's name. Uchiha Rin's words infuriated Kakashi. He leaped back to create distance and began forming hand signs at lightning speed. A piercing sound like thousands of birds chirping rang out. One hand gripped the wrist while the other crackled with lightning. A lightning release jutsu. I wonder how it compares to my fire release. Uchiha Rin narrowed her eyes and formed hand signs just as quickly. Phoenix Claw technique. A brank fire release jutsu. It was the most powerful fire technique she currently possessed. That technique. Has Kakashi gone mad? This is too reckless. That technique isn't perfected yet. Does he want to kill her? The surrounding ninjas recognized Kakashi's technique and felt their hearts tighten. The ear-splitting thunderclap sounded as Kakashi's body shot forward in a straight line, charging at Uchiha Rin with incredible speed. Uchiha Rin was on the final hand sign. There was no fear in her eyes, only fierce fighting spirit. Chakra surged to her throat, transforming into scorching air. Suddenly, thud, a dull sound of flesh colliding echoed. The lightning-wreathed hand stopped a meter before Uchiha Rin. Her lips parted slightly, the blazing fire release a mere second from being unleashed. Close call. Made it in time. Hyuga Satoru breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden movement caused a sharp pain in his still-unrecovered muscles, making him wince slightly. His right hand firmly gripped Kakashi's wrist, and his shoulder pressed against Kakashi's chest, forcibly halting the attack. Satoru, why are you here? Uchiha Rin was astonished. Then, as if remembering something, a trace of displeasure appeared on her face. Hey, do you know how dangerous that was? My fire release was a second away from being unleashed. Biting back the muscle pain, Hyuga Satoru said to Uchiha Rin through gritted teeth, if I hadn't come, there would have been trouble. He glanced discreetly at Kakashi's right palm, a hint of shock lingering. Chidori, and a rank lightning release. He hadn't expected Kakashi to have already developed this technique. But he still couldn't fully control it, could he? If he hadn't stopped this strike, Uchiha Rin would have been in real danger. At the same time, Kakashi turned his attention to the suddenly appearing Hyuga Satoru. He spotted the weakness in my Chidori and used his body to cleverly block my attack. The Byakugan, isn't it? No wonder he could pull that off. After seeing Hyuga Satoru's eyes, a thoughtful expression crossed Kakashi's face. What happened? Why did you two suddenly start fighting? Uchiha Rin glanced at Kakashi. I was just looking for suitable missions at the office, happened to run into this guy and try to greet him. In the conversation, I unintentionally mentioned his father, and then he just started fighting. Even now, she still didn't understand how she had ended up fighting Kakashi. Is that so? Hyuga Satoru nodded thoughtfully. He had assumed Uchiha Rin was the one who provoked given her personality, but it turned out Kakashi had struck first. I've already said it. Don't bring up that man in front of me. He's just a failure who couldn't complete a mission. Kakashi's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. See, Uchiha Rin shrugged helplessly. Hyuga Satoru sighed. It seemed this version of Kakashi was still mired in the pain of that incident. Indeed, he often heard rumors in the village about Kakashi clashing with his teammates, even coming to blows, until he eventually teamed up with Obito and slowly moved past it. Suddenly Kakashi turned to Hyuga Satoru with a cold edge. "You are that first dual bloodline user in Hyuga history, right? We haven't tested each other yet, have we?" Instantly the atmosphere that had eased tightened again. All eyes fixed on Hyuga Satoru. Satoru. Hondo clenched her hands nervously. "That bastard Kakashi, does he even consider us comrades?" Guy cursed loudly. If he didn't know he was outmatched, he might have felt compelled to punch Kakashi. Hyuga Satoru looked resigned. It seemed there was no backing down now. The physical pain hadn't faded, and he was at less than 80% of his strength. However, if he refused, Kakashi wouldn't let it go easily. Moreover, he sensed a faint probing gaze fixed on them. In that case, Hyuga Satoru turned to face Kakashi, his expression serious. "Since you insist, look, the Hyuga ninja is about to fight Kakashi. Another good show. First Uchiha, now Hyuga. Is Kakashi planning to challenge all the major clans today?" The battle between Kakashi and Uchiha Rin attracted many ninjas. More and more were gathering at the mission management office, discussing excitedly. Unlike the other ninjas who were watching for entertainment, the surrounding Hyuga members were worried. Can Hyuga Satoru defeat Kakashi? He's the clan's first dual bloodline ninja, so it should be fine. The voice lacked confidence, barely audible amidst the noisy chatter. Kakashi's reputation was too high. 5 years old, Genin 6 years old. Chunin, the youngest Chunin in Konoha's history, son of the White Fang. Any one of these titles could easily overshadow Hyuga Satoru. The only thing Hyuga Satoru could compare was his dual bloodlines. If he lost to Kakashi in a direct confrontation, it would surely bring shame to the Hyuga clan. Is Satoru a match for Kakashi? Guy was also worried. Kakashi had been the rival he chased since student days, but the changes in the past 2 years had made him almost unrecognizable. "Yes," Anko declared confidently. "Why are you so sure?" Guy looked at her. Although Kakashi was inhuman, his strength was definitely in the top tier of the new generation. He just can. Satoru will never lose, even against Kakashi. Anko shouted loudly, drawing. In his current state, his physical strength was limited. He should avoid taijutsu combat as much as possible. Hyuga Satoru briefly analyzed his condition and determined a rough strategy. Kakashi held the White Fang short sword, its blade glowing faintly white as chakra infused it. "I advise you not to use that sword." Hyuga Satoru raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why, oi?" Kakashi frowned in displeasure. "You'll find out." Pushing off the ground with force, Kakashi's body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, the White Fang short sword turning into a streak of white light as it slashed at Hyuga Satoru. Hyuga Satoru did not dodge, nor did he even move. The short sword seemed to be gently nudged by an invisible hand, its trajectory impossibly altered, missing him and striking the ground beside him. Kakashi frowned, unwilling to give up. He slashed again. Hyuga Satoru shook his head, sidestepping slightly. The blade missed again. Slash miss. Miss slash miss again. Kakashi became like a master of human outline, drawing wildly, attacking the air around Hyuga Satoru, creating a comical scene. "Can I interpret this as you trying to slash away the air around me to make me suffocate?" Hyuga Satoru shrugged, looking helpless. Uchiha Rin burst out laughing. This Satoru was too mischievous, his words too sharp. Kakashi took a breath, his eyes growing more serious. "Magnet release. I didn't expect it to affect my swordsmanship this much." He knew Hyuga Satoru's magnet release could interfere with shuriken, but a sword wielded by a person was much harder to disrupt than a thrown shuriken, and the Hitaki sword style was renowned for its sharpness. But now he had underestimated Hyuga Satoru's magnet release. Silently sheathing the White Fang short sword, Kakashi clenched his fists and charged at Hyuga Satoru. Hyuga Satoru raised his arm to block Kakashi's attack. When the strike failed, Kakashi switched tactics, twisting into a roundhouse kick. Hyuga Satoru sidestepped, barely dodging. His arm tingled with pain, making him wince slightly. His body had not fully recovered, and taijutsu bouts would aggravate the pain. He pushed his electromagnetic perception to the limit, dodging well before Kakashi's attacks arrived. Only when attacks were unavoidable did he reluctantly defend. But in the eyes of the surrounding ninjas, this reluctant defense appeared as a state of dominance. So strong. Kakashi's attacks can't even touch him. Calmly evading without even a single counterattack. Is that Hyuga ninja provoking Kakashi? The discussion shifted from initial doubt about Hyuga Satoru to astonishment at his performance. Kakashi's relentless taijutsu assault put immense pressure on Hyuga Satoru. Seizing a gap in the opponent's attack, he stepped slightly sideways, turned his fist into a palm, and slammed it firmly into Kakashi's chest. Bang! With a dull thud of flesh, a burst of lightning arcs erupted from the palm's impact point. Kakashi's body was sent flying by the pulse, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. Was that Gentle Fist? The watching Hyuga members' eyes twitched. The stance seemed like Gentle Fist, but the attack was completely different. I heard from Iroha that it's called Magnetic Storm Fist. The principle. Well, it seems quite complicated. That Hyuga Satoru never properly learned the clan's secret techniques. Kakashi struggled to get up from the ground. Lightning arcs danced on his chest, causing his body to convulse. I can't fight Hiden. He silently formed a plan. Reaching for his ninja tool pouch, he took out 2 small balls and slammed them down. Thick smoke engulfed his body, and with it Hyuga Satoru. In the thick smoke, Hyuga Satoru shook his head. It's useless. In the Hokage's office, the crystal ball showed Hyuga Satoru, sending Kakashi flying with the magnetic storm palm. Is it a combination of magnet release and gentle fist? That Hyuga Satoru child is quite skilled at combining his dual bloodline abilities. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in admiration. The mission management office was a vital location in Konoha. As soon as Uchiha Rin and Kakashi began their fight, and Umbu had reported to him. Then Hyuga Satoru's arrival piqued his interest even more. The crystal ball's image changed, showing Kakashi throwing 2 small balls enveloping both in thick smoke. Who will win this ultimate showdown of the new generation? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes gleamed. In the thick smoke, Hyuga Satoru warily observed his surroundings. Suddenly, a disturbance behind him. Hyuga Satoru spun around, striking the approaching figure with his palm. Bang! The figure turned into white smoke. A shadow clone. He's finally getting impatient. Just as he dispelled the clone, the ground behind him burst open, and a figure shot up, his right hand crackling with lightning, making a sharp sound. Chidori. At this range it was impossible to miss. Kakashi felt a surge of joy. Just as it was about to hit, Hyuga Satoru seemed to have anticipated it. His body twisted, impossibly sidestepping the Chidori attack. He grabbed Kakashi's wrist, applied a slight forward push, and Kakashi fell face first to the ground, the Chidori drilling a large hole into the earth. At that moment the smoke cleared, revealing the situation to everyone. What happened? Kakashi lay awkwardly on the ground, his face still showing shock at his easy defeat, his right hand deeply embedded in the earth. Behind him, Hyuga Satoru stood indifferently. Do you know why I told you not to use that sword earlier? Because it was the White Fang's blade. You are not worthy to wield it. That is the blade of White Fang. You are unworthy to wield it. Hyuga Satoru's words rang in Kakashi's ears like a piercing thunderclap, causing him to flush with shame and roar back. What do you know? What do you, an outsider, know? He was nothing but a coward. So what if he abandoned his mission? So what if he endured the insults of his comrades? Why did he have to take his own life? Why? Perhaps burdened by too much over the past 2 years, or perhaps shamed by his public defeat at Hyuga Satoru's hands. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably before everyone. He could have lived. Even if the villagers cursed him, what did it matter? Didn't he still have me? Why did he choose suicide? What? Suddenly the crowd fell silent, and Kakashi's cries became starkly piercing in the stillness. So this is what's been troubling you? Hyuga Satoru sighed. It seemed that his father's suicide had inflicted deep grief upon Kakashi. For 2 years he had been brainwashing himself with the mantra, a man who can't even complete a mission is nothing but a coward, numbing his own pain. Now, after being defeated by Hyuga Satoru in public, his inner defenses had shattered completely. The surrounding shinobi fell silent, heads bowed. Many of them had been complicit in gravely wounding Hatake Tsukumo, who, fueled by malice, their rumors had blazed until when the fire subsided, he was already gone. Thus, by unspoken agreement, they no longer spoke of it. Kakashi. Guy clenched his fists, never having seen Kakashi so fragile, so anguished, so helpless. Hyuga Satoru's expression grew complex. I never witnessed Lord White Fang's deeds firsthand, but I have heard of them. I believe his final choice was to uphold his own will. Uphold his will. From the ground, Kakashi's eyes brightened as he looked up at Hyuga Satoru. He chose death to make a statement. I think that was his intention. Not to die from cowardice or fear, but to use his own death to silently proclaim his conviction. In that final moment when he drove the kunai into himself, perhaps he even bore a smile. Is that so? Kakashi ceased his weeping and sank into contemplation, proclaiming his conviction. In his mind, the image of that smiling man appeared. Father, was this your final thought? All along he had believed that his father had chosen suicide out of weakness. Hyuga Satoru's words subtly shifted his perspective. Though slight, this change was like a seed planted in his heart. In the Hokage's office, Hyuga Satoru's voice traveled through the crystal ball on the desk, every word reaching the silent ears of Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a long silence, he gazed melancholically out the window, the image of the gentle white-haired man surfacing in his mind. Tsukumo. Hyuga Satoru's words like tendrils stirred the mirror of his heart. Don't blame me. You cannot become Hokage. He whispered a sigh. Before the mission assignment office, Hyuga Satoru shook his head inwardly. In truth, as a transmigrator, he knew the far harsher reality. Entangled in the internal power struggles of Konoha's high ranks and the selection of the 4th Hokage. He could only do his best to elevate the stature of Hatake Tsukumo, for his words were not meant solely for Kakashi's ears. Ever since arriving here, he had sensed a faint gaze of observation, with a little thought, he knew Hiruzen Sarutobi was watching. After hearing all this, what thoughts would the Hokage who had indirectly driven White Fang to his death harbor? Pulling back his thoughts, Hyuga Satoru turned his gaze to Kakashi and spoke with a touch of coolness. I know this defeat is hard for you to accept. Whenever you feel you can overcome me, you are welcome to challenge me anytime. He'll be waiting. With that, leaving behind a bewildered Kakashi and a silent crowd, he turned and walked away. Hey Satoru, wait for me. Anko suddenly snapped out of it and called out loudly, chasing after him. Uchiha Rin watched Hyuga Satoru's graceful departure and couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Satoru. He's pretty cool. Kakashi gazed at his retreating figure, replaying his words in his mind, lost in thought. When he reached a secluded spot, Hyuga Satoru leaned against the wall and suddenly winced in pain. Damn, his body felt as if pierced by thousands of needles. Even the slightest movement was excruciating. Showing off brought a moment of glory, but afterward came the agony. His body had not yet fully recovered, and to avoid revealing more of his abilities, he had only used Magnetic Storm Fist in his fight with Kakashi, placing an even greater strain on himself. Just then Anko ran up worried. Satoru, are you all right? He turned, grabbed her wrist, pulled her close, and whispered through gritted teeth. Give me that thing. That thing. The unique scent of a male body drifted into Anko's nose, making her blush from her ears downward, like a ripe apple. Satoru. Here. What if someone sees us? Where else would we go? You want to find another place. Anko's face reddened further, burying her shyness in her hair. Would Rin get mad if she found out? What does she have to do with it? Enough, stop wasting time. Just cast a healing jutsu on me. Huh. In the Hokage's office. After processing his emotions, Hiruzen Sarutobi recalled the image of Hyuga Satoru decisively defeating Kakashi and couldn't help smiling. Without a doubt, the strongest of the new generation is Hyuga Satoru. He also knew that Satoru possessed a fearsome bout technique. If he had used it, Kakashi would have fallen even faster. What a shame he's a branch family member. He sighed regretfully. Had he not been from the branch family, he would have nurtured Hyuga Satoru into the Hokage lineage. Flawless talent, and those words to Kakashi embodied the will of fire. Such a promising young man, he had even considered taking him as a disciple. But as a branch family member, any decision regarding Hyuga Satoru required greater caution. Then his thoughts turned to Kakashi, and he sighed softly. Kakashi cannot be left to drift any longer. Let Minato take him as a student. He needs teammates, and they must be chosen from among his familiar peers. Obito Uchiha's personality is well suited to temper Kakashi's gloom, and for the remaining one, Rin Nohara, a civilian medical ninja, would be a perfect fit. After pondering for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. Now we'll summon Minato here. The next day, an explosive piece of news spread throughout Konoha, striking like a stone cast into a placid lake and stirring ripples of commotion. Hey, have you heard? The White Fang's son Hatake Kakashi got beaten up. No way. The prodigy Hatake Kakashi beaten. Really, plenty saw it. Kakashi even ended up in tears. Hey, did you hear? Kakashi was beaten till he cried. Right. They say he was rolling on the ground. What? I heard Kakashi lay down before the fight, then he begged Hyuga Satoru not to hit him. At dawn, Hyuga Satoru had just stepped out when the streets flooded with gossip, and his face instantly went green. How did the rumors get twisted like this? What do you mean I made Kakashi cry? It was him crying on his own. How is that my fault? And kneeling for mercy, fleeing in terror. None of that happened. The worst part was that most of the gossips were Hyuga clan members. Walking through the clan streets, he saw many clansmen gathered in excited chatter, something about the foremost genius of the new generation, and made Kakashi cry, and even the Uchiha submit. Hyuga Satoru crept along with his head down, trying not to draw attention, but suddenly a chorus erupted behind him. Look, it's the genius who made Kakashi cry. Instantly, every clansman's eyes locked onto him. I didn't. Don't spread nonsense. Face dark, he bolted away, leaving a trail of baffled onlookers. Unlike the clamor among the branch house, the main hall of the clan house was shrouded in silence, the atmosphere unusually heavy, and most of the main family elders wore grim expressions. Hyuga Mizuki swept his gaze across the elders' faces and felt a headache coming on. The Hyuga clan had survived over a millennium in the shinobi world, becoming the most time-honored family, all thanks to rules and order. Yet now there was a member who repeatedly broke the clan's order. Hyuga Satoru, the first dual bloodline prodigy in Hyuga history, had never been content from the very start. Have these branch house members forgotten all etiquette? One main family elder slammed the table in indignation. From yesterday onward, he had seen numerous branch house members gathering in excitement, shouting loudly, without any decorum, and even outside the clan compound. The family's honor is being squandered by these branch house degenerates. Another elder shook his head. Hyuga Hayashi, sitting beside Hyuga Mizuki, sighed inwardly. He knew the branch house had been suppressed for too long, after Hyuga Satoru's triumph over Kakashi. That pent-up frustration had turned into excitement, and elation. But the Hyuga were not the Uchiha. In the Hyuga clan, one had to obey the rules. Enough. Hyuga Mizuki sighed, feeling a pounding headache. Though the incident had started with Hyuga Satoru punishing him would be unjust. After all, he had defeated Kakashi and brought honor to the clan. Yet if left unchecked, the branch house members would think they could do whatever they pleased. Moreover, the Hokage's attitude toward Hyuga Satoru was quite intriguing, and that factor had to be considered. With so many layers involved, he truly couldn't make up his mind. Just then, Hyuga Hayashi beside him suddenly spoke. Clan head, let me handle this matter. Oh, what do you have in mind? Hyuga Mizuki's interest was piqued. Hyuga Hayashi was practically his handpicked. Hyuga Hayashi smiled. The complexity stems from the fact that Hyuga Satoru is merely an ordinary branch house member. Neither reward nor punishment seems appropriate. So why not give him a new identity? Then Hyuga Hayashi elaborated on his plan. Hyuga Mizuki's eyes gradually lit up. Very well. Hyuga Satoru had just slipped back from the streets, his heart still racing. Almost everywhere he went, he heard discussions about himself. The worst part was that none of the talk was accurate. Some elderly women from the clan had even taken notice, trying to set him up with their granddaughters, sending him fleeing in a cold sweat that lingered even now. How terrifying. I'd better stay indoors for a few days. Still shaken, he patted his chest. Just as he was about to rest, a knock came at the door. Hyuga Satoru tensed up, crept to the door, and pressed his eye to the gap between the door and the frame. Password. Password. The person outside froze. Since when did a visit require a password? Just then the door opened, letting him breathe a little easier. The visitor was no stranger. The most famous pair of brothers in the clan, nearly identical in appearance and dress, save that one always wore a headband. Lord Hizashi, why have you come? Hyuga Satoru cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure no other Hyuga. Satoru, may we talk inside? On the wooden table sat 2 cups of tea, steam rising faintly. The leaves were of a humble variety. Lord Hizashi, I don't usually drink tea, so I can only offer you these inferior leaves. It's fine. Hyuga Hizashi smiled and took a sip. The Hyuga had a culture of tea appreciation. When offered tea, a sip was a courtesy. After the pleasantries, Hyuga Hizashi looked at the still youthful face of Hyuga Satoru, his expression complex. I guessed earlier that you would be a variable in the clan, but I never expected that variable to mature so quickly. The genius surpassing Kakashi, the foremost prodigy of the new generation. Just reciting these titles in his mind made Hyuga Hizashi's heart burn with fervor. The genius surpassing Kakashi, the foremost prodigy of the new generation. Just reciting these titles in his mind made Hyuga Hizashi's heart burn with Hyuga Hizashi stared at him, a turmoil of emotions. Hyuga Satoru remained silent. The implication was too grave. If overheard by the main family, it would bring no end of trouble. Seeing no response, Hyuga Hizashi sighed, pulled a scroll from his robe, and placed it on the table. What's this? Open it and see. Hyuga Satoru unrolled the scroll, probing with a thread of chakra, and his face registered surprise. The scroll held a treasure trove, the most valuable thing he had ever seen. In one corner was a huge sum of cash, he estimated at least 5 million ryo. On the other side were countless secret techniques, some of which were forbidden clan secrets. The cash was manageable, but the clan techniques. If the main family found out, Hyuga Hizashi would face severe punishment. Why, Hyuga Satoru asked in a low voice. Hyuga Hizashi gave a helpless smile. Think of it as an investment. Then he rose and headed for the door. I truly hope your variable can stir a wind that will breathe new life into this rotten old tree of the Hyuga. Hyuga Satoru silently watched his retreating back. It was less an investment than a declaration of allegiance. Did Hizashi know he would never accept the cage-bird seal and intend to rebel with him? In the original story, Hyuga Hizashi had accepted his fate and committed suicide. Was his fate now altered by Hyuga Satoru's influence? He carefully stowed the scroll. Hizashi's support would greatly aid his training. About half an hour later, another knock sounded. Opening the door, Hyuga Satoru saw a familiar face and almost blurted out, Lord Hizashi, why are you? The words caught in his throat. The visitor's forehead was smooth and unmarked. Lord Hayashi, is there something you need? Hyuga Satoru said calmly. Again the same wooden table, 2 cups of tea. Hyuga Hayashi glanced at the tea with a slight frown, chose not to drink, and spoke directly. I came today to take a disciple. Satoru, would you become my student? He offered a smile, gazing at the young man, but taking a disciple was a carefully considered decision. Everyone knew he was the next clan head. At just over 20, he was already a jonin, more than qualified to teach a genin like Satoru. More importantly, once Hyuga Satoru bore the title of the heir's disciple, all the problems would vanish. The branch house, seeing him as a main family disciple, would be more submissive, and the Hokage, seeing that he had already taken Satoru as his disciple, would find it difficult to interfere. I refuse. The smile on Hyuga Hayashi's face froze as if doubting what he had heard. Are you worried about Aburame Shibi? Don't worry, he is merely your instructor, not conflicting with being my disciple. Once you become my disciple, the clan will grant you a monthly stipend of 100,000 ryo and open some of the main family secret techniques to you. Hyuga Satoru glanced at him helplessly. I think you misunderstand, Lord Hayashi. My refusal has nothing to do with Lord Shibi or anything else. Once I become your disciple, I would lose much of my freedom. I don't want that many constraints. This answer left Hyuga Hayashi stunned, the prepared words stuck in his throat. Ridiculous. Do you know how many people dream of becoming my disciple? A surge of anger rose in Hyuga Hayashi's heart, but years of upbringing compelled him to maintain his composure. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I won't force you. Even if you don't become my disciple, you will still receive the monthly stipend of 100,000 ryo, a reward from the clan. With that, he rose and left without delay. Hyuga Satoru watched his retreating back with deep eyes. Today, both brothers, Hisashi and Hayashi, had come to him, but their purposes were starkly different. By refusing Hayashi's offer of discipleship, he had in a sense taken a stand. The future would not be peaceful. He sighed inwardly. In the forest, several figures moved like phantoms, swiftly leaping across the branches, leaving the towering trees behind. Aburame Shibi's low voice sounded, reaching the ears of the three behind him. Recently, many merchant caravans have been plundered in the southern part of the Land of Fire. Our mission is to eliminate those bandits. Do not underestimate them. According to intelligence, some of them are even Shunin. That aside, the key point is that these bandits are quite cunning. Intelligence has marked 4 possible locations that could be their strongholds, so we may need to split up. Understood. Hyuga Satoru spoke with some reluctance. Judging by the nature of the mission, this was likely another ANBU assignment. Was the Hokage treating them as ANBU reserves? Nonetheless, the mission suited them well. The bandits excelled at concealment, while he and Aburame Shibi possessed exceptional reconnaissance abilities, and the reward was far more enticing than ordinary tasks. By merely wiping out the bandits in that area, they would complete a rank mission with substantial compensation. Truly tempting. Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but smack his lips. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the locations specified in the intelligence. Hyuga Satoru distinctly felt the increased humidity. His gaze swept across the forest and saw that beyond the gray boundary lay a vast blue sea. Though far away, he vaguely sensed the sound of waves. Having lived inland his entire previous life, this was the closest he had ever been to the ocean, stirring a faint melancholy within him. Noticing Hyuga Satoru's gaze fixed on the sea, Aburame Shibi also looked out and remarked with emotion. Every year, countries across the sea send large quantities of goods to the Land of Fire, tools from the Land of Craftsmen, specialties from the Land of the Sea. That's why merchant caravans travel this route so frequently. Once we eliminate these bandits, they will be able to transport their goods with greater peace of mind. That is what you hope for, isn't it? Aburame Shibi turned to Hyuga Satoru, a sly smile on his face. The foremost prodigy of the new generation, inheritor of the will of fire, Satoru, who dreams of world peace. Hyuga Satoru smiled helplessly. Master Shibi, please don't tease me. Indeed, Aburame Shibi had heard the rumors circulating in the village, and he still remembered the dreams Satoru casually mentioned when they first met. Satoru, don't be modest. At least the title of foremost prodigy of the new generation is yours to keep. Uchiha Rin wore an envious expression. When she saw how decisively Hyuga Satoru defeated Kakashi, she was deeply stunned. She had sparred with Kakashi before and knew how formidable he was. Rin, even you. Meanwhile, Anko remained uncharacteristically silent, her head lowered, lost in thought. Then let's begin the mission. Aburame Shibi took a breath. There are 4 marked locations in the intelligence. Since the enemy's overall strength is not great, splitting up will be more efficient. He glanced at Hyuga Satoru. Then he'll team up with Uchiha Rin. Satoru, you'll be with Anko. Any objections? No problem. Hyuga Satoru nodded. Considering the bandit's strength, as per intelligence, he alone would be more than enough. After the grouping, the 2 teams set off separately. Hyuga Satoru advanced toward the location indicated in the intelligence. Soon he discovered the target cave, extremely well hidden beneath a dense thicket, with only the faint outline of the entrance visible. Byakugan activate. Through the Byakugan's perspective, the interior of the cave was fully exposed. The space inside was far larger than it appeared from outside. Many shinobi moved in an orderly manner, their tasks clearly divided. Anko, there are 9 bandits in total, 3 Chunin, 2 Genin, and the remaining 4 have chakra levels below that of a Genin. They'll take care of the 3 Chunin and the Genin, you handle the rest. Can you do that? Anko. Receiving no reply, Hyuga Satoru turned back in confusion. He saw Anko with her head lowered, looking listless, lost in thought. Anko. He gently shook her shoulder. Oh. Anko jerked her head up. Did you hear what I just said? Oh, understood. Her voice was still weak and listless, clearly lacking energy. Forget it. Hyuga Satoru shook his head helplessly. Rest here for now. I'll handle all these bandits myself. With that, he took out a scroll from his bosom. As white smoke dispersed, a long ninja sword appeared in his hand. Ninja Sword Nagaya. Against such a clustered enemy, a long-bladed sword like this was exceptionally effective. Wait for me here. He'll be back soon. Having given the instruction, Hyuga Satoru charged into the cave with the sword in hand. Enemy attack. What's going on? It's just a brat. Looking for death. Let me teach you. His words were cut short. A line of blood spread from his forehead to his chest, and his body collapsed backward lifeless. Beside him, Hyuga Satoru clicked his tongue impatiently. Too much nonsense. Bastard. Attack together. He's just one brat. Do you think we can't take him down with so many? Kill him. Instantly a storm of shuriken and kunai hurtled toward Hyuga Satoru. An incredible scene unfolded. The thrown weapons upon approaching were deflected, as if by an invisible hand veering in arcs around his body. What the hell? Is this kid using sorcery? Hyuga Satoru dashed toward the nearest bandit, slashing Nagaya at a tricky angle, cleanly cutting across the man's throat. Die, brat. One of the bandits abruptly tore open a scroll. White smoke dispersed as a mass of metallic ninja tools burst toward Hyuga Satoru, with explosive tags trailing behind hissing smoke. A fierce glint flashed in Hyuga Satoru's eyes. He assumed a peculiar stance, pivoting on one foot as he spun at incredible speed. Rotation in. A rapidly spinning blue hemisphere enveloped his body. The incoming weapons briefly hung midair upon contact, then ricocheted outward at tremendous velocity. In an instant, the violently flying metallic tools engulfed the entire cave interior. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions from the blast tags flared in succession within the chaotic cavity. The bandit who had unsealed the scroll died without ever imagining that his furious attack would annihilate his entire squad. When the explosions subsided, the scene was one of utter devastation. Not a single bandit remained alive. Hyuga Satoru shrugged helplessly. I was planning to leave you intact. Rotation in was a secret technique he had developed based on the standard rotation. While executing rotation, he used electromagnetic forces to create a repulsive magnetic field, instantaneously deflecting any objects that came near. The concurrently developed rotation yang, on the other hand, attracted surrounding objects similar to the universal pull. Having navigated the shinobi world for so long, he was no longer as fragile as when he first killed and suffered from insomnia. A shinobi's profession has always been intertwined with death. After storing the necessary proof of mission completion in a scroll, Hyuga Satoru left the cave and returned to where Anko was still languid and dispirited. What's wrong with you, Anko? He couldn't help but ask. Who am I, a useless person? Hondo raised her head, her brown-gray eyes dim and devoid of any color. Useless? Hyuga Wu smiled helplessly. To be honest, I can't understand why you would attribute that word to you, but I really feel so useless. You and Rin are both so outstanding, and teacher Jiwei is also famous among the Jounin. Only I. Honda's voice grew lower and lower. Why do you think that way? Hondo, in fact, you are already excellent. Hyuga Wu sighed, trying to soften his voice as much as possible. I just want to do something for everyone, no matter how small. When Rin and Kakashi fought, I really wanted to help, but I couldn't beat Kakashi, so I had to run to find you. I really hate that feeling of powerlessness, even though I was right there. Hyuga Wu fell silent. In the original story, being accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru made Hondo undoubtedly a genius. However, under his influence, the trajectory changed. Originally meant to be Orochimaru's disciple, she now seemed somewhat mediocre. This gap was infinitely magnified in the comparison between herself and Uchiha Rin. Hondo. Hyuga Wu took a breath, placed his hands on her shoulders, and tried to speak in a gentle tone. You are actually already excellent, it's just that you may not be so conspicuous among us. As long as you find your own strengths and persevere, you will surely become a great ninja. Do you understand? Hondo nodded and responded softly. Hyuga Wu sighed slightly. Perhaps after returning this time, he would discuss with teacher Jiwei about giving Hondo some special training. Under Hyuga Wu's guidance, Honda's mood visibly improved. After a brief pause, the two set out to find the last stronghold mentioned in the intelligence. This location was extremely well hidden. Hyuga Wu searched for a long time, but found no trace of them. It seems the Umbu in charge of reconnaissance only inferred from the bandits' tracks that their stronghold is in this area. As for the exact location, they probably haven't found it either. This is a bit troublesome. Hyuga Wu pursed his lips, helplessly looked up to gaze at the rendezvous point agreed with Aburame Jiwei, which was still very far from here. If there were no results, he could only return to meet them first and discuss countermeasures. His gaze swept across the surroundings. It was very close to the coast with an unobstructed view. There were only dense forests and a cliff by the sea. If there were a bandit stronghold nearby, it should have been easily spotted. Strange, Hyuga Wu couldn't help but. Beside him, Hondo suddenly spoke in confusion. Wu, I can't quite understand. Why would those bandits set up their stronghold here? This place doesn't seem suitable for a stronghold. Why put the stronghold here? Suddenly a flash of insight struck Hyuga Wu's mind, and he vaguely felt he had grasped something. Since the bandits placed their stronghold nearby, it must mean this area had something that served their purpose. He quickly scanned the surroundings, and his gaze gradually settled on the cliff by the coast. Hondo, stay here, and don't move. He'll go check it out. At the foot of the cliff, looking up at the cliff face, Hyuga Wu activated his Byakugan and indeed found some clues. These bandits, they actually have such great perseverance. The cliff showed signs of artificial excavation. Through the Byakugan's perspective, he could clearly see iron spikes, ropes, and other footholds carved into the cliff face. Following these traces all the way up, he discovered a huge cave at the top of the cliff. This was also the reason he had been searching fruitlessly. Without coming to the foot of the cliff, the range of his Byakugan and electromagnetic perception couldn't cover it. Hyuga Wu smiled. No wonder they chose this place as a stronghold. At the top of the cliff, any merchant ships coming from the nearby sea can't escape their surveillance. After realizing this, Hyuga Wu leaped upward, stepping on the protruding rock, then leaped again, continuously approaching the top of the cliff. Those bandits weren't very strong. Using a sniper rifle from a distance would take too much time. Entering the stronghold directly was a more time-efficient method. In the forest, Hondo couldn't help but grow anxious. Wu has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could he have encountered an accident? Their location was far from Konoha village, in the most chaotic area of the Land of Fire, where ninjas from other villages often appeared. This was also the reason the Hokage assigned them to eliminate the bandits. Hyuga Wu's prolonged absence made her worried. Just then a familiar voice sounded, finally easing her anxious heart. Hondo, let's go meet up with Teacher Yue. Hyuga Wu walked out of the forest and said with a smile. Has the mission been completed? Now we just need to meet up with Teacher Yue, and it's done. With his and Rin's abilities, they should have already finished. Is that so? Come to think of it, I still haven't been of any help. Hondo couldn't help but sigh. Don't say that, Hondo. If you hadn't reminded me, I would never have found their stronghold's location. I might still be wandering around like a headless fly. Let's hurry and meet up with Teacher Yue. Hondo responded softly. The rendezvous point was far away. After walking for a while, Hyuga Wu looked back at the gray sky over the sea, where faint flashes of lightning could be seen. Hyuga Wu frowned. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. Let's speed up. The two quickened their pace, swiftly weaving through the trees. After walking for a while, Hyuga Wu suddenly became serious. He grabbed Hondo beside him and whispered, "Wait, Hondo. There are two ninjas from other villages ahead." Hearing this, Hondo also stopped and looked at Hyuga Wu nervously. Wu, are they enemies? Not sure yet, but their strength is probably very impressive. Hyuga Wu's expression was extremely grave. Just now he had suddenly detected two very powerful biological magnetic fields entering his perception, definitely very strong ninjas. He quietly activated his Byakugan. After seeing the headband pattern on the enemy's foreheads and the ninja sword on one of them, he involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Hondo, fall back. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Hearing these 5 words, Hondo's heart felt as if it were squeezed tightly by a huge hand. They were the most formidable human weapons of the Mist Village. Each of the 7 was an extremely powerful elite jounin, and their cruelty and bloodshed were well known even in the distant Land of Fire. Are both of them from the 7 ninja swordsmen? Hondo swallowed and asked instinctively. No, the other one is not, but his strength might be even more terrifying. Hyuga Wu held his breath silently. The one without the ninja sword had a biological magnetic field even stronger than Aburame Jue's. Even if Teacher Yue were here, he probably wouldn't dare to face both of them at the same time. Not knowing whether the enemies had sensory abilities, Hyuga Wu dared not make any noise, afraid of being detected. The air around seemed to freeze, slowing both their movements. They held their breath and slowly retreated. Just then the two figures in the Byakugan's view moved. They moved extremely fast, continuously approaching. Damn, have we been noticed? Hyuga Wu's expression was exceptionally grim. At the brink of life and death, Hinata Satoru took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind. Kurenai, run, quickly go find Master Shibi. What about you? They'll hold them off here. Their speed far exceeds ours. If I don't stay to block them, none of us will escape. Besides, Hinata Satoru inhaled deeply, a fierce fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes. I'm not entirely without a chance. As the white mist dissipated, the ninja sword Nagashi was already in his hand. At this distance, he had no time to use his bow for defense. The next second, with a thunderous crash, the massive tree before them was cleaved by immense force, dust billowing. Maro, your nose is as keen as ever. There's definitely the scent of fresh blood here. As the dust settled, 2 figures appeared. One carried a colossal ninja sword on his shoulder, and beside his sharp fangs were crimson blood-like markings. Haha, Zabuza, I told you so, but you wouldn't believe me. The other's laughter was shrill and piercing like sharp nails scraping across a blackboard, sending a chill down Hinata Satoru and Kurenai's spines. His eyebrows were 2 dots of scarlet, and deep black circles surrounded his eyes. Coupled with the cruel grin on his face, he looked utterly terrifying and grotesque. Bibera Juzo, user of the decapitation sword and elite jonin of the Kagaya clan. Recognizing the newcomers, Hinata Satoru drew a sharp breath. Looks like they're Konoha shinobi. Bibera Juzo held his sword sideways, squinting at a rice grain-sized notch on the blade. My decapitation sword has a chip. Perfect timing, your blood will repair it. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into the air, swinging the heavy sword down toward Hinata Satoru. The immense force traveled through the ninja sword Nagashi to Hinata Satoru's arms, numbing his body and forcing him back several steps. Kurenai instinctively swallowed. Satoru will go find Master Shibi. Knowing she would only be a burden, she calmed herself and fled into the forest without hesitation. Trying to escape, a glint of malice flashed in Bibera Juzo's eyes. He swung his decapitation sword toward Kurenai. Clang! Nagashi's slender blade blocked the decapitation sword, thwarting his intent. In that brief moment of stalemate, Kurenai's silhouette vanished into the thicket. Brat! Bibera Juzo's face twisted with anger. Heizabuza, are you useless? Letting a prey escape. Kagaya Maro's dissatisfied voice pierced his ears, fueling his fury even more. Shut up. He'll handle this, brat. You go after the one who ran. Bibera Juzo stared at Hinata Satoru, anger mingled with confusion. He realized that the reason Hinata Satoru could block him despite being weaker was that his decapitation sword was suddenly subject to a powerful pull, threatening to slip from his grasp. To avoid that, he had to divert much of his focus to suppress the sword's disturbance, allowing the boy to parry him repeatedly. Brat, whatever secrets you hold, you'll only become a soul beneath my blade. Frustrated by the repeated blocks, Bibera Juzo's rage peaked. Blue chakra erupted, enveloping the entire decapitation sword. Not good. Feeling the surge in power from the blade, Hinata Satoru instinctively clenched his teeth. With a grinding screech under Bibera Juzo's brutal force, sparks flew as Nagashi's blade cut into the decapitation sword, sinking deeper and deeper, until the entire blade was embedded in the decapitation sword. Bibera Juzo twisted it sharply. Clang! With a crisp metallic clash, Nagashi's blade snapped, shattering into several metal fragments. The massive decapitation sword, now free of resistance, slammed heavily into Hinata Satoru's body, sending him flying like a broken kite. Crimson blood dripped from the wound. Bibera Juzo's pupils trembled as he stared incredulously at his abdomen, where several sharp metal fragments were deeply embedded in the muscle, blood gushing. So that's the source of the strange resistance. He raised his head, a vicious glint in his eyes glaring at Hinata Satoru, who was rising from the ground. Magnet release. I never expected you to have dual bloodline limits. If he hadn't noticed before, the moment Nagishi snapped made it unmistakably clear. The fragments, which should have scattered in all directions, were controlled by some force and converged on his abdomen. Kirigakure was the village with the most bloodline limits, so he quickly deduced the dual bloodline. Magnet release, and one that specifically controlled a ninja sword. Looking at Hinata Satoru's still young face, his killing intent surged. This boy must not be allowed to live. A magnet user capable of controlling a sword, and so young. Once fully grown, he could erase the 7 swordsmen from the ninja world. Maro, forget the woman for now. I found an interesting prey. Heizabuza, have you lost your mind? First you tell me to chase, now you tell me to stop. Do you think I'm your subordinate? Kagaya Maro shouted in annoyance. This Hyuga brat has dual bloodline limits. Kagaya Maro's expression froze. He squinted, scrutinizing Hinata Satoru. Are you sure? The Hyuga clan has never been known to awaken dual bloodlines. I'm certain. It's magnet release without a doubt. Is that so? What have the village's intelligence operatives been doing? They didn't report a dual bloodline in Konoha. Kagaya Maro, now intrigued, stared intently at Hinata Satoru. A Hyuga with dual bloodlines. He had never seen one before. Bibera Juzo pulled out the last fragment from his abdomen, wiped his palm across the wound, and quickly smeared the blood on his decapitation sword, leaving a crimson streak on the blade. After absorbing the blood, the decapitation sword began to writhe, as if alive, and the gap in the middle of the blade vanished. Pointing the sword at Hinata Satoru, Bibera Juzo's eyes were icy. You're the first to make me use my own blood to repair the blade. Witnessing this, Hinata Satoru couldn't help but marvel. The ninja world truly defied science. A massive gap in the decapitation sword repaired by just that little blood. Was the blood made of iron? He felt no fear. A blazing battle spirit burned in his eyes. Let's see how far that technique can go. He slowly closed his eyes, chakra surging wildly toward the acupoints all over his body. Simultaneously, his aura suddenly intensified, a layer of air pressure swirling around him. When he opened his eyes again, blue lightning arcs completely enveloped his body. Tyrant mode. A forest. The large trees lay scattered on the ground, the air thick with the scent of dust and blood. The crackling sound of lightning arcs leaping was unusually distinct in this peculiar environment. Hyuga Satoru's feet left the ground as he floated in midair, lightning arcs leaping among his black hair, strands his clothes rustling in the surging wind around him. It was like a transformed Super Saiyan. Shippo Juzo squinted as he stared at Hyuga Satoru, who was enveloped in lightning. In just a brief moment, he suddenly sensed that the aura emanating from his opponent had swelled several-fold. Some kind of secret technique for short-term enhancement. Similar to the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. Haha, I didn't expect you to have such an ability. This kind of prey is interesting. Kage Amaro let out a piercing laugh. Beneath the visible skin something was writhing as two sharp bone spikes drilled out from his palms and were firmly grasped in his hands. Amaro, he's my prey. A cold glint flashed in Pippa Shizang's eyes. Chakra surged within him as he suddenly charged toward the floating Hyuga Satoru. The decapitation blade, carried by a terrifying force, slammed down fiercely toward him. Bang! With a dull thud, Pippa Shizang's pupils abruptly contracted. How can this be? Hyuga Satoru raised his hand to block the blade of the decapitation sword. The massive weapon could not advance even a single inch, frozen stiffly in place. What kind of secret technique is this? How did your magnet release suddenly become so strong? Pippa Shizang. Hyuga Satoru's palm did not actually touch the decapitation sword. To be precise, at a distance of just 1 centimeter, a terrifying repulsive force emerged on the sword like a mountain. No matter how hard he pushed, he could not budge it at all. Then an even more horrifying scene appeared. The massive blade of the decapitation sword began to dissolve, starting from where Hyuga Satoru's hand held it, melting into a silver metallic liquid that flowed slowly along his arm. In just a few breaths, most of the blade had been disintegrated. Pippa Shizang's pupils trembled. He no longer dared to hold on, and immediately released the decapitation sword, retreating quickly in terror. Maro, this kid is strange. Juzo, it's just an attack being blocked. When did you become so timid? Kage Amaro let out a mocking snicker. Due to Pippa Shizang's body blocking his view, he did not see that horrifying scene. Hyuga Satoru had completely disintegrated the decapitation sword. The silver metallic fluid seemed to come alive like a silver serpent slithering slowly around his shoulder and arm. Matter decomposition. Under the terrifying enhancement of Tyrant Mode, Hyuga Satoru finally touched the threshold of matter decomposition. Although it hasn't reached the atomic level, it disassembled the entire decapitation sword into tiny particles less than 10 nanometers in diameter. In this special state, the metal retains both metallic and fluid properties commonly known as magnetic fluid, able to switch infinitely between fluid and solid. With his gaze locked on Pippa Shizang, Hyuga Satoru moved like a thunderbolt and charged forward abruptly. An intense life-or-death crisis enveloped him. A chill erupted from his tailbone and shot up his spine to the back of his head. Pippa Shizang was horrified. Without the decapitation sword, he was little stronger than an average jonin and utterly unable to withstand this strike. Before he could even dodge, Hyuga Satoru's attack had already arrived. The silver serpent writhed rapidly, shot out from his arm, transformed into a curved blade, and sliced across his throat in an instant. Splatter! The world seemed to turn crimson. Pippa Shizang suddenly felt his body become light, and all objects in his vision were spinning. In the final moment before his consciousness faded, he seemed to hear a soft laugh by his ear. Your giant blade, I like it very much. Thud. His head fell to the ground, still wearing a terrified expression, lifelike. Juzo. Kage Amaro swallowed stiffly. The battle changed too fast for him to react. He only saw Pippa Shizang retreating in terror for some reason, then Hyuga Satoru counterattacked, and Pippa Shizang's head flew high. The residual blood on the silver curved blade seeped into the metal. After absorbing this blood, the silver serpent seemed even sharper. Hyuga Satoru rejoiced inwardly. Indeed, the magnetic fluidized decapitation sword still retained the property of absorbing blood. Damn it! Kage Amaro gritted his teeth. Extreme anger burst from his mind, causing even his eyeballs to turn bloodshot. Visible beneath the skin was violent writhing, accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced. Sharp bone spikes pierced through his body. His chest, elbows, spine. Everywhere was covered with sharp bone spikes like a hideous monster. Hyuga Satoru's expression turned somewhat solemn. The reason he could deal with Pippa Shizang so easily was that the opponent was a sword-wielding ninja who was completely countered by his ability. And the calcium in bones exists mainly in the form of inorganic salts, which are hard to magnetize, coupled with the nearly insane battle lust of the Kage clan. Next would be a real fight. 10-finger drill bullet. Kage Amaro roared, raising his 10 fingers toward Hyuga Satoru. White bones wriggled out from his fingertips and shot out explosively. Hyuga Satoru did not dodge. The silver serpent flowed swiftly, forming a silver metal shield in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal striking metal, all 10 bone bullets were blocked. It's not over yet. The moment the silver shield dissolved, Kage Amaro, like a demon, had already charged to Hyuga Satoru's side. Sharp bone spikes emerged from his knee as he slammed a powerful kick toward Hyuga Satoru. The silver serpent writhed again, blocking Kageyamaru's attack. The silver-white metal against Kageyamaru's thigh flowed slowly, traveling along the pale bone spikes toward his body. Kageyamaru felt a chill all over his body. He immediately retreated, forming a hand blade, and swiftly cutting off the bone spikes where the silver serpent was flowing. How cautious! Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but feel regret. If only the metal could have entered Kageyamaru's body, the outcome of this battle would have been sealed. But unexpectedly, the opponent retained extreme caution, even in near madness. It seemed this man was no unknown figure in the Kagaya clan. He wondered what relation he had with the future Kagaya Junmalu. Under the enhancement of Tyrant mode, he gained many abilities he could not use before. But he was still a step away from atomic-level matter manipulation. Otherwise, he could directly control the calcium ions inside Kageyamaru and cause his instant death. Brett, you've completely angered me. Having just brushed past death, Kageyamaru could no longer suppress his rage. Chakra surged wildly within him. Dance of the early fern. A large number of bone spikes burst out from the ground around him like bamboo shoots after rain, rapidly spreading across the entire battlefield. The nearby corpse of Pipashizang was pierced and shredded into fragments by the chaotic growth of bone spikes. Hyuga Satoru's body quickly floated upward, evading the assault of the growing bone spikes. Looking down from midair, a forest of pale bones had appeared. Midair. Surveying the forest below, Hyuga Satoru caught sight of a bone-white grove that had materialized out of nowhere, and a hint of gravity crept into his expression. The time I can maintain Tyrant mode is running low. I can't drag this out any longer. He produced a scroll. White mist dissipated to reveal a multitude of kunai and shuriken floating in the... He constructed an electromagnetic propulsion field. The kunai and shuriken began to rotate, slowly, blue arcs of lightning weaving through them, instantly enveloping all the ninja tools into a grid of lightning. Hyuga Satoru raised his hand and swept it downward. In an instant, the floating ninja tools transformed into electromagnetic cannons, streaking toward the ground with a thunderous roar. Many bone spikes were shattered by the electromagnetic cannons, fragments of bone and dust flying in all directions. Hyuga Satoru frowned slightly. In his Byakugan's vision, he did not see the anticipated image of Kageyamaru being hit. So he teleported away just before the attack arrived. What a troublesome ability. The dance of the early fern was the ultimate technique of the dead bone pulse, allowing a Kagaya clan member to instantly move to any location covered by the bone spikes. Suddenly, a chill emanated from behind him. Without turning around, the silver serpent coiled around his body, swiftly morphed into a shield that blocked his back. Clang! The moment the shield took shape, a tremendous impact burst through it, causing him to lurch forward a few steps in midair. Behind him, Kageyamaru's lower body was connected to a massive bone spike that had stretched over 10 meters long, appearing right behind Hyuga Satoru. His right hand had turned into a huge spiral bone spike, pressing firmly against the silver shield. You really don't learn, do you? Hyuga Satoru suppressed the surging blood in his chest, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The silver shield suddenly split into a metal serpent that slithered along the spiral bone spike toward Kageyamaru's body. His pupils contracted sharply. Kageyamaru dared not hesitate, instantly dissolving the bone spike on his right arm and dropping back into the bone-white forest. Hyuga Satoru tore open another scroll, releasing a mass of metal ninja tools. Under the terrifying augmentation of electromagnetic propulsion, they turned into electromagnetic cannons that rained down upon the ground. Boom! A large number of bone spikes were destroyed, revealing a devastated ground. Yet the bone-white forest seemed alive, rapidly spreading and regrowing to fill the gaps. Trying to stall for time, Hyuga Satoru narrowed his eyes. The duration of Tyrant mode was almost up. He had to finish this quickly. He looked back toward where Anko had fled and murmured, "It's been this long. Anko should be far away by now." He took a deep breath, ceased holding back, and let his chakras surge wildly. He aimed his right hand at the earth and clenched his fist. Instantly, the ground began to tremble impossibly. As the earth shook, a vast metal forest erupted from the soil, swallowing the trees of the original forest and savagely tearing through the bone-white grove. Deep within the bone forest, Kageyamaru's pupils trembled. What kind of technique is this? Chakra surged madly as he commanded the bone forest to grow again and fight back against the metal forest. But the moment the bones hardened, they were crushed into fragments. With a thunderous roar, the black metal forest thoroughly overwhelmed the bone-white grove, steadily advancing toward the center. In midair, Hyuga Satoru, still clenching his fist, shook his head slightly. That metal forest had drained nearly all metallic particles from the earth within a 10-li radius, constantly compressing the gaps between particles to vastly increase their density. Its hardness was far beyond what bone could match. Suddenly his face turned ashen and he staggered in midair. Damn it, is Tyrant mode about to run out? Far away, Anko, who was fleeing, sensed the ground shaking and immediately turned back. She saw a mass of black metal bursting through the earth, clashing violently with the bone-white forest at its center. The battle between black and white was visible even from this distance. That's... Anko's pupils trembled. She saw a tiny figure wobbling above the metal forest, as if it might fall at any moment. Satoru. The rumbling continued. In the air, Hyuga Satoru was pale, gritting his teeth as he squeezed out the last of his chakra. Below, the black metal forest had already engulfed most of the bone growth, steadily closing in on the center. Seeing that he could no longer withstand the metal forest, Kagaya Maro's expression turned crazed. Bloodshot veins bulged in his eyes as he let out a hoarse roar. If I'm going to die, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. The Kagaya clan's mad bloodline consumed him entirely in the final moment. He abandoned any resistance against the metal forest, channeling all remaining chakra into making the surrounding bone forest surge upward, shooting straight toward Hyuga Satoru in the sky. This was his death blow. With no chakra to sustain it, the bone forest was swallowed by the metal forest at an accelerated pace. In the blink of an eye, the metal reached him. Countless hard black spikes pierced through his body, staining the white bones around him crimson. He laughed, a crazed laugh. Ha ha ha. You'll die too. You'll die too. The rapidly growing bone spikes were upon him. Hyuga Satoru's pale face tightened, his pupils contracting. His body was so depleted that he could barely dodge. The silver serpent flowed quickly to shield his vital areas. Thud! Several bone spikes pierced through his body. Blood dripped down the white spikes, falling one drop at a time onto the metal forest below. The blue arcs of lightning dancing at the tips of his hair vanished. Hyuga Satoru felt excruciating pain engulf him completely. Tyrant mode had ended. A sudden clap of thunder sounded in the gray sky. Hyuga Satoru raised his head weakly as a single icy raindrop struck his face. Then came a second drop. The rain washed the blood from his face, carrying away the last warmth of his body. It's raining. His eyes trembled as he gazed at the sky. He whispered softly, his voice barely audible. The storm that had been brewing for so long finally fell as the battle drew to a close. Patter patter. Rain in June always comes fiercely. In just a few breaths, the downpour became heavy, dense droplets washing over the brutal battlefield. Beside the shattered bone forest, Kagaya Maro's body was impaled by the dense metal forest, already cold in the rain, a cruel smile still frozen on his face. Using the last of his strength, Hyuga Satoru slowly pulled himself free from the bone spikes falling through the air. The silver serpent coiled around him, condensed into a metal sphere the size of a fist, falling with him into the ruins. In the heavy rain, Hyuga Satoru's eyelids felt as heavy as lead. In a daze, he felt as if someone was carrying him on their back, stumbling through the pounding rain. A trace of warmth seeped through from that person's body. At the last moment, his consciousness sank into darkness. My hospital. In one of the most premium wards, anxious voices were heard. The patient has lost too much blood. Transfuse immediately. Most muscles are torn, 6 penetrating wounds. My God, he has endured for so long. Medical team, prepare the healing palm art. In the corridor outside the ward, UNVG and the others waited anxiously, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Wu wouldn't have fallen into danger. Hongdo hugged her, knees curled up on the floor beside the ward, sobbing. UNVG crouched down, his broad hand gently patting her shoulder, comforting her. No, Hongdo, if you hadn't risked danger to carry Wu back, the situation would have been worse. If anything, I should blame myself. As your teacher, I failed to be there immediately when my students were in danger. UNVG sighed and gradually fell silent. He couldn't put into words the image of Hongdo's staggering step by step, carrying the blood-soaked Ri-Xiong Wu through the heavy rain. In all his years as a ninja, never had he felt so struck in his heart as at that moment. Ri-Xiong Wu's injuries were severe. Honestly, he couldn't believe that Wu was still alive under such conditions. Without any delay, after performing some simple hemostatic measures, he rushed back to my village with the others. Thus the scene unfolded. Uchiha Lin leaned against the cold wall beside the ward door, staring at the ceiling. She didn't know what she was thinking, only felt a chill in her limbs. Wu, if you hadn't made it, what would I do? Only this thought kept haunting her. She hated so much. Hated herself for not being there, hated that she wasn't the one on the team with Wu. So what if it was the 7 swordsmen? So what if it was a Jonin from the Hui clan? Just kill them, wouldn't that solve it? Just then the door opened. How is Wu? 3 voices rang out almost simultaneously, anxiously looking at the medical ninja who opened the door. How to put it? Although his injuries are very serious, his body is quite special, actively repairing the wounds. The medical ninja hesitated for a moment, then said, to be honest, in all my years as a medical ninja, I've never seen a ninja with such a unique body. Really? So Wu is out of danger? Hongdo asked anxiously. I suggest you not be too optimistic. The medical ninja glanced at her. He seems to have used a forbidden technique with a great cost, and combined with his injuries, it's uncertain whether there will be after effects. Hongdo's heart tightened again. Uchiha Lin, on the other hand, sighed in relief. Just after effects. That's not so bad. At worst he'll take care of him from now on. Just then the medical ninja sighed again. Alas, if only Lady Gangsho were here. With her medical expertise, she could easily solve this. Gangsho. Unvjiwei's eyes flickered beneath his mask. I can invite her. For my sake she might give a favor. It's useless. The medical ninja glanced at him and shook his head. Lady Gangsho has developed severe hemophobia and hasn't treated patients for a long time. Only a few medical ninja know this. It's normal that you don't. I see. Unvjiwei's heart grew heavy. None of the three spoke or asked further, and the scene suddenly fell silent. The medical ninja was suddenly pulled aside and whispered something. Is that so? The Hokage ordered to treat Wu at all costs. All right. I understand. Hearing their whispered discussion, Unvjiwei and the others' expressions eased. Just then a sudden noise came from the ward. He's awake. Their spirits lifted, and they immediately rushed into the ward. On the hospital bed, Wu opened his eyes, his pure white pupils looking around in confusion. Wu. Hongdo rushed over saying with a hint of apology. I held you back. Wu lifted his head weakly, a trace of a smile on his lips. I told you just haven't found your strengths yet. Once you do, you will surely become an excellent ninja. By the way, I brought this back for you. Hongdo, as if remembering something, took out a fist-sized silver-white metal sphere from her bosom and handed it to Wu. Because I saw that even though Wu was severely injured, he was still holding this thing, so I guessed it was important to him, and brought it back. Great. A faint smile appeared on Wu's weak face as he took the sphere, which still retained a trace of body heat. By the way, Wu, what is this thing? Why is it so heavy? Wu thought for a moment, then said, well, if I have to say, it should be considered a weapon. Yeah. Ujibo Lin was also attracted by the silver-white sphere in Wu's hand. It looked like special chakra metal, but Wu said it was a weapon. To hit people. Wu tried to communicate with the silver-white sphere using electromagnetic force. After receiving a response, his smile deepened. Sure enough, just as he expected, under the modification of the electromagnetic power that surged in tyrant mode, this metal had acquired the ability to be catalyzed in his current state. That is, even without entering tyrant mode, he could freely switch forms, just like when he fought against Huey Malu. He could turn it into a sword if he wanted, a sword, a shield if he wanted a shield. He could even turn it into an arrow to shoot with a magnetic storm sniper, though retrieval would be a bit troublesome. Simply put, it had already taken Wu's shape. This was no ordinary chakra metal. Among the 7 swordsmen, the decapitating carving knife was considered the most inferior. Aside from absorbing blood to repair itself, it had no special ability. But this ability had shone with new brilliance in Wu's hands. The magneto-fluidized decapitating carving knife also retained this trait. The more it killed, and the more blood it absorbed, the stronger it became. A weapon that evolves by absorbing blood, isn't that terrifying? Just then a hoarse voice suddenly came from the ward entrance. I heard that Wukuin was seriously injured. I wonder if I can be of help. Wu looked over, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The newcomer had pale skin and purple eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes, looking at him with a smile. The cold Lord Dashuan. It is Lord Dashuan. What is Lord Dashuan doing here? In the hospital room, Dashuan, one of the Sanrin alongside Gansho, had barely appeared before the medical ninjas around gasped in astonishment. Dashuan smiled faintly and said, though I am not as skilled as Gangsho in medical ninjutsu, I still possess considerable expertise. I believe I can be of assistance. Hongdo stared at Dashuan with curiosity. Was this the legendary Dashuan of the Sanrin? For some reason, the moment she saw him, a strange sensation surged within her. Why is Dashuan here? On the sickbed, Wu furrowed his brows slightly. He remained wary of Dashuan, the Cold Lord. More importantly, his current condition was dire. If Dashuan intended to make a move, I came naturally for you, Wukuin. I am certain I can be of help. If possible, I would like to spend some time alone with you. Is that acceptable? Dashuan's tone was earnest, and the gazes of Unvjiwei and the others shifted toward Wu. Wu pondered. At this time, Dashuan had not yet defected. At worst, he was obsessed with pursuing immortality. With Unvjiwei also outside, nothing should go wrong. Most importantly, Dashuan truly possessed what he needed. All right. Bang. The hospital door closed, leaving only Dashuan and Wu in the empty room. Lord Dashuan, what exactly do you seek by coming here? Wu cut straight to the point. He could not believe Dashuan had come solely to treat him. As expected of Wukuin, you have indeed perceived my intent. A member of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, and an elite jonin of the Kagaya clan. Such a lineup would have forced even me to retreat, yet you survived. Tsk. Perhaps I didn't just survive. Wu stared at him coldly. Could it be? Dashuan's eyes flashed with sharp light as he took a deep breath, his expression shifting from amusement to solemnity. Wu mused inwardly. It seemed Hongdo had only informed them of the enemies he encountered, not the battle's outcome. Upon reflection, by the time Hongdo arrived, the enemy's bodies had already been engulfed by a metallic forest. However, dealing with Dashyuan required delivering a decisive blow. After all, without demonstrating sufficient bargaining power, trading with this serpent could be perilous. Dashyuan, recovering from his shock, walked over to Rixiang Wu, appraising his body with appreciative clicks. The longer he observed, the deeper the smile in his eyes grew, and he could not help but utter admiration. The first ninja in Hyuga history with dual bloodline limits. The foremost genius of the new generation. Such a unique physique, unmatched vitality, and a peculiar force mending the injuries. Lord Dashuan's eyes are truly discerning, Rixiang Wu remarked calmly. His body, tempered through 3 upgrades of electromagnetic power, had long surpassed ordinary humans. The spontaneous regulation of his life force field continuously healed his wounds. But if left as is, it may leave lasting aftereffects. After all, Wukuin seems to have used some costly forbidden technique, sustaining damage even at the cellular level. Dashyuan clicked his tongue. Within mere minutes, he reached a conclusion more accurate than what the medical ninjas had gleaned in hours. Rixiang Wu remained silent. The tyrant mode heavily strains spiritual energy and chakra. When chakra is pushed to its limit, cells risk damage. That was why he needed a long recovery after using the tyrant mode. Both his mind and body had reached the brink. I came at the right time. This is the training scroll for cell activation, a secret technique I developed over 3 years. It not only repairs Wukin's cellular damage, but also strengthens your special physique further. Then, what is the price? Rixiang Wu asked in a deep voice. Dashyuan chuckled. Cells, fresh cell samples along with hair and blood specimens. The only dual bloodline user in Hyuga history along with this exceptionally rare physique. I can hardly wait to explore them. Agreed. Haha, Wukuin is truly a straightforward man. With that, Dashyuan produced a scroll, unfurling it to reveal items like test tubes, scalpels, and forceps. I will be very careful. I won't cause Wukuin any pain. The corner of Rixiang Wu's mouth twitched. This Dashyuan even now had to torment him with that remark. The sample collection was not complicated and Dashyuan's movements were delicate, leaving little visible change. Rixiang Wu watched vigilantly, ensuring nothing untoward was done. When it was done, Dashyuan handed the scroll to Rixiang Wu. The cultivation method for cell activation is not complex. With Wukin's memory, I trust you will memorize it quickly, and then you can practice it on the hospital bed. I believe you will enjoy it. Dashyuan turned to leave when a calm voice sounded behind him. Wait, Dashyuan. What is it? I hope we can cooperate again in the future. Rixiang Wu looked at him steadily. Dashyuan paused, then suddenly laughed. Wukuin is indeed an ambitious man. What goal did Rixiang Wu have that required cooperating with it, or was there some constraint forcing him to collaborate? The Hyuga branch family. 4 words that once surfacing in Dashuan's mind made everything clear. The caged bird. He was Konoha's most renowned research ninja. If anyone could even hint at breaking the caged bird, it would have to be him. Somehow Dashyuan began to look forward to their cooperation. Just how terrifying would a completely unshackled Rixiang Wu become? With that thought, he smiled and pushed open the hospital door. Wu, how are you? Are you all right? Those waiting anxiously outside rushed into the room at once. I'm fine. Rixiang Wu nodded with a slight smile. Since Wukuin no longer needs me, I'll take my leave. Having obtained what he wanted, Dashyuan could not wait to return to his laboratory. Truly grateful for your trouble, Lord. I never expected Lord Dashyuan to be skilled in medical ninjutsu. Rixiang Wu's complexion looks much better. The surrounding medical ninjas instinctively flattered Dashyuan. Dashyuan nodded and walked out of the room. Beside the bed, Hongdo unconsciously clenched her fists, her gaze wavering, as if making a difficult decision. Soon she took a deep breath, ran to the corridor, and bowed deeply toward Dashuan's retreating figure, burying her head against her chest, as she shouted loudly. Lord Dashyuan, please take me as your disciple. Lord Dashyuan, please accept me as your disciple. Hongdo's voice echoed distinctly through the empty corridor. Dashyuan, whose foot was suspended mid-stride, turned back and gazed at her with calm composure. Hongdo did not lift her head, still bowing low, though her face buried against her chest bore an unprecedented resolve. Why do you wish to become my disciple? Dashyuan scrutinized Hongdo from head to toe with a playful smirk. In the hospital room, nearly everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Yuzhibo Lin's eyes flickered with astonishment. That was Dashyuan, one of the legendary Sannin. Who would have thought that Hongdo, that perpetually timid girl, possessed such audacity? But what drove her to insist on becoming Dashuan's disciple? Yunu Jiwei sighed inwardly. He had noticed Hongdo's recent changes, yet he never imagined she would muster such courage. Nevertheless, he held little hope for her acceptance. Among Jonin, Dashyuan was notorious for his discerning eye. After serving under him for so long, Hongdo's talent hardly ranked as exceptional. May she withstand this blow? A faint smile tugged at Rixiang Wu's lips. Was this a fateful encounter, or a self-correction of the timeline? Under his influence, Hongdo, who was never meant to become Dashuan's disciple, had summoned the courage to request mentorship. Why do you wish to become my disciple? Deshuin's words echoed in Hongda's ears on the corridor, causing her to freeze momentarily. Why must she become Lord Deshuin's disciple? Hongdo asked herself this question deep within. Suddenly scenes flooded her mind, herself fleeing madly from an insurmountable enemy. Rixiangwu battered and bruised amid ruins in a torrential downpour. Memories surged like a tidal wave engulfing her. Clenching her fists instinctively, tears slid down as her voice trembled. Because I despise my own incompetence, I loathe my weakness. Lord Dashuan, please accept me as your— I want power. I want to protect my comrades. I want— Hongdo bowed, even deeper fists clenched tightly, tears spotting the floor before her. At some point the hospital room had fallen into utter silence. Hongda's mournful voice, traveling phrase by phrase from the corridor, struck their hearts like a hammer, blow after blow. Yu Jiwei sighed. Perhaps I have been an irresponsible teacher, failing to unlock her true potential. He could not help but reproach himself. Rixiangwu wore a faint smile as he gazed at the ceiling. On the corridor, Dashuan suddenly laughed, a hoarse sound escaping his lips. Wanting to protect comrades. An interesting notion. I accept. What? Hongdo, still bowing, doubted her ears. She slowly raised her head and stared at Dashuan with hesitant disbelief. Dashuan smiled at her and repeated, I accept. From now on you are my disciple. R.L. Lord Dashuan, no, Master Dashuan. Dashuan nodded at her with a smile. Fantastic. Hongdo nearly jumped for joy. The sudden euphoria almost made her faint. In truth, she had held little hope of becoming Dashuan's disciple, thinking only to try if there was even a sliver. To her astonishment, it had actually worked. She burst into the hospital room joyfully and grabbed Rixiangwu's hand. What did you hear? Lord Dashuan agreed to take me as his disciple. I heard you. Rixiangwu smiled helplessly. Could you go a little easier on me? I'm still injured, you know. Oh, sorry. Lin, did you hear? Congratulations. Teacher Jiwei. Congratulations, Hongdo. Dashuan is the renowned Sannin. Don't slack off under his tutelage. Yu Jiwei adjusted his sunglasses. Though he had never anticipated Dashuan's acceptance, he was genuinely pleased for Hongdo. I will for sure. Rixiangwu exhaled, staring at the ceiling. The ninja world seemed to have changed considerably with his arrival. Would Dashuan still defect from Konoha? He grew curious about Konoha's future transformations. Congratulations, Hongdo. He smiled at her, a complex glint in his eyes. You'll be training under Dashuan from now on. Hongdo replied softly, lowering her head unconsciously. Becoming Dashuan's disciple meant parting ways with Team 3. Hongdo, don't worry. They'll handle matters with the Hokage. Yu Jiwei spoke in a low voice. As Dashuan's disciple, Hongdo would have to leave Team 3 temporarily. He could manage the necessary paperwork at the Hokage's office. Thank you, Teacher Jiwei. Hongda's voice grew softer. Though she had become Dashuan's disciple, the thought of parting from these companions panged her heart. Hongdo, don't overthink it. Rixiangwu smiled. We're all delighted you became Dashuan's disciple. Go on, he's waiting outside. I look forward to the day you grow strong. Hongdo responded softly, her reluctant gaze sweeping over the people in the room as if to etch their faces into her memory. After she left, the hospital room fell into a long silence. Yu Jiwei hesitated for a moment, then turned to Rixiangwu. I was planning to tell you this later, but since Hongdo has already left, it won't hurt to say it now. The Hokage has specially promoted you to Chunin. That means you may have to lead a team or undertake solo missions. Team 3 is to be disbanded. Hyuga Satoru lay on the hospital bed, propped against the pillow, staring blankly at the white ceiling. Orochimaru's cellular activation secret technique was highly effective, and the method of cultivation was not complicated. Even while bedridden, he could refine his cells through the flow of chakra. After only 2 days, Hyuga Satoru felt an illusion of nearing recovery. Compared to the overwhelming sensation in his body, the emptiness in his heart was the true source of his confusion. Aburame Shibi's voice seemed to replay in his mind. The Hokage, considering your current abilities and to maximize your growth, has specially promoted you to Chunin, allowing you to independently undertake a rank and lower missions. In truth, the Hokage initially intended to promote you to Tokubetsu Jonin, but considering that too rapid a rise would draw excessive attention from other villages, he had to abandon that plan for your safety. As for Rin, she will return to clan training. Enko has become Orochimaru's disciple. As for me, I will probably rejoin the Umbu. The third squad will likely be disbanded. Although he had long known this day would come, its sudden arrival still caught him off guard. Yet upon reflection, given his current abilities, ordinary team missions could no longer foster his growth. The Hokage had likely considered this when specially promoting him to Chunin. In a sense, it was a good thing. What he lacked most was experience, and undertaking missions alone would rapidly fill that gap. Perhaps another intention of the Hokage. Just then, with a click, the door opened. Uchiha Rin stepped in and placed a basket of fruit on the cabinet beside the— Satoru, you look much better. Is that so? Uchiha Rin sat on the edge of the bed, picked up an apple, and began peeling it with a fruit knife. For some reason, the air suddenly grew still, leaving only the rustling sound of apple peeling. Well, Satoru, I might not be able to visit you tomorrow. Uchiha Rin broke the silence, first her expression complex. Is something the matter? Hyuga Satoru, yes. The clan has arranged special training for me. Since the clan head personally intervened, I have no choice but to comply. I'm afraid it'll have to be apart from you for a while. Even the clan head got involved. Hyuga Satoru showed a trace of surprise. For a major clan like the Uchiha, the clan head rarely involved himself with ordinary members. Yes, Uchiha Rin nodded with mixed emotions. I awakened the Tutamo Sharingan. Tutamo. Hyuga Satoru took a quiet breath. No wonder. Uchiha Rin had awakened the Tutamo at less than 11 years old. Even since the founding of Konoha, such talent was exceedingly rare in Uchiha history. With just one Tomo before, the clan could turn a blind eye. But awakening the Tutamo within a year, such aptitude. No wonder even the clan head had taken notice. However, Hyuga Satoru looked at Uchiha Rin with curiosity and asked, Rin, when did you awaken your Tutamo? Unexpectedly, the moment he spoke, a blush crept across Uchiha Rin's cheeks. She turned her head slightly and said in an impatient tone, Why do you need to know so much? It happened a while ago. I encountered danger and it awakened. Uchiha Rin's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window, her memory returning to that day. In the pouring rain, a drenched Anko staggered forward slowly, carrying the unconscious Hyuga Satoru on her back. With each step, a trail of fresh blood stained the rainwater. For some reason, she felt as if her eyes were about to split apart. When she opened them again, they were already Tutamo. But how could she ever mention such things to Satoru? After Uchiha Rin left, Hyuga Satoru adjusted his emotions and closed his eyes to continue cultivating the cellular activation technique. Undeniably, cellular activation was a remarkably mysterious secret art, the essence of Orochimaru's early human research. By refining body cells in multiple batches, each refinement greatly enhanced the vitality of the cells, thereby significantly boosting the user's taijutsu ability and chakra extraction capacity. Through the cultivation of cellular activation, his chakra had already quietly crossed the threshold of a jonin. As for the cellular damage caused by forcibly extracting chakra under tyrant mode, it had completely vanished by the second day of training. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Hyuga Satoru opened his eyes and couldn't help but praise. Cellular activation truly is a secret art that took Orochimaru 3 years to develop. Without profound research into the human body, one could never conceive such a marvelous method of refining cells. Among Orochimaru's many secret arts, cellular activation was the foundation. His substitution technique and living corpse reincarnation both relied on it to enhance physical capabilities. It seems Satoru really likes the secret art I developed. A hoarse, slightly amused voice came, causing Hyuga Satoru's brows to furrow slightly. Orochimaru-sama, didn't you know to knock before entering? I thought with Satoru's perception there's no way you didn't sense my arrival. Hyuga Satoru's brows relaxed slightly. Inside the sleeve of his right hand, a silver serpent coiled around his forearm, the magnetofluid form of the executioner's blade. With just a thought, it could transform into a sharp weapon. So he wasn't worried about Orochimaru pulling any tricks. Orochimaru-sama, your sudden visit. Is there something you need? Hyuga Satoru asked calmly. Orochimaru chuckled. The results of the cell sample I took from Satoru earlier are in. The findings were quite interesting, so I decided to come share them with you. What are the results? Hyuga Satoru's expression turned serious. Orochimaru didn't beat around the bush. Satoru's cells are peculiar. Based on the experiments, they seem to be approaching a higher level form. However, he paused, then switched gears with a smile. Your Byakugan's field of vision is considerably larger than that of ordinary clan members, isn't it? Yes, Hyuga Satoru nodded. There was nothing to hide. But what does that have to do with the experiment results? Well, how should I put it? Satoru's physical evolution is more like an atavism, and during this process the purity of the Byakugan will continuously increase. Bloodline atavism. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath. Orochimaru might not know the origin of the Hyuga clan's bloodline, but he knew it well. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Was he destined to evolve into an Otsutsuki? In the hospital room the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Hinata Satoru leaned against the white pillow, his brows furrowed as he pondered the startling news brought by Orochimaru. He had long discovered that each upgrade of electromagnetic force tempered his body, but it was only now that he learned such tempering caused his bloodline to revert to its ancestral form. Yet upon reflection, the purity of his Byakugan had indeed improved considerably, suggesting Orochimaru had not lied. He harbored no anticipation for this process. The Hyuga clan possessed only a trace of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Whether continuous atavism could lead to becoming an Otsutsuki remained uncertain. Moreover, this process involved too many uncontrollable factors. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Satoru suddenly identified a key point, and his furrowed brow instantly relaxed. He had nearly forgotten that when electromagnetic force evolved to a certain level, it could control atomic arrangements at the microscopic scale. At that point, he could make himself as large or as thick as he desired. The Otsutsuki were merely a node in his physical evolution. Why worry about it? With this thought, Hinata Satoru breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood gradually eased. It seems Lord Satoru has already digested this information. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled, his voice hoarse upon noticing the change in Hinata Satoru's expression. Even if my bloodline is atavistic, any significant change will be a long time coming. The important thing is to focus on the present, isn't it? Hinata Satoru gazed at him calmly. As expected of Lord Satoru, Orochimaru clicked his tongue in admiration. How is Hongdo? She is doing well. That child is a rare genius, perfectly suited to my abilities. When you see her again, you might be surprised. That's good. Hinata Satoru breathed a small sigh of relief. After all, in the original story, Hongdo was Orochimaru's disciple, so it was unlikely Orochimaru would harm her. Then I shall not disturb Lord Satoru any longer. I hope you recover soon. Orochimaru chuckled and quietly withdrew from the ward. Hinata Satoru sighed, then resumed cultivating cell activation steadily, enhancing his physical constitution. After resting for several days, Hinata Satoru clenched his fist. The surging power within him evoked a delightful sensation, and his life force field had grown considerably stronger, like a blazing flame. Compared to before his injury, his strength had actually increased significantly after cultivating cell activation, and his chakra reserves had also grown. The experience points for electromagnetic force had surged slightly due to his earlier use of Tyrant mode, forcibly drawing upon electromagnetic abilities far beyond his current level. Additionally, during every break between missions, he exploited a bug using the multiple shadow clone technique. It was akin to idle cultivation. Though he was left half dead from exhaustion afterward, each session provided him with up to 1,000 experience points. Electromagnetic force level LV3. Distance to next upgrade 8945200000. LV1, electromagnetic manipulation. LV2, life magnetic field. LV3, electromagnetic furnace. What new ability would LV4 bring? Having tasted the exhilaration of the Tyrant mode's electromagnetic authority, Surge Hinata Satoru felt an impatient longing for higher-level electromagnetic abilities. In the afternoon, with the help of Aburame Shibi, Hinata Satoru completed his discharge procedures. As he stepped out of the Konoha hospital, the glaring sunlight made him instinctively shield his eyes with his palm. Satoru, it seems you've rested so long that you're no longer accustomed to such strong light. Aburame Shibi remarked, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Teacher Shibi, don't say that. Rest is for better progress. I can't wait to take on missions. The Hokage is still waiting for us. We should hurry over. Aburame Shibi nodded. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Hinata Satoru, who had just been discharged, with undisguised admiration. He couldn't help but nod in praise. Excellent. You're full of spirit. The opening remark was a classic old-timers expression. Hinata Satoru couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Hiruzen Sarutobi, naturally unaware of Hinata Satoru's thoughts, continued to beam with admiration. Satoru, Shibi must have told you. With your abilities, you're no longer suited to remain a genin. Therefore, I have specially promoted you to chunin. From now on, you may accept a rank and below missions independently. If you have any requests, you may bring them to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe and spoke calmly. In truth, he had originally planned to assign Hinata Satoru to the Umbu, given that his archery ninjutsu and unique magnet release were particularly suited for Umbu missions. However, considering the young man's status as a member of the Hyuga branch family, he hesitated for a long time before abandoning the idea. Promoting Hinata Satoru to chunin and granting him privileges not normally afforded to chunin would maximize his rapid growth without drawing excessive attention. After all, the current shinobi world was far from peaceful. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a flicker of concern crossed his face, and he probed Hinata Satoru. Satoru, I heard you used a forbidden technique with a heavy price. Has your body been affected? A forbidden technique with a heavy price. Was he referring to Tyrant mode? Hinata Satoru pondered for a moment. That technique was something I developed inadvertently. It greatly enhances my strength for a short time. It was with this move that I survived the encounter with those two mist shinobi. As for the cost, since the technique overdraws life potential and crushes physical strength in the short term, it damages the foundation of my cells, thereby shortening my lifespan to some extent. He raised his head, meeting Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze with a calm, unblinking expression. I see. That's troublesome. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples, troubled. Shortened lifespan. The price of this forbidden technique was indeed too great. He had no reason to doubt, as the medical report from Konoha Hospital indeed mentioned cellular damage, and shortened lifespan was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Hinata Satoru remained expressionless, as if his absurd claim were true. Shorten lifespan. It did shorten it. He could maintain tyrant mode for a full 3 minutes. 3 minutes of life wasn't a life. And the excruciating pain afterward, keeping him from earning money for days, didn't that also count as shortening his life? The information provided by Hongdo only mentioned that he had survived the attacks of those 2 jonin. Hinata Satoru was unsure whether the Hokage had sent Umbu to investigate the battlefield, nor whether he knew the true power of tyrant mode. Either way, exaggerating the side effects was the safest bet. Beside him, Aburame Shibi, upon hearing Satoru's fabricated claims, felt even deeper guilt. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, his expression complex as he looked at Hinata Satoru. Satoru, you are a true inheritor of the will of fire. Very well, I will double the reward for the missions you take this time as compensation. Hinata Satoru's eyes lit up. In the mission book the Hokage presented, he promptly selected 3 missions with the highest rewards. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned green, but having already spoken, he could not go back on his word. In a dim subterranean space thick with dust and the scent of blood, a great multitude of shinobi had gathered. Some bore ferocious expressions, others were scarred across their faces, and many were shrouded entirely in black robes, their true natures hidden from view. Suddenly a low murmur swept through the crowd. The silver-faced Shura is coming. The previously boisterous crowd quieted noticeably, parting to clear a path. Their gazes laced with curiosity fixed upon the approaching figure, one not particularly tall. He was wrapped in a black robe, his frame not especially robust, even considered slender by the standards of the underground black market. A silver metallic mask covered his face, and the gray eyes visible through it were utterly cold. This is already the 3rd contract the silver-faced Shura has completed this month, isn't it? I heard he takes on several missions at once, all of them extremely difficult. I'd love to see what's under that mask. The shinobi beside him stared in shock. Are you asking for death? Have you forgotten his uncanny abilities? The reproached man did not grow angry. Instead, as if recalling something, he shivered and fell silent. Amid the whispering, the silver-faced Shura reached the mission handover point in the black market. He placed a scroll on the table, his voice icy and curt. 3 heads. Pay up. The shinobi in charge opened the scroll. As the white mist dissipated, 3 gruesome heads appeared. As expected of Lord Silver-Faced Shura, these 3 had bounties in the black market that no one could claim for a long time. Yet you handled them with ease, my lord. Let's talk. Just pay. Very well. The reproached shinobi, unperturbed, took out a thick stack of cash, counted it, sealed it into a scroll, and handed it over. A total of 63 million ryo. Please verify, my lord. The moment the number was announced, the dim underground black market echoed with the sound of swallowed saliva, like wolves eyeing fresh meat. Even their breathing grew heavier. Behind the silver mask, his brow furrowed slightly. He tucked the scroll into his robe and strode toward the exit. Behind him, some eyes glinted with malice. In the forest outside the black market, the silver metal mask suddenly rippled, liquefied, and flowed beneath his collar, revealing a youthful face. It was Ri Xiongwu. Removing the colored contact lenses from his eyes, he sighed in exasperation. Having to wear contacts every time I visit the black market is such a hassle. The Byakugan was too conspicuous. It had to be concealed. A magnetofluid mask worked, but using it as an eye cover was indescribable. However, once his electromagnetic force reached a sufficient level, he could directly manipulate photon arrangement to control light reflection and refraction. Then not only could he hide his eye color, but he could even enter the women's restroom without being noticed. He was currently near the largest black market in the grass country. Due to its special geographical position and the nation's inaction, the black market industry there had reached its peak. Ri Xiongwu naturally treated it as a training ground. The underground black market was a lawless land of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. Here might made right. While completing missions for the Hokage, Ri Xiongwu concealed his identity and honed himself in the black market. In just over a month, his strength had grown considerably, earning him the name Silver-Faced Shura. So there really are those who aren't afraid of death. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Ri Xiongwu spoke with a hint of disdain. He sensed 2 figures approaching stealthily from a distance. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have been nothing. But this was the black market where betrayal and robbery were commonplace. He had just collected the bounty, and someone was already tailing him. It didn't take a genius to figure out their intention. His hand swept across his face, and Ri Xiongwu transformed back into the cold-blooded Shura, silently awaiting their arrival. Hey boss, are we really going to go after the silver-faced Shura? In the forest, a short man's face showed hesitation as he tentatively addressed the shinobi ahead. What are you afraid of? The tall, lean shinobi turned back and scolded him. Have some spine. We're both jonin. Working together, why should we fear him? A hideous scar ran from the tall shinobi's forehead down to his chin. Greed gleamed in his eyes as he swallowed hard. He just collected over 20 million ryo. Plus, his shape-shifting weapon is wanted for 30 million in the black market. After this job, we'll have 50 million, enough to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Why risk anything else? Hearing the staggering sum, the short shinobi's face also showed greed, though a trace of hesitation remained. But boss's weapon is too strange. It changes shape at will, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. We might not be a match for him. Relax. I've already prepared for that. The tall shinobi lifted his shirt, revealing a gray metallic. This is a specially made chakra metal armor that can block almost any ninja tool attack. I paid a fortune for it. Combined with my secret technique, the stone-style jutsu, his attacks can't even scratch me. He then produced another identical gray breastplate, a look of reluctance flashing across his face before handing it to the short shinobi. This one's tailored to your size. If Ri Xiongwu had overheard this conversation, he would have laughed at how brilliant they were, using metal to block his attacks. What kind of genius idea was that? Once prepared, the two crept toward the figure ahead. After calculating the distance, they rapidly formed hand seals and unleashed their techniques almost simultaneously. Earth release, earth rampart. The ground rumbled and a massive stone wall rose, encasing both Ri Xiongwu and themselves within. Looking at the calm Ri Xiongwu, the tall shinobi narrowed his eyes. He didn't try to run immediately. Looks like the silver-faced Shura is about to be erased from the black market. Secret technique, stone-style jutsu. Gray rock layers spread across the tall shinobi's skin, slowly engulfing his entire body, leaving only his eyes, which stared greedily at Ri Xiongwu. I don't know what gave you the guts to ambush me. Ri Xiongwu merely waved his hand lightly, and both men found themselves floating uncontrollably in midair. Wah! What's happening? Isn't your ability that shape-shifting weapon? The tall shinobi felt as if an enormous hand had clenched his body. His face flushed red as he struggled desperately, but to no avail. Oh, that! Ri Xiongwu raised a finger, and the silver metal slithered like a serpent to his fingertips, stretching, thickening, and morphing into various bizarre forms. I think you misunderstood. This isn't the source of my ability. It's the manifestation of it. Ri Xiongwu shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Midair, the tall shinobi's pupils contracted sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably. He suddenly realized that everyone's understanding of the silver-faced Shura was wrong, and abysmally so. Magnetism. Magnetism release. Feeling the pressure from the contracting metal armor on his chest, the tall, thin ninja suddenly realized something, his face filled with extreme shock as he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. I actually used metal armor to defend against a magnetism release ninja's attack. The tall, thin ninja was instantly on the verge of tears. The short ninja floating behind him was also dumbfounded, completely clueless about what was happening. Magnetism release. What magnetism release? Is it really that powerful? Ri Xiongwu raised his hand, and the two felt the pressure on their bodies increase sharply, uncontrollably floating to a higher position. Ri Xiongwu sighed as his electromagnetic power level increased, and his proficiency with the ability grew. He was becoming more and more like Magneto. The scene now was simply a replica of Magneto utterly defeating Wolverine. The tall, thin ninja gritted his teeth fiercely, using all his strength to raise his hands together, trying to form hand seals. Ri Xiongwu clenched his palm fiercely, and a piercing sound was heard. The thin metal armor on the two bodies instantly contracted, accompanied by screams. The scene instantly became extremely bloody. When he released his hand, what fell to the ground were two deformed corpses. Ri Xiongwu shook his head and said, "These two really are something. They actually thought of using metal armor to defend against my attack. Otherwise I'd probably have had to put in quite some effort to deal with them." In fact, Ri Xiongwu was well aware that battles between ninjas were not so much about coincidence and luck. What mattered more was intelligence and strength. The reason the enemy adopted a completely wrong strategy was the advantage of his own information secrecy. The persona of the silver-faced Ajura was that of a cold-blooded killer who manipulated strange weapons, and he would not reveal too many abilities during combat. If the enemy set a trap based on that, they would likely suffer a miserable fate. Ri Xiongwu exhaled a deep breath and aimed his palm at the corpses on the ground. After a few breaths, the thin metal armor on the two bodies turned a crimson red like lava, and the surrounding temperature instantly skyrocketed. Electromagnetic furnace. By using electromagnetic force to accelerate the relative motion of molecules, causing a sharp rise in temperature, the principle was not complicated, but it was perfect for disposing of bodies and erasing evidence. In just a few seconds, the two bodies had vanished, leaving only molten metal liquid that solidified into a fist-sized sphere. Thanks for the chakra metal, bro. Ri Xiongwu put the solidified sphere into a scroll. With a light leap, he landed on a branch and quickly moved into the distance. He still had other missions to complete. On a hillside, a figure crouched low, silently watching a group of ninjas walking along the road below. The ninjas' clothes were stained with blood, indicating they had just been through a battle. They were in high spirits, their brutish faces filled with excitement. Didn't expect this haul to be so rich. Haha, after robbing so many caravans, this one has several little ladies. Quite tasty. We've had a feast today. Let's go back and rest, then find more goods tomorrow. Rixiang Wu on the hillside heard their laughter, and his brow involuntarily furrowed under his mask, showing a trace of disgust. These beasts. He had taken a mission from the Hokage to eliminate bandits in the Land of Fire. Their strength was not very high, but they were quite cunning, always active on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. During his days in the black market, Rixiang Wu had been searching for their information, and finally today, he found the target. But it seemed another caravan had fallen victim to them. On the road, the bandits were still excitedly talking about something. Suddenly, the leader stopped and squinted at a figure that had appeared on the road. The figure's body was wrapped in a black cloak with a silver metal mask on his face. The eyes exposed were filled with coldness. Who are you? The life of living on the edge of a knife had made the bandit leader exceptionally cautious. He did not rashly take action. The other party didn't reply. Hanging at his sides, 3 silver metal claws slowly extended from between his fists, reflecting a faint cold light. The leader's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Looking for death? Do you think we're afraid of you?" That figure moved in just a brief instant. It was beside the leader. The claws in his hands crossed and slashed, sending the leader's head flying high, a hint of disbelief still in his eyes. "Boss, you bastard. Kill him." In an instant, the bandits glared at Rixiang Wu with red eyes, howling as they charged forward. Rixiang Wu showed no fear. With a movement, he punched the nearest one, and the sharp claws instantly pierced through the enemy's body. Strangely, the blood did not slide down the claws. Instead, it was absorbed by the metal claws like a dry sponge. Just then, a huge axe slammed heavily into his back with great force, making a harsh metallic clang. The bandit holding the axe felt his arm go numb, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What's going on?" Rixiang Wu quickly turned a flash of cold light, and the claws directly sliced his throat. Underneath his black cloak, the silver-white metal had transformed into armor, firmly encasing his back. "Forget it, no more fun," Rixiang Wu pouted under his mask. Due to the infinite plasticity of the magnetic fluid, he had a whim to cosplay as Wolverine, but his unfamiliarity with claw weapons nearly caused him to stumble. The metal claws between his fists slowly writhed and turned into a metal gauntlet encasing his entire hand. Seeing this, the surrounding bandits' pupils constricted. But what horrified them even more came next. A flash of lightning arcs around Rixiang Wu, and he instantly disappeared from his spot, reappearing beside a bandit. That bandit had no time to react before feeling a terrifying force from his chest. It instantly smashed him into the ground with spiderweb-like cracks spreading on the ground around him. What kind of speed is this? The remaining bandits' faces were horrified. Rixiang Wu looked up and moved again. Blue lightning arcs left a trail in the air, and the ninja before him flew backward heavily like a kite with a broken string. This was Rixiang Wu's first time applying electromagnetic propulsion to himself. The coverage of magnetic fluid metal allowed him to use electromagnetic force to propel his body, gaining terrifying speed and impact force. In simple terms, it was a human electromagnetic cannon. Who exactly are you? WH. Why are you attacking us? After seeing Rixiang Wu's bizarre abilities and terrifying strength, the remaining bandits trembled with fear, unable to muster any thought of resistance, and spoke in a trembling voice. "Just think of it as revenge for the caravans you plundered." Rixiang Wu looked at him coldly. Lightning flashed again, and screams rang out one after another, until at one moment the surroundings suddenly quieted, the air thick with the smell of blood. All the bandits had fallen to the ground. The silver metal mask writhed, revealing a rather youthful face. Rixiang Wu looked into the distance. He suddenly felt that he had changed, perhaps when he chose to face those 2 missed jonin alone, or perhaps during his time training in the black market. He had become more like a native of the ninja world, angered by injustices against ordinary people and more ruthless towards enemies. The missions assigned by the Hokage included not only the eradication of that band of thieves, but also a higher-level task, the assassination of the rogue ninja of Konoha Uchiha Toru. Uchiha Toru hailed from a minor clan in Konoha, so inconspicuous within the village that they had nearly faded into commoner status. Yet Uchiha Toru was the rare prodigy born of this clan, mastering their secret technique to erase all traces of his presence. His stealth abilities were exceptionally remarkable, earning him the rank of Special Jonin. Unfortunately, after becoming a Special Jonin, he became consumed with restoring his clan's former glory to the point of obsession. He developed a deep animosity toward the Hokage, believing that the Hokage's policies had led to the Uchiha clan's decline. He even went so far as to attempt an assassination on the Hokage. The result, of course, was predictable. It was only through the secret technique of erasing his presence that he managed to survive the Umbu's encirclement. The intelligence Hyuga Satoru now possessed was also deduced from the Umbu's investigations of him. Initially, he felt a trace of sympathy for Uchiha Toru. After all, how many minor clans had declined like the Usuji in Konoha. The Kato clan was another prime example. That Kato, not the other Kato. Possessing the rare Shrank Soul technique, the spirit transformation technique, and producing Kato Dan, who once won the affection of Tsunade, the Kato clan had indeed enjoyed a period of glory before the Second Shinobi World War, though Dawn life was regrettably short. However, due to a multitude of reasons, the clan could now not even field a single jonin within Konoha, and even their hereditary secret technique, the spirit transformation technique, had been sealed within the Scroll of Seals. Truly a lamentable fate. Yet once Hyuga Satoru learned more about Usuji Toru, he immediately felt that such a man deserved no pity. Leveraging his stealth technique that erased his presence after defecting, he seemed to unleash his true nature, slaughtering countless ordinary civilians. His name even appeared on bounties in the black market. Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but marvel at the power of black market intelligence. Even the Umbu had failed multiple times, yet in the black market, as long as one was willing to pay a price, traces could always be found. According to the intelligence acquired, Usuji Toru had recently been active around the capital of the Grass Country. The distance was not great, and Hyuga Satoru arrived after half a day's travel. Now began the contest between hunter and prey. Usuji Toru was extremely cunning. The Umbu had returned empty-handed many times. Hyuga Satoru had to exercise patience. The capital of the Grass Country was not large. Utilizing his Byakugan and electromagnetic perception abilities, Hyuga Satoru soon spotted a suspicious individual. The suspicion arose because the individual's chakra level from the perspective of the Byakugan was close to that of a jonin, yet his biological magnetic field was merely that of an ordinary person. Generally speaking, chakra volume and biological magnetic field are proportional unless the ninja has trained in a special secret technique. Cross-referencing this with the information provided by the Hokage, Hyuga Satoru confirmed that this was his target, Usuji Toru. The man was indeed extremely crafty, always hiding among the common people of the capital. Without the Byakugan and electromagnetic perception, even if Hyuga Satoru passed by him, he would have mistaken him for an ordinary citizen. Hyuga Satoru waited silently. During his time in the underground black market, he had honed himself into a hunter of immense patience. As dusk fell, Usuji Toru moved, heading into a desolate forest outside the city. After confirming that no one was nearby, he slipped into a highly concealed cave. From a distance, Hyuga Satoru narrowed his eyes. It seems that's his hideout. Placing his base so close to the capital shows he has great confidence in his concealment technique. But unfortunately, he met me. A sharp glint flashed in Hyuga Satoru's eyes. This was the perfect moment for the hunter to close the net. Silver-white metal flowed from the sleeves of his hands, coalescing into a silver sniper rifle. In the past, constrained by the technological limitations of the shinobi world, developing a magnetic storm sniper rifle was only possible using a metallic bow. But now with magneto fluid, a metal of infinite plasticity, he could directly forge a sniper rifle based on memories from his past life. Internally, it was not a traditional firearm structure. Instead, a cavity was left for electromagnetic propulsion. The longer barrel served as an acceleration track, imparting extremely high velocity to the projectile. The classification of electromagnetic cannons is rather vague. Generally, any technology utilizing electromagnetic propulsion can be classified as such. Therefore, the coin fired by the railgun counts as an electromagnetic cannon. However, by strict classification, common military electromagnetic cannons come in two types. One is the coil gun, which uses alternating current passing through multiple loop coils to create an electromagnetic reaction for acceleration. The other is the railgun, which generates immense electromagnetic force between two parallel rails to propel the projectile forward. The metal sniper rifle in Hyuga Satoru's hand employed the second principle. A true magnetic storm sniper. Taking a slight breath, Hyuga Satoru aimed the rifle at Usuji Toru in the distance. With the vision of the Byakugan, the man could not escape his lock. Inside the rifle, a droplet of silver metal solidified into a bullet. Accompanied by a rising hum, blue arcs of lightning flickered from the barrel. When the electromagnetic propulsion had reached its limit, Hyuga Satoru pulled the trigger. Instantly, a flash of blue burst from the muzzle. Several kilometers away, Usuji Toru suddenly felt a chill erupt from behind. Before he could even react, a spray of blood erupted from his chest. A trace of disbelief and confusion still lingered on his face as his body toppled straight backward. In the distance, Hyuga Satoru lowered the rifle barrel. Usuji Toru's biological magnetic field had weakened to the point of being nearly undetectable. After instantaneous death, a faint residue of cellular activity remained. Once that faded, the magnetic field would completely vanish. Approaching the corpse, a droplet of silver liquid slowly drifted out from the chest wound, flying back to Hyuga Satoru's sleeve. After absorbing some of Usuji Toru's blood, it was visibly larger than the original bullet. Regarding the special nature of the executioner's blade, Hyuga Satoru speculated that it might be a type of regenerative metal. If it merely absorbed iron ions from blood, the change couldn't be this pronounced. The total iron content in human blood is at most 2 or 3 grams, not even enough for a coin. However, if it also absorbed chakra, that would make sense. Chakra is a phenomenon so miraculous that nothing seems impossible. Thus, Hyuga Satoru deduced that the material of the executioner's blade was an extremely special regenerative metal capable of splitting into more metal atoms by absorbing blood and chakra. Initially, the magnetofluid transformed from the executioner's blade into a sphere only the size of a fist. Now it had grown to nearly the size of a soccer ball. Letting out a sigh, Hyuga Satoru severed Uchiha Toru's head. The rogue ninja also had a bounty in the black market. The head could be exchanged for the reward, while his rogue headband and belongings could be turned in to the Hokage for mission compensation. One job earning 2 rewards. Mission acceptance in the black market was confidential. As long as he was cautious, not even the Hokage would know he was skimming from the black market. Hyuga Satoru smiled. Then he began searching Uchiha Toru's corpse, his fingers encountering something hard near the chest. It was wrapped very thickly, evidently something important to him. Tearing away the black cloth, Hyuga Satoru saw a scroll. Opening it, the words "Rotten Wood Technique" met his eyes. So this is the secret technique Uchiha Toru used to evade Umbu pursuit. Hyuga Satoru frowned. The technique of rotting wood, as the name suggests, allows the body to erase all pheromones, making it undetectable by anyone. It is a remarkably powerful stealth technique. It is said that the Uchiha clan once thrived for a time with this. Hinata Satoru furrowed his brows, pondering the stealth techniques. Apart from the technique of rotting wood, there is another well-known bloodline limit. The technique of phasing. Not only can it erase pheromones, but it also allows one's body to become visually invisible, a truly perfect concealment. However, it has one weakness. You cannot move. The moment you move, you become visible. Hinata Satoru immediately understood why that brat Moonlight Gale was so pathetic. Being invisible when still, but revealing oneself upon movement, was a rather absurd bloodline ability, one that was visually striking to even think about. So strictly speaking, this technique that does not change effectiveness with movement is in a sense more useful than the technique of phasing. Should I turn it in? But the mission given to me by the Hokage doesn't seem to include this technique, does it? After a brief hesitation, Hinata Satoru made his decision. Turn it in? No way. The Hokage probably doesn't even know that Uchiha Toru carries the cultivation method of this secret art, otherwise it would surely be noted in the mission book. Moreover, such an extraordinarily effective technique is something I would regret not learning. As the sky gradually darkened, Hinata Satoru decided to light a fire in that cave and began to study the cultivation method of the technique of rotting wood. The flow of chakra is quite peculiar. After it circulates, the life response of the body begins to decline, heartbeats decrease, breathing slows down, and the biological magnetic field becomes significantly less noticeable, resembling a creature in hibernation. Is this the reason why Uchiha Toru's biological magnetic field is inconsistent with his chakra level? Hinata Satoru revealed a look of realization. It seems that ultimately what led to Uchiha Toru's demise was his arrogance. The technique of rotting wood is indeed powerful, even undetectable by some sensing barriers. However, in the eyes of Hinata Satoru, who possesses dual sensing abilities, such a change is glaringly obvious. Then he began to practice this technique. In the dim cave, the flickering yellow flames illuminated his face, which was tightly shut. The land of grass. In a certain town. Due to the thriving black market in this area, a large number of unfamiliar ninjas have gathered in this town. Walking on the streets, one can see many ninjas concealing their faces. Some are even wrapped entirely in black cloaks, leaving only their eyes exposed. Among a small team, the leader Rasha suddenly frowned and turned back in confusion. Lord Rasha, what's wrong? The ninja beside him leaned in, whispering a question. It's strange, I suddenly felt as if I were being watched. Rasha pondered aloud, his masked face showing a hint of perplexity. That feeling was familiar, as if he had experienced it before, but he couldn't recall where. It must be a delusion. Rasha shook his head, his expression gradually turning cold. After the last mission failure in the land of iron, that Tsuchikage was furious. To appease his anger, Tsunagakure paid a heavy price. Moreover, with Yekura's instigation, even his standing in the eyes of the third Kazekage had diminished. After waiting for so long, he finally found the opportunity to take on this task of eliminating the rogue ninja, all to restore his status. This mission is crucial. We must find that traitor and avoid any complications. Understood, the nearby ninjas replied softly. Not far away, Hinata Satoru slightly raised his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath his silver mask. Rasha, he actually came here, how interesting. He originally intended to return and collect the bounty on Uchiha Toru, but unexpectedly discovered everyone's biological magnetic field is unique. He had met Rasha once in the land of iron, and naturally, he had memorized the characteristics of Rasha's magnetic field. Hinata Satoru held no good feelings towards Rasha. He remembered that the Third Great Ninja War was sparked by Rasha's ruthless elimination of opposing factions within Sunagakure to secure his position as the fourth Kazekage. Once the Third Great Ninja War ignites, it means he will directly face the threat of war shortening his cultivation time significantly. This involves his fundamental interests. I'm quite curious about what they are doing here. Hinata Satoru couldn't help but wonder. The next day, a disguised sand ninja quietly pushed open the door and reported to Rasha inside. Lord, we have confirmed that the rogue ninja Pa has been active around here accepting black market tasks in exchange for bounties. A rogue ninja who is even on the bounty list dares to exchange for bounties at the black market? What audacity. Rasha couldn't help but clench his teeth. Pa was once an exceptionally talented puppeteer jonin of Sunagakure with high hopes placed upon him, but he betrayed the village after harming colleagues for the forbidden puppet techniques. Sunagakure was already short on personnel, and after his actions a considerable amount of blood was shed. This infuriated Rasha. The sensing ninjas will continue to monitor. Once the trace of that traitor is discovered, notify me immediately. Yes. On the roof of the house, they were in a small figure, crouched down straining to listen below. Rogue ninja. Surveillance. Hinata Satoru furrowed his brows, slightly vaguely guessing something. It seems their purpose in coming here is to eliminate the rogue ninja of Sunagakure. All major ninja villages have zero tolerance for rogue ninjas. The task Hinata Satoru had just completed was also to eliminate the rogue ninjas from Konohagakure. Except for Kirigakure, as their rogue ninjas are too numerous to manage. Hinata Satoru couldn't help but marvel at the power of the technique of rotting wood at such a close distance. The enemy didn't even notice him, considering there were sensing ninjas among this group of sand ninjas. While the Byakugan can see the bodies of others from a distance, it cannot hear the content of conversations. Previously in the Land of Iron, he had also encountered Rasha. At that time he had pondered deeply and combined the abilities of electromagnetic force with the insects of the Aburame clan to finally obtain intelligence. Now, although Aburame Shibi was no longer present, the technique of rotting wood compensated for this flaw. Hinata Satoru was like a piece of dead wood lying on the rooftop, emitting no vibrations, quietly lurking. Forest. Raza stood on a branch, frowning as he stared into the distance. Whoosh. A sand shinobi appeared beside him. Lord Raza, everything is set. We're just waiting for that traitor to walk right into the trap. Good. Have you searched the surroundings? I don't want anyone else to disturb us. Rest assured, Lord Raza. We've set up a sensory barrier. There are no other shinobi in the vicinity. That's good. Raza let out a sigh of relief. Ever since his defeat in the Tai country, he had become paranoid during every mission, always fearing a sudden arrow from the shadows. After returning, he gathered a vast amount of intelligence, yet he could not find when such a master archer had emerged in the ninja world. Though he was grinding his teeth in hatred, it was as if he were facing nothing but air. He had no way to strike back. This time there will be no mistake. Raza narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Several hundred meters away, Rixiang Wu crouched among the branches of a large tree, his Byakugan already activated, quietly observing Raza. Under the operation of the decayed wood technique, his heartbeat slowed to a crawl, barely emitting any fluctuation. Even sensory jutsu could not detect his presence. Before long, his brow furrowed slightly. Through the Byakugan's perspective, a figure was rapidly approaching from afar, already nearly within the range of Raza and his men. He's coming. Prepare yourselves. Raza commanded in a deep voice. The air grew still and oppressive until a shinobi wrapped in black cloth emerged into view. Now, Raza barked. Several sand shinobi simultaneously made hand seals, and the ground suddenly trembled. The earth beneath the figure collapsed without warning, and before he could react, he fell into a massive pit. Damn, an ambush. He had barely steadied himself when he saw Raza looking down at him from above. Traitor Jaliopa, when you defected from Shine Village, did you ever imagine this day would come? Raza, it's you. I want to see Elder Chiandai. I've been wronged. Ridiculous. The evidence of your defection is ironclad, and your murder of comrades is unforgivable. As for Elder Chiandai, she has tacitly approved this operation. Raza sneered. Seeing this, Pa stopped pretending, tore off the black cloth wrapping around him, and pulled out several scrolls from behind. As the white smoke dissipated, three bizarre-looking puppets materialized out of thin air. Special puppets modified by White's secret technique. So this is why you defected? Raza, upon seeing the puppets, ground his teeth in fury. You will never understand the allure of a top-tier puppet to a puppeteer. Pa manipulated the three puppets to surround himself, staring coldly at him. Raza took a deep breath and slowly raised his palm. Instantly, a vast amount of gold sand surged from beneath his feet, like a tidal wave pouring into the massive pit. The mechanisms on the puppet's arms cleverly opened and closed, forming a blue chakra barrier that blocked the impact of the gold sand. Soon the gold sand covered the entire bottom of the pit, and Pa groaned silently in distress. Magnet release shinobi have too great an advantage over puppeteers, especially someone like Raza, who can manipulate vast quantities of gold sand. Raza clenched his hand, and a pair of giant hands suddenly formed within the gold sand wave, slamming down heavily toward Pa. The puppet's mechanisms opened, releasing a large blade to block the assault of gold sand. Suddenly Pa felt his feet slip and begin to sink. Looking down, his pupils contracted sharply. He saw that the gold sand beneath his feet had somehow turned into quicksand, continuously swallowing him. He used two puppets to block Raza's attacks, while the third puppet pulled him up, barely escaping the devouring gold sand. I have to escape. Pa took a breath, knowing he could never win. Fortunately, the pit had been eroded by the massive gold sand until it was now not far from the surface. The three puppets arranged themselves like a staircase, and Pa stepped on them, leaping up quickly, and actually jumped out of the huge pit. Useless. Magnet release gold sand great wave. Raza said coldly, clenching his hand. A massive golden wave of gold sand surged toward Pa, rolling heavily. Caught off guard, Pa could not dodge in time, and he was firmly swallowed along with his puppets. On a nearby tree branch. Watching the spectacular battle between the two, Rixiang Wu couldn't help but click his tongue. So much gleaming gold sand. Every frame is money. So taking a little won't be too much, right? None of them noticed that in one corner of the gold sand on the ground, a golden serpent seemed to come to life and slithered continuously toward the forest. Rixiang Wu grabbed a handful of the gold sand he had manipulated and kneaded it carefully. It feels similar to real gold, but upon closer examination, it's different. Rixiang Wu clicked his tongue a few times. No wonder Raza, the great gold producer, could casually drop tons of gold, yet Cheyenne Village remained the poorest of the 5 great shinobi villages, with ninjas struggling just to get enough to eat. This gold sand, constructed by ninjutsu, does contain a small amount of gold element, but most of it is formed from chakra. Its essence is different from real gold. Therefore, it cannot circulate as hard currency in the ninja world. But for Rixiang Wu, that's not a problem. Using an electromagnetic furnace to melt it down, then electromagnetic force to bring real gold atoms together, he can naturally refine real gold. So much gold sand must be worth a considerable sum. He took out a sealing scroll and filled it to the brim without anyone noticing. Looking at that red-haired man in the distance, Rixiang Wu found him increasingly agreeable, like a money-delivering child. He couldn't help but sigh. Raza is truly a good man. At that moment, the battlefield underwent a new change. Pa, completely surrounded by the gold sand surge, had only his head exposed. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. It's over. Raza clenched his hand. Feeling the sudden increase in pressure around him, a flash of hatred gleamed in Pa's eyes. You forced my hand. With several loud explosions, the puppets that were also trapped in the gold sand suddenly, the powerful shockwaves scattered the gold sand instantly. Pa, covered in blood, fled into the distance without daring to pause a moment. He blew up his puppets. The aftermath of the explosion reached Raza, forcing him to step back a few paces and raise his hand to shield against the flying dust. Chase him. He's badly injured, he won't get far. Not far away, Rixiang Wu took in the change in the battle situation. Without any hesitation, silver metal flowed to the soles of his feet, transforming into the shape of a long sword, carrying him through the forest at great speed. With the Byakugan's panoramic vision and the speed of magnetic fluid metal, he quickly flew ahead of Pa. Damn, my wounds are too severe, that bastard Raza. Pa clutched his bleeding chest, frantically fleeing into the distance. His eyes flickered. A person came before him riding a flying sword. Before he could react, he saw the other raise a hand, a silver flash, and his chest was pierced. You? Pa fell unwillingly, the last image in his eyes, a face wearing a silver metal mask. Did you find him? No, Lord Raza. The trail ends here. Damn it, can that guy fly, eh? Raza punched the nearby tree trunk in fury. Pa had vanished. This mission was probably doomed. Unrefined gold sand, 200 kilograms value unestimated. One head of Garupa valued at 30 million taels. Several puppet scrolls estimated at 5,000 taels. In a cave, Hyuga Satoru sat by a fire, tallying the night's gains. Outside, night had fallen, the forest pitch black. After roughly counting his spoils, a deeper smile spread across Hyuga Satoru's face. Tonight's haul is enormous. Raza is truly my lucky star. He gifted me more in one night than I'd earned in the previous half-month. The gold sand aside, he could refine it with electromagnetic force when he had time, securing a tidy fortune. Garupa, a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, had a bounty in the black market. 30 million taels now credited to his account. Of course, Hyuga Satoru wouldn't cash it in just yet. Raza was still scouring the forest for the target, so let them search a while longer. Suddenly, a bizarre idea crossed his mind. If he could imprison Raza and force him to produce gold sand endlessly, then refine it into real gold using electromagnetic force, how incredibly close he'd be to boundless wealth. But a thought remained just a thought. Raza was already cage level in strength, and with his current abilities, of victory was uncertain. Still, the seed was planted. Perhaps when his electromagnetic power reached a higher level, he could pay a visit to Sunagakure. Dawn. In the forest. Raza, who hadn't slept all night, waited anxiously with dark circles under his eyes. With a few rustling sounds, several Suna ninja appeared beside him. Any news? We've searched everywhere, no trace of Pa. Damn it. Raza punched a tree, shaking it violently, and sending a few leaves fluttering down. Did he sprout wings and fly away? The Suna ninja exchanged glances, hesitated, then ventured. Lord Raza, should we return and report to the Kazekage? No. Raza refused sternly. Alive or dead, we must find him. He couldn't very well slink back empty-handed. That bitch Yagura would laugh herself silly. His previous failure had already lowered his standing in the Kazekage's eyes. Oh, another failure would make the fourth Kazekage seat a distant dream. The Suna ninja, seeing his resolve, said no more and silently sighed. While Raza frenziedly searched the world for Garupa, who had already been cut into pieces and sealed in a scroll on the other side, the underground black market welcomed an unexpected visitor. My, Lord Kakadu, what brings you to this humble little market? The black market task manager fawned, sidling up. Less chatter. Bring me all the lucrative tasks. The man wore a black mask, his eyes glowing with a sinister green light. He was none other than the ninja world's foremost financial expert, the Diamond Bachelor, the one who threw a kunai from 800 li away, and the legend who fought 300 rounds with the first Hokage, Kaku. The task manager handed Kakuzu a stack of mission catalogs, beaming. Lord Kakuzu, here are all the recent tasks. See which ones tickle your fancy. Why is it so much thinner? Kakuzu frowned. Every time I came before, the bounty list was thick. Ah, you wouldn't know, my lord. A formidable newcomer has appeared in the black market lately. They call him the Silver-Masked Shura. He snatched up many of the lucrative tasks. Is that so? Kakuzu instantly felt a surge of distaste for the unseen Silver-Masked Shura. The lucrative tasks in the black market were limited. If he took them, none were left for Kakuzu. Flipping through the thinned-out list, Kakuzu casually picked a few bounties that weren't too low. Just as he was about to finish, he noticed a particular bounty. A bounty on the Silver-Masked Shura's shape-shifting weapon, reward 30 million taels. Beside it was a photo of a figure cloaked in black, a silver metallic mask covering the face, only a pair of cold eyes visible. This is the so-called Silver-Masked Shura. Exactly, Lord Kakuzu. You have excellent eyes. Many have secretly taken this task and then vanished. But if you take it on, it's a sure win. The ninja unleashed a torrent of sycophantic flattery, leaving Kakuzu thoroughly pleased. Of course, back in the day I fought 300 rounds with the first Hokage. Kakuzu waxed nostalgic, recalling the glorious battles, his heart swelling with pride. Make sure the bounty is ready. Kakuzu stuffed the Silver-Masked Shura's sheet into his chest and strode out of the black market. Behind him, the task manager clicked his tongue in admiration, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. The Silver-Masked Shura versus Kakuzu. Now that's a show worth watching. Just back, Hyuga Satoru suddenly frowned. In his electromagnetic perception, an immensely powerful biological magnetic field had appeared in the black market. Among all the ninja had encountered, only Might Dai could clearly surpass it. Who is it, with such a strong biomagnetic field? Hyuga Satoru leaped onto a tree, quietly activating his Byakugan. In the monochrome view, a familiar figure emerged. This is Kakuzu. Hyuga Satoru's expression eased in understanding. Only Kakuzu would possess such a powerful biomagnetic field in the black market. 5 hearts life activity far beyond normal, naturally magnifying the field. When he saw the bounty notice tucked into Kakuzu's chest, his heart tightened. Though the image was black and white, he could clearly see the pattern. It was him. Hyuga Satoru knew someone had placed a 30 million tael bounty on his weapon in the black market. Many ninja had attacked him for it, and then they had disappeared. The black market had no rules, strength reigned supreme. Previously, Hyuga Satoru didn't care because no ninja in the market could threaten him. They were all just XP. But if the assailant was Kakuzu, he had to tread carefully. Though Kakuzu's claim of fighting the first Hokage from 800 li away was exaggerated, he was undeniably an old-school cage-level powerhouse. With his current strength, victory was improbable. This is troublesome. I didn't expect to attract Kaku. Hyuga Satoru clicked his tongue, a headache setting in. What to do? Abandon this black market. After all the effort to build his reputation and alias, giving up was galling. Wait. An idea struck him, his eyes brightening. I almost forgot. He's here too, isn't he? I have a plan. Jiaodu had been in a particularly foul mood lately. He discovered that a formidable rival had emerged in the black market he frequented, snatching away all the jobs he had his eyes on. His heart was bleeding. Are you stealing my money? You're stealing my life. Jiaodu silently took note of this person, the silver-faced Shura, a man with a bounty of 30 million taels. His daily routine had become cashing in the heads of others for bounties, while simultaneously searching for the rival. Shui Luo, a rogue ninja from the Wuing village, bounty of 5 million taels, a cheap head. Comparing the fallen man before him with the wanted poster in his hand, Zhao Du spoke in a calm, unruffled tone. With practiced ease, he severed the head and disposed of the body. Zhao Du seemed to hear a familiar electronic voice in his ear. Alipay received 500,000 taels. This job was done. Now onward to the next head. Know the next job. The life of a wage earner was often so simple, unadorned, and tedious. Shaman, a noble of the Chao country. Someone paid 10 million taels for your head. Anything to say? Arms crossed, Zhao Du stared coldly at the noble, who was wetting himself in terror. You are the undead ninja of the underground black market, aren't you? I'm willing to pay 20 million taels to buy my own head. I, Zhao Du, am a man of my word. Do you think a mere 20 million taels can bribe me? If the other black market associates found out, how could I ever show my face again? The noble gritted his teeth. 30 million taels. Deal. The noble, who had already resigned himself to death, was stunned by Zhao Du's immediate agreement, wondering if he had misheard. Zhao Du snorted coldly. My loyalty to money is as clear as the sun and moon. If I, Zhao Du, haven't agreed to something, you should understand on your own. Add more money. 30 million taels for a common noble's head was far above the market price. This job was an overachievement. Zhao Du seemed to hear the familiar electronic voice again. Alipay received 310 million taels. The wanted posters in his arms were dwindling. Next was a wandering ninja skilled with a ninja sword worth 20 million taels. Zhao Du didn't care about the man's past, he only cared about his value. 20 million taels. Among his current batch of jobs, this was one of the highest priced ones. Correspondingly, the enemy was also cunning. Zhao Du rarely missed, but this time his target was severely wounded and escaped. Zhao Du gave chase. No prey ever escapes from my hands. If one does, it means letting him go could earn even more money. That was one of Zhao Du's mottos. Then he saw from afar a golden wave of sand surge forward, sweeping away the fleeing ninja. By the time he arrived, only a layer of residual gold dust remained on the ground. The wanted ninja had vanished without a trace. You bastard, stealing my money. Rage flared up instantly. Zhao Du felt as if his heart had been squeezed by all 5 of them at once. The glimmering gold dust on the ground caught his attention. He crouched down, grabbed a handful, and rubbed it between his fingers. Cheap artificial gold dust. Worthless stuff. Fuming, he tossed away the gold dust. Having been toyed with twice in a row, Zhao Du's anger was now at its peak. How dare you rob me, Zhao Du, of my goods? Zhao Du recalled the scene he had seen from afar. The ninja technique used had formed a golden sand wave. In the ninja world, who possessed such an ability? After a moment's thought, he had a target. Luo Sha? He was the only one. Although it seemed too coincidental, Zhao Du couldn't think of anyone else who could use gold dust ninjutsu. Moreover, as far as he knew, Luo Sha was currently in this very black market. A sinister glint appeared in Zhao Du's green eyes. Luo Sha, Zhao Du will remember this grudge. A town near the black market. After days of searching with no results, the Suna ninja had lost hope. Lord Luo Sha, based on the current situation, the traitor Pa, is either dead or has fled far away. Even if we continue the search, we probably won't find anything. We have other missions. Perhaps we should set this aside for now. The surrounding Suna ninja looked deeply worried. Although they had disguised themselves when they arrived, their extensive search over the past few days had already alerted many ninja to their presence. The fact that a team of Suna ninja was searching for something in the vicinity was no longer a secret in the black market. Luo Sha gritted his teeth, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Let's search for one more day. If we still haven't found Pa trail by the end of the day, we'll retreat then. Little did Luo Sha know that this temporary order would bring him immense trouble. Zhao Du returned to the black market, his expression icy. Give me Luo Sha's exact location. I heard he's near the black market. Yes. The ninja at the mission office shuddered. He had never seen Zhao Du so cold. Was Zhao Du planning to go after Luo Sha? But Luo Sha's bounty wasn't high. Besides, he was a disciple of the 3rd Kazekage and a candidate for the 4th Kazekage. If Zhao Du attacked Luo Sha, he would likely face pursuit from an entire major ninja village. Looking at Zhao Du's murderous demeanor, the man couldn't help but marvel. Truly a man who had fought the 1st Hokage, someone who didn't even care about the entire Sunagakure village. I found information. Someone saw Luo Sha heading into the forest northeast half an hour ago. If you go now, you should be able to catch him. Zhao Du snorted coldly and strode out. Watching his departing figure, the mission office ninja suddenly realized something and looked puzzled. Wait, wasn't Zhao Du supposed to be looking for the silver-faced Shura? Why is he going after Luo Sha? In the forest, Luo Sha, having found nothing again, was filled with frustration and anger. Damn it, where did I go wrong? Why can't I find him no matter what? Before their ambush, they had confirmed no other ninja were in the area. When Pa escaped, that route should have been clear of other ninja as well. But suddenly the man had vanished into thin air. Could Pa have learned space-time ninjutsu? The probability was extremely low, but it would explain the anomaly. Luo Sha narrowed his eyes, pondering the possibilities. Just then a cold voice came from behind. Magnet, release Luo Sha. You're here after all. Luo Sha turned around and saw a face wrapped in a black cloak with eerie green eyes fixed on him. You are the undead ninja of the black market, Jiao Du. Jiao Du's appearance was distinctive, and the reputation of the undead ninja was widespread. Even Luo Sha had heard of him. What do you want with me? We have no dealings. Luo Sha said in surprise, but before he finished, Jiao Du suddenly erupted in fury, grinding his teeth. Still playing dumb. You snatched my job and won't admit it. How dare you cut in on my business and then deny it? Sniping? What's sniping? Luo Sha looked puzzled. He had been tracking down rogue ninjas these past few days. How had he crossed paths with Jiao Du? Seeing Luo Sha's utterly bewildered expression, Jiao Du was also furious. I never expected that the renowned Luo Sha of the magnetic release would be such a coward, daring to steal my goods, but too gutless to admit it. Playing dumb. Jiao Du's words left Luo Sha even more confused. Fine. Since you're determined to keep up the act, I'll show you the evidence. With a grab at his chest, Jiao Du flung a handful of golden sand toward Luo Sha. The golden sand coalesced in midair as it flew, forming a clump that drifted to Luo Sha's side. This is my gold sand. How do you have my gold sand? The familiar sensation of chakra connection confirmed to Luo Sha that this was gold sand he had produced, deepening his confusion. Now you admit it, don't you? You used the gold sand jutsu to rob me. How will you compensate my losses? I robbed your goods. Luo Sha felt he was getting dizzy from this circular argument, but he roughly understood Jiao Du's purpose. Someone had used his gold sand jutsu to intercept Jiao Du's goods, and now Jiao Du had come to confront him. No, I've been tracking rogue ninjas around here recently. There's no way I could have stolen your goods. Then what is this gold? Is there someone else besides you who can use the gold sand jutsu? Luo Sha was at a loss for words. Indeed, the most incredible part of the whole matter was that someone else could also use the gold sand jutsu, and the gold sand they controlled was identical to his own. Could it be a younger brother he never knew about? The evidence is as solid as a mountain, Luo Sha. You're a figure of some standing in the ninja world. Surely you won't be too cowardly to own up. Jiao Du stared at him coldly. Luo Sha clenched his teeth. I've been staying around here for the past few days and never left. The sand ninjas around me can testify. They're your men. Naturally, they'll speak for you. The black market has its intelligence network. Many black market ninjas have also seen me staying here all along. You could have used a shadow clone to disguise yourself. You? Luo Sha felt his blood pressure skyrocketing, as if his teeth were about to crack. It seemed Jiao Du had already set his sights on him. No matter how he explained it was useless. Should he just resort to force? His magnetic release was by no means weak, and he had several sand ninjas to assist him. He wasn't necessarily afraid of Jiao Du if it came to a showdown. Jiao Du saw through his intentions and sneered. I advise you to calm down. Back when I fought the first Hokage, your father wasn't even born yet. In short, the old man has eaten more salt than you have walked along the road. Trying to fight me. You're still green. These words indeed shook Luo Sha, and moreover the sand ninjas beside him also showed terrified expressions. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The first Hokage single-handedly pacified the chaotic world and inaugurated the era of one nation, one village, and Jiao Du was a ninja from the same era who had even fought him. Just the thought of such a fearsome reputation completely extinguished any urge to fight. Jiao Du was obviously quite pleased with their reaction. Whenever someone dared to show him disrespect, a mention of his battle with the first Hokage would immediately terrify them. People like this dare to lay a hand on me. Compared to Qinsho Zhujian, they're far inferior. Back then Oh, right, how exactly did I fight him? Never mind, I can't remember. Anyway, the fact is we fought. So, have you considered it? My time is very valuable. Jiao Du glared at Luo Sha with a dark face. Luo Sha's expression flickered between emotions, but in the end, he could only reluctantly yield. They'll just cover the value of your goods all right. He no longer wanted to entangle with Jiao Du. If it came to a fight, the odds were uncertain, and Sunagate here could not afford heavy losses. If paying a certain amount of money could make Jiao Du retreat, then that outcome was not unacceptable. After all, on this mission, besides hunting down the rogue ninja Pa, they also had the task of procuring supplies, so they were carrying a considerable amount of cash. Parting with some of it to make Jiao Du leave wouldn't be a heavy loss. 60 million. Jiao Du quoted a figure. 60 million. Luo Sha's eyes widened instantly, and he gritted his teeth in fury. There's no bounty of 60 million in this black market. How did you get this mission? This is extortion. Not far away, Xiang Wu, secretly lurking on a tree branch, was also startled by the number. 60 million, truly crooked. The wandering ninja was only worth 20 million. He tripled it. TSK. When he saw Jiao Du storm back in fury, Xiang Wu knew there was a good show ahead. His meticulous setup of this trap had not been in vain. Though not complicated, it was highly targeted. The gold sand magnetic release was known throughout the ninja world to be used only by Luo Sha, and Luo Sha happened to be near the black market. Zhao Du would inevitably confront him. No way out. The crux lay in the secrecy and application of information. Luo Sha's information was too obvious. Every move was flamboyantly golden, it was impossible not to be famous. As for his own disguise, the only information exposed was that he possessed a special weapon that could change form, and he had deliberately leaked that as a misdirection. No one would suspect him. This was the advantage of good intelligence work. Even if his electromagnetic power were exposed in the future, by then his strength would be sufficient. He wouldn't fear even if Zhao Du and Luo Sha came together. The more unlucky Luo Sha was, the happier Ri Xiongwu became. After all, wasn't this guy the one who started the Third Shinobi World War? The lower the probability of him becoming the fourth Kazekage, the more likely the Third War would be postponed, giving himself more development time to face the threats of war. On the other side, Luo Sha's expression was extremely grim. Since becoming the disciple of the third Kazekage, he had never suffered such humiliation. But unfortunately, the other party was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. The phrase, a ninja who had fought the first Hokage, bore down on his chest like a boulder, extinguishing any thought of defiance. 60 million is impossible. There's no bounty that high in this black market. Then what about the time I've lost? Doesn't that count for money? Zhao Du kept pressing. If not for you, I probably would have completed several more bounty missions by now. Aren't those also losses? Luo Sha felt he was going mad. He had no desire to continue this argument, so he took a scroll from his bosom and threw it to Zhao Du. There's exactly 60 million inside. That's enough, isn't it? Unexpectedly, Zhao Du took the scroll, opened it, and carefully counted each bill, occasionally licking his finger before continuing. Total 59,722,800 Rio. Still short by 277,200 Rio. Zhao Du held out his hand. Luo Sha's blood pressure immediately shot up. He and his men frantically rummaged through their pockets, gathered a messy stack of bills, and flung it at Zhao Du. Take it all. That's definitely more than 270,000. Zhao Du took it and walked away contentedly. Luo Sha stared at his retreating back, while rising in his throat. His figure swayed, and he staggered several steps. A few sand ninjas hastily supported his trembling frame. The mission to hunt down the rogue ninja was unfinished, and his savings had been emptied. His pockets were now cleaner than his face. Thinking of me, Luo Sha, a man of great renown. Luo Sha roared up to the heavens. Who on earth? Who is scheming against me? His voice pierced through the forest, spreading in all directions, startling several birds into flight. More than 2 months had passed since he left the village. During this period, Hyuga Satoru not only completed several solo missions assigned by the Hokage, but also crafted a persona for himself in the underground black market of the grass country, the silver-faced Azura. Through this alias, Hyuga Satoru reaped substantial benefits. Not only did he amass a considerable bounty, but his good brother Raza generously bestowed gifts upon him. First a pile of unrefined gold sand, then a head worth 30 million Rio, and finally, he even risked his own life to shield Hyuga Satoru from Kakuzu's threat. Was it not touching? He had gained enough, and the purpose of his training was fulfilled. It was time to return to the village. Never before had Hyuga Satoru longed so intensely for home. According to his plan, there were numerous tasks he must attend to upon his return. Konoha, the Hokage's office. A knock resounded at the door. Come in. Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his head, and upon seeing the visitor, he broke into a smile. Satoru, you've been away on training for over 2 months. How is it? Have you completed all the missions? The one who entered was none other than Hyuga Satoru, who had just returned to the village travel-worn. Lord Hokage, all 3 missions are complete. A rank mission to eradicate bandits, and a rank mission to eliminate the rogue ninja Uchiha Toru, and another intelligence-related rank mission. As he spoke, Hyuga Satoru produced the items proving the mission's completion. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze swept over them, and he nodded in approval. Excellent. I never underestimated your abilities. Any trouble? Aside from Uchiha Toru, who was quite troublesome, I spent a long time tracking him down and lost some time. Everything else went smoothly. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Uchiha Toru was a notoriously elusive rogue ninja, one whom even the Umbu had failed to capture multiple times. That Hyuga Satoru could complete the mission was already a pleasant surprise. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had no intention of inquiring further, Hyuga Satoru breathed a quiet sigh. His statement had served 2 purposes. One was to provide a legitimate justification for the 2-month duration, and the other was to test whether the Hokage would mention Uchiha Toru's secret technique. Since he did not bring it up, Hyuga Satoru naturally would not volunteer the discovery of the secret technique, as the mission objective did not include retrieving the Uchiha clan's secret arts. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, and said, as for your reward, you can take the mission completion certificate I issued to the mission assignment office to redeem it. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hyuga Satoru nodded. In the past, his teacher Shikibi had handled the bounty collection, but now that he was independent, he had to manage these trivial matters himself. After redeeming the rewards for these 3 missions, Hyuga Satoru's savings increased somewhat. However, for him, now money no longer stirred any desire. Only the enhancement of his strength could bring him exhilaration. Especially during his training in the underground black market, Hyuga Satoru had come to appreciate the importance of power more profoundly. The Third Great Ninja War could erupt at any moment, like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. After preparing the necessary tools, Hyuga Satoru chose not to return to his clan, but instead headed to the back mountain, where he usually trained. Taking a deep breath, he mobilized the chakra within his body and shouted multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, with a series of poofs, a multitude of shadow clones appeared before him. Hyuga Satoru wiped the sweat from his brow, his face slightly pale. This was the first time he had created so many shadow clones. The chakra of the original was evenly distributed among the clones. Creating 99 clones meant the original retained only 1% of his chakra, effectively consuming 99% of his reserves in a single technique. Only someone like Naruto, a monstrous cheater, could produce thousands of clones at once, each capable of forming a Railgun. Hyuga Satoru briefly imagined the scenario and understood why Tobarama Senju had classified the multiple shadow clone technique as a forbidden art. The consumption was indeed terrifying. Chakra is the mysterious energy that ninjas extract from their bodies and spirits. Once completely drained, it leads to death. In the original story, Kakashi Hatake, when facing pain during the invasion of Konoha, overexerted his chakra and ultimately sacrificed himself gloriously. Fortunately, Naruto employed the Talk no Jutsu, causing Nagato to reform entirely and sacrifice himself to use the Rinne rebirth. Hyuga Satoru, enduring the hollow sensation from the massive chakra depletion, steadied himself against a nearby tree trunk and gazed at the dense cluster of shadow clones before him. He spoke in a low voice. Brothers, I summoned you this time because I need your help with something. What is it, boss? Are we going to practice with ninja tools again? Your business is our business, boss. You're too polite. Hyuga Satoru watched the multitude of himself patting their chests with a heroic air and felt deeply gratified. It seemed he had trained these shadow clones quite well over this period. Unlike ordinary shadow clones, the multiple shadow clone technique grants clones self-awareness. Through numerous interactions with them, Hyuga Satoru had discovered an efficient method of training. Since acquiring the multiple shadow clone technique, Hyuga Satoru had not forgotten to exploit the bug. However, due to the massive chakra consumption and the fatigue that returned upon dispelling the clones, he had to rest for many days after each session. This was also why he did not use it frequently. As for the gains, the experience points for LV3 electromagnetic force were much harder to obtain than for LV2. Each bug exploit yielded roughly 800 to 1,000 experience points. This rate was far faster than his normal training. Thanks to this, Hyuga Satoru's electromagnetic force experience now stood at 120 points, only about 820 points short of the 200 needed for the next level. Based on his normal training progress combined with periodic bug exploits for acceleration, he would be able to upgrade to LV4 within 5 months. But now, amidst the chaotic state of the ninja world, Hyuga Satoru could only say, too slow. Therefore, he decided to go all out today. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the multitude of shadow clones below and shouted loudly. Before you lies a large quantity of metal ninja tools. Your task is to form groups of 3, melt those tools, and then solidify them into new ones. Do you understand? Understood. The clones answered in unison, their spirits high. Hyuga Satoru nodded with satisfaction. Then the grand forging work began. The clones formed groups of 3 skillfully levitating metal ninja tools between their palms. 6 hands continuously swept over the tools, causing the black metal surfaces to glow faintly red and the surrounding air to heat up. It was reminiscent of Naruto's iconic scene of summoning a crowd to form Railgun. At the same time, the experience points in Hyuga Satoru's mind began to surge rapidly. Finding that the speed was even faster than before when exploiting the bug, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. The abilities utilized by the clones this time were the LV3 electromagnetic furnace and the density compression technique. The former was a new ability developed only after upgrading electromagnetic force to LV3. The latter, which compressed the gaps between metal atoms to drastically increase density, was also a high-level electromagnetic ability. As the level of electromagnetic force increased, simple electromagnetic abilities could no longer effectively boost experience points. For instance, during his academy days, he would manipulate shuriken to fly around every night to gain experience, but now even if he manipulated dozens of shurikens simultaneously, the experience points would not budge. A single shadow clone's control over electromagnetic force was limited, so Hyuga Satoru had 3 clones work together to use higher-level abilities. This way the experience points gained would be greater. However, upon dispelling the clones, the returning fatigue and memories would also be more terrifying. If it exceeded Hyuga Satoru's tolerance limit, he might die on the spot. This was a gamble. But under the looming threat of war, Hyuga Satoru had no other choice. He had to control the process meticulously, ensuring no mistakes occurred. In the forest, the scorching heat caused the surrounding leaves to curl. The sound of numerous shadow clones gritting their teeth and cheering could be heard, their palms holding molten iron that hissed with steam. The original needs our help. Let's push harder. Got it. Let's get this done. Watching this scene, Hyuga Satoru nodded in satisfaction. The so-called self-awareness of multiple shadow clones in essence is just a deep manifestation of the original's own consciousness. The reason Naruto often bickers with his shadow clones might be due to the overwhelming loneliness lurking in his subconscious, causing the clones to be affected and actively quarrel with him to alleviate the original's solitude. If approached from this perspective, Hyuga Satoru could easily control the consciousness of the shadow clones. The method was simple, the same tactic used in pyramid schemes, except it was applied to himself, a form of self-brainwashing. By implanting the capitalist ethos of hard work, dedication, and relentless effort deep into his subconscious, the clones he produced became as obedient as leaks, tirelessly working and shining. Of course, the object of that radiance was the original. After some time, a batch of shadow clones had finished forging their ninja tools. Compared to ordinary metal tools, these weapons boasted higher hardness and greater practicality. Hyuga Satoru himself might not need them due to his magnetic fluids, but for these clones they were exceptionally handy. Multiple shadow clones combined with a large number of high-quality tools equaled high-quality clones, which meant a magnetic storm infantry corps. If he ever faced a massive enemy force in the future, he could challenge whose soldiers were superior. The molten iron in the shadow clones' hands was forged into various forms, some into ninja swords, some into arrows, and others into higher-quality kunai and shuriken. The division of troop types began from this moment. At this point, the experience points had increased by nearly 1000. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath, knowing it was time. After mentally preparing himself, he dispelled a portion of the shadow clones. Poof, poof, poof. As thick white smoke dispersed, Hyuga Satoru immediately clenched his teeth, sweat oozing from his forehead. The memories and fatigue that surged back upon the clones' dispersion crashed into his mind like a tidal wave. His face turned pale, and the back of his collar was completely soaked with sweat. That was close. Hyuga Satoru gasped, a trace of relief flickering in his eyes. Good thing I calculated the batch-wise dispelling. If all the feedback hit me at once, I might have dropped dead on the spot. After assimilating this wave of feedback, Hyuga Satoru timed the interval and dispelled the second batch of shadow clones. With the first experience behind him, the second attempt felt considerably easier. His control over the quantity also became more adept. The reason for batch-wise dispelling was that this time he had created far too many shadow clones, almost the maximum number his chakra could sustain. This subjected him to an unbearable strain. Had he been in combat, such trouble would have been unnecessary, as he would never recklessly use the multiple shadow clone technique near his chakra limit. With all this effort, time passed from day to dusk. The sky gradually darkened, leaving only the final batch of shadow clones in the forest. Well, thank you all. A faint smile curved Hyuga Satoru's lips. As the clones dispelled with a series of poofs and the clatter of metal tools, the forest returned to silence and darkness. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath, tilting his head up to endure the last surge of feedback. A perfect curtain call, he murmured, barely audible to himself. The experience points finally settled at 15394, still 4606 short of reaching LV4. But for now, Hyuga Satoru needed rest. He had nearly reached his limit both mentally and physically. He collapsed onto the ground, panting weakly, his body drenched as if he had just been pulled out of water. It took over 2 hours of rest before he regained a sliver of strength. Leaning on a tree trunk, he staggered back through the night. He couldn't recall how long he had slept, only that his first thought upon waking was to find water. His stomach growled with hunger. After devouring nearly all the stored food, he managed to recover a bit of energy. Hyuga Satoru slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples, and sighed. I really don't want to go through this again. Truly, not a single drop left. He looked like a man suffering from severe kidney depletion, needing a long time to recover. This special training method could only be used in a safe environment. If he were out in the field and encountered enemies, he would have no means to defend himself. In the short term, he would not attempt to exploit this bug again. It could kill him. Yet the rewards were equally immense, over 300 experience points, which would have taken him at least a month with his previous training pace. As for the remaining 4600 experience points, if he trained at full speed, he could level up in about 2 months. Even more aggressively, a month and a half. Of course, mission time had to be considered. Under normal circumstances, the Hokage would assign him missions within a month and a half. He could choose simple tasks. The priority now was training. After finalizing his plan, Hyuga Satoru turned his thoughts to another matter of equal importance to him. The caged bird seal. No one would enjoy having such a thing on them. especially someone like Hyuga Satoru who had received a 21st century education. Even if he upgraded electromagnetism to LV4, it probably wouldn't be enough to break the seal. Upgrading to LV5 was far too distant, and Hyuga Satoru couldn't wait that long. Orochimaru, I hope you haven't forgotten our partnership. Hyuga Satoru narrowed his eyes. At this time, Orochimaru hadn't yet gone mad, making him the best ally in Konoha. Orochimaru coveted the mysteries of his ever-evolving body, hoping to uncover the path to immortality, while Hyuga Satoru sought Orochimaru's technical support to remove the shackles on his forehead. Both had what the other needed, so they struck a deal. In my past life, I was also a science student. Experiments are nothing new to me. Maybe I can ask Orochimaru for a lab to conduct research on the nature of the caged bird seal. Hyuga Satoru muttered to himself. He had already formed some hypotheses about this bizarre curse seal, but more experiments were needed to verify them. But I can't go now, my body is too depleted. If Orochimaru senses my weakness, he might start having second thoughts. I just returned from a mission, so the Hokage probably won't assign me anything in the short term. That means I can rest for a couple of days, at least recover to half my strength before visiting Orochimaru. After careful deliberation, he made his decision. After 2 days of rest, the hollow feeling in Ryuhyang-woo's body returned to normal. His appearance no longer showed signs of listlessness, and once he was ready, he planned to seek out Dashi-wan. Ryuhyang-woo did not know Dashi-wan's exact whereabouts, for that cunning serpent spent most of his time hidden away in his secret laboratory. A divine serpent shows its head, but not its tail. However, he had other channels. Hongdo. The reason he had maintained close contact with her back then was largely to use her as a means to reach Dashi-wan, and now he had finally obtained results. Thump thump. A few knocks came from outside the door. Hongdo was puzzled. Shouldn't Master Dashi-wan be coming to see her at this hour? Who could it be? Pushing open the door, she saw a familiar figure and was instantly overjoyed. Woo, it's you. Have you completed your mission? Ryuhyang-woo nodded and smiled. It's done. I just got back a couple of days ago. Hongdo had changed greatly. In just a few months, her biological magnetic field had become much more vigorous and her chakra reserves had increased considerably. It seemed that Dashi-wan was indeed teaching her with great dedication. Ryuhyang-woo marveled inwardly. Hongdo, there's something I need your help with this time. Do you know where Lord Dashi-wan? I have something to discuss with him. Ryuhyang-woo got straight to the point. Master Dashi-wan. Hongdo pondered, resting her chin on her hand. At this hour, he should be at the experimental base. After hesitating for a moment, she lifted her head. He'll take you there. In the dark and damp sewer, the air was quite moist. Every few steps, they could hear water droplets falling from the narrow ceiling above, making a pattering sound. Hongdo, are you sure this is right? Is Dashi-wan really here? Ryuhyang-woo pulled his clothes tighter. The path was not only dark and damp, but also very cold. The sound of his voice echoed through the pipes and returned to his ears. Hongdo hesitated, then nodded. Master Dashi-wan spends most of his time in this lab, but he doesn't seem to like me coming to find him here. That was why she had hesitated at first, but thinking that this was the first time Wu had asked her for help, she decided to bring him. Ryuhyang-woo suddenly thought of something. In the original story, it seemed that the scene where Yuan Fei Ri-jean discovered Dashi-wan conducting human experiments was in a dark sewer very similar to this place. It seemed this was his secret experimental base, though at this time, he probably hadn't yet ventured into human experiments. After walking for a while, a beam of light shone from the exit ahead, and the space suddenly opened up. Rows upon rows of wooden shelves came into view, filled with various bottles and jars containing biological tissues that Ryuhyang-woo could not identify. Dashi-wan was intently observing a microscope. His back turned to Ryuhyang-woo. Hongdo, didn't I tell you not to come here unless it's urgent? His hoarse voice rang out. Hongdo glanced at Ryuhyang-woo beside her with a complicated expression and said, Master Dashi-wan, it's Woo who came to see you. Dashi-wan's back trembled slightly. He turned around and smiled faintly at Ryuhyang-woo. It seems I was too absorbed to notice your arrival, Wukuin. Ryuhyang-woo chuckled. Lord Dashi-wan, may I ask what experiment has captivated you so? A comparison of two remarkable types of cells. Dashi-wan spoke with immense admiration. I have never seen such miraculous cells. One possesses extraordinary vitality, still dividing rapidly even decades after leaving the body. The other is equally wondrous, with a cell lifespan and functionality far exceeding those of ordinary cells. Ryuhyang-woo vaguely guessed something. Dashi-wan looked at Hongdo. Hongdo, go back and rest. Wukuin and I have other matters to discuss. Hongdo nodded and left the lab. As soon as she was gone, Dashi-wan's eyes grew more fervent as he stared at Ryuhyang-woo. Thought to himself, luckily, he had been cautious and waited until his body had recovered before coming. If he had appeared in that weakened state 2 days ago, Dashi-wan might have harbored some thoughts. Feeling uneasy under Dashi-wan's gaze, Ryuhyang-woo changed the subject. Lord Dashi-wan, could you elaborate further on the comparison of those two types of cells? Dashi-wan laughed hoarsely. Wukuin must have guessed. The first type is Qianshou Zhu Jian cells. His cells contain immense vitality. And the second, naturally it is your cells. Although its vitality is not as exuberant as Zhu Jian's cells, and its division rate is slow, the cell activity, energy conversion efficiency, and lifespan far surpass those of ordinary cells. In comparison, the capabilities of Zhu Jian's cells seem too singular. I originally thought your physique Wukuan was the result of atavism, but now it seems not entirely. It resembles a special evolution. Ri Xiongwu understood Da Shiwan's meaning. Atavistic, but not completely so. At that moment Da Shiwan continued, uttering a sigh of admiration. I finally understand why Wukuan became the first dual bloodline inheritor in the history of the Ri Xiong clan. Ri Xiong was heart tightened, and he probed tentatively. Is that so? Then Da Shiwan paused and sighed emotionally. The Ri Xiong clan is one of the most ancient in the ninja world. It is normal for accidents to occur during inheritance. This change likely began during the embryonic stage. Wukuan was extremely fortunate to carry this change and be born safely, constantly adapting to it as he grew. Truly miraculous. Da Shiwan rambled on, each sentence punctuated by an involuntary exclamation. Ri Xiongwu was speechless. Self-rationalization was the most deadly. Da Shiwan had rambled on without hitting the mark. In the end, it was still the same old story: genetic mutation. But on second thought, indeed, the ninja world had produced a scientific genius like Da Shiwan and a medical prodigy like Gang Shou who advanced healing to a new level. Yet it seemed no one had discovered electromagnetic induction like Fa La Di. Perhaps there were, but they were commoners who never entered the sight of ninjas. In any case, the ninja world's understanding and application of electromagnetism were far too crude. Da Shiwan was indeed a scientific genius, but limited by the differences in knowledge and systems, it was only natural that he arrived at this explanation. Ri Xiongwu pondered for a while, then brought his thoughts back and looked at Da Shiwan. Da Shiwan, the reason I came to see you is that I hope to borrow your laboratory. The laboratory? Da Shiwan mused inwardly, then smiled. It seems Wukuan can't wait to break free from the shackles. What need did Ri Xiongwu have that required his lab? The birdcage seal, of course. He hadn't expected Wu to approach him on his own initiative. But this suited his plans perfectly. Only when both parties have needs can cooperation last longer. Da Shiwan cared nothing for the thoughts of the main family. Or rather, as long as it served the goal of immortality, he would disregard anything, even taboo human experiments. Hyuga Satoru swept his gaze across the experimental apparatus covered in dust. There were many types similar to what he had seen in his previous life. Besides the lab equipment, he could also spot numerous medical instruments. However, because they had been in use for years, a thick layer of dust had settled over them. This was the laboratory that Orochimaru had found for him. Before that, it had always been used by Tsunade, but it had remained idle ever since she developed hemophobia. In Konoha, only Orochimaru was a research fanatic, so he naturally took over the place, though it seemed he didn't. Hyuga Satoru felt a headache coming on and said helplessly, Orochimaru isn't messing with me, is he? In this dilapidated state, who knows if it's even usable anymore? Tsunade had developed hemophobia during the Second Shinobi World War. Thinking carefully, it had already been many years. Whether these devices could still function was a question. However, there was also an advantage because it had been abandoned for so long. No one came here, so it wouldn't attract attention. He used electromagnetic force to construct a magnetic field, absorbing the tiny dust particles from the equipment like a vacuum cleaner, thoroughly cleaning every device inside and out. Then he began testing for any functional deficiencies. In his past life, he was a science and engineering student and had conducted many experiments. At Orochimaru's place, he had already compared and integrated the experimental instruments from both worlds. The differential centrifuge was fully functional. The cell culture incubator was fully functional. The high-power microscope was fully functional. Apart from being unused for a long time, there were no major functional defects, which relieved Hyuga Satoru. Should I set up my own lab in the future? Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but think. Coming here for every experiment would be too troublesome, and purchasing experimental equipment would require a large amount of funds. With the bounties earned from his alias Silver Master Jura, plus the generous gifts from his good brother Raza, although he couldn't be called approachable with a fortune, he could only be described as abundantly wealthy. If worst came to worst, he could borrow some money from Rin. She wouldn't refuse, would she? Hyuga Satoru chuckled. But the urgent matter is to resolve the caged bird. Otherwise, even if I set up a lab, the main house probably won't agree. Letting out a breath, Hyuga Satoru cleared his mind of distractions and began his experiments. The experimental process was not overly complicated. By studying his own cells and genes, he could roughly estimate the mechanism and principle of the caged bird using clever methods. If you trace anything back to its essence, the problem becomes much simpler. As for the method, he had consulted Orochimaru. Orochimaru had no qualms about such forbidden matters. On the contrary, he seemed eager to try, as if he couldn't wait to see a Hyuga Satoru without defects. Orochimaru's methods and ideas gave Hyuga Satoru a sense of sudden enlightenment. After all, he was a research genius. With just a few moments of thought, he formulated several research directions for the caged bird's mechanism and explained each one. Combining Orochimaru's experience and insights with the knowledge Hyuga Satoru had acquired in his previous life, he managed to achieve some results in his experiments on the caged bird. The caged bird seems to be a curse mark involving yin-yang release. The yang release part is rooted in the optic nerves and surrounding brain tissue, while the yin release part is rooted in the soul. The mechanism of action is still unknown. Hyuga Satoru pondered for a moment and spoke, combining experimental results with speculation. The curse mark on the body was easy to understand, but the part on the soul was quite sinister. There were too few techniques in the ninja world that involved the soul, and once a problem arose with the soul, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hyuga Satoru suddenly recalled that in the original story during the Fourth Shinobi World War, when Hyuga Hisashi was resurrected by impure world reincarnation, the caged bird curse mark still remained on his forehead. If the caged bird were merely a physical curse, then after impure world reincarnation, the curse mark could not possibly still exist on the soul summoned from the Pure Land. In that case, the possibility of yin-yang release became even greater. The experimental sample is too small. With just me, the information I can obtain is too limited. I need to expand the sample range. Hyuga Satoru frowned, thinking about the next steps of the experiment. A figure suddenly emerged in his mind. Hyuga Hisashi. The other party had approached him twice before hinting that he would support him. The two were completely aligned in goals, and he was the younger brother of the next clan head and held great prestige among the branch family. If there was anyone who could obtain a large number of samples from the Hyuga clan without attracting attention, it was him. In a somewhat elegant room, a bronze incense burner on the wooden table emitted a faint trail of white. I didn't expect you to come find me, Satoru. Hyuga Hisashi's tone carried a hint of surprise. He had already approached Hyuga Satoru several times on his own initiative, but this was the first time Hyuga Satoru had come to him. Lord Hisashi, I've come to ask for your help with a matter. Go ahead. Hyuga Satoru hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, I hope you can provide me with some tissue samples from the branch family. Flesh, skin, hair, anything will do. But it's best if the main house doesn't find out. Tissue samples. Hyuga Hisashi's expression grew grave as he pondered silently. Why did Satoru need tissue samples from the branch family, and why couldn't the main house know? After a moment's thought, his heart jolted. Could it be? He looked up at Hyuga Satoru in shock. Hyuga Satoru gently shook his head, signaling him not to speak further. Although he had already observed the area before coming and confirmed there was no surveillance, Hyuga Satoru still adhered to the principle that careless talk leads to trouble. I understand. Hyuga Hisashi took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and a hint of delight appeared in his eyes. Had Satoru thought of some method? Could it be that in the future we would no longer have to live this kind of life and our descendants could freely? Just thinking of those two words made his breath quicken. There are several clinics in the clan that branch family members often visit. Starting from there would be the least suspicious. Hyuga Satoru paused, then looked at Hyuga Hisashi. Lord Hisashi, there's another piece of information I need from you. I think this information might be known only to you in the entire clan. Only to me. Hyuga Hisashi furrowed his brow, a look of confusion on his face. Tell me. If I know it, I won't hide it. In the Hyuga clan compound, Hyuga Satoru looked up at the high wall before him, his expression grave. That was Hyuga Hayashi's residence. In the Hyuga clan, the main family and branch family lived in separate areas of the compound. Although Hayashi and Hisashi were brothers, they did not live together, and their living environments and conditions were entirely different. But if there was anyone in the clan who knew Hyuga Hayashi best, it was definitely his younger brother. Even during the period before Hisashi was branded with the caged bird, the two lived together and were very familiar with each other's daily routines. One piece of information he obtained from Hisashi was that Hyuga Hayashi was accustomed to napping for an hour at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a habit that had persisted for many years without change. The most dangerous place is the safest. In the Hyuga clan, no branch family member would dare to disrespect the main family. Therefore, although there were branch family guards stationed in front of Hyuga Hayashi's residence, they merely performed their duties rigidly and did not patrol with the Byakugan. This created an opportunity for Hyuga Satoru. Calculating the distance to Hyuga Hayashi's room, Hyuga Satoru raised his finger, and a drop of silver magnetic fluid flowed to his fingertip, transforming into a tiny metal mosquito that fluttered its wings and flew over the wall. Hyuga Satoru focused intently on manipulating it. Such precise electromagnetic control would consume a great deal of his mental energy, and the range was limited to about 200 meters. But that was enough. As long as he was careful, he should be able to obtain a perfect control sample. A sample of main family blood that had not been marked with the caged bird. In the courtyard of the clan, a servant was kneeling on the ground, wiping the floor with a towel. Years of serving the clan had numbed them, leaving them solely focused on meticulously completing their tasks. A tiny silver mosquito flew past from the shadows behind him without causing the slightest awareness. The mosquito had a clear target maneuvering around various obstacles towards an elegant room in the center. The door to the room was tightly shut. The mosquito landed steadily on the door bolt, its body suddenly liquefying, seeping through the gap. The perspective shifted. The silver liquid seeped to the other side, transforming back into a metallic mosquito. The interior of the room was quite simple. Aside from a low table with a teapot and a seemingly high-end mat, only a square bed remained on the right side. A young man was lying sideways on it with his back to the door, his black long hair cascading over the bed. The mosquito seemed to have found its target and flew towards the sleeping young man. Outside the walls, Hinata Waku was desperately trying to control his racing heartbeat. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead. There could be no mistakes. If Hinata Hizashi noticed something unusual, the surrounding branch family guards would definitely become alert and conduct a search with their Byakugan. At that time, he would have to carefully consider his words and explain why he was near the clan residence. The mosquito had already flown to the edge of the bed, hovering for a moment before landing beside Hinata Hizashi's back. His long black hair obscured it, making it difficult for the other party to notice it immediately, even if they sensed something was off. If it was a small amount of magnetic fluid, he could still manage to control it to temporarily lose its blood-sucking properties. If that were the case, he could obtain a blood sample from Hizashi. The metallic mosquito seemed almost sentient, quietly inching closer to Hizashi's side. Its mouth parts suddenly wriggled, elongating into a slender needle-like tip. At the same time, the mosquito's abdomen noticeably expanded, leaving a cavity to store blood. Outside, Hinata Waku's complexion was somewhat pale. This delicate manipulation of electromagnetic force was very mentally taxing, especially over such a long distance. However, the real challenge had only just begun. He took a deep breath and controlled the metallic mosquito to slowly pierce its mouthparts into Hizashi's back. The motion was extremely slow, entering little by little. The biggest difference between this magnetic fluid imitation of a mosquito and a real one was that a real mosquito would secrete a large amount of saliva as an anesthetic as its mouthparts pierced in. With the help of the anesthetic, by the time the victim noticed, the mosquito would often be quite full. However, the magnetic fluid mosquito did not possess such an ability. If a formal anesthetic substitute were used, even if successful, Hinata Hizashi would soon notice something was off, and under strict investigation, it would be quite disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he could only make the mouthparts of the magnetic fluid mosquito thinner. The thinner they were, the less likely the other party would notice. Similarly, the time for absorbing blood would correspondingly increase. Progress seemed quite smooth until the mouthparts had entered to a sufficient depth with no sign of Hinata Hizashi waking up. Due to the difference in pressure, the blood in Hizashi's body, situated in a high-pressure area, actively flowed towards the low-pressure area of the mosquito's abdomen. Hinata Waku carefully manipulated the size of the magnetic fluid cavity, cautiously controlling the speed of blood flow to minimize the possibility of exposure. The abdomen of the silver mosquito began to show a deep red hue, the redness increasing, gradually filling most of its abdomen. Almost there. Almost there. This amount is nearly sufficient. Sweat beads continuously dripped from Hinata Waku's forehead as he slightly gritted his teeth, the veins standing out on his temples, making him look somewhat ferocious. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The sleeping Hizashi seemed to sense something and suddenly turned over, pressing his back fully onto the mosquito. Strange, why does my back suddenly feel itchy? He sat up on the bed, lifting the thin blanket that covered his abdomen, frowning as he scanned the bed's surface. Nothing was there. Could it be an illusion? Hizashi shook his head and lay back down, changing his sleeping position. Beneath the edge of the bed, silver fluid seeped out from between the wooden boards, now different from the beginning. A layer of deep red trace was visible in the fluid. That was close. That was close. Outside, Hinata Waku was panting heavily. If he hadn't immediately allowed the magnetic fluid to seep under the bedboards, he would have likely been discovered. The size of the magnetic fluid metal particles ranged from 1 to 10 nanometers, while retaining both magnetic and fluid properties. The diameter of the main cells in red blood cells is around 6 to 9 micrometers, while white blood cells are about 7 to 20 micrometers. Platelets are smaller, around 1 to 4 micrometers. In addition to plasma and a large number of trace elements. Even though water molecules have a diameter of less than 1 nanometer, blood, being a mixed solution, is difficult to flow through the gaps between magnetic material particles. This is why the metallic mosquito could still transport blood while seeping under the bedboards. The most difficult step had already been completed. Now all that remained was to transport the blood out without attracting attention. The silver fluid transformed back into a metallic mosquito and flew towards the door. However, this time its abdomen was thick with deep red. In the laboratory, Hinata Waku surveyed the abundant samples before him. Hinata Hayashi's movements were swift. He had already obtained the DNA samples he needed from the branch family. Among those tissue samples, 2 stood out particularly when placed together. 2 test tubes of blood samples. One belonged to Hayashi and the other to Hisashi. The two were brothers with similar DNA. One was marked with a caged bird while the other was not, making them perfect comparative samples. This was of great assistance to Hinata Waka's research. With a sufficient sample range, he could begin experiments on the mechanisms and operation of the caged bird, and with enough data, he could attempt to crack it. Multiple experimental comparisons, especially the experimental data of Hayashi and Hisashi, provided Hinata Waka with the information he desired. The operation of the caged bird was not without flaws, it only manifested under extremely harsh conditions. Once a flaw was exposed, Hinata Waka could try to break it. Currently, the estimated probabilities show a 53 chance of successfully removing the caged bird from the body, a 32 chance of being killed by the caged bird, and a 15 chance of unknown consequences. Hinata Waka furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment as he roughly articulated the experimental results. The caged bird as a yin-yang escape seal is divided into the yang escape seal on the body and the yin escape seal on the soul. If the surgery proceeds smoothly enough, I should be able to successfully remove the yang escape seal from the body, thus resolving the threat posed by the caged bird. Hinata Waka contemplated, based on the experimental results combined with his assumptions. The reason the Hinata clan could ignore the destructive effects of the branch family's Byakugan was due to the yin escape seal on the soul, which functioned as a receiver and locator, receiving and transmitting the commands issued by the clan. The yang escape seal on the body is responsible for outputting functions directly destroying the Byakugan and the brains of the branch family. Once the output device is destroyed, even if the seal can still receive commands, it cannot output, thereby causing no harm to his body. This can also serve to confuse the clan. However, for now the success rate was not as he had expected. What to do? Should he temporarily give up this opportunity? If the level of electromagnetic force increases in the future, the success rate of the surgery would be higher. However, Hinata Waka furrowed his brow. Given the current situation in the Ninja World War could break out at any moment. Once the war starts, he would no longer have the opportunity to conduct such a precise surgery. What might happen during wartime is difficult to predict, and carrying such a burden. Taking a deep breath, his eyes gradually became resolute. Let's do it. The laboratory. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling cast a pale, sickly glow. In the center lay a medical bed upon which Ri Xiongwu rested silently, an ugly-shaped curse mark etched onto his forehead. Unlike conventional medical beds, the surface was covered with thin metal plates seamlessly joined together, resembling a solid slab of iron. The metal would amplify the magnetic field he manipulated, increasing the probability of success for this surgery. Even if the improvement was minimal, Ri Xiongwu refused to abandon any chance. Failure would likely mean death by the caged bird. The original owner of this laboratory was Tsunade, so aside from experimental apparatus, there were also numerous medical devices greatly aiding his procedure. At this moment, Ri Xiongwu suddenly recalled a sci-fi film from his past life. The female protagonist in Prometheus, alone in the medical pod, struggling in despair to extract the alien fetus from her abdomen. It bore a certain resemblance to his current situation. Drawing a deep breath, Ri Xiongwu cleared his mind of distractions. The surgery he was about to perform was far too critical to allow any error. A silver metallic fluid flowed from his collar, streaming across his reclining neck to his forehead around the shaped curse mark. The magnetic fluid rose like a tiny silver serpent, its head splitting into 3 slender needle-like tips. The needle tips slowly approached his forehead, selecting 3 points beside the shaped curse mark, piercing through the skin and gradually sinking beneath the surface. Ri Xiongwu silently clenched his teeth, suppressing any movement to prevent any deviation. During the delicate needles penetrated the dermis, gradually entering the cranial bone. The silver magnetic fluid flowed like an injected liquid into Ri Xiongwu's skull. With a small amount of magnetic fluid, Ri Xiongwu could temporarily suppress its blood-absorbing property, a feat he had managed before when storing Rizu's blood. As these magnetic fluid particles entered Ri Xiongwu's body, they seemed to gain life, immediately dividing into groups and moving towards specific areas. The diameter of the magnetic fluid particles ranged from 1 to 10 nanometers, while typical cells measured in micrometers, far larger than a nanometer. Thus, the magnetic fluid moved unimpeded like countless tiny nanobots swimming through Ri Xiongwu's bloodstream. Ri Xiongwu focused all his mental energy on manipulation. This level of precise electromagnetic control was his first attempt since awakening his ability. Fortunately, the range of manipulation was very small, confined to the forehead area, so it wasn't overly taxing. The first step was complete. Now came the second. Ri Xiongwu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. These eyes would no longer be needed, the battlefield lay within his body. Electromagnetic interference disrupted the intracranial electrical signals, blocking the transmission of visual nerve signals. His eyes seemed to vanish from his body, becoming imperceptible. The world turned into utter darkness with not a single ray of light penetrating. Ri Xiongwu's expression remained serene as he steadily maintained his control. Neural electrical signals are electrical pulses generated by ion flow. Since electricity and magnetism are inseparable, Ri Xiongwu's electromagnetic force could also affect neural signals. Although his current level couldn't manage overly complex operations blocking the conduction of the optic nerve, temporarily severing the eyes from the Bodhi's nervous system was still achievable. As he had anticipated the moment the Byakugan's neural transmission was blocked, the curse mark on his forehead began to burn intensely. A violent surge of chakra emanated from the mark rushing toward the Byakugan. The caged bird was activated. There were two ways to trigger the caged bird. One was actively triggered by the main family, either to punish or directly destroy the Byakugan. The second was passive activation. When the Byakugan was detected as removed from the body, the caged bird would trigger, destroying the Byakugan and the branch family member's brain. Ri Xiongwu's aim was to block the optic nerve signal conduction, causing the caged bird curse mark to mistakenly believe the Byakugan had been removed, thereby passively activating the caged bird. The second step was complete. Next came the third step, the most crucial one. Ri Xiongwu was extremely cautious. No mistake could be allowed in this step. The 32 death probability he had calculated was mostly attributed to this step. The violent caged bird chakra rampaged beneath his forehead, like a primordial beast awakened, intent on destroying everything around it. Ri Xiongwu was well prepared. The nanobots injected earlier transformed into loyal guardians, splitting into two streams. One part covered the optic nerve and the Byakugan's eyeball, while the other flowed toward the cerebral cortex. Like a silver armor, they fused with Ri Xiongwu's chakra, blocking the violent intrusion of the caged bird. Close call. Finding that the caged bird had not breached the magnetic fluid protective layer, Ri Xiongwu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Using this method to block the caged bird was the optimal strategy he had conceived through multiple experiments and calculations. However, an experimental concept remained a concept. He had no absolute certainty it would work. The human optic nerve is roughly 100 nanometers in thickness, and brain cells are even larger, so the nanoscale magnetic fluid barrier did not cause Ri Xiongwu excessive discomfort. The caged bird had been activated but could not attack the eyeball or the brain, thus shifting into a peculiar state. Like a beast that had lost its prey, it could only vent its rage, helplessly wasting its energy in vain. That was the purpose of the third step. By exploiting the caged bird's activation mechanism, he induced a runtime bug, forcing it into a special crash state. In this state, the activated caged bird, unable to locate its target, could only continuously consume chakra. Ri Xiongwu was able to devise this strategy because through repeated experiments he had understood the underlying logic of the caged bird and slightly altered its function to create a bug. Once a bug appeared, no matter how indestructible the curse mark, it became possible to destroy it. The fourth step, the final one, was quite simple. Wait until the caged bird's chakra was mostly depleted, then begin the removal surgery. Perhaps when the Hyuga ancestors developed the caged bird curse mark, it never occurred to them that someone would use a bug exploit to keep the mark in a perpetually activated state with no target. Thus the mark contained only a limited amount of chakra. Before long, the rampaging chakra lost its potency. The ferocious primordial beast became a limp, listless kitten. Ri Xiongwu rejoiced, knowing the moment had come. The magnetic fluid particles lingering in his bloodstream once again transformed into loyal nanobots, undertaking the arduous task of peeling the curse mark away from the optic nerve and brain. By now the caged bird was spent, having lost all resistance. It could only be toyed with at Ri Xiongwu's will. The 3 silver needles piercing his forehead began to withdraw, and visible black fluid seeped out through the needle holes. After an unknown amount of time, Ri Xiongwu opened his eyes. A pair of pure white Byakugan gleamed with surprise and joy. Success! I have successfully removed the caged bird from my body. He had never felt so at ease, both physically and mentally. So this is the sweetness of freedom, Ri Xiongwu said, taking a deep breath with a satisfied smile on his face. He attempted to activate the Byakugan. Without the oppression of the curse seal, the range of his Byakugan extended from 4 kilometers to 5, and the 1-degree blind spot was also gone. The mark of the curse seal on his forehead was still there, but it had become an empty shell devoid of function. Even if the main family were to stand before him and activate the caged bird, Ri Xiongwu could deliver a resounding slap to remind them of the price of their arrogance. Once the in-release caged bird on his soul was also removed, the mark on his forehead would vanish completely. However, Ri Xiongwu was not sure if the main family would detect the anomaly after the in-release caged bird was broken. After all, the yang-release curse seal on the body functioned as an operational command, while the in-release curse seal on the soul served to receive commands. Ri Xiongwu recalled that in the original 4th Great Ninja War, Ri Xiongricha was reanimated by Edo Tensei, and his soul returned from the Pure Land to the ninja world, yet the caged bird seal still remained on his forehead. This suggested that the curse seal on the soul might be more tenacious, not separable even after physical death. However, Wu had already conceived 3 solutions. The first was to obtain from Orochimaru the method of splitting the soul. The reason Orochimaru could never truly die was that he had divided his soul into many pieces hidden within numerous cursed seals. Once the main body perished, the soul fragments scattered in the cursed seals would resurrect to become the new main body. If Wu obtained his method of soul splitting, he could directly cut off the part of his soul that bore the caged bird. Simple and crude, yet effective. However, the side effects seemed considerable. The loss of soul would likely affect his mental strength along with many unknown negative consequences. A method of last resort. In the later stages, Orochimaru was easily defeated by the Sharingan. Itachi just cast a glance and left him stunned for a long time. A large part of the reason was that Orochimaru had split his soul too many times, causing his mental resistance to plummet to rock bottom. As for the second method, it was similar to the first, but far more refined. The spirit possession technique of the Jiating family allows a ninja's soul to exist as a spiritual entity. If he learned this secret technique, he could study the cursed seal from a soul's perspective intuitively. Similar to removing the cursed seal on the body, he could adopt a clever method to peel it away. The theory was not difficult, but involving the soul, the practical operation would be much harder than removing the yang release seal on the body. The third was the simplest one word: wait. The caged bird that had become an empty shell could no longer threaten him. As long as he waited until his electromagnetic power level was high enough, removing the caged bird from his soul would be just a thought. Wu took a light breath, looked through the window at the sky outside the laboratory, and with a faint smile began to envision the future. He would not defect from Konoha. He had other plans for the Hyuga clan. In the future, I could remove the caged bird from all branch family members and stage a coup within the Hyuga. Wu murmured with a smile. This was not a fantasy, but a future within reach, perhaps not requiring a Hyuga clan free from the caged bird, a Hyuga clan with liberated minds under his leadership, a Hyuga clan walking the path of Marxism. What would it be like? Wu wondered curiously. After solving the grave problem of the caged bird, it was as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart, and he felt much lighter. In the following 2 days, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to training. The breakthrough to electromagnetic power LV4 was getting closer, until the Umbu brought word that the Hokage was summoning him. Wu quickly gathered his things and headed to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, as soon as Yuan Fei Rijan saw Wu push open the door and enter, his troubled expression immediately vanished, and his wrinkled old face broke into a smile like a chrysanthemum. Excellent. Full of spirit. It was still that classic opening line. It seems you've rested well these days, Wu, and you're glowing with energy. Wu thought to himself. Of course, he had rested well. These past 2 days had been the most peaceful sleep he'd had since crossing into the ninja world. With the sword hanging over his head gone, it was impossible not to feel comfortable. Of course, he couldn't let the Hokage know these thoughts. Lord Hokage, have you summoned me to assign a mission? Yes. Yuan Fei Rijan's previous smile disappeared, replaced by seriousness and solemnity. The scouts I dispatched discovered a small number of hidden IWA ninja near the border of the land of fire and the land of grass. Judging by their behavior, they appear to be scouts as well. I suspect the Wagakure will make a major move soon, otherwise they wouldn't send out so many scouts. Their counter-reconnaissance abilities are strong, and they possess the ability to move underground. In this skirmish between scouts, we do not have the upper hand. Therefore, Yuan Fei Rijan looked up, staring solemnly at Wu. Wu took a breath and nodded. I understand, Lord Hokage. You want me to go there and gather intelligence on the enemy? Yes. Yuan Fei Rijan took a deep breath. You possess the Byakugan, your reconnaissance abilities need no elaboration. Moreover, you have long-range ninjutsu, so even if you encounter unexpected trouble, escaping should not be difficult. You are the best choice. Then he gave Wu a deep look and cautioned, if you truly encounter misfortune, remember to prioritize your own safety. Your existence is the greatest contribution to the village. I understand, Lord Hokage. Wu silently swallowed, suddenly feeling a chill in his lower body. He felt the Hokage's words carried an implication. Was he being set up as a stud? After leaving the Hokage's office, Wu immediately hurried to the border of the land of grass without. If the Hokage's intelligence was correct, a Wagakure was bound to make a major move soon, otherwise they wouldn't send out such a large number of scouts. Given the tense situation in the ninja world, conflict could break out at any moment. Once war erupted, early intelligence superiority would expand, helping a ninja village seize the initiative in the initial stage. This was why the Hokage placed such importance on this intelligence war, even to the point of dispatching him personally. Wu was well aware of this, so he would give his utmost attention to this mission. If Konoha fell into a passive position in the war, it would not benefit him. Soon he arrived at the location indicated in the intelligence. Silently, he found a concealed spot, activated his Byakugan without a sound, and scanned the surroundings. After searching for a while, Ryu's face turned grim. The intelligence from the Hokage had indicated 4 IWA scouts, but now within the 5-kilometer range of his Byakugan alone, he had already discovered 10 hidden IWA scouts. In the bushes and the grass, and even underground IWA scouts could be seen silently monitoring and communicating. The situation was likely even more severe than the Hokage had imagined. How is it, Changsha? Behind a colossal rock, a black-haired IWA ninja carrying a ninja blade crouched low, turning his head to peer at his comrades stealthily approaching from behind, and spoke in a hushed tone. No Leaf Scouts detected in the vicinity. Our position is well concealed. It seems they haven't discovered us yet. Upon hearing his companion's words, the black-haired IWA ninja with the blade wore a hint of pride on his face. Of course, I am the renowned Dark Ninja of Awagakure. When it comes to infiltration, how could those leaf trash ever compare to me? Playing the role of a scout gathering intelligence generally does not involve direct combat. Once a battle breaks out, it means the mission has already failed. Thus, the contest between scouts of 2 nations roughly divides into, I am watching you, and you do not know. I know you are watching me, so I am also watching you. I do not know you are watching me, but my comrade is watching the you who is watching me. These 3 scenarios. Yentai naturally assumed he belonged to the first category, and so he was overjoyed that Tsuchikage has finally made up his mind to start the war. I've waited so long that my body is practically rusting. This time I'm going to kill plenty of leaf ninjas. Changsha glanced at him and whispered, Leaf Village's strength is formidable. We cannot afford to let our guard down now. What's there to fear? Yentai rolled his eyes at him. The vanguard led by Dantisama is stationed in Fengche town. The main force will arrive shortly. That makes sense. Changsha nodded. That Tsuchikage had planned for a long time to seize the initiative early in the war. The main army should now have entered the land of grass. Caught off guard, Leaf Village would likely fall into a passive position. I see. So the Awagakure vanguard is already stationed in the land of grass. Thank you for the intelligence. Suddenly a cold voice came from behind, jolting both of them. They spun around in panic. There stood a ninja wearing a leaf forehead protector with pure white pupils watching them from a distance of several dozen meters. Damn it. When did he? A surge of shame and fury erupted from Yentia, flushing his face crimson. He suddenly realized that he did belong to the first category, but he had mistaken the subject. Kid, you should have fled with the intelligence. Instead, you dared to face us. I am the legendary Dark Ninja of Awagakure. The IWA ninja, named Yentai, drew his ninja blade from his back. Hinata Satoru pursed his lips. He suddenly recalled who this guy was. In the original story, when Jiraiya took the protagonist to seek inspiration, they encountered 2 Iwagi. One of them boasted about showing Jiraiya a thing or two, calling himself the legendary Dark Ninja of Awagakure. Knocking Jiraiya down with a single move would embarrass him. Then he was sent flying over 18 meters by a Railgun. Probably this very guy. Now aware of his identity, Hinata Satoru could understand his reckless behavior. He didn't seem very bright at all. Of course, Yentai had no idea what Hinata Satoru was thinking. After his bold declaration, he immediately merged into the ground. When he reappeared, it was right behind Hinata Satoru, his ninja blade gleaming coldly as it thrust viciously toward Hinata Satoru's neck. Die. Beside them, Changsha grew excited. Was it about to happen? Yentai's signature technique. Then he saw Yentai's blade slice into his own neck, his face frozen in disbelief. "Hey, kid, you." Blood foam gushed from his mouth, and he stammered a few shocked, indistinct words. Hinata Satoru had no time to waste. With electromagnetic force, he twisted the blade, and Yentai perished instantly. Beside him, the stunned Changsha finally snapped out of it, and immediately turned to flee. Hinata Satoru raised his right hand. A drop of magnetic fluid coalesced into a pellet above his thumb. He flicked it. A blue arc of lightning burst forth. The silver metal pellet, imbued with terrifying force, flashed like a streak of blue light. Bang! A small hole exploded in Changshi's forehead. Brain matter mixed with blood splattered from the impact. His body fell straight backward. Hinata Satoru walked over and retrieved the magnetic fluid from the corpse. His current position was precarious, and the fight had to end quickly. If other IWA scouts discovered him, the situation would turn dire. The electromagnetic furnace activated. Both bodies vaporized in the instant, high temperature, leaving little trace. Since developing the electromagnetic furnace ability, Hinata Satoru found he used it most often for disposing of evidence. Then he began to consider his next move. There were other IWA scouts around, but he held absolute superiority in abilities. With the Byakugan's X-ray vision, magnetic field sensing for wide-range scanning, and the decayed wood technique to conceal himself. If he didn't stir up some trouble, he'd be wasting his potential. Lying flat on that massive rock, Hinata Satoru adjusted his position. Silver magnetic fluid flowed from his sleeve, assembling into a silver metallic sniper rifle. A silencer-shaped muzzle solidified at the barrel's end. He extended his left hand toward the grass below. Metal particles from the ground were pulled out compressed at the molecular level under electromagnetic control, greatly enhancing their strength, and smelted into bullet shapes. He repeated the process. In no time, a layer of bullets lay on the corner of the rock where Hyuga Satoru was lying. The electromagnetic sniper rifle was far superior to conventional gunpowder rifles in terms of noise and concealment. The primary noise came from the bullet's sonic boom. Due to the special aerodynamic structure of these bullets, the sonic boom was minimal coupled with the silencer. Perfect sniper tool. With electromagnetic force, he guided a bullet into the sniper rifle's chamber. Bullet loaded. Electromagnetic sensing skin target acquired. Byakugan locked. Target acquired. A sinister grin spread across Hyuga Satoru's face. Damn it. Let you cowardly IWA scouts taste the terror of a bushwhacker. A blue electric glow began to brighten along the gun barrel. Hyuga Satoru pulled the trigger. With a faint whoosh, a streak of blue light flashed. Over 2 kilometers away, an IWA scout lying prone in the grass suddenly had his head explode, blood splattering the surrounding turf a deep crimson. Second bullet loading. Target locked. It was an IWA scout crouching in a bush. He had no time to react. A bullseyed hole abruptly appeared in his chest. With a look of incredulity, he fell straight backward. The third target was an IWA scout buried underground, now turned into fertilizer. Since there was no need to worry about magnetic fluid recovery, Hyuga Satoru didn't spare the bullets. However, these bullets smelted from underground metal particles. Though he had compressed molecular gaps as much as possible to increase strength, still had an effective range of only 3 kilometers. Beyond that range, they would gradually burn up from friction with the air, losing their effectiveness. Still, Hyuga Satoru was more than satisfied. Even in his past life, an effective range of 3 kilometers surpassed the limits of conventional sniper rifles. Hyuga Satoru was also selective with his targets, either solo operatives or carefully angled shots to take out 2 at once, keeping the disturbance to a minimum, maximizing the elimination of scouts. That day, the scouts of Awagakure recalled the terror of being dominated by a bushwhacker and the humiliation of never seeing their enemy. Have the scouts not returned yet? No, it's been 3 hours. According to protocol, scouts should report back every 2 hours, but there's been no sign of them. Inside the tent, a lean rock ninja furrowed his brow. Beside him sat a burly rock ninja with patches of ruddy red on his cheeks resembling Highland flush. He shook his head and said, "They must have found something which delayed them." The lean rock ninja hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Lord Dong-tu, could it be that something happened to them preventing them from returning with intelligence?" As soon as he finished speaking, the burly rock ninja slammed his hand on the table. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How many scouts did we send out? Not a single one has returned. If something happened, does that mean all of them met with misfortune?" Dong-tu found this speculation too absurd. Over a dozen scouts, all exceptionally skilled in stealth. If they had all been ambushed, how terrifying would the enemy's strength be? Not only could they precisely detect them, but they also left no trace of intelligence, vanishing into thin air. Not to mention him, even the Earth Shadow himself couldn't accomplish such a feat. When had Muyi produced such an outstanding ninja? Let's wait a bit longer, Dong-tu said impatiently. After a moment of thought, he added, "If after another hour no scouts have returned, send out another batch to investigate what happened." Understood, Lord Dong-tu. The lean rock ninja nodded. Approximately 500 meters away, Wu crouched on a tree branch, silently observing the town. His body was like a piece of decayed wood, emitting no fluctuations. Windmill Town, a fairly well-known town in the heart of the Chao country, named after the several windmills standing around it. But now the former peace and tranquility were gone. Chaos reigned throughout the town, with some rock ninjas looting supplies and a few unprocessed grass ninja corpses visible on the ground. Wu frowned, muttering to himself. About 200 in number. According to the intelligence from Yantai, this unit is the vanguard of the Yenin village. Judging by the current chaos in Windmill Town, they likely arrived less than a day ago. Wu couldn't help but sigh. This is war. The Chao country was weak, caught between the great powers. Once war broke out, it could only serve as a front line, allowing the great nation's ninjas to ravage its lands. The grass ninja village was notorious for being a weathercock, bowing to whoever was stronger. Now that the war's tide was unclear, they merely cowered. As for the grass ninjas brave enough to resist, the unprocessed corpses had already declared their fate. Wu suddenly recalled that the global situation in his past life was chaotic. Before his transmigration, he had heard that the big countries were at odds with a slew of sanctions and aid packages. Now so much time had passed, he wondered how things were there. While Wu was lost in thought, chaos had erupted in the rock ninja tent. Still no scouts returned by evening. Lord Dong-tu, no scouts have returned yet. However, as you instructed, we have dispatched a new batch of scouts. Dong-tu's face darkened. As the vanguard unit, they had very few scouts, and now all of them had been sent out without obtaining any useful intelligence. What on earth is happening? Though he had been composed earlier, as time passed his heart began to tighten. Just then the tent flap was suddenly pushed open. A rock ninja rushed in frantically. Lord Dong 2, there's a situation. It's you Takujo Jonin Sure 2. What have you found? As the rock ninja explained, Dong Tu's eyes gradually narrowed. On the large tree, Ri Xiong Wu continued to observe silently. Through his wide eyes perspective, he could see inside the largest tent a few rock ninjas seemed to be discussing something frantically. Gradually they calmed down and began issuing orders. Then several rock ninjas were dispatched, scattering in all directions. Ri Xiong Wu frowned slightly. Clearly they had detected something and were making countermeasures. A faint sense of foreboding stirred within him. The sky was growing dark, and Ri Xiong Wu decided it was no longer prudent to continue reconnaissance. He silently retreated. But soon his expression turned grim. The rock ninjas who had been sent out earlier had circled around in a wide arc, moving behind him and quietly encircling him. They had clearly guessed that he possessed keen perception, so they employed many feints to make him believe they were on missions, then looped around to his rear. By the time he realized it, the encirclement was already formed. Exposed to a Ri Xiong Wu clicked his tongue in annoyance. This vanguard unit must have a remarkably skilled perception ninja, otherwise they wouldn't have detected him while he was using the decayed wood technique. Ri Xiong Wu concealed himself in the bushes, silently moving backward. To prevent him from detecting their movements, they had used many feints, resulting in a relatively loose encirclement. If they hadn't locked onto him, but only knew his hiding spot, he might be able to slip through a gap in their encirclement. Ri Xiong Wu had no intention of fighting. Beside him was a vanguard unit of over 200, including Jonin. Engaging in battle here would be extremely perilous. Although he could now fly at low altitude, the height was too low. If he were shot down, it would be even more troublesome. He noticed a gap in the rock ninja's encirclement. If he was careful, he might slip through that gap. His expression darkened. As he began to move, the trajectory of the surrounding rock ninjas also shifted. No matter how he moved, he remained at the center of the encirclement. Damn it! Ri Xiong Wu couldn't help but curse under his breath. They hadn't merely known his hiding spot in advance, they had completely locked onto him. Every move he made was relayed to them. Inside the tent, a rock ninja sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, sweat beading on his forehead. At 3 o'clock the target moved 12 meters. The target has changed position, moving towards 6 o'clock. One piece of information after another was transmitted through his perception ninjutsu to the minds of the rock ninjas forming the encirclement. Well done, Jonin Sure 2. Dong 2 praised him. Rest assured, Lord Dong 2. He won't escape. Sure 2 opened his eyes, revealing a pale face as he forced a smile at Dong 2. Connecting with so many rock ninjas simultaneously was a considerable drain on him. A cold gleam flashed in Dong Tu's eyes. I didn't expect a Muyi scout to have infiltrated this far. We must capture him. The air seemed to congeal into water, pressing down on Ri Xiong Wu's breath until it slowed. What should he do? The surrounding IWA ninja had gradually encircled him. With his position already locked, escaping in advance was no longer realistic. If that was the case, Ri Xiong Wu took a deep breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, a kunai appeared in his palm. Propelled by the immense acceleration of electromagnetic force, it instantly transformed into an electromagnetic cannon. A blue streak flashed past. A bull's-eyed hole burst open in the chest of an approaching IW, a ninja, who fell straight back with a look of disbelief. In the tent, Sure 2 abruptly opened his eyes and exclaimed in alarm. Bad news, Dong Tusama. The enemy has detected our intentions and launched an attack. I had planned to capture him alive, but since he's courting death. Dong 2 snorted dismissively. The enemy was only one person, while he had dispatched 6 Chunin and 1 Jonin. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, it wouldn't succeed. But no sooner had he spoken than Shida's horrified voice rang out. No, his strength is formidable. He killed a Chunin in 1 blow. The second, the third. He has already killed 3 Chunin. How is that possible? Not only had the enemy detected their intentions in advance, but his strength was also this terrifying. Dante's pupils contracted. A terrifying thought suddenly surged into his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, powerful chakra erupted from his body. With a loud crash, he forcibly burst through the tent's entrance and charged madly toward Ri Xiong Wu's position. What's happening? Is that Dong Tusama? What's going on? Why is he rushing over there? The surrounding IWA ninja were momentarily stunned by the sight. Amidst the chaos, Sure 2, supporting himself against the tent door that Dong 2 had smashed open, coughed a few times in the rising dust and said, Cough. Dong Tusama discovered a scout from Konoha lurking nearby and charged after him. What? A Konoha scout? So bold. Right near the camp. A shuriken wreathed in blue lightning streaked past at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly piercing the throat of an IWA ninja. The fourth. Rixiang Wu's eyes were icy. In the mere span of a few breaths since the battle began, he had already slain 4 of the surrounding IWA ninja. Each strike was swift and decisive, a single kill. Just then he suddenly turned his head toward the windmill town, where a terrifying chakra was approaching at a furious pace. Rixiang Wu knew he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise he would face the siege of the entire IWA camp. Earth release, earth split palm. Hidden behind an IWA Jonin suddenly shouted and slammed both palms onto the ground. With a rumbling sound the earth violently shook. Rixiang Wu's body staggered. At that moment a furious roar came from behind. A burly IWA ninja leaped high, his fist encased in thick rock, and slammed down heavily at him. Rixiang Wu agilely backflipped, dodging the attack. With a thunderous crash, cracks like spiderwebs erupted from the rock fist, sending debris flying. Dongta's towering figure slowly rose from the fissured ground, his cold gaze fixed on Rixiang Wu. I've always thought those scouts failed to return because they discovered something, but now I see you lurking near the camp and easily killing Chunin. It seems those missing scouts met their end at your hands, didn't they, eh? His eyes locked onto the pure white pupils, narrowing gradually. Byakugan, as I suspected. Who are you? Rixiang Wu thought for a moment and replied, bluffing Shuimen. Dongtu, who had been furious, was momentarily stunned, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Bluffing Shuimen. That couldn't be right. Although he was the genius Jonin of Konoha, according to intelligence the enemy had blonde hair, wasn't from the Hyuga clan, and the age didn't match. After a moment of stunned silence, realizing he had been mocked, Dongtu flew into a rage. You brat, you dare toy with me. He turned his fist into a palm and struck the ground heavily. Earth release, earth flow split. Where his palm struck the ground split open a massive fissure like the gaping maw of a wild beast devouring toward Rixiang Wu. He agilely backflipped, dodging the attack from below, while silver ferrofluid spread from his sleeve, forming a silver metal sniper rifle. A cold killing intent flashed in Rixiang Wu's eyes. Blue light flickered at the muzzle and a bolt of lightning erupted from the gun. The target was not Dongtu but the distant camp. Shirtu was explaining Rixiang Wu's intelligence to the remaining IWA ninja when a chill suddenly erupted from behind. His pupils contracted sharply before he could even dodge. A blood hole the size of a baby's fist burst open in his forehead. A trace of disbelief still lingered in his eyes as he slowly fell backward. What happened? What's going on? Shitusama. The gruesome scene threw the remaining IWA ninja into panic as they gathered around the fallen Shirtu. On the other side, Dongtu stared at the trajectory of the blue streak, his pupils trembling. Was that the technique that killed the village's scouts? Murderous intent spread across Rixiang Wu's face. The IWA ninja in the camp were gradually encircling him. He absolutely could not leave alive the sensory ninja capable of tracking his movements. To that end, he had even exposed his sniping ability. The sky was darkening. A dense mass of IWA ninja was charging toward him from the camp. Rixiang Wu knew he couldn't linger. With a mocking smile at Dongtu he taunted, I'm going to run now. Are you ready to chase? The moment he finished speaking, faint arcs of lightning enveloped his body. Activating electromagnetic propulsion, his speed surged, and he vanished into the distance. Dongtu stared at his retreating figure, finally snapping out of his shock, gnashing his teeth. That ability. At such a range. Unheard of. This child must not be allowed to live. He looked no more than 13 or 14, yet he was already this terrifying. Even the 3 ninja at that age might not have matched him, if he were allowed to fully grow. Unimaginable. In an instant Dongtu made up his mind, his killing intent surging. Just then the IWA ninja, who had noticed the commotion in the camp, arrived. Dongtu took a breath, and while pursuing Rixiang Wu roared back at them, we must catch him. No matter what, that Hyuga ninja must not return alive. Yes. The IWA ninja let out a unified roar, their momentum overwhelming. Night had fallen. A vast troop of IWA ninja surged forward, chasing the figure ahead, a spectacular sight in the darkness. Night. Pitch black, one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. A large number of rock ninjas were pursuing forward with great momentum. You, and you. Each of you lead a squad of ninjas around to cut off his escape route. As Dongtu pursued, he stretched out his hand and pointed at several rock ninjas, issuing orders. Yes. The moment his words fell, the night seemed to be illuminated in an instant. Blue lightning arcs swept past them, reflecting a group of terrified faces. Among the squad, a rock ninja who was sensing suddenly had his head burst open. Damn it. That move again. Dongtu gritted his teeth. While they were pursuing, Rixiang Wu kept counterattacking, and his chosen targets were highly targeted. Almost all reconnaissance or perception type ninjas. Is he trying to make us blind? Dongtu's heart chilled. In the darkness, if all the perception ninjas died, they would truly become a group of blind men, losing the ability to lock onto the enemy's position. Have the intelligence been reported to the Tsuchikage? No, the communication squad has all been killed by that strange jutsu. A pale-faced rock ninja spoke with a look of horror. Although their side held an absolute advantage in numbers and power throughout the pursuit, it was almost always Rixiang Wu sniping them from time to time. They couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Bastard. Dongtu was furious. First the perception ninjas, then the communication ninjas. Did Rixiang Wu intend to completely sever their contact with the outside, turning them blind, so he could pick them off at will? What a joke. There were over 200 ninjas. Dongtu's heart was now completely consumed with rage. This kind of terrifying ability without exaggeration could almost influence the course of a war. He must not be allowed to live. Kill him. Kill him. This thought filled his mind. The Byakugan had been activated to its limit, fully observing the movements of the rock ninja force. Once he detected a perception-type ninja, or one attempting to communicate, he would immediately fire a sniper round at them. Rixiang Wu understood clearly that in a direct confrontation, he was no match for this advanced unit. But it was night. He was in the shadows while they were in the light. As long as he completely destroyed their perception and communication capabilities, he could remain hidden in the darkness. Electromagnetic Force EXP 128, Electromagnetic Force EXP 131. Perhaps because of the life-or-death crisis, Rixiang Wu's potential was greatly stimulated. The rate of experience gain far exceeded normal training. He was now just over 2,000 EXP away from it. If that's the case, there's no hurry to escape. I can use them as a whetstone to break through to LV4. Rixiang Wu squinted his eyes. Once he reached LV4, these rock ninjas should no longer pose a threat to him. Given the size of this advanced unit, even a ninja of the Sannin caliber like Dashuan would face great peril in a direct battle. But Rixiang Wu had the confidence that as long as he could hold out until his electromagnetic force reached LV4, he could slaughter even an entire rock advanced unit. It seems I haven't used this move in battle yet. A smile curled at the corner of Rixiang Wu's mouth. But the situation right now is just right. He quickly formed hand seals and muttered softly multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of popping sounds, a dense crowd of shadow clones appeared around him in the darkness. Rixiang Wu took a storage scroll from his chest. White smoke dispersed, revealing a large number of metal ninja tools floating around the shadow clones. Bows, crossbows, numerous kunai and shuriken, and even several massive black cannon barrels. All were long-range ninja tools. Taking a deep breath, Rixiang Wu shouted in a low voice, "See those rock ninjas chasing behind? Pick up these weapons and give them hell. Give them hell." The shadow clones roared in unison, their morale soaring. Behind, the formation of the pursuing rock ninjas had changed. The only two remaining perception-type ninjas were placed in the very center of the formation, protected by layer upon layer of ninjas. If Rixiang Wu continued, sniping the first to die would be the outer rock ninjas. This was essentially exchanging the lives of ordinary rock ninjas for the lives of the perception ninjas. Dongtu's eyes were fierce. Even at such a cost, he was determined to kill Rixiang Wu. Once he fully grew, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this resolve, he continued issuing orders, frantically pursuing Rixiang Wu's position. Suddenly, a perception ninja among the rock ninjas exclaimed in horror. "There's a situation, Lord Dongtu. A large number of chakra signatures have appeared out of nowhere ahead. Probably some special clone technique." A special clone technique. Numerous. Could it be the multiple shadow clone technique? Dongtu was a ninja who had experienced the Second Great Ninja War and knew that Qinsho Feijian had developed a forbidden technique called multiple shadow clone, which could create a massive number of shadow clones at once. But this technique seemed to have severe side effects. Not only did it drain a huge amount of chakra, but the feedback from dispelled shadow clones also caused the user immense pain. Looks like he's at the end of his rope, using shadow clones to confuse our sight and escape. Ridiculous. A sneer of disdain appeared on Dongtu's face. If Rixiang Wu had continued using that terrifying sniping technique, Dongtu would have been troubled. But he never expected the opponent to choose such a useless technique as multiple shadow clone. The outcome seemed already decided. But almost the next second, the smile on his face froze. If Rixiang Wu had continued using that terrifying sniping technique, Dongtu would have been troubled. But he never expected the opponent to choose such a useless technique as multiple shadow clone. The outcomes, a leading shadow clone shouted at the top of its lungs, "Battalion Commander, where the hell is your electromagnetic cannon? Bring it up." "Yes." The shadow clone, standing at attention, replied loudly. Beside them, several massive black cannon barrels were displayed, their muzzles emitting faint arcs of lightning. The leading shadow clone's hand slammed down, letting out a series of sharp roars. "Fire! Fire!" With each roar, Dongtu's scalp tingled, and a chill ran up his spine. Huge black iron balls wrapped in arcs of lightning streaked across the night sky and slammed heavily toward their position. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power erupted, directly crushing several rock ninjas at the epicenter into fragments. The shockwave sent surrounding rock ninjas tumbling. Their formation was scattered. What kind of jutsu is this? Dante's eyes were wide with fury. Wasn't it a sniper rifle before? How had it turned into cannons in the blink of an eye? In the distance, hearing the commotion, a faint smile curled at the corner of Rishiang's mouth. The first actual combat of the Magnetic Storm Corps had not disappointed him. Electromagnetic Force EXP 145, Electromagnetic Force EXP 243. As the shadow clones fired wildly, the experience points in his mind began to soar. I took out at least 3 rock ninja with that shot. My shot took out 5. How the hell are you guys competing like? The leading shadow clone smacked the heads of the overachieving clones and barked. The original's danger isn't over yet. The priority now is to blast those rock ninja to hell. Got it? Yes, Captain. The clones rubbed their heads sheepishly and reloaded the electromagnetic cannon. To maximize the combat effectiveness of the Magnetic Storm Corps, Hyuga Satoru had always instilled military discipline. The results were evident. Though currently only a battalion of a dozen men, once his power surged, he could truly deploy a regiment. When the Magnetic Storm Corps descended upon the ninja world, even a major hidden village would shudder in dread. Hyuga Satoru did not participate in the battle directly. While his shadow clones kept the frozen earth troops occupied, he meticulously laid traps along the path he had taken. Since he had decided to use this rock ninja advance force as a whetstone, he had to prepare several gifts. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Frozen earth, dazed by the relentless bombardment, finally snapped back to reality. He turned to see the rock ninja formation shattered, the ground pockmarked with craters littered with limbs and debris. Bastard. Gritting his teeth, frozen earth formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a rumbling roar, several rows of rock walls rose from the earth, blocking the path of the electromagnetic cannon shells. Boom. Debris flew as the walls were peeled away layer by layer, but the assault was momentarily stalled. Seizing the respite, the surviving rock ninja quickly countered with their own earth release techniques to defend against the cannon fire. After all, this was the vanguard of the rock forces, elite ninjas from a Wagakure with solid combat skills and mental fortitude. Shaking off the initial panic, they swiftly entered combat mode. One squad used earth release for defense. The other long-range attack jutsu. They're just shadow clones, hit them, and they'll vanish. Frozen Earth forced himself to stay calm, issuing orders in a low voice. Suddenly a wave of absurdity washed over him. I'm actually using tactics against a bunch of shadow clones. What the hell? Aren't shadow clones meant for reckless charges? They're used for suicide runs, attrition tactics, or to obscure the enemy's vision and hide the real body. Multiple shadow clones have this ability. Are these shadow clones or a ninja battalion? As his thoughts spiraled, a rock ninja rushed over in panic. Lord Frozen Earth. It's bad. Those shadow clones seem to be wearing special metal armor. Our attacks can't break through. Blood pressure spiked and Frozen Earth felt his heart might explode. He peered out and saw the rock ninja's long-range jutsu hitting the shadow clones, only to be deflected with a metallic clang. Shadow clones with armor. How is that even possible? He was grinding his teeth to dust. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. He hadn't gone all out earlier because he wanted to conserve chakra for the real Hyuga Satoru, not wasted on shadow. But now, facing these absurd clones, if he waited any longer, he might not even catch a glimpse of the real Satoru. Taking a deep breath, chakra surged wildly within him. He rapidly formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth release, mountain earth technique. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath the shadow clones split open like a beast's gaping maw, swallowing the clones and their metal weapons. Playing dirty, huh? Many clones fell into the pit, cursing angrily. The two massive stone hemispheres closed in with a deafening crunch, crushing them. Under such terrifying force, even the special metal armor couldn't withstand it. The clones burst into white smoke, one after another vanishing. Captain, what do we do? The few remaining clones looked to their leader. The leading clone turned and gazed toward the direction Satoru had fled, a smile on his lips as he murmured, "Original, my mission is complete." Boom. The stone wall sealed shut, utterly consuming him. Hyuga Satoru, in the midst of setting traps, suddenly received a flood of feedback. He instinctively grabbed a nearby tree, panting heavily. "You lasted longer than I expected. You did well." After assimilating the feedback, a smile curved on his lips as he sped away into the distance. "Frozen Earth, I've prepared a second gift for you. Hope you're not disappointed. Count the survivors. Report the losses." After finishing the mountain earth technique, Frozen Earth gasped for air and issued orders. Report 139, remain 87 lost. That bastard. Frozen Earth clenched his teeth. A group of shadow clones had cost them over 80. Humiliation and shock stoked his murderous intent. The pursuit had dragged on. If they didn't kill Satoru soon, they'd be nearing the land of fire's border. The main force was still far behind. Entering Konoha's territory now would be walking into a trap. Worse, the Hokage had undoubtedly placed scouts in the grass country. Even though it was night, the commotion would have been noticed. The Hokage might already be preparing reinforcements. Frozen Earth's eyes turned cold. There was no turning back now. Satoru's threat was immense, not just for his terrifying talent, but for the upcoming Third Great Ninja War. That Tsuchikage had long planned this war, and Satoru's bizarre abilities, if used well, could sway the tide. Even if he gave up now with such heavy losses and nothing to show, that Tsuchikage would severely punish him. As the vanguard leader, he had sworn a military oath. So be it. Frozen Earth's gaze hardened. He would go all out no matter what to eliminate this thorn in his side. Can you still track him? The Soul Sensory Ninja, still trembling, stammered. It seems he's exhausted after using shadow clones. His movement speed is slow. If we hurry, we might catch up. Good. Full speed ahead. We must kill him this time. Frozen Earth's twisted face was a mask of murderous intent, almost tangible. Super Electromagnetic Cannon. The night had grown deep. The starry sky above was serene and tranquil. But on the grassland, a completely opposite scene unfolded. A group of rock ninjas, their clothes tattered, pursued madly through the darkness. A murderous intent, almost tangible, surged from their bodies. Suddenly, one of the rock ninjas screamed in agony. What happened? Dante's heart tightened as he hastily turned his gaze, his expression turning grim. The man had fallen into a pit, impaled through the heart by the metal spikes lining its bottom. Be careful. That damned Hyuga has set traps along the path. As long as we stay vigilant, we should be fine. Dontu barked, his face dark. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been troubled by such traps. But the night was so pitch black that they couldn't see their hands in front of them. Moreover, the relentless pursuit had drained their stamina, leaving them utterly exhausted. A single moment of inattention could spell disaster. The rock ninjas skirted around the trapped area and advanced cautiously. A second scream rang out. It seemed Hyuga Satoru had anticipated their detour and had laid a fresh trap precisely where they would pass. Dontu gritted his teeth. The darkness was too deep. They couldn't discern the subtle changes. You. The three of you go ahead and scout. Report back. He pointed at several men. They couldn't afford to waste too much time here, or Hyuga Satoru would escape. Those unfortunate souls had no choice but to steel themselves and move to the front. At first, everything seemed fine until one of them stepped into empty space and plunged into a concealed pit. This time the pit contained not metal spikes, but searing molten metal. A special cover above had been used to mask the heat emission. The men screamed and struggled as they slowly melted away. A chill ran through the rock ninjas, the agonizing cries of their comrades still echoed in their ears. Fear, almost uncontrollable, began to spread among them. Throughout the entire pursuit, they hadn't even touched a single hair of Hyuga Satoru, yet so many had already been killed or wounded. Dontu clearly sensed the panic among his men. He took a deep breath and barked at the remaining sensor ninja. How far is that damned Hyuga from us? The sensor ninja's face twisted with unease as he stammered. His position hasn't moved, it seems. It seems like he's waiting for us. Dontu clenched his teeth. Is he mocking us? Setting traps deliberately, yet not fleeing. This scoundrel. The sole surviving sensor ninja suddenly had a preposterous thought. Could it be that he was still alive only because Hyuga Satoru had intentionally spared him to guide the rock ninja unit in the right direction? It couldn't be. After all, they were an advanced force. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't stand against all of them alone. Yet the tragic state of the surrounding rock ninjas kept reinforcing that very idea. Dontu inhaled deeply, his sharp gaze sweeping over the remaining men as he spoke in a low voice. I know many of you are already afraid, but he's just a young Hyuga ninja, and he's cost us so many lives. Do you know what that means? If he grows stronger, Awagakure will never know peace. Your friends, your families, they live there. Do you want their suffering to be the price of your cowardice? From the initial sniping techniques to the shadow clones and now the traps, all signs show that bastard is nearing his limit. If we just hold on a little longer, we can definitely kill him. When that happens, I will personally report our success to the Tsuchikage. Dante's impassioned speech worked. The dispirited rock ninjas now had fire in their eyes. Good, very spirited. Then let's move on. After sacrificing a dozen more rock ninjas, Dontu and his unit finally emerged from Hyuga Satoru's trap zone. The sky was beginning to pale. Dawn was approaching. Having chased all night, the rock ninjas were utterly spent. One last push. That damned Hyuga must be at his limit too. If we persist a little longer, we can surely... Dontu yelled at his men. He wasn't unwilling to pursue alone. But Hyuga Satoru's unpredictable abilities gave him immense pressure. He wasn't confident he could secure a victory in single combat. Just then a bolt of lightning shot past, grazing his shoulder and striking a rock ninja behind. Dante's eyes turned cold. Since a while ago, Hyuga Satoru's sniping frequency had dropped dramatically. His chakra must be completely depleted. Once they surrounded him, the outcome would be sealed. Far away, Hyuga Satoru panted heavily, stuffing a few army ration pills into his mouth and occasionally firing a shot from the silver sniper rifle in his hands. As Dongtu had guessed, he was indeed nearing his limit. But that didn't mean he lacked the ability to snipe. The reason he had slowed his attacks was that he was channeling the remainder of his chakra into constructing an electromagnetic furnace. This wasn't for setting traps. Given his current state, it was the ability that yielded the most experience points. Electromagnetic force experience 198,322,0000. Just a little more. Just a little more till I can level up to LV4. Hyuga Satoru gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last vestiges of power within him. In the distance, the sky showed a hint of fishbelly white. Dawn was almost here. Dongtu suddenly noticed that Hyuga Satoru had stopped moving. He stood at the edge of a cliff, his back to them. Ha ha ha. He has no way out. He chose the wrong escape route. Haha, even a Hyuga with the Byakugan can make such a basic mistake. Dongtu's heart leaped with glee. A cliff ahead, Hyuga Satoru's fate was sealed. The rock ninjas around him seemed reinvigorated, their eyes gleaming with delight as they drained their last ounce of strength, staggering toward Hyuga Satoru. They closed to within 100 meters. Dongtu leaned against a tree trunk, panting heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. He looked back. The original unit of over 200 rock ninjas had dwindled to fewer than 100, all wounded and battered. Little beast, why aren't you running? Haha, finally got you. Dongtu sneered as he slowly approached. But soon he froze. He saw no trace of the fear he had expected on Hyuga Satoru's face. Instead, the young man gazed at the distant sky, his expression serene. What are you doing? Don't you think the sunrise is beautiful? Beautiful. Ridiculous. You actually have the mood to admire the sunrise. After all, this is your last sunrise. Dongtu laughed coldly, closing in on Hyuga Satoru, whose back was still turned. Suddenly screams erupted from behind. He froze, turned around, and the smile on his face instantly solidified. Beneath the rock ninja's feet, massive quantities of black fluid surged forth, like demonic tentacles reaching out from the abyss, madly devouring the surrounding rock ninjas. Some screamed and tried to flee, but the black tentacles morphed into spikes and tore them apart. Screams, blood, severed limbs. The horrifying scenes bombarded Dongtu's nerves, leaving him rooted to the spot, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Who are you? He muttered tremblingly. Didn't I tell you? In Minato Namikaze. Hyuga Satoru chuckled lightly. Actually, I should thank you. Without the pressure you brought, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Breakthrough. Dongtu turned around. In Hyuga Satoru's palm, a silver coin had appeared, lofted high into the air. The coin tumbled in midair, everything seeming to slow down. In a flash, Dongtu seemed to grasp something. His pupils contracted, and he struggled to flee. But by then the coin had already descended. Lightning flickered at Hyuga Satoru's fingertips as he gently flicked it. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom. In an instant, the coin, laden with terrifying power, erupted into a blazing white beam. With a thunderous roar, Dongtu vanished, and the screaming rock ninjas were gone too. Only a deep trench remained, stretching from before Hyuga Satoru to the far horizon. The sun peeked over the edge of the fishbelly white sky, its golden light illuminating the cliff. The light fell upon Hyuga Satoru's silhouette. It also fell upon the endless trench before him. The Hokage's office. Yuan Fei Rijan paced back and forth, his expression filled with anxiety. Soon the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open and a young figure entered. Lord Hokage, you called for me. Shui Min, you finally come. Yuan Fei Rijan's face lit up with joy, and he immediately stepped forward. Not long ago, scouts from the Chao country reported that a large force of ninja from the Yanin village had mobilized. Is war about to break out? Ho Feng Shui Min's expression turned grave. Yes, I have already convened a high-level meeting regarding war matters. This time I called you here to assign you another mission. Yuan Fei Rijan's expression was somewhat grim. Just yesterday I sent Ri Xiongwu to investigate the Chao country, and today large-scale movements of Yanin ninja were discovered. As of now, there has been no word from him. I'm worried. I understand, Lord Hokage. Bo Feng Shui Min took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I will set out for the Chao country immediately. Yes, Ri Xiongwu is the only ninja in Mai with a dual bloodline limit and moreover a precious first-generation inheritor. He must not be lost. Shui Min, you are the fastest ninja in Mai. With you going, I can rest assured. Chao country. Ri Xiongwu, bathed in the rising morning sun, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Electromagnetic power has finally upgraded to level 4. He opened his eyes, a faint smile on his face. If not for the pressure exerted by this team of Yanin ninja, it might have taken a while longer to break through. The third war had already erupted. Now he was fearless. After a rough estimate, he was absolutely certain that at level 4 he had stepped into the ranks of cage-level powerhouses. Matter decomposition. This was the brand new ability brought by his electromagnetic power upgrade. However, this decomposition came with a suffix nanoscale. Now he could easily break down any metal into tiny nanoscale particles, forming a magnetic fluid under the control of electromagnetic force. The ability he used earlier to attack the nearly 100 yen ninja chasing him was to decompose metal particles underground into magnetic bodies, which burst forth from beneath the earth like a symbiote venom, slaughtering those ninja. Ri Xiongwu had long experienced the terror of magnetic fluid. Previously, he could only use the magnetic fluid decomposed from the decapitation blade under Tyrant mode, but now he could freely create vast amounts of magnetic fluid. Even assembling a Gundam was not impossible. The diameter of common metal atoms is less than 1 nanometer. The atomic diameter of copper is about 0.25 nanometers, and the atomic diameter of iron is roughly 0.125 nanometers. Nanoscale magnetic fluid is already very close to the atomic level. A single magnetic fluid particle contains tens or hundreds of metal atoms. However, if he continued to break it down further, Ri Xiongwu would feel an immense resistance. The source of this resistance in the final analysis was the insufficiency of his electromagnetic authority. Ri Xiongwu vaguely conjectured that when his electromagnetic power could involve atomic-level microscopic manipulation, a earth-shaking qualitative change would occur. Some of the terrifying abilities he conceived required atomic-level microscopic electromagnetic force. For example, handcrafting a nuclear bomb. Besides that, the level upgrade also allowed him to develop a very famous ability, the super electromagnetic cannon, the signature technique of sister cannon, and he was brother cannon. In fact, if it were mere imitation, Ri Xiongwu could have done it long ago, but the power would not have been as immense as it was now. Common types of electromagnetic cannons are generally divided into two categories: coil gun and railgun, along with two less common types: electrothermal cannon and reconnection cannon. The electrothermal cannon uses vaporized high-pressure plasma to accelerate projectiles with a relatively complex principle. The reconnection cannon, on the other hand, is the latest form of electromagnetic cannon. The United States has invested a large amount of resources in research, and it is hailed as the future structure for space-based ultra-high-speed electromagnetic cannons. So-called space-based weapons that is using satellites to drop high-density tungsten rods from Earth orbit continuously accelerated by Earth's gravity capture. A terrifying pure kinetic energy weapon. Its effect is equivalent to a meteorite falling to Earth. It is called the Rod of God. In an era where nuclear weapons have become mere deterrents, space-based kinetic weapons like the Rod of God are hailed as the best alternative to nuclear weapons, requiring no consideration of nuclear retaliation or humanitarian concerns, equivalent to a nuclear weapon without nuclear pollution. But this is only an idealistic conjecture. In reality, there would be many problems, and the power would not be ideal. The space-based super electromagnetic cannon combines the electromagnetic cannon with space-based kinetic weapons, simultaneously utilizing electromagnetic acceleration and Earth's gravity capture acceleration. Rod of God version 2.0. Ri Xiongwu guessed that sister cannon's super electromagnetic cannon was also a special type of reconnection cannon. At the moment the coin is tossed, a virtual magnetic field is built along the coin's falling trajectory. As the coin flips and falls, the magnetic energy accumulated on the coin gradually increases. Then gently flicking a finger. Super electromagnetic cannon. So every time before unleashing her ultimate, Yuban Mei-chin would toss the coin high and deliver a bunch of lines. Perhaps it really wasn't just showing off, but secretly charging up. Finally, there was the issue of range. In the Shuyuan Dusher sister cannon's electromagnetic cannon used regular coins, which would be burned to ashes beyond 50 meters. But Ri Xiongwu used high-strength coins made of magnetic fluid, greatly increasing their heat resistance. The endless ravine before him was proof. Ri Xiongwu let out a long breath, feeling an immense lightness in his body. With level 4 electromagnetic power, as long as he didn't encounter those few freaks in the ninja world, he could basically walk sideways. Instead, he began to look forward to the upcoming Third War. With so many terrifying abilities, how dazzling would his performance be in the war? Thanks to the physical tempering from the electromagnetic power upgrade, despite having been active all night, he did not feel tired. Instead, he was full of energy, and his depleted chakra had completely recovered. Without delay, Ri Xiongwu planned to return to Mai. According to the intelligence he had obtained, the main force of the Yanin village had already reached the Chao country and was continuously approaching Mai. Whether Yuan Fei Rijan had received this news or not, he had to go back and deliver the intelligence. His figure quickly leaped across the grassland, advancing steadily towards Mai. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. Up ahead, a powerful biological magnetic field appeared, moving at great speed, seemingly approaching him. Just passing by. He activated the Byakugan. After seeing the figure, Ri Xiongwu's expression turned odd. No wonder he was so fast. It was Bo Feng Shui Min, the fastest man in the ninja world. He had just used his name to fool Dongtu. The other party probably didn't know, right? As he thought, this Bo Feng Shui Min had already arrived. Great, it seems I'm not too late. It's really good that you're safe, Will. When he saw the odd expression on Riseong's face, Bo-Fong Shui-min paused for a moment, then scratched the back of his head with his right hand, revealing an awkward but polite smile. Alright, I almost forgot you probably don't know me. Let me introduce myself first. I am Kakazai's instructor Jonin Bo-Fong Shui-min. Minato Namikaze's expression was somewhat awkward. He believed his smile, though not exceptionally handsome, was at least pleasant. Whenever that little red-haired Spitfire lost her temper, one glimpse of his charming grin would stay her hand from striking his face. Why did Hyuga Satoru's expression seem so peculiar? After a moment's hesitation, Satoru returned an equally awkward yet courteous smile. So you're Kakashi's mentor. I've never heard your name before. Thus began their acquaintance. The war has erupted. The Hokage was concerned for your safety in the land of grass, so he sent me to rendezvous with you. Minato's face grew solemn. The Hokage is convening a war council. You've just returned from the land of grass and possess first-hand intelligence. If you return now, you might still make it. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I possess a forbidden technique called the Flying Thunder God, allowing me to instantly return to Konoha. However, I had no mark in the land of grass, so I had to travel here by foot. With that, he grasped Satoru's forearm and instructed, take a deep breath and prepare yourself. With a shink, the two vanished from the grassland. Only a gentle breeze remained rustling the blades of grass. As if falling from a great height, Hyuga Satoru slammed onto the ground, stumbling forward a step as he materialized inside a room. So this is the sensation of spatial teleportation via the Flying Thunder God. It felt a bit like bungee jumping. Fortunately, his stomach was empty, or vomiting would have been mortifying. With a hint of curiosity, Satoru savored the lingering sensation. Satoru, are you alright? I'm fine. Minato noted Satoru's composed demeanor and couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. Such a long-distance spatial relocation was no ordinary feat for a common person. He recalled that when he first used the Flying Thunder God, he had spent a good while retching. Suddenly his face flushed crimson. In his habitual rush, he had instinctively returned to his own bedroom, where Kushina's photographs lay scattered messily on the bed, and Satoru was staring intently at them. Oh, my deepest apologies. Minato dashed over, flipping the blanket to cover the photos. Satoru couldn't help but click his tongue in amusement. Satoru, would you like to rest? The Hokage is waiting for you. Minato said, his cheeks still red. No, I'd better head to the Hokage's office immediately. The war takes precedence over everything. The Hokage building. Conference room. A massive rectangular table dominated the center, surrounded by Konoha's high-ranking officials, their faces etched with grave solemnity. At the head of the table, Hiruzen Sarutobi clasped his hands under his chin and spoke in a low, measured tone. According to scout reports, the main force of Awagakure has reached the land of grass. It seems war is inevitable. The Awagakure has grown bold. Have they forgotten the lessons of the Second War? The speaker's arm was wrapped in thick bandages, only one eye exposed, glinting with menace. It was the shinobi of darkness, Shimura Danzo. If it were only Awagakure, we wouldn't need to worry too much. Hiruzen took a breath and continued. According to the latest intelligence, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure has been missing for a long time. The newly appointed fourth Kazekage Raza has also declared war on Konoha. So we faced the threat of two major ninja villages simultaneously. Hearing this news, most of the room fell silent. Facing two great villages simultaneously was a heavy burden, even for Konoha. Just then the conference room door slid open. Minato Namikaze entered, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head with Satoru in tow. Apologies for my lateness. Ah, Minato, you finally arrived. Hiruzen's face broke into a smile. And Satoru has returned safely. Excellent. Please find a seat. Minato led Satoru to a spot in the back. Satoru regarded the shinobi at the table with curiosity. Kohara Udatain, Hamura Mitokado, the clan heads, and among the legendary Sanin Jiraiya and Tsunade. Orochimaru caught his gaze and gave him a faint smile. Suddenly Satoru felt a cold, penetrating stare. He turned. Danzo. So this was his first encounter with the infamous shadow of the Shinobi Council, Satoru mused. The man's gaze was far from friendly. It was appraising, scrutinizing. Previously, Danzo hadn't approached him, likely due to Satoru's branch family status. Now who knew what schemes brewed in that mind? Satoru returned a cold, indifferent look. In the past, he might have feared Danzo's pressure. But now, with electromagnetism at level 4, if Danzo truly lacked foresight, Satoru wouldn't hesitate to build a Golden Gate bridge. After all, the Shadow was quite adept at blowing up bridges. Hiruzen Sarutobi droned on, his expression darkening. Minato also recounted his encounters in the land. Prior to this, he had clashed repeatedly with the AB brothers of Kumogakure, but the overwhelming IWA forces had forced the Hokage to recall him. Thus, aside from Kirigakure far across the sea and still idle, the other three villages had already entered the... A peculiar expression crossed Satoru's face. He hadn't expected that his good brother Raza would still become the Kazekage, thanks in part to his own unintentional assistance. Calculating the timeline, it seemed that around the time he had set up Kakazu in the black market, the third Kazekage had fallen at the hands of Sasori. Whether Raza's luck was good or bad was debatable. With the analysis complete, Hiruzen began to deploy. In a deep, commanding voice. The IWA front Danzo and Jiraiya will lead 400 shinobi. The Suna front Orochimaru, you are in charge with 300 shinobi. Tsunade, as head of the medical corps, will handle rear support. As he spoke, the named shinobi responded with steady composure. Except Tsunade, who replied listlessly, her spirit crushed. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Tsunade had developed a fear of blood during the Second War, and it had never healed. Even on the battlefield, she could only manage logistics. Such a top-tier combatant was effectively neutralized. Moreover, fewer shinobi had been allocated to the Suna front. Hiruzen took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to Minato Namikaze and Hyuga Satoru. Minato, you and Satoru will temporarily head to the Suna front. I will dispatch others to handle Kumogakure. Understood. Though uncertain of the Hokage's intent, Minato replied firmly. Satoru's eyes brightened slightly. Hiruzen specifically assigned him and Minato to the Suna front, clearly intending for them to work together. The Flying Thunder God paired with a magnetic storm sniper. A flanker with infinite flash. A faint, imperceptible smirk curled at the corner of Satoru's mouth. It seemed it was time to find an opportunity to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique. After the battle strategy meeting concluded, everyone immediately left the Hokage building to begin their tense preparations. Orochimaru approached Hyuga Wudu and let out a hoarse smile. Congratulations, Wudukin. Congratulations for what? Hyuga Wudu shot him a glance. I can tell that your physique seems to have evolved again. Your vitality has become even more vigorous compared to before. Orochimaru's keen eyes were truly sharp. Hyuga Wudu couldn't help but silently curse. He had just upgraded to LV4, and Orochimaru had already noticed. However, he now felt no fear. With LV4 electromagnetic power, there were few in Konoha stronger than him. Lord Orochimaru, we are about to head to the Sand Ninja battlefield. As the overall commander, I hope you can take on more responsibilities. Of course, I am also curious as to who is superior, Wudukin's magnet release or the new 4th Kazekage Rasha, Orochimaru said with a smile. Hyuga Wudu's expression turned strange. His good brother Rasha was probably still searching for him everywhere. If he knew that the one who plotted against him was in Konoha's camp, would he be so furious that he vomited blood? Soon after, Hyuga Wudu decided not to linger. After a brief farewell, he left the meeting room. Orochimaru gazed deeply at his departing figure. Wudukin has changed. He murmured in a voice only. In the past, although Hyuga Wudu did not fear him, there was always a hint of wariness during their interactions. Though well-hidden, Orochimaru could still sense it. But now that wariness had vanished, every word and action was filled with nonchalance and indifference. That was the most terrifying part. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel curious. Did a mere physical evolution grant him such great confidence? Returning home, Hyuga Wudu performed some simple pre-battle preparations. Due to the impending war, the atmosphere in Konoha was quite serious. There were hardly any pedestrians on the streets, and within the Hyuga clan's territory, some clan members could be seen hurriedly stocking up on battle supplies. Hyuga Wudu thought for a moment. He lay under the covers and slept for a while. It wasn't that he didn't want to prepare for battle, but there was truly nothing to prepare. His abilities had already upgraded to the nanometer level. With a clap of his hands, he could summon whatever he desired. Prepare for battle. Prepare for what battle? In comparison, it's not that he shouldn't rest well. He had spent the entire night training with the frozen soil troops. Although upgrading to LV4 had invigorated his body. However, having not slept for an entire night, seizing the opportunity to take a good nap and replenish his depleted energy was the most important. After a short rest, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Opening the door, it was a ninja sent by Minato Namikaze with a message. The main forces had gathered and were about to depart. At the entrance of Konoha village, a massive ninja force could be seen. Although the total number was only a few thousand, they exuded the momentum of more than 10,000. At this time, Konoha had just over 10,000 registered ninjas, most of whom were lower-ranked ninjas. Do not underestimate this number. It was already ranked first among the 5 great ninja villages. Having been the big brother for so long, Konoha still had its foundations. As Hyuga Wudu stepped into the force, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd waving at him. Wudu? Over here. It was Akane, who appeared to have changed quite a bit. Hyuga Wudu smiled. After all, the commander of this troop was Orochimaru, so it was normal for Akane to come over. Next to her, Uchiha Rin stood with her arms crossed looking at him with a proud expression. Wudu, you still love being late. Sorry, I overslept a bit. Hyuga Wudu awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding ninjas' eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if they had misheard. Overslept? Are you kidding? Do you think we are going on a spring outing? This is war. How can you sleep through it? At your age, how can you sleep through it? Uchiha Rin, perhaps already used to Hyuga Wudu, slightly lowered her head and let out a helpless sigh. Speaking of which, this is our third team's first reunion, right? Hyuga Wooda's expression was somewhat melancholic. Since the last class division, they had not gathered together for a long time. Yes, it's a pity that Shizumi Sensei is still in the Umbu, otherwise our third team would be completely together. Akane nodded and replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the main force began to set off. They moved in a grand procession toward the battlefield. Due to the large number of people, they were divided into several squads. Hyuga Wudu and the others were in the first squad led by Orochimaru, with the second squad following behind, as well as a medical support unit led by Tsunade. The sand village was quite cunning. Knowing that wind release would be restrained by Konoha's fire release in group battles, they deliberately chose the battlefield near the Land of Rain. Although the Hokage did not use fire release, the lower-ranked ninjas in Konoha still primarily used it. The Land of Rain was often shrouded in heavy rain with high humidity in the surrounding air, which would weaken fire release to some extent. In that case, the advantage of fire overcoming wind might not be significant. Konoha could naturally see through the Sand Village's schemes, but since the enemy chose to launch an attack near the Land of Rain, they could only brace themselves to fight. As the main force continued to advance, they gradually left the borders of the Land of Fire. In the distance, they could see a dark country perpetually shrouded in rain and devoid of sunlight. From afar, the scenery seemed to have changed. Gloomy, heavy, dark. The Land of Rain, a country that is always, due to its unique geographical position, it has rarely escaped from wars. During the Second Great Ninja War, there was even a bizarre scene of 3 great ninja villages fighting within its borders. This special environment also ignited the name of a demigod. Hanzo of the Salamander, a man who conferred the title of the 3 legendary ninjas. Orochimaru slowed down, gazing melancholically at that weeping land. His thoughts slowly drifted back many years to when he had just become a jonin and had battled alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade against that man. They were no match. The other party did not strike to kill, but conferred upon them the title of the 3 legendary ninjas. As they continued to grow, the name of the 3 legendary ninjas echoed throughout the ninja world. Even now, whenever someone mentions the 3 legendary ninjas, they cannot help but refer to the man behind them, the demigod Hanzo, who granted them their title. Hyuga Wudu gazed far at that eternally rainy land. Suddenly, he felt emotional. With such abundant rainwater resources, it's indeed very suitable for rice cultivation. What? His offhand remark instantly drew all eyes toward him. Rice cultivation. What nonsense. It's a pity that the service is too good, insisting on home delivery, and I have to carry it myself. Hyuga Wudu pouted. Nearby others clearly did not grasp his meaning. Uchiha Rin's mouth twitched slightly. She prided herself on being able to keep up with Hyuga Wuda's thoughts, but now she completely couldn't understand what he meant. Rice cultivation. Home delivery. Have ninjas not satisfied your desires, and are you planning to venture into commerce? Wudu Rin Rice Planting Co. She was considering whether to provide Hyuga Wudu with a venture capital fund. Hyuga Wudu, of course, had no idea what she was thinking and furrowed his brows, lost in thought. The Third Great Ninja War was a turning point, as well as the beginning of Madara's old schemes. Since then, Nagato had been waging war around the world daily. Hyuga Wudu was pondering. Should he cut down his rice paddy in advance? Within the tenta, Shiwan stood at the entrance, a trace of worry etched upon his face as he gazed into the distance toward the Suna battle lines. They had already been on the battlefield for 3 days. Over these 3 days, though no large-scale combat had erupted, they had essentially probed the deployment and strength of both sides. The number of shinobi dispatched by Sunagakure surpassed their own by a considerable margin. After all, Konoha was simultaneously confronting both Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Suna, on the other hand, could concentrate all its forces on attacking Konoha. As for the defensive concerns of Sunagakure, due to the unique sandstorm environment of the Wind Country, the combat capabilities of shinobi from other villages would be weakened, making it a terrain that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Moreover, given its special geographical location among the 5 great shinobi villages, only the closely neighboring Iwagakure could directly strike its heartland. Yet it was evident that Iwa and Suna had reached some form of agreement. Thus they launched simultaneous attacks on Konoha. Deshiwan could not help but grow concerned. With Tsunade unable to take the field, their hard power still fell short of the Suna forces. Soon, as if struck by a thought, his eyes glimmered faintly, and he let out a hoarse chuckle. I almost forgot. Before I left, the old man advised me to make good use of Bo Feng Shui Min and Ri Xiongwu. Perhaps they might yield surprising results. Though he did not know just how much this duo could achieve, for now he had no choice but to pin his hopes on them. Inside the tent, Ri Xiongwu saw Bo Feng Shui Min, who had also been summoned by Da Shiwan, and a suspicion arose in his heart. Could it be that the flash and sneak tactic was about to descend upon the ninja world? Da Shiwan took a deep breath and said in a grave tone, Watergate Wu, I heard from the old man that the combination of your special ninjutsu will play a crucial role in this war. Special ninjutsu. Bo Feng Shui Min pondered. It must be referring to his flying thunder god. But what about Ri Xiongwu's? He looked over with curiosity. Ri Xiongwu mused for a moment, then spoke. I have developed a special archery ninjutsu with a range of about 3 kilometers. Gasps. The moment his words fell, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. A 3-kilometer range for a ninjutsu. That almost surpassed the limits of conventional techniques. Even someone as knowledgeable and experienced in forbidden arts as De Shiwan had never heard of an archery ninjutsu with such an immense range. Conventional arrows might manage a few hundred meters at best. Could it be? He turned to Bo Feng Shui Min, and a look of sudden enlightenment dawned on his face. The flying thunder god with seals placed in advance allowed virtually unlimited spatial movement. If paired with this extraordinary archery ninjutsu, the two of them alone could wreak havoc among the Suna forces. When Bo Feng Shui Min heard Ri Xiongwu mention his 3-kilometer-range archery ninjutsu, he too wore a look of shock. Amidst his astonishment, a hint of concern crept in. He roughly grasped the Hokage's intent. But with such an extreme range, wouldn't the power be compromised? Most ninjutsu developed in a balanced manner. To lengthen one aspect, another would inevitably shorten. If it could shoot so far, its impact force might be insufficient. Yet the 3-kilometer limit still earned many points. Even if it landed a bit closer, he could use the flying thunder god to teleport away afterward. Ri Xiongwu, however, was utterly unconcerned. After reaching level 4 electromagnetic force, his magnetic storm sniper could already strike targets over 5 kilometers away. He had only stated the conservative figure because he did not want to shatter these rustic ninjas' worldview too drastically. As for its power, come on, try having your head blown off. Inside the largest tent of the Suna forces, a tense meeting was underway. From what we've seen so far, the number of shinobi dispatched by Konoha is smaller than ours. Once a full-scale war erupts, we hold the advantage. Luo Sha's low voice resonated as he narrowed his eyes, covertly observing the shifting expressions of the Suna shinobi around him. Though he had successfully become the 4th Kazekage, this position was far from stable. Many in Suna's high command still watched him with predatory eyes. Fortunately, a considerable portion of the 3rd Kazekage's political legacy had been naturally inherited by his disciple. Otherwise, he might not have secured the seat of 4th Kazekage at all. Using the war to purge dissenting factions within Sunagakure, while simultaneously cultivating his own loyalists and consolidating his position, was an unavoidable move for him. Thinking of this, he could not help but grit his teeth. Who the hell keeps scheming against me, Luo Sha? I, Luo Sha of the Magnet Release, with all my brilliant reputation, have stumbled time and time again. If I ever catch that bastard ill. Lord Kazekage, regarding this war with Konoha, what are your chances? The speaker was Suna's advisor, Qian Dai, her voice low as she fixed her gaze on Luo Sha. To be honest, she held no great expectations for this war. Suna was weak, and even if Konoha had a portion of its forces diverted by IWA, crushing Konoha would likely come at a heavy cost. Yet Luo Sha had insisted on war to avenge the 3rd Kazekage, and it had already won the support of most Suna shinobi, leaving her no choice but to compromise. The disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage still harbored great doubts. That the top leader of one of the 5 great rogue nations could vanish right on his own turf. It was utterly absurd. Equivalent to Trump taking a leak near the White House with hundreds of bodyguards behind him, then suddenly getting knocked out by a blackjack. Did that make any sense? The only ones capable of such a feat were likely Konoha, the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. Konohagakure was overflowing with talent. If they were truly determined to move against the 3rd Kazekage, it was not impossible. It was with this rhetoric that Luo Sha had managed to convince the 2 historically antagonistic villages to go to war. Certainty? I am not sure. Luo Sha exchanged a glance with Qian Dai, then swept his eyes over all the Suna shinobi present. But I believe that if everyone in Sunagakure can unite as one without fear, even if our enemy is Konoha, we will surely prevail. Luo Sha's speech was highly infectious. Do not ask what the odds of victory are, ask yourself if you are willing to sacrifice. If willing, then the odds are 10 out of 10. Indeed, many Suna shinobi were stirred and invigorated. Lord Kazekage speaks truly. As long as Sunagakure is united, what is Konoha? Exactly. It's time for Sunagakure to rise. Victory in this war is certain. Victory. Luo Sha's lips curled imperceptibly. A bunch of leaks. Meanwhile, about 3 kilometers from the Suna camp. Who do we really have to do it here? Where else? Should we get a little closer? Closer? I feel it's already quite close. Any closer, and we'll be inside. Oh. Bo Feng Shui Min scratched his yellow hair helplessly. Honestly, was Wu that confident in his self-developed archery ninjutsu? With a maximum range of 3 kilometers, was he really going to shoot from exactly 3 kilometers off? At such a distance, what if he missed? What if the power fell short? He could always teleport after shooting and fire from another spot. That would work too. Why was Wu so stubborn? He just couldn't understand it. I just don't get it. While Minato Namikaze was lost in chaotic thoughts, Hyuga Satoru had already stealthily produced a bow. Calling it a bow was generous, for its form was peculiar. A pitch-black metallic construction resembling a crossbow with an elongated track in the middle. Satoru, is this the bow you intend to use? Minato Namikaze hesitated before speaking. Yes, though its appearance is somewhat unusual, it is undoubtedly a bow. Hyuga Satoru mused as he spoke. After all, the shinobi world had never seen a sniper rifle. If he were to reveal a true electromagnetic railgun, Minato Namikaze would certainly inquire about it. Explaining it would be immensely complicated. It was far simpler to fashion a crossbow-like form, which offered higher electromagnetic propulsion efficiency than a traditional metal bow and required no exhausting explanations. With his current abilities, it was effortless to mold a magnetic fluid into the shape of a crossbow in advance. His Byakugan was already activated, granting him a full view of the Sand Shinobi camp. After achieving level 4 electromagnetic force, his Byakugan's range had expanded to a terrifying 7 kilometers. A mere 3-kilometer radius was but a drizzle. He took out a metal arrow and set it upon the crossbow's slide track, quietly beginning to select his target. The patrolling shinobi in the sand camp rarely ventured beyond a kilometer's radius. Even if scouts were dispatched, the Byakugan's preemptive surveillance allowed him to evade them. As long as he changed position swiftly after each shot, no one could ever catch him. It seemed a high-level meeting had just concluded. Through the Byakugan's perspective, Hyuga Satoru spotted many sand shinobi emerging from the largest tent. Perfect saves me the trouble of searching for targets individually. A slight smile curled at Hyuga Satoru's lips. Good brother Raza, thank you for marking them for me. Soon Hyuga Satoru locked onto one jonin who appeared to hold a considerable position in Sunagakure. He waited until the jonin returned to his tent, intending to rest. Hyuga Satoru fired. Whoosh. With a sonic boom, a blue light wrapped in arcs of lightning burst from his fingertips, vanishing in an instant. Minato Namikaze, who had been looking on with suspicion, witnessed the arrow's release and gaped slightly, his eyes filled with awe. The unfortunate sand shinobi selected by Hyuga Satoru had just sat down when a chill surged up his spine. Before he could react, his head exploded instantaneously. The wooden table before him shattered into countless fragments that sprayed in all directions. At that very moment, a sand shinobi carrying food walked in and witnessed the gruesome scene. Slap! The tray crashed to the floor. A scream erupted. Oh heavens! The lord's head exploded. In the distance, Hyuga Satoru calmly picked up another metal arrow and set it upon the crossbow. He had already chosen a second target, one who seemed to be preparing for a bath. The man had just pulled down his pants halfway when Hyuga Satoru blew his head off. Minato Namikaze silently swallowed a gulp of saliva. Though he couldn't see the carnage inside the tent, judging by the speed and momentum of the shot, the arrow's power was far from negligible. Fortunately, he had the Flying Thunder God technique. If aimed at himself, he could probably dodge in advance. Yet in the heat of battle, it would be a massive headache. One could well imagine the helplessness of an ordinary shinobi when targeted by Hyuga Satoru. His gaze toward Hyuga Satoru grew ever more astonished. The second arrow was spent. Hyuga Satoru finished his work and said to Minato Namikaze, "Let's change positions and shoot again." After all, the sand shinobi force numbered several thousand, including numerous sensor and speed-type shinobi. The safest strategy was to fire and then relocate. Minato Namikaze nodded, took a deep breath, and grasped Hyuga Satoru's arm, teleporting them to a pre-prepared position. Swoosh! Their figures reappeared beside a massive rock etched with 4 small black characters, Blade of Love. Experiencing spatial teleportation for the second time, Hyuga Satoru felt no discomfort. He was mulling over the possibility of acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique when Minato Namikaze suddenly spoke, testing the waters. "Satoru, does your bow technique have a name?" A name? Would electromagnetic cannon count? Hyuga Satoru suddenly recalled something, and a foreboding sense crept into his heart. Beside him, Minato Namikaze stroked his chin deep in thought, then murmured, "Since it has no name, let me bestow one upon you." Enveloped in azure lightning, swift as the wind, vanishing in a flash. How about magnetic release light, wheel gale, thunderbolt, arrow 0 style? He looked at Hyuga Satoru excitedly, as if seeking approval. Hyuga Satoru was speechless. What the hell was magnetic release? Something like that. He couldn't even remember. By the time he finished shouting the name, the target would have escaped hundreds of miles away. The man looked decent, but his brain was lacking. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to retort, activated his Byakugan, and silently searched for his next victim. Seeing that Hyuga Satoru didn't respond, Minato Namikaze sheepishly scratched his blonde hair. Byakugan vision scanning in progress. Target acquired. Fire. Another electromagnetic shot. 3 kilometers away, the unfortunate sand shinobi, who had originally gone to watch the commotion at the tent of the one who went to bathe, was precisely targeted by Hyuga Satoru. 2 headless bodies lay together. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare to fight. Prepare to fight. The surrounding sand shinobi fell into chaos. Raza hurried out of his tent frantic. Hadn't they just finished the master-murdering meeting? How could trouble strike so soon? How many enemies? Where are the censor shinobi? Report the enemy's information immediately. The censor shinobi nearby flushed red and stammered, I can't detect them. The enemy is far beyond my sensing range. Then how did he kill so many? Raza narrowed his eyes. Is this it? A frightened sand shinobi handed Raza a black arrow. Raza's pupils instantly contracted. Painful memories surged like a tide, engulfing him completely. Again. Once again. Damn it. His teeth ground audibly as he gnashed them. Bloodshot veins crawled across his eyeballs. Even after becoming the fourth Kazekage, the humiliation of being attacked by that mysterious bow still haunted him vividly. Damn it. All personnel deploy. Find that beast no matter what. For the first time in his life, Raza realized that he and the fiend who had been scheming against him were so close. Close enough to sense the other's breath. The sand camp was in utter turmoil. A flood of scout and censor shinobi were dispatched frantically, turning the area upside down. Yet the mysterious arrows always struck without warning. The death toll rose steadily. The hit locations grew increasingly bizarre, as if the mysterious figure was toying with them deliberately. Every time the censor shinobi locked onto his presence, the main force would just start advancing, only for the trace to vanish instantly. They couldn't even touch a hair of the enemy. Raza seemed to see the sinister smirk of his foe mocking his helplessness. Overwhelmed with rage, trembling, he leaned against a nearby tent to keep from collapsing. Who is it? Who are you? That day, the fourth Kazekage Raza recalled the terror of being dominated by a cowardly backstabber and the humiliation of never being able to touch his enemy. Will want you consider the name I came up with. On the way back, Bluffing Schumann's expression was sincere as he repeated the same sentence over and over. It wasn't because he was thick-skinned, but because he foresaw that this technique would surely become famous throughout the ninja world. If he couldn't use the name he had come up with, it would be a lifelong regret. No way. Rishiang Wu's voice was resolute. As if joking, if he actually used that name, he would be too ashamed to show his face. That magnet release light. Bluffing Shueman immediately spoke up. Isn't magnet release light, Will Gale Thunder Arrow Zero style, a good name? Rishiang Wu's face stiffened, and he said helplessly, only you can remember that. But, he changed his tone, revealing a hint of a smile as he looked at Bluffing Shueman. If you agree to one condition, I might consider using that name. What condition? Teach me the Flying Thunder God technique. Huh. Bluffing Shueman was momentarily stunned. His expression then turned conflicted. It's not that I don't want to teach you. I've also realized the terrifying potential when your ninjutsu is combined with the Flying Thunder God, but... He hesitated, then spoke in a low voice. The Flying Thunder God is in strength forbidden technique recorded in the Scroll of Seals. I don't have the authority to teach it to you alone. If you really want to learn, you can first exchange for the training method from the Scroll of Seals, and then he'll teach you the corresponding techniques. Rishiang Wu nodded. Indeed, the great ninja villages strictly controlled ninjutsu, especially forbidden techniques recorded in the sealing arts. The consequences of private transmission were severe. But, Bluffing Shueman hesitated and added, Wu the Hokage should be aware of the compatibility between your abilities and the Flying Thunder God. Your achievements in the war should be enough to earn a chance to view the sealing scroll. So don't worry. At worst, you'll get the training method a bit later. Though he said this in his heart, Bluffing Shueman held obtaining the training method was one thing, being able to learn it was another. It could be said that aside from the developer, the second Hokage Chinsho Feijian, no one in the ninja world was more familiar with this technique than him. In terms of principle, the Flying Thunder God was not complicated at all. It was actually quite simple, similar to a complex version of the reverse summoning technique. However, the requirements for talent in its practice were terrifying. From its development until now, only he and Chinsho Feijian had mastered it. As for whether Rishiang Wu had the talent, he was still doubtful. Rishiang Wu, however, was unconcerned. After all, learning the Flying Thunder God was already on his must-do list. At the Konoha camp, several female ninjas were quietly gathering together, seemingly discussing something in hushed tones. Hey, have you noticed? Lord Shueman has been sneaking out with Rishiang Wu every afternoon these days. Yeah, you noticed too? Lord Shueman is Konoha's famous handsome guy, both handsome and sunny. Rishiang Wu seems to be the top genius of a new generation. The two of them sneaking out, could they be going to? The female ninja hesitated and whispered. To do something shameful. The mission of Rishiang Wu and Bluffing Shueman to assassinate sand ninjas was an absolute secret within the Konoha camp. Only Orochimaru and a few high-ranking officials knew about it. Although Bluffing Shueman was already taken, his good looks still made him quite popular among Konoha's female ninjas. Hearing this, a female ninja immediately showed an expression of utter despair and sighed to the heavens. No way. A handsome guy like Lord Shueman, actually. As her words fell, a female ninja beside her suddenly gave a sinister, "You saying that makes me even more excited." The other female ninjas stared at her in shock. "Wu, do you have an explanation?" "Explain what?" Rishang Wu looked puzzled at Yuzhibo Lin, who was blocking the entrance to his tent, arms crossed, looking down at him. "You really don't want to give me an explanation?" Yuzhibo Lin repeated coldly. "Big sis, I really don't know what explanation you want." Rishang Wu was on the verge of tears. "Can I give you some tape?" Yuzhibo Lin's face showed a hint of anger, then, as if something occurred to her, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away in its Sundra manner. "You sneak out every afternoon, and they say it's with Wolfing Shuiman. Tell me, are you too?" Yuzhibo Lin's voice grew softer, finally almost inaudible, as she lowered her head slightly. Rishang Wu was stunned. Truly stunned. Good heavens, was the ninja world this gossipy too? These days he went out every day with Wolfing Shuiman to snipe sand ninjas with remarkable results. The sand ninja side was in chaos, with multiple high-ranking officials killed on the spot by Rishang Wu. The original power gap that surpassed Konoha was almost forcibly leveled. Who would have thought that while I was exhausting myself on the front lines, you guys were gossiping behind my back? What is all this nonsense? Then he looked at Yuzhibo Lin, who was standing in front of him with a cold Sundra face, feeling a headache. What to do? How should I explain to Lin? Soon he suddenly paused. Why should I explain to Yuzhibo Lin? But after hearing this news, his first reaction was to worry that Lin would misunderstand and wanted to explain. And Yuzhibo Lin also seemed to come to him at the first opportunity, wanting an explanation. Rishang Wu suddenly smiled, slightly, a warm feeling rising in his heart as he scratched his head and stammered. Lin, you know me. I'm not that kind of person. Although Bluffing Shuiman is indeed very handsome, sunny, and tall, if he were a girl, I might really. Originally, when Yuzhibo Lin heard Rishang Wu start speaking, her expression gradually calmed, and her cheeks flushed slightly. But the more she listened, the more something felt off. So you two really are an item? She glared at Rishang Wu fiercely. No, Lin, you know me. How to put it? I'm going on a special mission with Wolfing Shuiman. Because the mission is very important, it's kept confidential and not disclosed to others. It's really not what you think. Rishang Wu blurted out. Yuzhibo Lin's expression softened, and she turned her head slightly, speaking softly. I understand. With the unremitting efforts of Rishang Wu and Bluffing Shuiman, a large number of high-ranking sand shinobi were killed, throwing their camp into chaos. Konoha camp. -1 looked at Rishang Wu and Bluffing Shuiman with a smile. Well done. I didn't expect that you two working together could have such a great effect. The sand side is in chaos now. It seems it's time to launch an offensive. Wolfing Shuiman rubbed his head, somewhat embarrassed. It's all Wu's merit, I didn't contribute much. He gave the credit to Rishang Wu partly because his personality didn't like to vie for credit, and partly because he hoped to help Rishang Wu accumulate more battle achievements to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. -1 looked Rishang Wu up and down, as if observing a rare treasure. The more he looked, the deeper the smile in his eyes. I didn't expect Wuken's developed Bao ninjutsu to be so useful. It seems I know too little about Wukuin. Lord -1, shouldn't the focus now be the offensive against the sand? Rishang Wu curled his lip. After all, Shuiman was beside him, and -1 was the nominal supreme commander. Otherwise, he would have liked to have a deeper understanding with -1. Not that kind of deep. -1 took a slight breath, knowing that opportunity should not be missed. His expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, I will immediately summon the high-ranking officers. It's time to launch the attack. Konoha Command Tent. Looking at the sand table map, bristling with various small flags, -1 slapped the edge of the table, raised his head, and swept his gaze over the many jonin inside the tent. Everyone, the time for counterattack has come. Previously, we have been passively enduring the sand's attacks. Now it's time to take the initiative. Jonin Lu Jio, you lead the 2nd and 3rd units to circle from the left flank and attack the sand camp's flank. Yes. A hedgehog-haired ninja with scars on his face responded calmly. Jonin Shimin, you lead the 4th and 5th units to attack from the right flank, blocking their retreat route. Yes. Wolfeng Shuiman said in a low voice. Gang Shou, you lead the rear support unit and prepare to treat the wounded at any time. -1 gave her a deep look. The support work is in your hands. Yes. Gang Shou nodded listlessly, replying weakly. -1 furrowed his brows slightly. He was different from Zilayi. If Zilayi were in command, he would laugh heartily and say, leave everything to me, you just rest well. Such words. After all, Gang Shou's hemophobia was already very severe. But for him, he would not let go of any opportunity to increase the chances of winning the war. Gang Shou was one of the 3 ninjas he couldn't afford to leave such a powerful assistant unused. Even if she couldn't participate in the main battlefield due to her hemophobia, leading the medical support unit should still be possible. Letting out a breath, his gaze rested on Rishang Wu. After a moment's hesitation, he said, you will join me in the 1st unit to participate in the main battlefield. All right. Rishang Wu nodded. The main battlefield was more suitable for his abilities. As soon as Dashwan finished speaking, almost everyone's eyes focused on Rixiang Wu with shock and disbelief. The first unit was the main force of the war. It could be said that they would be fighting top-level experts like Qian Dai and Luo Sha. Rixiang Wu, so young, even if he was the #1 genius of the new generation, how could he deserve this? Even Bluffing Shuimin was only participating in the flank battle. Then these people suddenly thought of something and looked at Bluffing Shuimin and Rixiang Wu strangely. Recently there had been some strange rumors. Bluffing Shuimin looked troubled. What went wrong? Why are so many people looking at me like this lately? Dashwan laughed heartily. It seemed that these Jonin still knew too little about Wukuin. After this battle, I'm afraid their jaws will drop. Dashwan suddenly felt anticipatory. Sand camp. Luo Sha was pacing back and forth in the command tent, his face angry and unwilling, gritting his teeth. Again that bastard slipped away. It was so close. So close that he could almost hear the others' mockery, but no matter what the response was always a cold arrow. 36. This was a number that nearly broke Luo Sha. A full 36 elite Sand Shinobi. Don't underestimate that number. The majority were from the Sand's command layer. At the recent high-level meetings, a large portion of the long table seats were empty. Did that bastard want to kill all the Sand high-ranking officers? The Sand unit was now in complete chaos. Even though he sent out large numbers of scouts to search, they could not find the other's trace. Moreover, the other side seemed to be deliberately trying to disgust him. The timing and locations of the snipes became more and more insidious. One time there was no sign of sniping for an entire day, and the Sand ninja relaxed slightly, thinking the enemy had left. But that was only the beginning of the nightmare. After one night, 6 high-ranking Sand ninja were found naked at the camp, seemingly just about to bathe or relieve themselves when that demon targeted them. One of them did not die immediately, but struggled desperately to put his pants on. He died halfway through. Luo Sha's teeth were nearly ground to pieces. His face alternated between pale and flushed like chopped scallions mixed with tofu blended by a juicer. Shameful and heart-piercing. That beast not only wanted to kill the Sand command, but also wanted to make the entire Sand village high-level lose face. Now, whenever the Sand ninja in the unit saw a high-ranking officer, their expressions became strange. The intelligence obtained so far was very limited. They didn't know how the enemy circumvented the perception units and scouts, and they couldn't even tell if the enemy was a Konoha ninja. After all, the Sand village's intelligence on Konoha had no record of such a despicable ninja who had honed Bao ninjutsu to this extent. Seeing this, it was also possible that Konoha had hired a black market ninja at great expense. During war, it was normal for major ninja villages to hire black market ninjas. Moreover, when he first encountered that beast, it was also near the black market. Who is it? Who the hell are you? Luo Sha roared silently. He swore that if he found that beast, he would. Just then the tent door was pushed open and a Sand scout hurried in, reporting, Lord Kazakage, something terrible has happened. Konoha has launched a large-scale attack. Luo Sha took a breath, quickly calmed himself, and asked in a deep voice, Is the intelligence reliable, eh? Absolutely reliable. Such a large-scale attack cannot escape our detection. Konoha has dispatched at least 2 Vivuzero ninja and will reach the camp area in about 20 minutes. Bastard. So the recent consecutive assassinations of high-ranking officers were indeed Konoha's doing. They want to attack while we are in chaos. Luo Sha gritted his teeth and commanded in a deep voice, Summon all high-ranking officers immediately. We will fight back. The hilly region adjacent to the Land of Rain. The terrain was gentle, the air damp, with the highest and lowest points differing by no more than 100 meters. Standing on elevated ground, he gazed into the distance. He could see countless ninjas surging forth from 2 directions, covering the mountains and fields. One side wore green ninja uniforms adorned with a red spiral pattern on their backs. The other side was wrapped in white turbans to shield against sandstorms, clad in yellowish-brown uniforms. At the forefront, a ninja held an enormous fan in his hands. It was as if 2 torrents of different colors were sweeping toward each other. Orochimaru stood atop a hill overlooking the entire battlefield, taking in all the sights. Lord Orochimaru, the opposing force, is led by the 4th Kazakage Raza with Chiyo as his advisor. They have deployed over 3,000 ninjas. The sensory ninja with closed eyes spoke abruptly, relaying the intelligence. A sharp glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. The 4th Kazakage, Advisor Chiyo. Almost all of Tsunagekyu's top combat power had appeared on the front lines save for the Jinchuriki. They had nearly exhausted their elite forces. After learning of the threat posed by Hyuga Satoru's bow and arrow techniques, they no longer intended to delay. A faint smile curled at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. A mobilization of this scale could not be concealed, and he had never planned to use surprise tactics. Taking a deep breath, he stood atop the hill and let out a hoarse roar, Engage. The sound seemed to ripple through the air, spreading rapidly across the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas instantly felt their blood surge, emitting hoarse battle cries. Roar after roar converged, echoing over the hills like countless ferocious beasts. Witnessing this, Raza also took a deep breath. No matter what, they could not lose momentum. He commanded in a deep voice, "Engage." The Sunagakure forces, as if injected with adrenaline, erupted in roars of their own. Thus the two torrents of different colors collided. Fire-style dragon fire technique. The Konoha ninjas at the front formed a formation, their hands rapidly weaving signs, channeling fire-attributed chakra. Countless red fire serpents spewed from their mouths, converging into a massive wall of flame that surged toward the Sunagakure forces. The Sunagakure side seemed prepared as well. The ninjas in the front row, wielding giant fans, swung them almost simultaneously and bellowed. Wind-style wind scythe jutsu. Innumerable sharp wind blades swept out from the fans, merging into a great array of wind blades. It met the wall of fire heat. Boom. The battle between wind and fire ended in mutual destruction. The fire wall and wind array tore apart almost simultaneously, scattering countless flames across the battlefield. Seeing the wind scythe jutsu block the Konoha fire attack, Raza breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fire defeats wind. Each time wind was used to counter fire, it required more ninjas than Konoha. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, choosing the battlefield near the land of rain, where the damp air could weaken the power of fire techniques, making their advantage less pronounced. Amid the falling flames like shooting stars, the two torrents clashed with a roar. Clang! A Konoha ninja locked blades with a Sunagakure ninja, sparks flying from the metallic clash. He kicked the Sunagakure ninja away and swiftly threw a kunai with his other hand, nailing it into the opponent. Before he could savor his triumph, his body jolted. A puppet had pierced his chest from behind. Hyuga Satoru drifted through the middle of the battlefield like an unstoppable force, leaving no one able to approach him. Occasionally a kunai thrown at him would inexplicably curve and hit an unfortunate Sunagakure ninja engaged in combat nearby. In battles, it was usually warrior against warrior, general against general, king against king. Yet Hyuga Satoru remained unmarked, slaughtering the rank-and-file soldiers. And his killing efficiency was terrifying. Hyuga Satoru pouted helplessly. For now, the top combatants of Sunagakure were preoccupied, so he only needed to exert his dominance over ordinary ninjas. The more Sunagakure ninjas he killed, the greater Konoha's chances of victory. Additionally, he secretly glanced at Uchiha Rin, who was fighting nearby. Though he had advised her not to participate in the front lines, she had refused to listen and seemed almost eager to join. Helpless Hyuga Satoru dared not stray too far. The battlefield was brutal. What if a stray kunai flew over and hit the flowers and grass? That would be terrible. So he had to trouble the nearby Sunagakure brothers. Please use your bodies to receive the blows and contribute to the healthy growth of the nation's future blossoms. This kid is suspicious. A Sunagakure Jonin noticed Hyuga Satoru, his expression turning serious. Although Sunagakure was known for magnet release, with the recent generations of leaders all using magnetism, their techniques were focused on sand iron or gold sand, never allowing kunai to spin and leap so freely. Thus he speculated that Hyuga Satoru was using a special secret technique. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to throw his kunai, but instead quietly circled behind Hyuga Satoru, preparing to ambush him at close range. Just as he stepped within a dozen meters of Hyuga Satoru, the kunai in his grip suddenly flew out and embedded itself in his own throat. Gurgle. Bloody bubbles emerged from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Seeming to realize something, he desperately opened his mouth, trying to relay the information in muffled words. "It's mag." But the kunai in his throat swiveled and his body twitched before falling straight backward. "You think you can ambush me?" Hyuga Satoru curled his lip disdainfully. His Byakugan had long been activated, no movement around him could escape his observation. If he wished, he could instantly mold dozens of flying swords from magnetic fluid, cosplaying as Li Xiaoyao, and play at controlling swords to slaughter randomly. But that would inevitably attract the attention of several cage-level powerhouses in the Sunagakure camp, making it far less easy to secretly crush the weaklings. So for now, using kunai and shuriken as low-end flying swords was sufficient to avoid drawing attention. Thus, the nearby Konoha ninjas engaged in fierce combat suddenly noticed something strange. Mid-fight, the Sunagakure ninjas would simply vanish. Sometimes while they were locked in battle, the opponent would collapse, their backs studded with kunai and shuriken. The Konoha ninjas gasped. How terrifying. What an uncanny ability. Could you imagine eating a soldier pill and singing a song, and suddenly your head is gone? Unlike the shock and confusion of the Sunagakure side, the Konoha ninjas were aware of Hyuga Satoru's dual bloodline abilities and knew his magnet release could easily control kunai and shuriken. But they had never imagined it would be this terrifying. A war machine. He could only mutter this in his mind. In the distance, Uchiha Rin glanced at that seemingly carefree figure, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She had long noticed that the Sunagakure ninjas rushing toward her were not very strong, just enough to warm her up without putting too much pressure on her. Whenever a stronger Sunagakure ninja approached, they would inexplicably fall a kunai, embedded in the back of their head. What a busybody. She pursed her lips in its tsundere manner. I'm not targeting you specifically. I'm saying everyone here is trash. And so, he descended like the Grim Reaper randomly, selecting lucky victims. Panic spread among the Sand Shinobi forces as they finally realized to their astonishment that countless of their comrades had perished inexplicably around them. Gradually, even the death scenes became bizarre, as if the Reaper selecting his audience had grown impatient. What is happening? Oh heavens! Is this human power? The remaining Sand Shinobi swallowed hard cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Originally, their numbers far exceeded those of the Leaf Shinobi, yet as the battle wore on their ranks dwindled surrounded by fallen comrades. In stark contrast, the Leaf side had suffered almost no losses and fought with high morale. The relentless sniping of their high-ranking officials in recent days had already sown seeds of terror in the Sand Shinobi's hearts, and now under this silent pressure, their minds were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, on the other side, One was locked in an intense battle. Both were the supreme commanders of their respective forces. Defeating the other would almost certainly decide the war's outcome. The same thought echoed in both their minds. Luo Sha sneered inwardly. Even though the Sand had suffered heavy losses among their high ranks, their deployed shinobi still far outnumbered the Leafs. This gap in strength could not be bridged in a short time. Even if he couldn't defeat One immediately, the surplus ninjas could encircle and gain an advantage on them. Though his opponent One did not seem anxious, Luo Sha scornfully assumed that the man was already panicking, desperate to defeat him and reinforce the troops. The more he wants that, the less they'll let him succeed. One, naturally unaware of Luo Sha's thoughts, occasionally cast his gaze toward the other battlefield. That must be where Riang Wu is right. Why hasn't there been any commotion for so long? Given Wu's abilities, the spectacle should be quite grand. Yet One felt no concern. Even though the Sand outnumbered the Leaf considerably, with Riang Wu present, they could at least offset some of the disparity, if not counter the enemy entirely. No need to worry for now. On the flank that should be the main battleground of Shui Min and Yi Tsong. Shui Min has the Flying Thunder God technique and fears Yi Tsong's Scorch Release, so that should be fine. However, Qian Dai was still at large. Originally, Qian Dai's old rival was Gang Shou. The two had become enemies during the Second Great Ninja War. It was basically her releasing poison, me neutralizing it, me detoxifying, while she poisons again. In the end, Qian Dai lost, and Gang Shou's reputation as the medical saint echoed across the ninja world. Enraged, Qian Dai grabbed her puppets and charged at Gang Shou, attempting close combat with the medical ninja. She was then utterly crushed, her puppets that is. Now Qian Dai was in her prime, with a delicate balance of experience and power. If Gang Shou were normal, she would have nothing to fear. But One knew well that Gang Shou now suffered from hemophobia and was no match for Qian Dai. Moreover, she remained in the rear support, not participating in the front line. In that case, the Sand side surpassed the Leaf in top-tier combat strength. One narrowed his eyes at Luo Sha before him. He must defeat him quickly and then deal with Qian Dai. Luo Sha also caught One's gaze and met it with equal intensity, as if fate were mocking them. Neither knew that following the normal course of events they would have another fateful battle over a decade later. Magnet release. Sand gold explosion. Luo Sha rode his sand gold high into the air, took a slight breath, and raised his palm with authority. With a thunderous roar, a vast wave of sand gold surged upward, reflecting a faint golden light and carrying terrifying momentum as it swept toward One. One showed no fear. Biting his fingers slightly, he slammed his palm onto the ground and rasped, Rashomon Gate. As his words fell, the ground trembled violently. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive booming sounds of metal clashing echoed as 3 massive gates engraved with demonic patterns rose from the earth, standing defiantly in the path of the golden sand wave. Boom. The sand gold wave crashed heavily into the gates, producing a tremendous roar. Even the nearby ninjas locked in combat were drawn to this spectacular battle. Good heavens, such terrifying power. Is this what it means to bear the title of Kage? Neither the overwhelming tide of sand gold nor the 3 colossal gates adorned with demonic visages were within reach of ordinary ninjas. Luo Sha's gaze sharpened as he increased his chakra output. Instantly, with a dull metallic sound, the sand gold wave surged over the Rashomon gates, rushing toward One. But after passing through 3 layers of the gate, the sand gold wave's speed had noticeably decreased, its kinetic energy largely dissipated. One's pupils contracted. The Rashomon Gate could even block tailed beast balls, but against fluid-like techniques such as the sand gold wave, its effectiveness was less pronounced. Nevertheless, he had already prepared. He dropped to the ground like a 4-legged lizard, opening his mouth to its ninja art, 10,000 snake formation. As his raspy voice echoed, countless venomous snakes poured forth from his mouth, their red tongues flickering like a massive brown tide, writhing and twisting toward the sand gold wave. The scene could terrify 100 trypophobics. The clash of Snake Wave versus Gold Wave thus began. Meanwhile, Riang Wu was still on his path of ambush. However, he was surprised to find that fewer and fewer sand shinobi remained around him with hardly any left for him to target. Centered on his position, a vacuum zone had formed for several hundred meters. Not a single sand shinobi was present. Honestly, are you that afraid of death? Riang Wu shrugged helplessly. The massive attrition among the sand forces had already spread panic through their ranks. Qian Dai, who had been searching for Gangsho, was forced to rush here and asked the remaining sand shinobi in shock. What happened? Why are the casualties so devastating in this area? Glancing around, Qian Dai couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Less than half an hour since the war erupted, the sand shinobi on this front were nearly decimated with kunai and shuriken embedded in the ground and littering the fallen. Some were pierced like hedgehogs, their backs studded with countless weapons. Others were even more horrifying. The shuriken seemed to form letters or symbols. I don't know. Suddenly my comrades were all dead. A sand shinobi sobbed in terror. It's too terrifying. He controls all the shuriken. We simply had no way. Qian Dai took a deep breath, turning her gaze to the empty-faced Riang Wu and spoke coldly. Is it you? I've heard of your intelligence, a prodigy of the new generation in the leaf. Magnet release. I never expected you to manipulate shuriken to this extent. Unlike ordinary sand shinobi, Qian Dai was a veteran from the era of the second Kazekage, having lived through 3 reigns. In terms of understanding magnet release, aside from the Kazekage himself, no one in Sunagakure could surpass her. A simple observation led her to an instant conclusion. All regular sand shinobi retreat immediately. This is no longer a battle you can partake in. Puppeteers, prepare for battle. The puppeteers following Qian Dai immediately deployed their puppets, encircling Riang Wu. Maintain distance. Beware of his shuriken control. Qian Dai commanded calmly, fixing her eyes on the center of the circle. Judging by the carnage around her, Riang Wu's control over shuriken and kunai was utterly terrifying. Even she had to guard against an unexpected defeat. However, a cold glint flashed in Qian Dai's eyes. Puppeteers are perfectly suited to counter this ability. First, puppeteers engage at long range, already maintaining a safe distance from Riang Wu. Second, a skilled puppeteer can control multiple puppets simultaneously, leaving one close by to defend against any magnet release ambush. Thus the outcome was all but decided. Not far away, Leaf Shinobi grew anxious. Should we support That's Qian Dai? And so many puppeteers. Yuzebo Lin stopped them, understanding from her knowledge of Riang Wu's abilities that the puppeteers were in for a rude awakening. She spoke calmly. Don't interfere, you'll only get in Wu's way. Is that so? The surrounding Leaf Shinobi exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating, but since Yuzebo Lin had spoken, they did not know what to do. Surrounded by puppets on all sides, Riang Wu showed no fear. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, You think these pieces of junk can deal with me? Ridiculous. As his words fell, the puppeteers erupted in fury, itching to tear Riang Wu apart. Qian Dai was especially incensed. She was Sunagakure's greatest puppeteer, having spent decades mastering the art. She could not tolerate such humiliation of her craft. Riang Wu quickly added a hint of apology, smiling as he said, Sorry, I'm not targeting you all. Qian Dai's expression softened slightly. That's more like it. I mean, everyone here is trash. I'm not targeting you. I mean, all the people present here are trash. Hinata Wuzi's calm words were like a massive stone thrown into a lake, instantly creating ripples. The surrounding puppet masters, along with Chiyo, were completely enraged, gritting their teeth as they glared at Hinata Wuji. They wished they could rush forward and swallow him whole. Young man, I advise you not to be too rash. Chiyo took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, slightly gritting her teeth as she spoke to Hinata Wuji. Perhaps this is the other party's scheme. Deliberately provoking us with words, throwing us into chaos, and then secretly controlling the kunai to launch a sneak attack. Hinata Wuzi's astonishing magnetic manipulation left a deep impression on her. The tragic state of the sand shinobi was still vivid in her memories. She absolutely could not allow his scheme to succeed. If I'm not rash, can I still be called a young person? Hinata Wuji rolled his eyes, very cooperatively picking up on Kyo's joke. He the #1 genius of the new generation of Konoha. I heard that you defeated the son of White Fang to earn that title. Chiyo snorted coldly. In a way, I should thank you. I have a blood feud with White Fang. My son and daughter-in-law both perished at the hands. Hinata Wuji snorted coldly. Let's not use such petty tricks. Behind him, 2 puppets that had been quietly approaching suddenly contorted their bodies, trembling uncontrollably, making creaking noises. While attracting my attention from the front, you attempt a sneak attack from behind with puppets. Chiyo, it's hard to believe you've survived so many years as a shadow-level powerhouse, yet you're so cautious. Kyo's pupils constricted. She had emerged during the war relying not just on strength, but also on composure and cunning. The reason she had been continuously drawing Hinata Wuzi's attention was that she noticed his Byakugan was not activated, wanting to resolve the situation at the least cost. But unexpectedly, Hinata Wuji's magnetic manipulation could directly influence the puppets. Is Hinata Wuji's magnetic manipulation really this terrifying? Even the puppets. On the other side, the Leaf Ninja, wishing to assist, revealed expressions of shock and admiration. Watching this scene, Uchiha Rin breathed a sigh of relief. Having been with Hinata Wuji for this long, she naturally knew that his magnetic manipulation was not limited to just kunai and shuriken. To be precise, as long as it was metal, he could control it. That's why she had stopped the Leaf Ninja from assisting. Those puppets, despite appearing fierce, posed a significant threat. But in Hinata Wuzi's eyes, they were merely playthings to be toyed with. The two human-shaped puppets trembled for a moment before suddenly collapsing, revealing twisted metal parts. Hinata Wuji snorted coldly. Do not tell me who the opponent is. And do not tell me how many there are. As long as they are puppet masters, I will kill them all. Chiyo's eyes were filled with 3 parts shock, 3 parts stupor, and 4 parts a dead-like gaze. Only now did she realize how utterly wrong she was. It turned out that Hinata Wuji could control not just kunai and shuriken, but even the special metals within them. During the puppet-making process, whether for joint mobility or to enhance the puppet's strength, it was impossible not to add metal. In other words, puppet masters posed no threat at all to Hinata Wuji. A wave of profound despair and fear surged in her heart. After all these years and countless battles, she had never felt such panic. What concept is this ability? As long as Hinata Wuji leads a team of elite personnel, he could even directly invade Sunagakure, going in and out at will. Nearly half of Sunagakure's combat power consists of puppet masters. In Hinata Wuzi's eyes, these ninjas were merely food for the slaughter. The others, if unable to use kunai or shuriken, would also see a significant reduction in strength. This child must not be allowed to live. After the thick wave of fear, only a deep killing intent remains. At this age, he is far from his peak strength. Once he fully matures, Chiyo took a deep breath, calming her mind, and immediately shouted, "All puppet masters retreat, recover the puppets, do not let him find an opportunity." Upon hearing Kiyo's command, the surrounding puppets hurriedly reacted, their fingers moving slightly in an attempt to control the puppets to return. However, it was already too late. After being so arrogant for so long, you just want to run. Hinata Wuji. Suddenly the numerous puppets around jerked a few times, then, as if infected with a rabid condition, wielded their weapons and charged at their own puppet master. Oh no! The puppets are attacking the puppet master. No one knew who screamed first, and the scene immediately fell into chaos. The puppets, still connected by blue chakra strings, frantically pursued their puppet master, hacking away. Like chopping ribs accompanied by the creaking sound, the ninja, swords in their hands, kept slashing down. So brutal. The Leaf Ninjas watching were left with their eyes twitching. Even after living for so many years, they had never witnessed such a horrific scene. The puppet master was dismembered by his own puppets. Who could they complain to? Their gazes towards Hinata Wuji grew increasingly fearful. Chiyo was on the verge of grinding her teeth to dust. The training of puppet masters is different from that of ordinary ninjas, requiring vast resources, and each puppet's creation similarly demands substantial financial and labor investments. Now all of it was ruined. With what seemed like blood vessels bursting in her eyes, Chiyo glared at Hinata Wuji, wishing she could skin him alive. The priority of magnetic manipulation actually surpassed that of puppet masters. This unscientific magnetic manipulation was simply unheard of. Clearly, while Hinata Wuji was controlling the puppets, the puppet master was also desperately trying to manipulate them. But the effect was minimal. The most noticeable outcome was merely slowing the puppets' hacking speed or causing them to pause for a moment after slashing. Not only did it fail to help him escape the predicament, but it also led to a more painful death. Such words. Chiyo took a slight breath, her killing intent fully revealed, as she took out a scroll and tossed it high into the air. You can control the puppets, made by the founder of Puppet Masters. The large white scroll suddenly unfurled with 10 strange characters, glowing blue, twisting and writhing. In that instant, it transformed into 10 eerie puppets clad in white robes. White secret technique. The Hunin of Chikamatsu. The 10 legendary puppets left behind by the founder of Puppet Master Sakanji. 10 bizarre puppets draped in white robes were summoned. The moment they appeared, Chiyo seized control and immediately cast aside their metallic weapons. Monzaemon, the first puppeteer and progenitor of puppetry, employed crafting methods in his era that differed vastly from those of the present. Even when metal was used, its quantity was exceedingly scarce. Instead, high-strength materials were predominant. Though discarding armed metallic ninja tools drastically reduced the puppet's offensive capabilities, Chiyo now had no alternative. The gruesome sight of puppeteers slain by their own puppets remained vivid in her mind. Some had not perished instantly, lying in pools of blood, wailing in agony. Chiyo cautiously distanced herself, manipulating the white secret technique puppets, which emitted creaking sounds as they encircled Ri Xiongwu. Indeed, as they drew near, a formidable resistance surged back from the puppets' cores as if they had acquired a will of their own. Yet under the pressure of her abundant chakra, these anomalies were suppressed one by one. That was close. Chiyo wiped the cold sweat from her brow, exhaling in silent relief. After all, she was the foremost puppeteer of the era. Her mastery over puppet manipulation and chakra density far surpassed that of ordinary puppeteers. Coupled with these special puppets originating from the progenitor, she finally managed to suppress Ri Xiongwu's counter-control, averting the tragedy of being hacked to pieces by her own creations. Ri Xiongwu frowned slightly. He could sense the scant metal components within these puppets, yet relying solely on this to wrestle control of the 10 puppets was far too arduous. However, a faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips. My abilities are far from being as simple. The puppets already under his complete control, having dispatched their own masters, charged menacingly toward the encircling 10 white secret technique puppets. But the disparity in quality was nearly insurmountable. After a few brief exchanges, they were torn apart barehanded by the white secret technique puppets, their components scattering. Should we go help? Among the leaf ninjas, someone cast a worried glance toward Uchiha Lin, hesitating. No, I believe in Wu's abilities. They are definitely not this simple. Though she spoke thus, her clenched hands betrayed her inner tension. After all, her opponent was Chiyo, the Sunagakure advisor renowned across the ninja world since the second war, her prestige even surpassing that of the newly appointed 4th Kazekage Raza. Her Tsutomu Sharingan had already activated, fixedly tracking every change on the battlefield. On Ri Xiongwu's side, it remained a chaotic melee among puppets. Fearing Ri Xiongwu's magnet release, the 10 white secret technique puppets were devoid of any metal weapons, essentially forced to roll up their sleeves and tear apart the charging puppets with their bare hands. Relying on their absolute quality advantage, they barely gained the upper hand. Amidst the fierce battle, the originally pristine white robes became tattered, exposing the puppets' true forms. Almost no one noticed. In the midst of the puppet brawl, a dark liquid slithered from the puppets controlled by Ri Xiongwu onto the white secret technique puppets, like tiny black worms creeping into their interiors through the cracks. Chiyo, seeing her puppets gaining dominance, could not suppress a cold sneer. It seems you're nothing more than this. For the future of Sunagakure, I will eliminate you here. But soon her expression froze. The resistance in manipulating the white secret technique puppets had suddenly magnified countless times. Every movement was abnormally sluggish, as if their joints were filled with mercury. How? What's happening? Chiyo asked in terror, her voice trembling. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Ri Xiongwu's lips. In the X-Men film days of future past, the young Magneto, to counter the Sentinels' miniaturized machines, manipulated train tracks into their bodies. Thus, he seized control of the Sentinels. Subsequently, the scene-stealing Magneto led his squadron of Sentinels, descending from the sky atop a football stadium. Ri Xiongwu's nanomagnetic fluid was immeasurably more powerful than mere train tracks. Once it infiltrated the white secret technique puppets and adhered to their mechanical joints, the control he gained would far surpass Chiyo's. That was precisely why Chiyo suddenly lost control of her puppets. Her ability to contend for control against nanoscale magnetic fluid was woefully inadequate. The situation instantly reversed. The 10 white secret technique puppets that had surrounded Ri Xiongwu suddenly turned, encircling Chiyo. Stunned. Chiyo was utterly stunned. Not only Chiyo, but also the leaf ninjas watching from a distance, and the remaining Suna ninjas who had been cheering for Chiyo, were all momentarily frozen. What happened? Hadn't Ri Xiongwu been unable to control the white secret technique puppets? How had the situation flipped in an instant? 10 disheveled puppets now surrounded the frail Chiyo. Uchiha Lin, witnessing this, could not help but sigh slightly in relief. Her previously clenched hand relaxed, revealing a palm damp with sweat. Close call. I hadn't underestimated Wu. He indeed had a countermeasure. Then curiosity flickered across her face as she fixed her gaze on the battlefield. What will happen next? Chiyo's defeat is inevitable, isn't it? How will Wu resolve her? The next second, when she saw the puppet's transformation, she froze, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. The 10 disheveled puppet giants had gathered in a circle on the battlefield, performing. For Chiyo at the center, alternately dancing the Gokura Kajodo. Those white secret technique puppets twisted their forms grotesquely, and while moving their upper bodies, they simultaneously extended their right legs, continuously shaking them toward the enclosed Chiyo. Chiyo instantly broke down. Having traversed the ninja world for decades, she had never witnessed such a scene. Shame. Humiliation. A flood of mixed emotions surged within her. She wished she could dash her head against a puppet and end her life right then. A smirk curved at Ri Xiongwu's lips. Chiyo, don't just stand there. Dance along. This is the grand gift I prepared for you. As his words fell, the white secret technique puppets, which had been dancing the Gokura Kajodo, suddenly stiffened, then seized Kyo's body in the center and manipulated her into various bizarre poses. Chiyo could only freely control her head. Within the encirclement of puppets, she raised her head in humiliation, a stream of hot tears trickling from the corners of her eyes. She sighed to the heavens. This old woman. How shameful. Good heavens. Is that Lady Chiyo? Damn it. What is that beast doing to Lady Chiyo? How dare he humiliate our leader of Sunagakure like this? On the battlefield, the sound of gnashing teeth could be heard from time to time. The remaining Suna ninja wished they could swarm forward and tear Hinata Satoru limb from limb. Suddenly, a Suna ninja sighed. Actually, Lady Chiyo is quite beautiful. The other Suna ninja stared at him in shock. Chiyo wished she could die. She wanted to bite off her own tongue and end her life so that she wouldn't have to suffer the humiliation of social death for the rest of her life. But she was horrified to find that she couldn't even bite off her own tongue. Her body was completely out of control. If before she had been manipulated by her own puppet and had no choice but to start dancing, now her body was involuntarily and actively performing that eerie dance. Oh my god, this really isn't my intention. I can't control myself at all. As the strongest puppeteer of Sunagakure, to be manipulated by my own puppet in front of everyone. Who can she reason with? This beast. Unable to control her own body, Chiyo could only express her anger through her eyes. It must be that Hinata brat's doing. Earlier she suddenly felt a sticky liquid from the puppet's body get onto her and seep into her skin. Then she suddenly lost control of herself and actively cooperated with the puppet to perform this ugly dance. Could it be some kind of top-tier puppeteer ability? Is it even more powerful than chakra thread control? Social death was already complete. Since she couldn't resist, Chiyo simply gave up struggling and began to think about the source of this strange ability. Puppeteers control puppets using chakra threads released from their fingertips. If connected to a weak ninja, they could also be controlled. The key point was that Chiyo had never detected any traces of chakra invasion on her own body. This was what terrified her the most. This ability doesn't require chakra. That's unscientific. The shocked discussions of the surrounding Suna ninja reached her ears one by one. She knew that Hinata Satoru had chosen not to kill her, but to make her dance in public like this, aiming to destroy the will of Sunagakure from its roots. It could be predicted that in the future her story would spread throughout the entire ninja world. Even in some remote corner, ninjas would gleefully talk about how Chiyo, the advisor of Sunagakure, was manipulated by her own puppet. The reputation of Sunagakure would also suffer a devastating blow. After all, even one of the village's pillars had been toyed with so easily by the enemy. In the future, how could the ninjas of Sunagakure hold their heads up? They would be laughed at for the rest of their lives. What a malicious brat. A deep chill surged from Kyo's heart. She knew that with her own power she could not break free no matter what. After hesitating for a moment, she finally made up her mind. Chakra surged within her body, flowing toward her abdomen. She suddenly raised her head and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Raza, save me. Her voice seemed to turn into sound waves spreading out in circles across the battlefield. Raza stood on a gold sand flying carpet, looking down from high above at Orochimaru below. The battle between the sand waves and the snake waves continued. In terms of numbers, the gold sand waves summoned by the gold sand great explosion far exceeded the 10,000 snakes formation. Under the layers of gold sand waves, a large number of brown venomous snakes were buried alive. The battle between the sand waves and the snake waves continued. In terms of numbers, the gold sand waves summoned by the gold sand great explosion far exceeded. However, gold sand was lifeless. It would not fear the venomous snakes nor worry about the effects of toxins, so it naturally had the upper hand. But every time the gold sand waves submerged the snake group, the buried snakes would directly self-detonate. Accompanied by rumbling explosions, the great gold sand wave was blasted apart. By the time Raza remanipulated the gold sand to gather, another group of snakes attacked. Is that guy Orochimaru's stomach a bottomless pit? Raza frowned slightly, staring at Orochimaru below with displeasure. The latter was lying on the ground like a four-legged lizard, his mouth wide open, as if he was taking a nucleic acid test. Dense venomous snakes were continuously crawling out of his mouth. From the start of the battle until now, he had maintained this posture, continuously summoning a large number of snakes. It was precisely because of this that the snake group could maintain a certain number despite the continuous self-detonation attacks. It should be a special summoning technique connecting to a snake lair in Ryuchi Cave, continuously transporting venomous snakes. Raza thought for a while and said with a frown. In that case, his battle with Orochimaru could only end in a stalemate. Even if he used gold sand to sneak attack, he would have to get past the dense snake swarm around. However, Raza was not anxious at all. The strength of the ninjas sent by Konoha had already been thoroughly assessed. Not only did his side greatly outnumber Konoha's regular ninjas, but in terms of top combat power, Minato Namikaze was held back by Pakura, and he himself was engaged with Orochimaru. And Chiyo was free, which would surely inflict a terrifying suppression on Konoha's regular ninjas. Raza was quite confident in Chiyo. After all, she was a powerhouse who had been famous in the ninja world since the era of the second Kazekage. And the special identity of a puppeteer would be maximized on the battlefield. As the strongest puppeteer, Chiyo could manipulate one puppet with each finger, turning one person's combat power into 10. Her killing power against Konoha's ninjas would be extremely terrifying. Perhaps the Konoha ninjas were being slaughtered by Chiyo, like cutting melons and vegetables. Although Orochimaru showed no anxiety on the surface, he might be extremely nervous inside, wanting to defeat me quickly to deal with Chiyo. Raza sneered inwardly. The more he tried, the less I would let him succeed. I must delay the time, so that Chiyo can maximize her strength. Just then a piercing sound came from a distance on the battlefield, causing Raza to freeze instantly. Raza, save me. Raza, save me. It seemed to carry a hint of grievance and tears. The sound waves spread across most of the battlefield, and wherever they reached, almost everyone stopped and showed confused expressions. This is Chiyo's voice. Raza was shocked. What happened? Chiyo is actually asking me. She is the strongest puppeteer of Sunagakure. Could there be a hidden powerhouse on Konoha's side? Tsunade. No, given Tsunade's strength, even if Chiyo couldn't win, she would never resort to begging for help. Perhaps there's more than one. Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi himself has taken the field, leading an elite unit hidden in the battlefield aiming to eliminate Sunagakure's strongest puppeteer? The more Raza thought, the more terrified he became. Without daring to delay, he directly abandoned the battle with Orochimaru. Manipulating the gold sand flying carpet, he hurriedly flew toward the source of the sound. When he arrived and took just one look, he was instantly struck dumb, as if turned to stone. Lady Chiyo, how could you? Raza's pupils contracted as he trembled, staring at Chiyo, who was awkwardly dancing below. The esteemed shadow advisor of Shine Village was actually being manipulated by her own puppet in public on the battlefield. What on earth happened? All previous tense speculations vanished instantly, leaving only deep shock and hesitation. Don't look, don't look. Raza. Chiyo bit her lips tightly, turned her head away, and a tear slid from the corner of her eye. I have already. Raza suddenly felt as if his heart was about to be shattered, and his breath nearly stopped. This was Chiyo, the shadow advisor of Shine Village, the most powerful puppet master of the era. Who could have reduced Chiyo to such a state? His gaze swept across the surroundings. A sense of horror and sorrow surged heavily in his heart. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of sand ninjas, densely packed and horrifying to behold. What shocked him even more was that among the puppet master unit led by Chiyo, there was not a single intact corpse. The resources required to train an excellent puppet master far exceeded those for an ordinary sand ninja. The complete annihilation of the puppet unit was undoubtedly a heavy hammer that struck Raza's agitated heart. Lost. Completely lost. Raza knew that this battle was utterly lost. Not to mention that this battlefield no longer had any organized sand ninja force, but even Chiyo, the strongest combatant, was publicly manipulated by her own puppet. Both reputation and personal spirit had been completely shattered. Raza took a deep breath. He knew he had to retreat. He looked up and roared, "Retreat! Retreat!" With a rustling sound, a torrent of sand gold spread from beneath him, forming a giant sand gold hand that grabbed the still awkward Lidancing Chiyo and swiftly flew away into the distance. Retreat! Retreat! Raza's roar instantly spread across the entire battlefield. The sand ninjas who were still fighting, upon hearing this roar, did not hesitate and immediately fled into the distance. The ninjas of Konoha wanted to pursue, but Orochimaru gave a hoarse order. Don't chase. Their numbers still outnumber ours. If we continue to pursue, there will be little benefit for us. Let's clean up the battlefield first. Hearing this, Konoha gave up the pursuit. They kept throwing kunai and striking the fleeing sand ninjas. Raza stood on the sand gold flying carpet, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he looked down at a Hyuga ninja. The other party was also looking at him. The two of them stared at each other. Who is this person? Why does he give me a familiar feeling? This thought suddenly surged in Raza's heart. He did not choose to stop. He kept manipulating the sand gold, carrying himself and Chiyo away into the distance, until the Hyuga ninja completely disappeared from sight. Raza saw that Konoha did not choose to pursue, so he felt relieved. He asked the dazed Chiyo in a deep voice, "Lady Chiyo, what exactly happened? Why did you suddenly?" Chiyo's fingers trembled slightly, and she swallowed. It seemed she recalled something. She spoke hoarsely. "It's that Hyuga ninja. It's him." Raza's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately thought of the figure that had locked eyes with him earlier. Could it be? Did we win? Did we win? Shine has retreated. We really won. Great. Ha ha ha. After a brief hesitation, the Konoha side immediately burst into joyous cheers, stepping on the corpses of sand ninjas and celebrating loudly. Konoha and Shine Village were old enemies. The First and Second Shinobi World Wars against Shine Village had cost countless Konoha ninjas their lives. Both sides wished they could tear out each other's sinews and drink each other's blood. Orochimaru arrived upon hearing the news. After scanning the surrounding battlefield, he drew in a sharp breath. Then he laughed and looked at Ri Xiongwu with surprise, speaking hoarsely. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Wukuin. Your magnet release truly demonstrates its full power on the battlefield. You also defeated Chiyo, didn't you? She is the renowned strongest puppet master. I wonder what method Wukuin used to defeat her. Orochimaru was very curious. Chiyo had been famous for a long time in terms of strength. He couldn't even confidently say he could defeat her easily. The surrounding Konoha ninjas who heard Orochimaru's voice immediately wore strange expressions. They exchanged glances, wanting to speak, but not knowing how to. Puppets also contain metal, Ri Xiongwu said calmly. I see. Orochimaru nodded. At the same time, his regard for Ri Xiongwu increased. The third Kazekage also possessed magnet release, but he definitely could not suppress so many puppets in Chiyo so easily. This showed that although both had magnet release, Ri Xiongwu's magnet release was far stronger than the third Kazekage's. Kekei Genkai mutation. Orochimaru was uncertain. His gaze toward Ri Xiongwu also became more elusive. Ri Xiongwu was genuinely curious what would Chiyo become after returning to Shine Village. The esteemed shadow advisor Chiyo being controlled by her own puppet in front of so many sand ninjas. Tut, what does it mean to be socially dead? It was precisely because he knew that letting Chiyo go would be a devastating blow to Shine Village that Ri Xiongwu chose not to kill her. A living Chiyo would maximize her usefulness. The esteemed shadow advisor Chiyo being controlled by her own puppet in front of so many sand ninjas. Tut, what does it mean to be socially dead? In this situation, the more casually he behaved, the higher the morale of the Konoha ninjas would be, and the greater the psychological blow to Shine Village. Ri Xiongwu had already begun to anticipate. What chaos would the sand ninja camp fall into after this battle? After cleaning up the battlefield, the main force of Konoha chose to return to camp. Although the Shine forces were severely weakened, they still had considerable strength. It was not yet realistic to take their camp in one go. Moreover, after the great battle, there were too many casualties among Konoha ninjas. The urgent task was to coordinate with the support units to assess losses and treat the wounded. Ri Xiongwu returned to his tent. After this battle, Ri Xiongwu's reputation in the Konoha camp had greatly increased. Along with that, the seductive dance of Chiyo, the shadow advisor of Shine Village, spread like wildfire. That day, just as Ri Xiongwu was about to sleep, he heard a commotion outside his tent. Save him! Save him! He is just a child. Hyuga Satoru just pushed open the tent flap and saw a few Konoha ninjas arguing nearby, with someone shouting, "Save him, please save him." On a stretcher nearby lay a blood-soaked young wounded ninja. Among the arguing ninjas, Hyuga Satoru actually recognized two of them. One was Anko, and the other was Shizune Tsunade's apprentice. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. His injuries are too severe. Unless Lady Tsunade herself intervenes, our abilities are simply insufficient to heal him. But Lady Tsunade is currently... Shizune lowered her head apologetically, continuously explaining to the gathered ninjas. However, they seemed not to listen, still pushing her. Even if Lady Tsunade cannot act, you've studied medical ninjutsu under her for so long. Can't you even save one wounded person? Shizune pressed her lips together, lowering her head in silence. Beside the stretcher, Anko seemed not to have given up. She wiped sweat from her forehead with a blood-stained hand, and her hands, glowing faintly green, rested on the boy's chest. Cough. Cough, it's okay. The boy on the stretcher suddenly coughed, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, his eyes unfocused as he looked at his arguing comrades. I've been ready for this. Cough. There are other wounded. Don't waste time on me. Cough. Each word was accompanied by a mouthful of blood. The comrades who had been arguing with Shizune suddenly had tears in their eyes, sobbing softly. Hyuga Satoru let out a long sigh. He roughly understood the situation. A medical dispute in the ninja world. After all, it was war. His strength had long been at the forefront of the ninja world, and his abilities were perfectly suited to maximizing their effect in war, which was why he could easily toy with Chiyo and the Suna ninjas. But for most ordinary ninjas, the brutality of war was fully exposed. The Third Great Ninja War was one of the most brutal in the history of the ninja world. Before his electromagnetic power had been upgraded to LV4, Hyuga Satoru had also been terrified by the pressure of war. Without hesitation, he walked over. How is it? He asked softly, crouching beside Anko. Anko's face lit up with surprise. Satoru, you're... But when she looked at the wounded on the stretcher, her expression immediately darkened. He's badly hurt. Orochimaru Sensei taught me human anatomy. He has at least 3 penetrating wounds causing massive hemorrhaging. If we don't treat him quickly, I'm afraid. I see. Hyuga Satoru nodded. Nearby, the Konoha ninjas who recognized him all showed strange expressions. So he was that legendary Hyuga ninja who made Chiyo dance that bizarre dance in front of all the Suna ninjas. What was it called? Gokura Kajodo. But they hadn't heard he knew medical ninjutsu. Shizune hesitated, glanced at Hyuga Satoru, and said his injuries can only be cured by Lady Tsunade, but But Tsunade has hemophobia, she can't possibly treat him right. Hyuga Satoru sighed softly. Given the severity of Tsunade's hemophobia, she might be able to direct medical ninjas from the sidelines, but actually treating a patient with such massive bleeding, she would probably freeze up and not be able to move at all. Enko still hadn't given up. Perhaps because she had studied under Orochimaru, her treatment method was unique, not just medical ninjutsu. She had also applied some special treatment to the wounds, slowing the blood loss somewhat. But clearly it was only a temporary fix. Enko grew more anxious. At this rate, it would only prolong the wounded boy's struggle before death. Just then she heard a gentle voice. "Let me do it." Turning around, she saw Hyuga Satoru's smiling face. Satoru, his injuries. After a moment's hesitation, trusting him, she silently stepped aside. Seeing this, the surrounding ninjas showed surprise, and Shizen also looked at Hyuga Satoru with astonishment. Although rumors of Hyuga Satoru being the top genius of the new generation had never ceased, and he had just publicly defeated Chiyo medical ninjutsu, was an entirely different system. Did Hyuga Satoru also know medical techniques? This naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. His Byakugan was already active, observing the internal state of the wounded. Although it was not as precise as a CT scan, he could roughly discern the source of the injuries. As his hand lightly brushed over the open wounds on the boy's body, the Konoha ninjas watching widened their eyes. With a grunt from the wounded, the originally gruesome open wounds closed up as if being zipped shut. The blood that had been flowing freely also stopped instantly. Amazing. How did he do that? Is that medical ninjutsu? Hyuga Satoru was not disturbed by the exclamations around him. He frowned slightly, pondering the next step. Suturing and stopping the bleeding from the wounds seemed as simple as a light brush of his hand, but it actually involved several steps. First, to prevent infection, he had to use a weak electromagnetic furnace to sterilize, controlling the intensity to effectively kill bacteria without causing too much pain to the patient. The subsequent suturing was quite simple, using electromagnetic force to make the two sides of the wound have opposite poles, causing them to stick together like a zipper. It was much more efficient than direct surgical suturing. The external bleeding had stopped. Hyuga Satoru began to use electromagnetic force to amplify the patient's biomagnetic field, thereby nourishing his own life activities and greatly enhancing his cell repair and metabolism. Compared to traditional medical ninjutsu that accelerates cell division, this ability, derived from the organism itself, did not come at the cost of reduced lifespan. Regarding biomagnetic fields, Hyuga Satoru's current ability could only achieve simple interference. To fully control, it would require a much higher authority over electromagnetism. That way, most of the injuries were healed, leaving only the internal ones. Through the Byakugan's perspective, he could see many internal damages. That way, most of the injuries were healed, leaving only the internal ones. Through the Byakugan's perspective, he could see many internal damages. These injuries were the biggest trouble. However, it was not a problem for him. He reached his left hand inside his clothes, rubbed a few times, then took out a small black ball. He brought it to the wounded boy's mouth. "Eat this." The wounded boy swallowed, nervously recalling Satoru's scrubbing-like motion just now and the appearance of the black ball. He immediately had some unpleasant associations. "What is this, eh?" Hyuga Satoru thought for a moment and said, "Stretch legs and stare pill." "What? The stretch leg and stare pill? It really doesn't look like something that can be swallowed." The surrounding ninjas witnessing this scene couldn't help but look at each other with awkward expressions. Having seen that the injured person's complexion had improved greatly, onlookers felt a surge of admiration for Ri Xiongwu. However, this sudden appearance of the stretch leg and stare pill was just too reminiscent of the product of some kind of human piston movement. After hesitating for a moment, the injured person gritted his teeth and swallowed the pitch black ball in one gulp. Smooth on entry, a single thread down the throat. He felt that the black ball, the moment it entered his throat, instantly melted into a liquid, disappearing somewhere, and he couldn't help coughing. "Shinyi, are you all right?" His companions immediately crouched down, asking anxiously. "Cough. I'm fine." After coughing a few times, the injured person took a deep breath, his flushed face returning to normal. Hearing this, the surrounding companions immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The onlookers couldn't help feeling a little worried. Could that thing that Ri Xiongwu fed the injured person really have a therapeutic effect? Unlike the surrounding people's worry, Hong Do had bright eyes, looking at the injured person on the stretcher with a hint of anticipation. Based on her understanding of Ri Xiongwu, that pitch black ball must be something important. All she had to do was wait. Ri Xiongwu frowned slightly, meticulously controlling the movement of the magnetic fluid inside the injured person's body. The stretch leg and stare pill was naturally a ball composed of magnetic fluid. Under his electromagnetic control, as soon as it entered the injured person's body, it immediately transformed into diligent nanomedical robots. The reason he chose to have him swallow it was because he discovered that there were extensive vascular injuries near the lobes of the lungs, causing severe internal bleeding. That was also why he kept coughing up blood every time he spoke. The magnetic fluid could conveniently follow the throat and trachea to reach near the wound, plugging the damaged blood vessels, and thus alleviating the internal bleeding. At electromagnetic force level 3, he had injected magnetic fluid into his own body, cleverly causing the caged bird seal to malfunction. Now at level 4, his ability for fine manipulation had increased by more than just a little. The magnetic fluid that entered the injured person's body acted like loyal nano-robots undertaking tasks such as clearing blood clots, cleaning internal wounds, repairing damage, and so on. After a while, Ri Xiongwu let out a long breath of turbid air. All done. The injured person on the stretcher now had steady breathing and stable vital signs. Beside him, Hongdo also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. She knew that this battle against death Wu had won. Great. Qin, you're finally okay. Several companions rushed over, throwing themselves beside the injured person on the stretcher, crying excitedly. The watching Konoha ninjas' earlier doubts about Ri Xiongwu instantly dissipated, and with a mix of shock and delight, they began to praise him. I never expected Wu to be so proficient in medical ninjutsu. Unbelievable. Even if Lord Gangsho were here, could she heal such a severely injured person so easily? What kind of medical ninjutsu is this? There doesn't seem to be any chakra fluctuation. Beside them, Jing Yin hesitated for a moment, then approached Ri Xiongwu and tentatively asked, Wu, is your stretch leg and stair pill for sale? The medical unit is willing to buy it at a high price. As a medical ninja, she naturally knew that the hardest part to deal with was the internal bleeding, but after swallowing the stretch leg and stair pill, the injury quickly improved. Compared to the earlier suturing of external wounds, this change was even more shocking to her. If every Konoha ninja could have a stretch leg and stair pill, wouldn't the casualty rate be drastically reduced? That was why she had the nerve to ask Ri Xiongwu to buy it. Want to buy the stretch leg and stair pill? What kind of weird idea was that? I just gave it a random name. Not for sale. Ri Xiongwu immediately refused. Are you worried about the price? We can negotiate. We can pay more. Jing Yin grew anxious. Pay more? Do I look like someone who needs money? My good buddy Luo Sha is holding dozens of tons of gold for me. Ri Xiongwu said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to sell to you, but because the patent is with me, and only I can use it. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. Patent. Can't use. Although she didn't understand Ri Xiongwu's meaning, Jing Yin roughly understood that she couldn't buy the stretch leg and stair pill. She had to give up the idea and silently walked away to treat other injured people. Ri Xiongwu turned to Hongdo beside him, smiled, and asked, Hongdo, you've really changed a lot. Your medical ninjutsu has improved quite a bit. If it were the old Hongdo faced with this situation, she might have stood frozen in a daze, but now, even though the surrounding medical ninjas had given up, she was still persisting in treatment. Hongdo also smiled, traces of blood from the treatment process still on her face. It's all thanks to Lord De Shiwan's teaching. I learned a lot from him, and his medical system is completely different from what they teach at school. Ri Xiongwu nodded. De Shiwan's medical system was closer to modern medicine, with fine dissection and research of the human body. Hongdo hesitated, then said, is it really okay not to take that stretch leg and stair pill? Unlike Jing Yin, she had some understanding of Ri Xiongwu's abilities and guessed that the so-called stretch leg and stair pill was some kind of metal ball, so she couldn't help worrying. No problem, just think of it as giving him an iron supplement, Ri Xiongwu said nonchalantly. That magnetic fluid ball was almost entirely composed of iron. Under his ability, when no longer needed, it would enter the intestines and be mostly excreted. A small portion would adhere to the epithelial cells of the intestinal mucosa, being broken down into iron atoms through the Bode's active oxidation reaction, thus greatly enhancing his hematopoietic capacity and alleviating the damage from massive blood loss. Iron in the human body is mostly in ionic form. For Ri Xiongwu to manipulate it would require atomic-level electromagnetic force, which his current nanoscale electromagnetic force cannot achieve. So he had to use this method to indirectly enhance his hematopoietic ability. In his conception, if his electromagnetic force were upgraded to atomic level, then ordinary ninjas, no matter how many, would be easy pickings. As long as he willed it, the iron ions in their bodies would run riot uncontrollably, turning them into human bombs. By the way, Wu, I've also been studying science. Hongdo suddenly said happily. Science? Why are you studying science? Ri Xiongwu asked, curious. Hongdo glanced around, lowered her voice, and whispered, because I learned from Lord De Shiwan that Wu seems to really like science, so I wanted to do some research to see if I could help Wu in the future. She suddenly smiled. Wu said before, didn't he? As long as I find the right direction, I can become an excellent ninja. I think science is pretty good. Is that so? Ri Xiongwu nodded. It seemed that even though Hongdo had become De Shiwan's disciple, her life trajectory was completely different from the original story. In the original story, aside from De Shiwan's snake-style ninjutsu, Hongdo had never delved into scientific research. But now, not only medical ninjutsu, but she was also beginning to learn De Shiwan's scientific research abilities. Ri Xiongwu began to wonder what Hong Do would become in the future. Suddenly an image appeared in his mind. Hong Do, wearing a white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses, was carefully dissecting the corpse of some Datong Mu with a snake-like tail slowly swaying behind her. Hyuga Satoru looked around him. The aftermath of a fierce battle lay sprawled across the field, countless wounded soldiers resting on stretchers awaiting the aid of medical ninjas. Yet it was obvious that the reinforcements were severely understaffed. That young boy was no isolated case. Many other ninjas were also failing to receive effective treatment. If this continues, the fighting strength of the Leaf forces will suffer unnecessary losses. It seems I must cure Tsunade's hemophobia after all. Hyuga Satoru could not help but sigh softly. He could not simply switch careers to become a medical ninja. Even if he occasionally lent a hand, without the sole figure of Tsunade, the support unit would always fall short of its heavy responsibilities. But if Tsunade's hemophobia could be alleviated, it might resolve the situation. After a moment's thought, Hyuga Satoru walked over to Shizune, who was treating the wounded, and asked a question. Shizune, do you know where Lady Tsunade's tent is? Lady Tsunade's tent. Shizune paused her work, staring at Hyuga Satoru in surprise. What is it? Why are you looking for Lady Tsunade? She doesn't like others disturbing her. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath, then said after a pause, well, I intend to help cure her hemophobia. If Lady Tsunade's hemophobia is healed, the pressure on the medical unit would be greatly relieved, wouldn't it? Cure hemophobia. Shizune's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Hyuga Satoru. Satoru, Lady Tsunade herself is the most outstanding medical ninja in the Leaf. Even she couldn't overcome her hemophobia. Are you certain you can manage it? Hemophobia remained an unsolved challenge for the current medical system. Even Tsunade, hailed as the medical saint, suffered immense anguish when tormented by this affliction and found it impossible to break free. Shizune had secretly tried many methods to cure her hemophobia, so she understood better than anyone just how stubborn Tsunade's condition was. I can't say I'm absolutely certain, but it's at least a glimmer of hope, Hyuga Satoru said after thinking. You didn't think much of me when I treated that previous wounded soldier, either did you? Yet I still healed him. In medical matters I have insights different from the conventional system. Letting me try can do no. Shizune hesitated. Over the past few days, Tsunade had been deliberately avoiding rescue operations due to her fear of blood. Such an unusual change could not be concealed, and rumors about her hemophobia had begun to spread throughout the unit. If Hyuga Satoru could truly cure Tsunade, it would be an enormous blessing. After a moment of thought, Shizune let out a breath. She nodded. All right. Once I finish treating this wounded soldier, I'll take you to Lady Tsunade's tent. Before a tent. Shizune hesitated, then turned back to Hyuga Satoru, who had followed her. Wait here a moment. I'll go in and inform Lady Tsunade. Please go ahead. With that, Shizune lifted the cloth curtain at the tent's entrance, poked her head in, and asked softly, Lady Tsunade, are you resting? Inside, Tsunade sat on the edge of the bed, her cheeks slightly flushed, clutching a bottle of sake, as its thick alcohol scent spread through the air. Ah, it's Shizune. Almost done. I'll rest after I finish this bottle. Tsunade let out a burp, her face tipsy, as she glanced at the head poking into the tent. Perhaps because she intended to sleep, she was dressed rather lightly. Her ample, soft, creamy bosom threatened to spill out of the thin vest, with only a jacket draped over her back, faintly concealing such spring scenery. Lady Tsunade, why are you? Shizune's face showed a hint of anxiety as she hurriedly said, alcohol is forbidden in the camp. If Lord Orochimaru finds out, he'll surely be furious again. Huh. Tsunade belched, took a big gulp of sake, and said dismissively, so what if he gets angry? I'm nothing but a useless burden now. Tell me, is there another wounded person you can't handle? Shizune remained silent. Because of her hemophobia, Tsunade could not directly treat the wounded, so whenever a severe case appeared, Shizune would come to seek her guidance. These past days had clearly deepened Tsunade's despondency. This hemophobia simply had to be eradicated. Taking a deep breath, Shizune looked seriously at Tsunade and said, Lady Tsunade, I didn't come to ask for your advice. It's Hyuga Satoru. He wants to cure your hemophobia. What? Cough, cough. Tsunade, who had been drinking, seemed to choke and coughed violently. She stared at Shizune in shock. Cure my hemophobia. Him. Outside the tent, Hyuga Satoru could hear the exchange between Shizune and Tsunade well enough, even if it seemed that Tsunade's hemophobia had worsened in the war environment, and her spirit had grown even more dejected. He felt fortunate to have approached her through Shizune's channel. Otherwise, if he had rashly used his Byakugan to locate her tent, he would likely have been met with a triple rejection plus a full-force knockout punch the moment he stepped inside. Without hesitation, he pushed open the tent flap. Lady Tsunade, you must have heard of me. I imagine you have long suffered under this hemophobia and desperately wish to be free of it, don't you? Tsunade instinctively pulled her jacket tighter, covering the view of her chest, and looked Hyuga Satoru up and down. So you're the rumored Hyuga with dual bloodlines. Nothing weird or extra seems to have grown on you. Hyuga Satoru's lips twitched slightly. Did being the first dual bloodline in Hyuga history mean he had to sprout something extra compared to others? What kind of logic was that? Lady Tsunade, let's focus on curing your hemophobia, shall we? Hyuga Satoru couldn't help steering the conversation. Why should I trust you? Tsunade eyed him suspiciously. She was the finest medical ninja in the leaf, perhaps in the entire ninja world. Yet even she could not conquer this stubborn ailment. Could this young brat still wet behind the ears really have a solution? Besides, she had heard all the camp rumors lately. Although she hadn't directly engaged in frontline battles, the mere thought of her longtime rival Chio being controlled by 10 puppet giants sent a shiver down her spine. What kind of perverse taste did this kid have? Was he using the pretext of curing her hemophobia to harbor some special intentions toward her? Lady Tsunade, please let Satoru try. Shizen interjected from the side. Satoru's medical techniques are truly unique. Earlier he healed a severely wounded soldier, and the medical jutsu he used was so advanced that even I couldn't grasp it. Is that so? Tsunade eyed Hyuga Satoru with renewed interest. Shizen's medical abilities were inherited directly from her. If even Shizen couldn't understand his methods, then this young man might indeed have some real skill. But that's still not enough, she said coldly. Even if you have some medical expertise as a medical ninja, I know very well the consequences of letting just anyone treat me. If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest. Please leave. At that moment, Hyuga Satoru, who had been silent, ventured to say, Lady Tsunade, you wouldn't want Shizen to keep pushing herself like this, would you? There are so many leaf shinobi wounded outside, Lady Tsunade. Surely you don't want to see them die in vain. Lady Tsunade, you are the medical genius of Konoha. Surely you don't want your reputation to be reviled by countless people. Your deceased lover Dan Kato and your younger brother Nawaki. Lady Tsunade, surely you don't want them to feel disappointed in you in the Pure Land. Lady Tsunade, surely you don't. Hyuga Satoru directly activated the Lady Tsunade, surely you don't. Triple barrage, unleashing several verbal assaults. Tsunade's expression shifted from cold resolve to slight hesitation, then to inner struggle, and finally to acquiescence. Hyuga Satoru's repeated surely you don't struck like sugar-coated bullets, piercing straight into the softest depths of Tsunade's heart. Little by little they shattered her defenses. Satoru. Amazing. Shizuka couldn't help but admire inwardly. She had witnessed Tsunade's transformation. Never did she expect that a few words from Hyuga Satoru would so directly make Tsunade lower her guard. Fine. You little brat from the Hyuga clan, I'll allow you to try. Tsunade said with a resigned expression. Turning her tone, she fixed a slightly cold stare on Hyuga Satoru. But, how do you know so clearly about my private matters? The matter of her hemophobia aside, it had already spread through the camp these past few days, but her younger brother Nawaki and Dan Kato were things she had never mentioned to anyone else. How could Hyuga Satoru know so much? Lord Orochimaru told me. He has actually been very concerned about your hemophobia. After a moment's thought, Hyuga Satoru decided to pin the blame on Orochimaru. No other reason. He was the most suitable candidate. Even if Tsunade went to ask and learned it was him, Orochimaru would simply shoulder the blame. Fine. Tsunade's expression softened a few degrees as she yawned. Make it quick. I still need to sleep. By the way, it won't draw blood, will it? Tsunade eyed Hyuga Satoru suspiciously. Hyuga Satoru swallowed. Probably not. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no bleeding, that was fine. Otherwise, her hemophobia would likely flare up on the spot, rendering any treatment futile. Hyuga Satoru took a deep breath, his gaze discreetly flicking towards Shizuka beside him. She seemed to have no intention of leaving. Troublesome. He grumbled inwardly, his expression gradually turning serious. Hemophobia, after all, is a psychological disorder. In his past life, besides majoring in science, he had a considerable interest in psychology. He couldn't claim mastery, but he had self-studied and obtained relevant certificates in psychotherapy. Of course, practicing professionally was unrealistic. But for the current Tsunade, it was quite useful. The shinobi world had never had a subject like mental health education. Just think about it. Children as young as 5 or 6 were forced onto the battlefield to kill. How severe must the accumulated psychological issues of the masses be? Twisted value systems and brainwashing. When Hyuga Satoru first transmigrated, it took him great effort to adapt. Lady Tsunade, from now on, please regard yourself as a patient in need of treatment. Do not resist my guidance. Hyuga Satoru said with a serious tone. Psychological counseling would be far less effective if the patient resisted. Fine. Tsunade pursed her lips. This little brat is so annoying. Does he really think he's a doctor? Oh well, since I agreed. Next, Hyuga Satoru began verbal guidance and suggestion, applying the psychological methods and treatment he had learned. The effect was surprisingly good. At first, Tsunade felt nothing, but soon she became deeply absorbed. Her ever-tense nerves gradually relaxed. Every word from Hyuga Satoru seemed to possess a strange kind of magic. They turned into long tentacles reaching into the depths of Tsunade's body, caressing her weary flesh, soothing her fragile soul. Before long, a soft snoring sound was heard. Tsunade fell asleep. Beside her, Shizuka was also. When she realized Hyuga Satoru's treatment was truly effective, she began frantically noting down every step he took. To a medical ninja, this was an incredibly precious treasure. Hyuga Satoru's treatment method seemed to open a door in her mind, revealing a whole new world. So there was such a way to heal. It wasn't about using yang release chakra to physically stimulate the body, but rather using gentle words to guide and release the patient's mind. So amazing. Shizuka's eyes sparkled, her breathing quickening. Hyuga Satoru glanced at her discreetly. He had noticed her little actions, but it didn't matter. If Shizuka could truly make achievements in psychology, it would likely greatly advance the development of the entire shinobi world's medical system. From Hyuga Satoru's 21st century perspective, the current shinobi world was far too distorted, especially its medical system. Almost everything was developed for combat. A series of medical ninjutsu focused on physical recovery. Regarding mental health, virtually no one had conducted research. This was probably also the reason why the Uchiha had so many troubled youths. Of course, the reason he could so effectively cure Tsunade's hemophobia was not only his psychological foundation, but also the electromagnetic system's abilities playing a major role. While guiding with words, Hyuga Satoru also adjusted Tsunade's brain magnetic field to a certain extent, especially the deep limbic system located in the center of the brain. This area stores a large amount of emotional memories, including many traumatic ones. Regulating the brain magnetic field here could greatly alleviate Tsunade's self-blame and anxiety. Hyuga Satoru glanced at Shizuka, who was still recalling the treatment steps. "Come give me a hand." Shizuka snapped back to reality. "Oh." Hastily walking over to Hyuga Satoru, she helped him support the now sleeping Tsunade. Perhaps because she was sleeping too deeply and had lost awareness of her surroundings when they helped her to the bed, the coat draped over her shoulders slipped off, revealing a vast expanse of skin. Snow-white, plump, soft mounds, as if unable to bear the restraint of the thin fabric, craving to breathe free air. As the two of them helped her onto the bed, the mounds swayed back and forth, displaying astonishing elasticity. Hyuga Satoru silently swallowed. Fortunately, Shizuka showed no unusual expression. With Tsunade's hemophobia improving and having found a new medical direction, her heart was full of gratitude toward Hyuga Satoru. She hadn't noticed his subtle change at all. Hyuga Satoru couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his past life, he had seen plenty of doujinshi about Tsunade. He had thought he understood her body structure quite well, but now he realized he had been careless. The real person and the doujinshi were ultimately not the same. Those Tsunade prison Jiraiya, something Naruto's vacation. Lame. Hyuga Satoru clicked his tongue. When Shizuka covered her with the blanket, his gaze reluctantly shifted away from Tsunade's figure. "Consider this my payment for curing your hemophobia." The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Shizuka wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at Hyuga Satoru. "Satoru, thank you so much. It seems Lady Tsunade's hemophobia has already improved considerably. I never expected that besides being incredibly strong, you also have such profound medical skills." Hyuga Satoru thought for a moment and said, "This is only the first treatment. It's not clear yet if it was effective. When Lady Tsunade wakes up, ask her. If possible, it'll come a few more times." "Really?" Shizuka grew excited. "Satoru, thank you so much." Hyuga Satoru being able to provide more treatments meant Tsunade would recover faster, and she herself could learn more about that miraculous healing method. Having a ninja like Satoru is truly an honor for the village. Shizuka couldn't help but express her admiration. In the following days, Hyuga Wudo visited Tsunade's tent multiple times. Under his psychological treatment and the electromagnetic adjustments to her brain's magnetic field, Tsunade felt wonderful. Tsunade's hemophobia is strictly speaking a stress-related psychological disorder, unable to forgive herself for watching her brother and lover die in front of her. Through scientific psychological counseling and adjustments to the brain's trauma memory management areas, she gradually emerged from the shadows. Eventually, she was even able to actively treat injured soldiers with less severe bleeding. Until one morning, Tsunade stepped out of her tent for the first time, arriving at a stretcher carrying an injured person. She smiled, her palm surrounded by a faint green light, placed gently on the person's chest. Under countless expectant gazes, the injuries visibly healed. In an instant, the camp erupted with excitement. "Who says Lady Tsunade is done for? Step forward." "Wonderful. Lady Tsunade has finally recovered. We are all saved." In a corner of the crowd, Orochimaru stood in the shadows, slightly leaning against the tent, watching Hyuga Wudo, who was also standing in the corner with a faint smile. "This guy Wudo surprises me every time." By the second day of Hyuga Wudo's visits to Tsunade's tent, he had already received intelligence. Initially, he had doubts about whether Hyuga Wudo could heal Tsunade, but now only pure surprise remained. On the other hand, Hyuga Wudo seemed to have noticed and slightly raised an eyebrow at him. In stark contrast to the cheers and excitement in the Konoha camp, the atmosphere in the Sand Ninja camp was quite oppressive with a hint of strangeness. "Did you see Lady Kyo's dance? I was right beside her, witnessing it firsthand." I never expected Lady Kyo's dance to be so. Wow. Yes. Especially with her own puppets. A sand ninja cautiously looked around and whispered, I heard that Lady Kyo was the most beautiful woman in Sunagakure when she was young. Now that you mention it, I can't help but be curious. The surrounding sand ninjas immediately became interested and quietly gathered together. No wonder Lady Kyo's dance is so ethereal. Please tell me more. I have a friend who is very curious about. At the long table, the sand ninja leaders looked particularly grim, wanting to say something, but could only sigh repeatedly. Over these days, the remaining high-ranking members of the Sand Village had met more than once to discuss strategies for the upcoming countermeasures. Sitting at the head of the long table, Chiyo kept her head bowed in silence. Her hands hidden beneath the table clutched her clothing, trembling slightly. Others among the sand ninjas couldn't help but glance at Chiyo. If this were before, she would have already issued orders in a deep voice, leading the sand ninjas to come up with several counter-strategies. However, now as the meeting progressed, Chiyo had hardly spoken a word. It was no wonder. The high-ranking sand ninjas couldn't help but sigh softly. After all, in front of so many people, even someone like Chiyo, a veteran ninja who had been through countless battles, would likely suffer immense psychological trauma. Moreover, during this period, rumors about Chiyo had not ceased in the camp. Even though they had issued strict orders, they could not stop this trend. Thinking of this, the high-ranking members couldn't help but clench their teeth. Kyuso, that vicious Hyuga brat, the strongest puppeteer in the village. Chiyo had actually, regarding the direction we should take next, do any of you have thoughts? At the head of the long table, Rasha spoke in a deep voice, breaking the silence. The sand ninja leaders exchanged strange glances, speechless. In these days, besides the rumors about Chiyo, a sense of panic had also been spreading throughout the camp. That terrifying Hyuga ninja had abilities that almost completely countered the sand ninjas. The puppeteers had almost been wiped out, and they died a miserable death at the hands of their own puppets. Even the strongest puppeteer, Chiyo, could only become his plaything. Such an enemy, even if hated to the bone, still caused headaches at the thought of engaging in battle with him. Everyone, don't you have any thoughts? Rasha repeated the question. Finally, someone broke the silence and spoke gravely to Rasha. Lord Wind Shadow, if I may speak candidly, the current predicament of Sunagakure is almost entirely caused by that Hyuga ninja. His magnetic release ability is very special. Not only can he control shuriken and kunai, but he can even manipulate puppets. Under such abilities, if we continue to wage war, it could become very troublesome. However, if Lord Wind Shadow, you can deal with him, we may not be without a chance of victory. Rasha took a slight breath, nodded, and spoke in a low voice. That Hyuga ninja, according to current intelligence, seems to be the first double bloodline ninja in the history of the Hyuga clan in Konoha. The magnetic release ability has very strong manipulation over specific metals, and it is precisely because of this that Chiyo was defeated. However, when it comes to magnetic release, there is no ninja in the current ninja world more proficient than I am. Since the current predicament has arisen, because of him, I will personally take action to eliminate him. This is the confidence of a fourth Kazekage, one of the 5 strongest shadows in the ninja world. With Lord Wind Shadow's words, we can rest assured. Lord Wind Shadow is also a magnetic release ninja. I believe that brat from the Hyuga clan, being only around 10 years old, cannot possibly be a match for Lord Wind Shadow. However, if Lord Wind Shadow takes action against that Hyuga ninja, we will inevitably be at a disadvantage in high-end combat capabilities against Konoha, I'm afraid. Do not worry. Rasha nodded and exhaled. Having prepared for so long, it is time to let the One-Tail take the stage. The surrounding sand ninjas were all taken aback. Are we really going to use the tailed beast? The power of the tailed beast is absolutely beyond the reach of mere mortals. It is time for the terrifying power of the One-Tail to be demonstrated to Konoha. Seeing the morale around him gradually rising, Rasha let out a slight sigh of relief and revealed a smile. During the Warring States period, the One-Tail had always lived in the desert region, captured and sealed by the previous generation of Sunagakure. After so many years of development, it could be said that they had gained considerable experience in training the tailed beast. Even the magnetic release was developed by imitating the One-Tail. In contrast, Konoha was unable to utilize the most powerful tailed beast due to the special nature of the 9 tails, and they had never seen Konoha unleash the 9 tails on the battlefield. The terrifying power of the One-Tail was sufficient to erase all disparities. A cold glint appeared in Rasha's eyes. That detestable Hyuga brat must be killed this time. Having killed so many sand ninjas, even Chiyo. Moreover, that faint sense of familiarity made him curious about Hyuga Wudo. No matter what his killing intent towards Hyuga Wudo had reached an extreme. Taking a deep breath, Rasha's eyes gleamed as he issued a deep command. Send the orders down. The troops must immediately enter a state of readiness. 3 days later, we will counterattack the Konoha camp, and also send someone to invite Funboku over.